Australia, Gold Coast. Bai Yaoyao suddenly sat up from her deck chair, gazing in astonishment at the long-legged blonde beauties in bikinis and a group of muscular men on the beach. It took her a while to grasp that she had been reborn. Her mind replayed the fierce battle against the royal-level space zombie, where her small team of 10 had perished at its hands. In the end, it was Fat Brother and others who sacrificed themselves, allowing her a fleeting chance to unleash her full power. Watching Fat Brother's over 200 pounds of flesh being gradually torn away by the zombie, Bai Yaoyao summoned all her strength, determined to take them both down together. Just before her demise, the core of the royal-level space zombie fell at her feet. She had barely grazed it with her fingertips before succumbing to death. Upon checking her phone on the deck chair, she realized she had been reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao not only survived for a decade in the apocalypse, but also established the Night Squad with a few trusted comrades, annihilating countless zombies and mutant beasts. The onset of the apocalypse was anticipated by many, yet its speed took everyone by surprise. Initially, a virus emerged from abroad, and despite China's efforts to contain it for 10 years, it eventually spread. There were no warning signs a global rain fell, and instead of a rainbow, around 60% of humanity transformed into mindless zombies, uncontrollably attacking the living. Coupled with the emergence of mutated animals, human survival became increasingly precarious. However, capable individuals also arose before Bai Yaoyao's death. There were already 9th-level superpowers among humanity. She herself was among them, having awakened her spatial abilities. Initially, her powers could only store supplies, proving rather limited. Yet, through her exceptional skills, she managed to elevate her powers to the 3rd level, discovering that her spatial abilities could also unleash spatial blades, perform spatial cuts, throw, and teleport. This synergy with her physical prowess propelled her to 6th place on China's top 10 power rankings. Nevertheless, she remained unable to defeat the royal-level zombies. The capital base of China disseminated a message. Acquiring 10 different types of royal zombie cores could lead to the development of a vaccine, effectively ending the apocalypse. However, as humanity grew stronger, so did the zombies, who even developed intelligence. 3 years later, solitary zombies became a rarity. Without teamwork, it was nearly impossible for one person to combat a horde of zombies, as they learned to coordinate their attacks on human bases. Obtaining the 10 distinct royal zombie cores proved exceedingly difficult. The most formidable time zombie had claimed the lives of all who encountered it, with its very existence inferred only from the decaying bodies left behind. Bai Yaoyao silently closed her eyes, clenching her fists, and recalled the brothers she had lost in her past life. Her heart surged with excitement. They were all alive. This was the true significance of her rebirth. This time, she would guide them through the apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the tranquil sea before swiftly returning to her beachfront villa. After years as a killer, she had amassed a modest fortune and, accustomed to a life of violence, occasionally treated herself to a brief respite. She felt an overwhelming urge to accomplish many tasks, the foremost being to recollect and document the critical timelines and events from the 10 years of the apocalypse. Habitually retrieving paper and pen from her spatial abilities, she began to write, only to suddenly realize, wait, the apocalypse hadn't even begun yet. How did she already possess powers? With urgency, she probed further and discovered that her spatial abilities not only remained intact, but had also evolved. In her previous life, her spatial capacity was merely the size of a 20 square meter bedroom, only expanding to that of a football field upon reaching the 9th level. Now there seemed to be no discernible boundaries. It appeared that it could expand to whatever size she required. Strangely, a house had manifested within her space, and Bai Yaoyao was curious to discover what lay inside. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she felt a wave of dizziness and found herself inside the house. Bai Yaoyao stood in awe. Her spatial abilities had mutated remarkably. She could enter. In her previous life, her space could not accommodate living beings. If she could enter, did that mean other life forms could too? Unfortunately, she had no small animals on hand for experimentation. As she explored the house, she found it sparsely furnished, with only a bed in the main room, alongside 2 other rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, all quite basic in design. To her delight, the area outside was land a place to cultivate. No matter how much she stockpiled, supplies would eventually run out. but the ability to regenerate was the true assurance of survival. Suddenly, she recalled the core of the royal-level space zombie and speculated that it might be the catalyst for her spatial evolution. Yet, why had she been reborn? Unable to comprehend, she decided to set aside such thoughts, for her list of tasks was extensive, and time was a luxury she could not afford to waste. She took out her phone and dialed Fat Brother. "Sister Yaoyao, what's up?" Hearing his voice made tears well up in her eyes before his death. He had shouted for her to escape. Yet, she had chosen to fight. "Fat Brother, where are you?" "I'm eating lobster. This lobster is delicious." His cheerful voice came through. "Come find me, I'll send you my location." "All right, I'll bring you some lobster to try, it's really good." After hanging up, he packed a generous portion of lobster and hurriedly drove toward Bai Yaoyao. Fat Brother, originally named Qin Xiaoping, was a year older than Bai Yaoyao. He had been picked up by their master on the same day, taught skills, and given the means to make a living, resulting in the gradual growth of their organization. However, their master had passed away before him, entrusting the organization to Bai Yaoyao in his final moments. Having reached this point, they had earned enough money to retire, and Fat Brother wished to lead everyone away from their former lives. Bai Yaoyao harbored no other thoughts but to ensure everyone's safety, allowing each to marry and live a normal life. After all, they had all endured great hardship in their youth. Bai Yaoyao's personality was a stark contrast to her appearance, with fair skin, large doll-like eyes, a delicate nose, and a sweet smile complemented by 2 dimples. She had completed countless level missions, often leaving targets in disbelief that the beautiful, articulate girl before them was the top-ranked assassin. Chapter 2. Liquidation of Assets. As Bai Yaoyao diligently recorded the significant moments and events from her memory, the plump fellow arrived. "Sister Yao, come quickly. Eat while it's hot." Bai Yaoyao watched as a hefty mass of meat approached with lively strides, her spirits soaring. Despite his stout appearance, the plump fellow was surprisingly adept and resourceful, possessing a shrewdness that belied his seemingly simple demeanor. The memory of his dismembered form from her previous life, sacrificed to save her, weighed heavily on her heart. Although he was portly, he exhibited remarkable agility and had awakened both earth and metal abilities, rendering him an indomitable force in defense and offense within their team. With deftness, Bai Yaoyao seized a lobster and began to devour it without hesitation. After a decade of hardship in the apocalypse, even a warm meal was a luxury, let alone a delicacy like lobster. With the newfound space at her disposal, she contemplated how to amass resources. In mere moments, she consumed a lobster nearly the size of a child's arm, leaving the plump fellow astonished. "Sister Yao, what's going on?" "This." Bai Yaoyao chuckled, swiftly storing the half-eaten lobster in her space, only to retrieve it moments later, then returning it once more. Witnessing this, the plump fellow sprang to his feet, his expression shifting from naïve to alert as he scanned the room for onlookers. Confirming their solitude, he turned to Bai Yaoyao, stating, "I must find Sister Peiqi to hypnotize me into forgetting this. The fewer who know, the safer it is. I don't want to know about your adventures. I only wish for your safety." Casting a worried glance at her, he muttered under his breath, "This foolish girl truly gives me no peace," as he prepared to leave. "Bai Yao, come back. You will find out eventually. Time is fleeting," she implored. He hesitated, then stomped his foot in frustration, spinning around to exclaim, "Oh, Sister Yao, what is happening here?" Bai Yaoyao playfully wiggled her fingers and laughed. "I thought you weren't curious. How could I not be curious? I'm dying of curiosity. What is this?" Before he could finish, she interjected earnestly, "Plum Brother, you're the person I trust most in this world, aside from my master. What I am about to share may be hard to believe, but it is true. In 3 months, the apocalypse will commence, and many will turn into zombies, including Lulu and Chunxian. The rest of us will awaken our abilities, struggling against countless zombies and relentless mutated beasts for a decade, until we ultimately fail against the boss and perish. I've been reborn to this day. What you just witnessed is my ability, space manipulation." The plump fellow's small, slitted eyes widened in astonishment. Leaning against the sofa, he pondered his response for a long while. "Sister Yao, who dies first?" "You do, to save me," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Indeed, like a true man, you have not failed your master's final wishes." He sighed deeply. Bai Yaoyao felt relieved that he did not think her mad. Suddenly, the plump fellow stood up, touching her forehead, hands on his hips, and asked, "What is this? 1, 2, 1 plus 1 equals what?" Bai Yaoyao sighed, "Plump brother, I'm being serious. I wish it were false. I hope you merely had too much to drink or are feverish. Now, tell me what you need. I currently have 360 million in funds, and my assets total around 80 million. I will liquidate them and transfer the proceeds to your account." Bai Yaoyao gave him a thumbs up, stating, "I don't intend to inform anyone else. Just the two of us will suffice. We must avoid any butterfly effect and gather our comrades. We will act separately. You're familiar with weaponry. Don't send me money. Use it to purchase arms. No low-caliber weapons, as they are ineffective against zombies. Get heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and explosives. The more, the better. Understood. I'll set out immediately. I may need to visit several places. Do you require pharmaceuticals? If so, I can handle that. I have connections," he readily agreed. "Yes, those are critical resources in the apocalypse. Even if we don't use them, we can trade them for credits and crystals at the base. Huagua is the most orderly nation in the world, and I have collaborated with their officials. They are absolutely reliable. We must return to Huagua before the apocalypse strikes." "Understood, Sister Yao. I shall take my leave. All right, stay safe. See you later." After the plump fellow departed, Bai Yaoyao took out her phone to assess her assets. In her Swiss bank account lay the $500 million her master had bequeathed her. Moreover, her personal account held over 800 million huabai. Although the sum appeared substantial, money was fleeting. After a moment of contemplation, she made a call. "Hello, beautiful assassin. What a surprise to receive your call. Would you care to dine with this dashing gentleman?" "I accepted the task you mentioned last time," Bai Yaoyao interrupted, disregarding the playful tone on the other end. "Ha! Splendid. I'll transfer a deposit of 100 million once we hang up. The remaining 500 million will go directly to your account upon completion." "Agreed." Within 5 minutes of hanging up, a notification for a 100 million transfer appeared in her account. Wang Fugue, male, foolish but wealthy, patriotic. This was the customer information noted in by Yaoyao's phone from a previous collaboration. He was the only son of the Wang family, known for spending lavishly despite his average earning abilities. He had sought her out to eliminate Sato Shinichi, the largest entrepreneur in our country, merely for the latter's public proclamation that Huagua could never surpass the D Empire, having just completed a task and sustained minor injuries. Bai Yaoyao had asked for time to consider. Now, with her spatial abilities at her disposal and her safety assured, she was reluctant to let this lucrative opportunity escape her grasp. Determined, she booked a flight to our country, intending to gather supplies while she executed the assassination. From what she had heard from officials, our country had essentially collapsed at the onset of the apocalypse, surrounded by seas and devastated by torrential rains and 2 significant earthquakes, leaving ordinary citizens defenseless. Was it unreasonable to harvest resources from a nation destined to waste them, rather than allowing a country's supplies to go to waste? It would be wiser for her to claim them, sparing her the need to hoard resources upon returning to Huagua and competing with others for survival essentials. Preserving even a fraction of humanity offered hope. Ending the apocalypse was not a solitary endeavor. Chapter 3. Purchasing specialty products. Bai Yaoyao discovered that her space possessed a preservation function. The leftover lobster remained warm and identical to when she had first placed it inside, even after a considerable amount of time had passed. This revelation lifted her spirits, allowing her to feel that her life could be less burdensome in this lifetime. Before her departure, she made sure to procure a substantial selection of seafood specialties from Australia, heading straight to the local wholesale market to order $2 million worth of seafood. Among her favorites were the lobsters, which both she and Pang relished. In addition to lobsters, she purchased a variety of other seafood, including salmon, black pomfret, yellowtail, abalone, squid, octopus, sardines, king crabs, coral crabs, snow crabs, sea urchins, flower snails, scallops, and more, effectively monopolizing the entire seafood market. After ensuring the goods were transported to the warehouse, Bai Yaoyao, confirming the departure of others, stored everything into her space. Next, she sought to acquire prepared seafood dishes, as her culinary skills were limited to instant noodles with an egg. merely possessing ingredients would be futile. Her companions were equally inexperienced in cooking, having grown accustomed to their master's provisions. Thus, she directly ordered 10,000 servings of lobster and 10,000 servings of mixed seafood from the restaurant frequented by Pang Ge. As for other delicacies, she would attend to them upon her return to her homeland. For when it came to cuisine, no one dared claim superiority over Huagua. Following this, she drove to purchase 100,000 boxes of sheep oil, 30,000 sweaters, 30,000 leather coats, 30,000 pairs of cotton boots, and 30,000 cotton quilts. In the second year of the apocalypse, temperatures plummeted, reaching as low as -60 to 70 degrees. These items transformed into essential lifesavers. It was challenging even to extend one's hand to fend off zombies. Fortunately, with the enhancement of supernatural abilities, people's tolerance to heat and cold had significantly improved. Additionally, she procured 100,000 barrels of Australian infant formula. Though intended for infants, there were no rules prohibiting adults from consuming it. In the apocalypse, nutritious resources were invaluable. Now that she was in Australia, it felt inappropriate to return without bringing back some local specialties. Once all items were safely stored in her space, Bai Yaoyao gazed at the disorganized supplies and frowned slightly. She retrieved her phone, opened a platform, and placed orders for 10,000 industrial-grade stainless steel storage racks from 5 different stores. She standardized the specifications to 7 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 5 meters high, comprising 6 layers. Without urgency, the delivery would take approximately a month. The expedited service would incur significant costs. Bai Yaoyao calculated the timeline and decided against the rush, opting instead to pay a deposit. With satisfaction, she boarded a flight to our country, dressed in a student-like outfit. Her hair styled in a bun adorned with a small rabbit hairpin, exuding an aura of innocence and charm. Upon arrival, she took a taxi directly to the venue of the new product launch by the Sato company, having learned online that Sato Shinichi would be in attendance. She intended to mingle and see if she could fulfill her mission. As she arrived at the entrance, her eyes lit up upon spotting Sato Shinichi descending from a strikingly modified bulletproof Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The sight was exhilarating, though the price was prohibitively extravagant for someone like Bai Yaoyao, who had toiled hard for her earnings. After a brief internal reflection, she blended into the crowd, as the event had yet to commence, with Sato likely in the VIP lounge. After some searching, she finally located a spot, incapacitating a water server to don her uniform. Disguising herself to evade surveillance as she entered the lounge, she discreetly poisoned the tea, believing that a true assassin need not resort to violence every day. Employing intellect to resolve problems was far superior. Upon entering, she set down the poisoned water and casually cast a sweet glance at Sato Shinichi, who, with a charming smile, paused while lifting his teacup, whispering after this, "Seek me out." Bai Yaoyao shyly nodded as she watched him consume the poisoned drink, internally marveling at how effortlessly she could eliminate him. 600 million in her grasp. Seizing the opportunity before the bodyguards could react, she struck swiftly. The 4 guards fell without even being able to call for reinforcements. Grabbing the car keys, she hoped to uncover further fortune. After erasing any evidence and snapping a photo of Sato Shinichi to send to Wang Fugue, she slipped into her space. Why waste her supernatural abilities when she could enjoy a peaceful lunch instead? After practicing her abilities for a while, Bai Yaoyao realized that, although her space had mutated, her supernatural level remained at 1, unable to advance without crystals, but she could hone her proficiency. This training felt effortless, and before she knew it, night had fallen. Changing into black attire, donning a mask and hat, she exited the space, sneaking away. Spotting the Alpine armoring vehicle parked at the roadside, she grinned. An unexpected windfall awaited her. It appeared that Sato Shinichi's demise had caused widespread panic, leaving everyone preoccupied. With the car keys in hand, she drove off, reaching a secluded area devoid of surveillance, where both she and the vehicle entered her space for a restful slumber. The following day, Bai Yaoyao donned a new outfit and commenced her grand shopping spree. Wang Fugue had transferred the remaining payment, inexplicably adding an extra 200 million. Now, her personal account boasted 1,600 million, having spent nearly 70 million in Australia. With an additional 500 million from her master, she had ample resources to stock up. At that moment, her phone rang. Wang Fugue. Killer sister, you're incredible. Just a day after expressing your intent to take on a mission, Sato is dead. He exclaimed loudly. Bai Yaoyao instinctively held the phone slightly away from her ear. You sent an extra 200 million. Of course. You executed the task splendidly. Are you still in her country? There's another mission. I'm not available. I'm not taking it, Bai Yaoyao interrupted. The reward is 1 billion. He persisted. Tell me more. Bai Yaoyao felt her cheeks flush. Wang Fugue's enthusiasm surged as he announced, blow up the Yasukuni shrine. Bai Yaoyao was rendered speechless. His patriotism was amusingly earnest. However, she found herself intrigued by the mission, not merely for the billion, but for other reasons as well. I'll take it, she finally replied. Ha ha ha. As expected of the top assassin, Wang Fugue cheered. Bai Yaoyao hung up, contemplating before dialing Xiaomi, who had long been active in Southeast Asia and likely had resources at her disposal. Yaoyao, can you give me a CAS 287 bomb? I'm in her country, she requested. Hearing Xiaomi's voice filled Bai Yaoyao with a sense of completeness. In her previous life, Xiaomi had not awakened her abilities and had sacrificed herself while surrounded by zombies, holding a bomb and charging towards them to avoid burdening others. Now, everyone was alive. How wonderful. I'm in. What do you plan to do? Xiaomi asked, her tone turning serious. Blowing things up is no joke. Without a helicopter and Oppo's assistance, how will you escape? It can't be set on a timer. Don't worry. I have a plan, Bai Yaoyao assured her. Go to 1019 Jingtian Avenue. Just mention my name. No payment needed. They owe me a life, she instructed confidently. Xiaomi, reassured by Bai Yaoyao's calm demeanor, ceased her worries, certain that Bai Yaoyao was more than capable of handling herself. Chapter 4. Stockpiling country Bai Yaoyao hung up the phone and proceeded to the location mentioned by Xiaomi to retrieve the bomb, which she then stored in her space. She began stockpiling supplies, planning to execute her plans when leaving country otherwise, with the state of martial law at home, it would be impossible to shop freely. Bai Yaoyao contacted Xiaomi again and rented a spacious factory. She visited the site first to ensure its remoteness and the absence of surveillance cameras, which put her mind at ease. She found a person in the Chinese forum who worked in food wholesale and arranged to meet in the afternoon. During lunch, she casually stopped by a roadside restaurant, ordering eel rice, a beef platter, matcha tofu, tempura, sashimi don, and plum wine. Since her rebirth, her appetite had significantly increased. She was unsure whether it was due to the small portions at this restaurant, but after consuming all these dishes, she still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Consequently, she ordered a portion of cheesy pork cutlet to feel adequately filled. Bai Yaoyao found the flavors delightful and took out her phone to access the translator. Boss, I would like to order 500 portions of each dish I just had. How long will it take to prepare? She inquired. Such a large quantity? That will take until tomorrow. We don and amp. Oppo's. To have enough ingredients, as we use only the freshest produce, the owner replied. All right, I will come and collect it tomorrow evening. Just ensure it is packed in thermal boxes. Bai Yaoyao decisively paid the deposit. Upon agreeing, the owner promptly left to procure ingredients, recognizing the magnitude of the order. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Yaoyao met with the wholesaler she found online, namely Hua. She took a sip of water to clear her throat, preparing to negotiate the best price. Every penny was hard-earned, and she could not afford to be careless after all the hardships she had endured over the years. The thought of her previous life, where her wealth had turned into mere numbers post-apocalypse, pained her deeply. This time, she was determined to prepare thoroughly. Not a single yuan could be wasted. Ultimately, she successfully acquired 10,000 bags of Yuguang rice, 5,000 bags of Akita rice, 5,000 bags of Qixing rice, and 5,000 bags of Meimeng rice, all at prices below the market wholesale rate. She planned to procure some Wuchang rice from northeast China and southern rice upon her return, ensuring there would be ample supply for her companions. Even if she had forgotten how to cook, she still possessed the skills to steam rice in a rice cooker. Next came the flour. According to Li Hua, There were generally two types in country are weak flour for making bread and cakes, and strong flour primarily for dumplings and buns. Bai Yaoyao felt that flour from her homeland was more reliable. Thus, she ordered 3,000 gene of each type. For oils, she could only procure a maximum of 5,000 barrels of olive oil, grapeseed oil, soybean oil, and corn oil, as that was the extent of the available stock across multiple wholesale markets. Given her lack of cooking experience, Bai Yaoyao was uncertain if these supplies would suffice. She intended to consult with Fat Brother upon her return and purchase more from her homeland if necessary. She also sought various condiments, starting with salt and sugar. Salt was straightforward. She cleared out the wholesale market, acquiring 22,000 boxes, each containing 70 bags. Its utility was vast, serving not only as a seasoning, but also as an electrolyte supplement, a disinfectant, and a daily necessity for the human body. Sugar, however, posed challenges for stockpiling due to regulations. Personal purchases in bulk were prohibited. Even supermarkets and wholesale markets required qualifications for large transactions. Li Hua managed to secure 1,000 boxes here, each containing 100 bags, along with 1,000 boxes of rock sugar and brown sugar. Additionally, she asked Xiaomi to procure 8,000 gene of white granulated sugar from the black market. Xiaomi, bewildered, since that Sister Yao was up to something significant, though she complied with the order without question. The seafood soy sauce from country are suited by Yaoyao and Appos as palate well, so she ordered 2,000 boxes. She also purchased 1,000 boxes of vinegar, light soy sauce, and cooking wine. Uncertain of the quantity needed for each meal, she made estimations, knowing that she and her companions would often lack the time to cook. Most of these supplies were intended for exchange with the authorities for crystal core resources. In the apocalypse, strength was paramount. She did not wish to squander time on indulgences. However, if opportunities arose for a better life, she would gladly embrace them. No one had a penchant for suffering. She decided to buy seasonings upon her return to her homeland, as they were not essential for survival and would not impede the livelihood of ordinary people. Next on her list were the instant food products, which were quite commendable in country are, and she aimed to stockpile generously. After reviewing the available food types in the market, she declared 2,000 portions of grilled chicken skewers, 8,000 bags of Wagyu rolls, 3,000 boxes of rice balls in various flavors, 3,000 portions of crab sticks and fried chicken from Lawson, 3,000 chicken rolls and sandwiches from Family Mart, 2,000 boxes of glutinous rice dumplings, 2,000 bags of shrimp rice rolls, 5,000 boxes of seaweed egg flour soup, and 5,000 boxes of pork bone soup. Additionally, I require 50,000 boxes of self-heating rice, 20,000 self-heating hot pots, 20,000 packs of instant ramen, and 10,000 boxes of various bento options. These items would constitute the staple diet for her and her brothers moving forward, so she ordered in abundance, knowing their appetites were hearty. For instance, Fat Brother could easily consume 3 boxes of self-heating rice in one sitting. Moreover, at the onset of the apocalypse, everyone would be inexperienced with their abilities, and these supplies could be life-saving. Thus, she intended to buy as much as possible, planning to forego other purchases upon her return except for her personal favorite, braised beef noodles. The items you are buying have relatively short shelf lives. Are you certain you want to stockpile so much? Li Hua inquired. Absolutely. Proceed with the shipment. Although my order is substantial, you must guarantee quality. I will not accept discrepancies in weight, and the expiration dates must be recent. Otherwise, I will not pay the remaining balance, Bai Yaoyao stated firmly. Rest assured, we are from the same country. I will not cheat you. I will make a decent profit from this order, and once I finish, I will return home. After so long away, I miss my family dearly, Li Hua vowed sincerely. Bai Yaoyao nodded, finding him to be genuine, and inquired, that in Appos. That's great. Are there any wholesale markets for snacks? There are. I can drive you there. It's a bit far, but you'll need to pay a deposit. I'll deliver the goods early tomorrow morning, and you can settle the remaining payment then. Not a problem. Subsequently, Bai Yaoyao purchased an array of snacks, knowing that if she didn't tea by now, They would be impossible to find during the apocalypse when a country might fall. Crispy corn puffs, dorayaki, soy milk wafers, caramel toffee, boneless duck feet, Japanese milk tea, milk pudding, ready-to-eat crab sticks, cheese-filled fish balls, white peach jelly, charcoal-grilled coconut chips, Meiji fruit juice gummies, assorted yogurt drinks, sake, plum wine. Bai Yaoyao grew increasingly excited with each purchase, feeling elated. Her spirits soared. If it weren't for her desire to save more funds for bombs, she would have loved to continue shopping. She had already spent over 5 million on snacks. And a pang of regret hit her as she found herself wanting everything she laid eyes upon. Merchants, hearing of her bulk purchases, hurried over to promote their goods. Bai Yaoyao welcomed them all, ready to buy anything if the price was right. She took a moment to calm her excitement before leaving the snack wholesale market. Chapter 5. The Cycle of Deception. After a long day of stockpiling supplies, Bai Yaoyao glanced at the list she had meticulously prepared, only to realize that her efforts had yielded disappointingly few purchases. While she had managed to address some of her immediate food concerns, a multitude of items remained unacquired. Thus, she resolved to conduct further research. She would refrain from purchasing essentials such as water, meat, vegetables, and fruits in her country due to the disturbing prevalence of nuclear radiation. Tomorrow, her primary focus would be on acquiring various living necessities. To save time, she opted against personally browsing the aisles. Consequently, she composed a message to Li Hua. Please procure 2,000 units each of microwaves, induction cookers, electric boiling pots, frying pans, and skillets. 5,000 sets of tableware. 100,000 sets of disposable utensils. 50,000 tents. 50,000 sets of bedding and pillows. 10,000 large rolls of toilet paper. 10,000 small packages. 10,000 boxes of cotton soft towels. 10,000 boxes of masks. And 5,000 boxes of sanitary napkins. Additionally, obtain 10,000 hot water bags. 10,000 electric kettles. 5,000 boxes of laundry detergent. 10,000 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes. And 10,000 combs and hair ties. Furthermore, acquire 20,000 units each of sunscreen, facial cleanser, and moisturizing cream. Once she confirmed that she had covered all her needs, she pressed send, opened her navigation app, and checked the location of the Jingwa Shrine, noting its proximity to her hotel. She planned to scout the area the following day. Before retiring for the night, she made a phone call to Fat Brother, ensuring that both were safe, which provided her with a sense of relief. Bai Yaoyao felt a newfound clarity of thought, having emerged from the initial confusion of her rebirth. Regardless of how extraordinary her resurrection might be, she was determined to seize this opportunity and strive with all her might to guide her comrades through the trials of this apocalyptic world. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were relatively foolish, lacking in coordination and moving sluggishly. Any capable individual equipped with tools could easily fend them off. Thus, establishing a stable base of residence was crucial, as it would allow for better rest at night and facilitate the absorption of crystal stones. She opened the map of Huagua on her phone, contemplating the establishment of her first stronghold in H City, situated at the northernmost point of the country. Although it was somewhat remote, this location had previously hosted a unique mutated tree that had devoured countless humans and zombies, eventually gaining mobility. Even at the time of her death, neither the ability users nor the authorities had succeeded in eliminating it, marking it as a significant threat to humanity. Therefore, she resolved to take advantage of the creature's recent awakening to either capture or eradicate it. From H City, she planned to progress towards City, the central base of Huagua. The resources along the way would be ample enough for her group to level up, provided they reached the city by the 4th year of the apocalypse. Starting from that year, zombies would evolve into intelligent beings, beginning organized assaults on human strongholds. Some might argue that with the chance of rebirth, hoarding food and drink, and remaining in a safe space would be ideal, devoid of danger and filled with ease. Yet, Bai Yaoyao possessed an adventurous spirit and a refusal to accept defeat. Having lost once, she could not afford to lose again. She envisioned a future where the apocalypse would end and she could return to a more mundane existence as a laid-back assassin. taking on missions at her leisure and enjoying well-deserved breaks. Alternatively, she considered pursuing a stable job with a 9-to-5 schedule and benefits, which brought her comfort. Once she had solidified plans for her first stronghold, she called Peichi in the country. "Hello, Sister Yaoyao. I miss you. It has been a week since I last saw you. I want hugs and kisses." Bai Yaoyao smiled. Peichi was an adorable presence, beloved by all. Although she presented herself as a psychiatrist with remarkable hypnotic skills, in her previous life, she had awakened healing abilities, serving as the team support, colloquially known as the nanny. "Peichi, I have a task for you." "Sure, Sister Yaoyao, what is it?" Her sweet, playful tone shifted to one of seriousness in an instant. "Sell all the properties under your name and purchase a large villa near Fengming Mountain in H City, ensuring it is spacious enough to accommodate our entire organization. Additionally, upgrade the security features to the highest level, using bulletproof glass and doors, preferably in a secluded area with minimal neighbors. After completing these tasks, set aside enough for your basic living expenses and transfer the remaining funds to my account." "Understood, Sister Yaoyao. I will start immediately," Peichi replied without hesitation, hanging up the phone without asking further questions. The absence of elaboration indicated that the timing was not yet right for explanations, and there was no need for additional inquiries. This was the product of 20 years of cultivated trust and understanding. The apocalypse was harsh, yet Bai Yaoyao found happiness in the presence of her comrades. Bai Yaoyao cherished her wanderlust, having never purchased a home, while Peichi preferred a more tranquil lifestyle, diligently attending her job and earning a monthly salary of 800 yuan, all the while accumulating properties. Given the current housing market, her assets were likely worth nearly 100 million. Failing to sell them would result in significant losses. Once everything was arranged, Bai Yaoyao finally allowed herself to rest. The following morning, she left her hotel, retrieved her pre-ordered meal from the restaurant, and took a taxi to the vicinity of the Jingwa Shrine to scout the area. The effective blast radius of her bomb was 200 meters, yet the shrine itself spanned approximately 100,000 square meters. Her mastery of spatial manipulation had become proficient, allowing her to place items at a maximum distance of 200 meters. Upon locating the main hall, she meticulously examined the surrounding key points. This hall was dedicated to the notorious war criminals, symbolized by the mirror and the sword. Thus, she decided to use this site as the placement point for her bomb, confident that the customer, Wang Fugue, would be satisfied. Once the bomb detonated, she planned to escape amidst the chaos, or if unable to flee, to feign innocence, presenting herself as a typical orphan girl. With the shrine and Oppo's daily influx of tourists, it was unlikely anyone would suspect her involvement. Having finalized her plan, Bai Yaoyao proceeded to the factory she had rented the day before. Li Hua called to inform her that the items she had ordered were on their way, arriving just as she reached the site. As the delivery workers unloaded their cargo and departed, Bai Yaoyao randomly inspected a portion of the goods, finding nothing amiss, which suggested that Li Hua was indeed reliable. She spent a tedious day at the factory as trucks came and went, and by 8 in the evening, all her requested items had been delivered, including the sweets she had purchased from the black market with Xiaomi. Perishable goods were promptly stored in her spatial realm upon arrival. The factory's exterior was obscured by rice and flour, rendering it inconspicuous to any potential observers. Once everything was accounted for, Bai Yaoyao quickly gathered her things, locked the warehouse door, and prepared to leave. However, as she exited the warehouse, she sensed someone trailing her. The pursuer and Oppo's stealth was commendable. Had her awareness of spatial nuances not sharpened, she might not have detected them immediately. It was evident they were accustomed to engaging in illicit activities. Uncertain if they were armed, Bai Yaoyao chose to remain cautious. After walking 50 meters, the pursuers could no longer contain themselves. 5 men, unarmed and lacking any ambush. With this confirmation, Bai Yaoyao felt emboldened to act. She swiftly drew a dagger from her spatial domain and engaged them with lethal precision, delivering fatal strikes without unnecessary flourishes. Bai Yaoyao had honed her skills in the art of killing. Mercy was not an option. However, she spared one individual to inquire about their intentions. Chapter 6. The destruction of the sacred toilet. Bai Yaoyao looked down at the man beneath her feet and inquired, "Can you speak English?" "No, no, no, please, don't kill me." He trembled, realizing that this woman was utterly ruthless, striking without hesitation. Confused about their purpose, he hastily begged for mercy. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes in exasperation and pulled out her phone, activating the translation app. After much back and forth, she finally understood that this man had been sent from the black market, drawn by her substantial purchases of candy and supplies, intending to exploit a mere foreign girl for profit. Bai Yaoyao coerced the man into driving her to their base, which turned out to be a car rental agency. They must know I have limited funds and decided to deliver supplies, she thought. Without a hint of mercy, she eliminated all 17 individuals present. In this line of work, one must be prepared to lose their head at any moment, especially since they harbored too many secrets. Upon inspecting the vehicles at the rental agency, she was delighted to discover 3 modified Paramount Marauders, ideal for the apocalyptic world. She also collected several Jeep Rubicons, Land Rover Defenders, and Toyota Prados. Although she initially hesitated to take other inferior models, she reconsidered, knowing that her companion, the monkey, was skilled with vehicles and modifications. Who knew when they might need spare parts on the road? Thus, she stored the remaining 15 vehicles in her space, along with all the tools for repair and modification. Finally, she cleared out the last 2 boxes of instant noodles. The entire car rental agency was stripped bare, leaving nothing but refuse behind. Elated, Bai Yaoyao felt as though she had saved a fortune. Having acquired a vehicle from Sato Shinichi the previous day and now 6 usable ones from the rental agency, she only lacked a camper. With many tasks at hand, she knew she could easily forget something, so she promptly called the monkey. "Yaoyao, help!" Bai Yaoyao paused, realizing she had overlooked the fact that the monkey was the most reckless before the apocalypse, stirring trouble nearly every day. "What's wrong now?" she asked. "Yaoyao, you didn't scold me directly?" "Ha ha ha, it's nothing much, just currently on the run. Why are you calling me?" His voice conveyed a sense of urgency, mixed with the sounds of rapid footsteps and distant gunfire. "I need a few camper vans. Make them impressive, fire and water resistant would be ideal, and if they can withstand blades and bullets, that would be perfect," Bai Yaoyao stated, noting the monkey's lightheartedness as a sign that he was safe. "Can camper really do that?" he replied, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "I'll try my best," the monkey responded, resigned. "Gather plenty of tools for repairs and modifications, and don't spend frivolously. After you finish with the campers and acquire the tools, transfer your funds to my card. Then go find Peichi," Bai Yaoyao instructed. "Can I keep some money for dating?" The monkey queried. "Do you want to die?" "Understood, Yaoyao. I promise to complete the task," he assured her, turning serious once more. Once the vehicles were secured, Bai Yaoyao thought of oil, an invaluable resource in the apocalypse. She scrolled through her contacts, contemplating whom to assign this task. Gathering resources within Huagua was unrealistic due to strict regulations. Ultimately, she decided to call Shirtu, who preferred staying in South America, though she was unsure of his current location. "Shirtu, where are you?" "I'm in Iraq. Can you procure some oil?" Bai Yaoyao asked succinctly, understanding Shirtu's straightforward nature. "I have no money. Can I engage in a black market deal?" "That works. Just bring as much as you can," she replied eagerly. "A week," Shirtu concluded before hanging up. The organization had ample tasks, and within the assassin community, they were renowned for their high completion rates and excellent reputation, thus charging a premium for their services. Everyone had substantial funds, yet Shirtu never seemed to hold onto money for long. Having grown up in an orphanage and faced numerous hardships, he had a strong emotional connection to it. Every time he acquired money, he would donate it, but upon discovering that local officials embezzled his donations, he swiftly eliminated 7 corrupt individuals. Unable to remain in his homeland, he spent most of his time in South America, only returning to donate. One persistent investigator, determined to uncover Shirtu's motives for killing despite his charitable nature, resigned from his job and pursued Shirtu for 3 years. He could not fathom the contradiction of someone who donated yet took lives. Shirtu, however, had no desire to explain himself. The investigator returned home, continuing his quest for the truth until he unearthed the embezzlement scandal. Although Shirtu and Appo's actions were a fact, he remained a notorious figure in Huagua. Bai Yaoyao knew Tu was in good spirits, especially when he returned home to eliminate 3 more individuals after learning of the investigators' retaliation. Violence may not resolve fundamental issues, but it can address immediate ones, with Shidu's profound adage. Once everything was settled, Bai Yaoyao let out a long sigh of relief, grateful for her companions who had alleviated much of her burden. If she had to handle everything herself, she would have gone mad trying to manage it all meticulously. In her mind, she reviewed the responsibilities. Fat Brother was in charge of weapons and medicine. Peichi handled housing. The monkey was responsible for vehicles. And Tu was tasked with oil and diesel. Pondering what else was missing, she realized that some items were difficult to procure from her country. She planned to detonate the Yasukuni shrine that afternoon before hurrying back to her homeland, as she had 2 important matters to attend to upon her return. With no time to waste, having familiarized herself with explosives after years of disuse, Bai Yaoyao donned a Japanese-style schoolgirl outfit and entered the Yasukuni shrine, blending in with the tourists. After successfully passing through security with the bomb concealed in her space, she took her time, following the tour route and engaging in light-hearted conversation with 2 older Japanese women, exchanging photos and sharing her favorite rice balls and seaweed snacks. Sensing the opportune moment, Bai Yaoyao excused herself, claiming a need to use the restroom, while her newfound friends insisted on accompanying her. After much persuasion, she managed to slip away alone. She made her way to the restroom, located 200 meters from the main shrine, and placed the bomb strategically at the center. In the brief seconds before detonation, she hurried back to her friends. When the explosion occurred, she grabbed her companions and dashed toward the exit, not out of goodwill, but to distance herself from any suspicion. The 2 women were nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing the blast, their ears temporarily ringing. They were touched to see the Chinese girl they had just met pulling them along in frantic escape. Upon reaching the exit, they found it sealed, but to Bai Yaoyao's surprise, her new friends had some influence, allowing them to be among the first released. Fortunately, the women did not forget her, fervently claiming they were all in this together, and even producing photos as proof. The authorities, seeing Bai Yaoyao's tear-streaked face and petite frame, reluctantly allowed her to leave as well. The 2 older women enveloped her in a warm embrace, and the trio, all teary-eyed, made their way to the airport together. Chapter 7. Wang Fugui's 2 old friends opened their mobile translation app to show Bai Yaoyao. Sister, come visit our country for some fun. I promise to treat you well and take you on a delightful tour. Bai Yaoyao gently shook her head, tears welling as she typed on her phone. I can't oppose. Go. Sister, I'm frightened and just want to go home to rest. My heart is still racing. The old friends nodded in understanding, embraced once more, exchanged contact information, and bid a reluctant farewell. Bai Yaoyao donned her mask and hat, instantly concealing her expression. It had been a while since she had acted so, and she felt slightly out of practice. A recent glance still felt off. She could have been more meticulous. As for her friends and Oppo's invitation, what was the point of going to H country? With 10 dishes, 8 would be pickled vegetables, hardly worth the time. After a brief nap on the plane, she arrived in Huagua, unable to suppress a smile. Stepping into the bustling crowd, she felt a sense of relief. No zombies, no mutated beasts, no aberrant plants. She wouldn't and Oppo's lose her life at any moment, nor would she need to be constantly on edge. Bai Yaoyao shook her head vigorously and took a taxi to a hotel in the city center of a city. Just upon her arrival, she received a call from a significant client, Wang Fugui. Killer sister, I declare, from today onward, you are my goddess. Ha ha, incredible. The top assassin's fame is well-deserved. Has the money been transferred? Bai Yaoyao, uninterested in idle chatter, only cared about her own concerns. Transferred, I just hung up. Wang Fugui exclaimed. Killer sister, may I have the honor of meeting you? Bai Yaoyao, hearing Wang Fugui mention transferring the funds, promptly ended the call. What was there to discuss? Would flattery buy meat? Sure enough, not long after, the money arrived. That rascal. What are you doing? You and Oppo's VE spent another billion. Can you go one day without squandering money? Wang Fugui's father, Wang Yuanbao, scolded his wayward son. How have I squandered? The last time I spent, Sato died. Didn't that earn you a fortune? Wang Fugui retorted. Wang Yuanbao shouted, and this time? This time. Perhaps it can save both our lives. Wang Fugui replied thoughtlessly. To change the subject, he leaned closer to Wang Million, whispering, "Old man, did you know that the Yasukuni shrine was bombed?" Of course. Didn't and Oppos. Do you see how excited the people on the street were? The entire internet crashed. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. If I weren't in Oppos, in a good mood today, you'd have been on the ground by now. Wang Yuanbao responded. Haha, that was my doing. Wang Fugui boasted. Stop bragging. Wang Yuanbao scoffed, utterly unconvinced. I swear, I hired the same assassin who helped me take down Sato. I spent $1 billion, and she succeeded. Wang Fugui insisted, growing anxious as he noticed his father's disbelief. Is that true? Wow, our Wang family is on the rise. You only gave 10 billion? How stingy. Send over another 5 billion. Then come with me to pay respects to your great-grandfather. Wang Yuanbao exclaimed, his eyes filled with affection for his foolish son. Wang Fugui, unaware that his casual excuse would eventually come to fruition one day, lay down on a large bed, examining his inventory list. He marked off the items he had already purchased and circled what was still needed. Hearing the notification sound on his phone, he looked and found that Wang Fugui had transferred another 5 billion. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. Was this what it meant to have money? The agreed price no longer applied. It had increased. Adding the 2 billion from the last task, she thought for a moment and decided to give him an opportunity. She called Wang Fugui. Hello, killer's sister. Can you do me a favor? Bai Yaoyao inquired. Wang Fugui was momentarily stunned. Feeling a sense of importance, as the one who had blown up the shrine was now seeking his assistance. This proved that he was indeed the most impressive one. He boldly replied, Tell me, and I will ensure it gets done. Please help me purchase 10,000 generators, along with 10,000 solar panels and batteries, Bai Yaoyao specified. She contemplated that she could procure these items herself, but with the extra funds, she wished to subtly assist this Navi, wealthy individual. One would think that a little more intelligence would lead to deeper contemplation of one's intentions. To her surprise, the foolishly wealthy Wang Fugui eagerly inquired, Sister, are you changing careers? Or are you being hunted? Let me find someone to rescue you. Our Wang family still has some connections. Bai Yaoyao took a moment to collect herself and said, I also need coal, 10,000 tons. If you don't have that much, give me whatever you can. Wang Fugui replied, I can help, but this is quite a large request. Let me tell you, sister, business cannot be done like this. It will result in losses. Our Wang family is very professional in business. Bai Yaoyao, growing weary of Wang Fugui's rambling, took a deep breath and decided to help him one last time. If he couldn't understand after this, then he was doomed. Without a modicum of intelligence, he wouldn't survive the apocalypse. I also need water, purified water, mineral water, and water for daily use, each in quantities of 10,000 tons. I'll pay for it. Just tell me if you can help procure it. Bai Yaoyao's tone turned decidedly more forceful. Of course, I'll go arrange it right away. Wang Fugui hurriedly agreed, recognizing the urgency in Bai Yaoyao's voice. Don't. I told you. I will pay. I'll send you the delivery address shortly. Bai Yaoyao snapped, realizing that one couldn't engage in normal conversation with someone so dim-witted. Wang Fugui quickly assured her, recognizing that this was a powerful individual capable of blowing up shrines. If he angered her, she could easily eliminate him, much like slaughtering a piglet. I can't afford to offend her. He hastily ran upstairs to inform his father of Bai Yaoyao's request, knowing he lacked the capability to gather such resources so quickly. Wang Yuanbao, upon hearing this, paused. He sensed that things weren't as simple as they appeared. Would someone capable of such a grand feat as bombing a shrine turn to business without reason? Only his foolish son would think so. Thus, he promptly utilized his network to gather everything Bai Yaoyao needed at record speed, ensuring the lowest prices and even providing extra for each item, saving her a significant amount of money. Wang Yuanbao remained unaware of whether his suspicions were accurate, but he followed Bai Yaoyao's lead, purchasing various items and arranging for her living needs. He even reinforced his own villa. Bai Yaoyao rented a house in the suburbs of a city, and besides visiting the warehouse to collect supplies daily, she frequented several delightful restaurants, ordering 500 meals each day, scheduled for staggered delivery. With a plethora of delectable dishes to choose from, including fish-flavored pork, garlic ribs, black pepper beef ribs, shredded lemon chicken, crispy pork, country-style stir-fried meat, boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, cola chicken wings, Beijing-style shredded meat, Northeast cold noodles, braised pork, 3 fresh vegetables, spicy bullfrog, spicy basa fish, mapo tofu, couple's lung slices, mixed salad, oyster sauce lettuce, and stir-fried cauliflower. The culinary offerings of Huagua were far too abundant to exhaust completely. Thus, she turned her attention to sourcing raw materials. After reviewing her existing inventory, she decided to make some additions. She ordered 20,000 bags each of Northeast and Southern rice, 5,000 pounds of flour, 20 tons each of lamb, beef, chicken, duck, and pork, and nearly 3,000 pounds of each type of vegetable and fruit. Crucially, for her favorite hot pot and barbecue, she stockpiled ingredients worth $10 million. KFC had been inundated with numerous orders from various outlets, each day requiring 3,000 servings of assorted meal sets. Among the organization, Xiao Dai had an insatiable fondness for these deep-fried delicacies. Bai Yaoyao, on the other hand, discovered a wholesale furniture market and procured 5,000 units each of beds, mattresses, bedding sets, tables, chairs, and cabinets. With newfound wealth, any surplus could later be exchanged with the authorities for crystal cores to facilitate upgrades. Since Bai Yaoyao was not proficient in cooking, she nearly overlooked the necessity of seasonings. In her country, she purchased only basic condiments such as sugar, salt, and seafood soy sauce. Consequently, she conducted an extensive online search and acquired 1,000 boxes each of commonly used seasonings. As the second year of the apocalypse commenced, the authorities developed new rations, albeit with unpalatable flavors that deterred those with any culinary skill from consuming them. Nevertheless, this initiative somewhat alleviated the food crisis. Most importantly, seeds, they could be cultivated within the designated space. Although the current planting area was limited, it held the potential for future expansion with upgrades. Thus, she cleared out several wholesale stores, encompassing every available vegetable, fruit, and medicinal herb. This was a beacon of hope, and it was indispensable. Chapter 8. Sister Yao strikes again. In the days leading up to this pivotal moment, Bai Yaoyao had diligently procured all the necessary items. The day had finally arrived for an important event. Today was the concert of the illustrious Zhou Tianwang. Bai Yaoyao left her home, having pre-ordered a VIP ticket, and entered the venue early. At the entrance, she purchased a pink light stick, a luminous hairpin, stickers of J on her face, and a wristband. Finally, she spotted a pink sweatshirt adorned with Zhou Tianwang's photo and bought it, putting it on immediately, resembling an infatuated fangirl. Upon arriving at her seat, number 521, she waited for a while until a young man approached her. He paused, surprised to see Bai Yaoyao seated there, and glanced at the ticket in his hand, confirming that there was indeed no mistake. He stepped forward and said, "Hello, I believe you may have misread the number. This is my seat." Bai Yaoyao blinked her large eyes and gently replied, "Could we possibly swap seats? I truly wish to sit here. Seat 521 is not only my birthday, but also the anniversary of my breakup with my boyfriend." At this, she lowered her head, her voice catching with emotion. And when she looked up again, her eyes were red-rimmed. Hearing her refer to him as little brother left the young man utterly flustered. He found himself willing to concede anything. If she asked him to give her his ticket and leave, he would gladly comply. All right, please don't cry. I'll switch with you. Just don't be upset," he hurriedly said. "Thank you so much. My seat is in the VIP area, number 12, Bai Yaoyao replied. The young man was taken aback. VIP area? This was Zhou Tianwang's concert, and VIP tickets were being sold for exorbitant prices. While he could afford it, such tickets were rarely available, and he had never managed to secure one. So he suggested, "Your seat is excellent. Let me give you some extra money." "No, I don't want any money. I'm already very grateful to you for swapping seats," Bai Yaoyao insisted. "Well, if that's the case, I'll head to my seat." "Thank you so much," he said, feeling slightly bashful. "Goodbye, little brother." After taking her seat, Bai Yaoyao closed her eyes. Soon after, a girl named Lu Mengyuan came to sit beside her. Lu Mengyuan was quite attractive and had crossed paths with Bai Yaoyao and her friends during the apocalypse due to a twist of fate. After fortuitously rescuing a friend, they traveled together for a time, and feelings gradually blossomed between the two. Bai Yaoyao had teased Lu Mingyuan about it, as no one had initially realized how adept she was at playing her part. However, during a subsequent mission, Lu Mingyuan betrayed the group by leaking their information to the rival Tianhu team. This betrayal led to an ambush, resulting in Shirtu losing an arm and Peiqi's tragic death, with many others sustaining severe injuries. When the truth came to light, the monkey, who had harbored deep affections for Lu Mingyuan, was heartbroken. In a moment of anguish, he took Lu Mingyuan's life. But it was too late. Shirtu's arm could not be restored, nor could Peiqi return. In a moment of reminiscence, Bai Yaoyao recalled Lu Mingyuan mentioning that she had come alone to watch the concert and was seated at 521, curious to see if seat 520 would be occupied by a handsome gentleman. Instead, it turned out to be a bespectacled nerd. They had all laughed, suggesting that if he were indeed a handsome guy, perhaps the monkey would miss his chance. As Bai Yaoyao was lost in thought, she felt someone approaching. Upon opening her eyes, she confirmed that it was indeed Lu Mingyuan. "Hello, miss. Are you sitting next to me?" Bai Yaoyao sweetly inquired. "Ah, yes. Hello." Lu Mingyuan replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. Bai Yaoyao smiled brightly. Lu Mingyuan pouted, lamenting, "Why can't I just meet a wealthy, handsome guy?" Bai Yaoyao attentively enjoyed the concert, for she genuinely admired Zhou Tianwang's music. It had been ages since she had experienced such joy. She sang along heartily. "On this windy day, I try to hold your hand, but alas, the wind grew so strong that I could no longer see you. Outside the window, the sparrows chatter on the power lines. The sky is azure, waiting for the rain, while I wait for you. The most beautiful moments are not during the rain, but those spent under the eaves with you." As the concert concluded, Bai Yaoyao joyfully stretched her arms and patted Lu Mingyuan. The noise of the crowd necessitated that Lu Mingyuan leaned in closer to hear what she had to say. "Goodbye, Lu Mingyuan," Bai Yaoyao said, before plunging a knife into Lu Mingyuan's vital spot, twisting it as she did so. Lu Mingyuan remained oblivious to the reason behind her demise until her last breath. This was the fate that this wretched person deserved. Bai Yaoyao did not wish to delay until their next encounter. She aimed to eliminate any threats to her and her comrade's safety as swiftly as possible. The antagonist deserved to perish without delay. Had she possessed knowledge of the Tianhu team and Oppo's members, she would have sought to eliminate them all. One could not argue that the apocalypse had yet to commence or that societal order was intact. She was Bai Yaoyao, after all, a practitioner of the lethal arts. She concealed the knife and gently supported Lu Mingyuan, allowing her to lean back against her seat. Seizing the chaos to slip away, Bai Yaoyao departed the scene. By the time the authorities discovered the lifeless body and arrived at the venue, Bai Yaoyao had long since driven away. Humming the song she had heard at the concert, her spirits high as she returned to her hotel. The ticketing information was fabricated. She had evaded surveillance. And the car she drove bore false plates. Let them investigate. They would find no leads. The young man who had swapped seats with Bai Yaoyao was summoned to the police station. Yet he firmly insisted that this incident had nothing to do with her. When asked to describe her appearance, he could only stammer. She was beautiful, with big eyes, incredibly lovely, a delightful voice, covered in stickers, and wearing a Zhou Tianwang sweatshirt. Beyond that, he could offer no further details. The police were left exasperated, realizing that at such a concert, many women donned Zhou Tianwang sweatshirts, and nearly every female fan sported face stickers. How on earth could they narrow it down? As for the description of her being lovely and charming, the officers regarded the young man's dazed expression and his silly grin, casting doubt on his judgment. Peiqi had already purchased a house in H City and had sent the location to Bai Yaoyao, who was currently overseeing renovations. Bai Yaoyao instructed Peiqi to rent a large warehouse in H City, thus embarking on her online shopping endeavors once more. Chapter 9. A change occurs. Bai Yaoyao opened the year 1988, first informing the shopkeeper of the warehouse's location, then purchasing 50,000 barrels of White Elephant brand braised beef noodles. Having already stockpiled various instant food products in her country, she opted not to hoard more, but instead replenished the flavors beloved by herself and her brothers. In terms of clothing, she ordered 10,000 sets of combat-style outfits in various sizes. Casual attire ranged from baby onesies to elderly jackets, with a majority being sportswear, alongside some leisure styles. Additionally, she procured 10,000 sets each of sun protection clothing, winter wear, raincoats, and rain boots. Upon returning to the software homepage, she began perusing recommendations. Chocolate? Purchased. High-end cigarettes and alcohol? Acquired. Diapers for children? Bought. See buckthorn juice? Secured. Baseball bats? Obtained. Various papers, pens, and notebooks? Acquired. Large speakers? Purchased. A variety of traditional Chinese herbs? Obtained. Bai Yaoyao meticulously checked for any missing items, ensuring she purchased everything that might prove useful. The sheer joy of limitless spending rendered her giddy, to the point that Pei, who had been signing for deliveries, appeared utterly dazed. Uncertain of Bai Yaoyao's intentions, Pei hastily transferred all his money to her, anxious not to impede her grand endeavors. As Bai Yaoyao observed the diminishing balance on her card, a sense of reassurance enveloped her. Having discovered a surplus yesterday, she transferred 1 billion huabei to Fat Brother, urging him to convert it all into explosives, a tool of remarkable utility, with her spatial abilities allowing usage from a distance of 200 meters. The prospect of deploying them during a zombie siege painted an exquisite picture in her mind. Only when her card's balance reached 1 million did she cease her frenzied spending, exclaiming that spending money was utterly exhausting. Bai Yaoyao reclined on the grand bed in her space, comfortably cocooned in her blanket, ready to drift off to sleep when her phone chimed. Swiss Bank, October 26, 23:55. Esteemed VIP client, greetings. Your card ending in 0699 has received an income of 120,000,000 huabei, with a remaining balance of 1,201,000,000 huabei. Exercise caution with remittances to guard against fraud. A cascade of text alerts bombarded her. Her brothers had transferred all their funds to her. Bai Yaoyao sighed, deciding against sleep and resuming her shopping spree, eager to acquire more food, drink, clothing, and supplies, all while longing to deplete her funds once more. At 5 in the morning, Bai Yaoyao stifled a yawn and fell asleep, yet the funds remained unspent, a testament to her waning capabilities in spending. She awoke only at noon, glancing at the date. November 1st, her birthday, or rather, the day she and Fat Brother were rescued by their master. After preparing herself in a sleek sports outfit and tying her hair in a high ponytail, she drove to Yujin Mountain, intent on meeting a significant individual, the one who had saved her life. Upon arrival, she commenced her ascent, as it was still early and the mountain was largely populated by elderly morning exercisers. She intentionally avoided the crowd, opting for an undeveloped trail. Bai Yaoyao relished the experience of mountain climbing, enjoying the sensation of standing atop the summit and gazing down, as well as the fragrance of the surrounding flora. On the same day, in her previous life, she had also climbed a mountain, albeit not at such an early hour, resulting in greater crowds. Disliking throngs of people, she sought solace away from the established paths. Halfway up the mountain, she discovered an individual stuck on the slope. Had it not been for the tree that shielded him, he likely would have tumbled down, unable to survive. Bai Yaoyao, intrigued, approached and was relieved to find he was still breathing. Gazing up at the steep incline, she remarked on the man's fortunate circumstances. Typically, her nature would dictate a brief glance before moving on, but having recently been desensitized to violence, she felt compelled to perform a good deed on her birthday. Especially since the man, well, he was rather handsome. Thus, she assisted in dragging him to level ground, staunching his wounds and administering basic care before calling for an ambulance. Afterward, she promptly forgot the incident. Following the onset of the apocalypse, she had once found herself separated from her team during a zombie attack, inadvertently falling into an ant nest, convinced she was doomed. It was this very man who had rescued her. However, at that time, she had been incapacitated by ant venom and, upon regaining consciousness, found herself surrounded by her teammates, the man having vanished. On another occasion, during a perilous moment, she had been miraculously saved again, though she had no knowledge of who had come to her aid, yet felt an inexplicable connection to him. Thus, In this life, Bai Yaoyao meticulously timed her arrival at Yujin Mountain, hoping to encounter him early and ensure he received proper medical attention. However, after scouring the entire mountain, she found no trace of him, only encountering various snakes, insects, and rodents. Doubting her memory, she realized that a decade had passed, and her recollections were not crystal clear. Despite searching every possible location, by 8 o'clock in the evening, she still had not encountered him. Resigned, she decided to retreat, acknowledging that even if she had missed him, the odds of him succumbing to his injuries were slim. Bai Yaoyao felt an unsettling urgency, wondering if her rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, causing events prior to the apocalypse to diverge from her previous life. After tidying up her affairs, she promptly booked a ticket to reunite with Fat Brother. Weapons and medicine had been acquired, yet transporting them into Huabei proved challenging. The transactions were set in Yi Country, her longtime partner, and went smoothly without incident. She instructed Fat Brother to swiftly inform their comrades to gather in H City with Peichi, then made her way to Iraq to find Shirtu. Throughout her journey, she struggled to reach Shirtu, receiving notice that his phone was out of service, which caused her considerable distress, fearing he might have encountered trouble. After eliminating several gang leaders, she finally learned of Shirtu's whereabouts. He was safe but lacked funds for phone credit. Bai Yaoyao discreetly concealed her knife in her pocket, contemplating the fate of the unjustly slain gang leaders, deciding to pay homage to them when she had the opportunity. After collecting the oil Shirtu had procured, she urged him to return to their homeland. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, who seemed to have conjured the items in a thin air, Shirtu and Apos, as ever stoic demeanor finally shifted, displaying a hint of emotion. Sister Yaoyao, Bai Yaoyao interrupted him, saying, "We'll discuss it when we return together. Hurry back home." But Sister Yaoyao, Shirtu attempted to inquire. "Not the time, Shirtu. I need to find Monkey in Los Angeles. We'll talk back home." With that, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly departed. Shirtu watched her swiftly retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh, muttering to himself, "I meant to say I have no money to buy a plane ticket." He pondered for a moment, glancing at the remaining gang members who had yet to be dealt with by Bai Yaoyao, thinking to himself that borrowing some money for a ticket would into Apos be unreasonable. Chapter 10. A change of profession upon arriving in Los Angeles. Bai Yaoyao swiftly stored several RVs prepared by the monkey into her space, contemplating a return to her homeland with him. "Wait, Sister Yao, you're so capable now. Why not help me gather another batch of items?" The monkey exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What items?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "The group that was after me recently. I located their headquarters and discovered they hoarded numerous antiques and gold, many of which are from our homeland. Let us reclaim them. We cannot allow these drug traffickers to profit. I had my eye on a fine vehicle and intended to acquire it through legitimate means, but they had it released specifically to ensnare me. Had I not been clever, I would have been caught," the monkey said, relishing the drama. Bai Yaoyao felt a surge of interest. Gold was indeed precious, and she had not purchased any for herself. In prosperous times, antiques flourish. In chaotic times, gold reigns. In apocalyptic times, cultivation thrives. Accumulating some is prudent, and ancestral treasures should be reclaimed. I could also retrieve the car you desire. Provide me with the location, and you hurry back home. I shall go alone." The monkey, suddenly anxious, protested, "Sister Yao, don't leave me out. I can distract them for you." Bai Yaoyao flexed her wrists and ankles, teasing, "Are you eager to practice?" "Goodbye, Sister Yao." In less than 10 seconds, the monkey vanished from her sight. Bai Yaoyao chuckled softly. Her brothers had their quirks, yet there were lines they would not cross. Without much effort, she successfully acquired the antiques and gold the monkey had mentioned. Seeing the exquisite antiques, Bai Yaoyao felt a twinge of desire and quickly searched for information online regarding the whereabouts of Chinese antiques. She traveled to 6 countries, YF, RM, D, and E. With each departure, news of a museum theft in the respective country followed. Returning items to their rightful owners is not unreasonable. Bai Yaoyao mused, marveling at her spatial abilities, which felt akin to a tool for grand larceny, exhilarating and gratifying. She contemplated that if there ever came a day when the apocalypse ended, and her homeland offered her a legitimate job, one devoid of bloodshed and complete with benefits, she would dutifully surrender all these antiques. Her journey through 6 countries not only allowed her to collect antiques, but also replenished her supplies significantly. Supporting herself and her brothers would pose no challenge. Maintaining a base would be feasible, although she had no intention of establishing one. Bai Yaoyao merely wished to grow stronger, eradicate zombies, and conclude the apocalypse. She had no interest in management or forming teams with strangers. With her brothers, that was sufficient. Suddenly, she found herself yearning for everyone. Before returning home, Bai Yaoyao urged her companions to gather quickly, fearing the apocalypse might commence prematurely and concerned about any unforeseen mishaps that could delay their reunion. By chance, on the day of the apocalypse in her previous life, it coincided with her master's Memorial Day, and everyone had returned. They began together, building trust and cooperation, which gradually solidified their footing. When Bai Yaoyao arrived at City H, Peichi greeted her at the airport. "Sister, I've finally seen you. Do you have any idea how much you've purchased? I rented out an entire row of warehouses, and even that was nearly insufficient," Peichi exclaimed, unable to contain her remarks upon seeing Bai Yaoyao. "I know. Let us head straight to the warehouse," Bai Yaoyao replied, opting not to explain repeatedly. Peichi chattered incessantly during the journey, and Bai Yaoyao smiled, relishing the sound of her delightful banter. The 6th year of the apocalypse had claimed Peichi's life, marking 4 years since they last met, until Bai Yaoyao stored all her supplies away in front of Peichi. It was as if a pause button had been pressed on Peichi's chatter. She fell silent, utterly dumbfounded. Observing Peichi's state, Bai Yaoyao refrained from letting her drive, fearing she might lead them astray. Following Peichi's directions, Bai Yaoyao traveled westward, noting the increasing remoteness and dwindling population. Although encountering zombies would complicate matters, safety was paramount, and she was well prepared with her vehicle. Bai Yaoyao did not consider herself a chosen one. Believing that her rebirth would elevate her status, she dismissed lower-level zombies with disdain. Caution breeds safety. In this life, she hoped everyone would survive until the end. The villa was ideally situated, neither too close to the city, where zombies roamed in abundance, nor to Fengming Mountain, teeming with mutated fauna and flora. Upon entering the villa, Bai Yaoyao recognized Peichi's reliability. The imposing entrance could easily be mistaken for that of a prison, with a private courtyard surrounded by a high wall topped with electrified fencing. Bai Yaoyao had just stepped out of the vehicle when a dark shadow leaped towards her. Instinctively, she prepared to defend herself, only to realize it was a dog. The dog, a Siberian husky, whom she affectionately named Dogsy, had been picked up along her journey. Due to her constant missions, she found it inconvenient to keep a pet and had entrusted it to Peichi. Dogsy gazed at Bai Yaoyao with sorrowful eyes, seemingly expressing grievances through a series of whimpers and playful antics. Bai Yaoyao had never been particularly fond of pets. She found them bothersome and troublesome. When she first found Dogsy, she was struck by its striking appearance and had heard that this breed was not particularly intelligent. So she had taken it to the police station. To her surprise, the dog had stubbornly refused to part ways with her, even after she kicked it away twice. Thus, she had taken it home for a while. After dismantling her home, Bai Yaoyao could no longer tolerate it and had left Dogsy with Peichi, visiting occasionally. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable dog had once endured a zombie's claw for her sake, ultimately succumbing after a prolonged period of starvation, not transforming into a mutated beast, but dying outright. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao embraced Dogsy and planted a kiss on its forehead, holding it tightly in her arms. Dogsy, bewildered, could not comprehend this sudden display of affection, momentarily forgetting to protest, standing there in a daze. Bai Yaoyao laughed joyfully, relishing the moment. "Sister Yao, you're finally back." Xiaomi and others emerged from the house upon hearing her voice. Bai Yaoyao looked up to see Pangu, Xiaomi, Shirtu, Monkey, Dadawan, Adai, Kiki Xiao Shirlu, and Peichi by her side, her brothers from her previous life. And then, Lulu and Shan Xian, who had turned into zombies from the very beginning. Pangu had notified them to come over. Although it would be cruel to see them again, they were still brothers, and what if they hadn't T-turned? Bai Yaoyao felt the need to see them with her own eyes to find closure. Looking at the 11 individuals and one dog before her, she declared from now on, "We shall no longer be the night killers. We're the night squad. We have changed our profession." Chapter 11. The Dark Night Squad by Yaoyao beckoned everyone to enter the house for a discussion. Peichi guided the group through the specially decorated conference room, featuring a long table that exuded a striking ambience. Each member chose a seat, leaving the main position for Bai Yaoyao. "Boss, what's going on?" "Nearly 2 billion in strategic resources?" The Dechin quickly raised his hand like an obedient schoolboy, eager to inquire. "Are we not heading out to confront the ghosts? It doesn't seem wise to set the base in H City." Xiaomi shared her speculation. The matters concerning Sato Shinichi and the Yasukuni Shrine bore the hallmark of Yaoyao's influence, leaving them puzzled about her recent entanglements with her country. "Indeed, boss. Why did you suddenly call everyone back?" "I haven't completed my mission yet." Xiao Shirlu also questioned. "Quiet. Let Yaoyao speak." Fat brother squinted his eyes, clutching a savory pancake. Having given up on dieting ever since Yaoyao proclaimed that the apocalypse was imminent, knowing that many delicacies would soon be out of reach, Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and stated, "From today onward, no one is to leave this room." "Can everyone comply with that?" "What about the mission?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "It will not be pursued." Everyone, except for Fat Brother, inhaled sharply. They recalled their master's words. Missions could be declined, but once accepted, they must be completed. Yaoyao seemed indifferent to this principle, indicating that something grave was afoot. "I'm fine with that." "So am I. I can comply." Woof, woof, woof. Bai Yaoyao regarded each individual intently, for the stakes were high. If even one person wished to leave, she vowed to say nothing further. There existed a regulation within the organization. Once one desired to settle down, they were to withdraw from the organization. Thus, the 12 individuals present, including herself, were all single, unencumbered by familial ties, making them each other's most significant and intimate companions. What I am about to convey may seem incredulous, but it is indeed true. In approximately 1 or 2 months, the apocalypse will arrive. With the onset of extreme heat, 60% of humanity will transform into zombies, while numerous flora and fauna will mutate. Those who remain alive may awaken latent abilities, referred to as awakened ones, who will serve as humanity's primary line of defense against the undead. With this concise declaration, Bai Yaoyao scanned the room. Silence enveloped the conference hall as disbelief settled in. Yet, her recent actions and earnest demeanor left no room for jest. After a prolonged quiet, no one spoke up. Woof, woof, woof. Finally, it was the dog who broke the silence. Everyone watched as Bai Yaoyao casually tossed a large bone into the air, saying, "Go eat, and keep quiet." The dog, seizing the bone, darted out with vigilance, fearing that someone might snatch it away. The beloved master, for once, showed affection, and the dog knew it was cherished. "What I just used was a spatial ability," Bai Yaoyao elucidated. "Wait, Yaoyao, how do you know all this so clearly?" Xiaomi asked. Astonishment etched on her face. "I died and was reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse," Bai Yaoyao confessed. Having grown up together for 20 years and fought side by side for a decade, they shared no secrets among themselves. "Yaoyao, may I ask, how does it feel to die? Do you reflect on your life? Did you remember me?" Peichi hesitated before speaking, and Bai Yaoyao wrapped her fingers on the table, casting her a glance. "Just say it. What does it feel like to die?" The group was caught off guard by Peichi's question. "Seriously, Peichi, what kind of question is that?" Bai Yaoyao chuckled lightly and replied earnestly, "I died too quickly to ponder such matters." "Old Yaoyao, if 60% of people will become zombies, does that mean that about half of us here will turn into zombies?" Lulu inquired. The room fell silent at her words. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Lulu, feeling a pang of sorrow. In her previous life, Lulu had been the first to become a zombie. Suppressing her emotions, she said, "This is official statistical data. Generally speaking, those in good health are less likely to turn. The injured, ill, or those with weakened immune systems are the most susceptible to transformation." Understanding Bai Yaoyao's evasive response, the group refrained from pressing further. With just over a month remaining, the reason for gathering everyone early was due to her discovery of discrepancies between this life and the last. Individuals who should have appeared at certain times had not. Uncertain of the cause, she feared unforeseen events might hasten the apocalypse, hence the early assembly. Understood. In the time we have left, we must train diligently to restore our bodies to peak condition. No late nights, and those with injuries should prioritize their recovery, Fat Brother summarized. Little Dai glanced around, pouting. Yaoyao, Fat Brother, does this mean we won't be able to eat KFC anymore? Little Dai, the youngest at just 16, had debuted at 7, but was, aside from Bai Yaoyao, the most successful in mission completion. According to their master, she was destined for a life of combat. In an instant, Bai Yaoyao produced a children and Appos. Meal complete with a toy, saying, "Eat up. If this ISN and Appos. Tea enough, there's more to fill you until you're sick. I want fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. I want garlic shrimp. I want pork and green onion dumplings. I want pizza. I want ice cream cake. I want 5 king crabs. Woof, woof, woof." Bai Yaoyao, now numb to the chaos, played the role of a diligent server, dishing out orders as they came. She had anticipated a serious atmosphere today. However, the mood had shifted dramatically into a festive gathering, more spirited than a New Year's celebration. Surveying the table laden with a hodgepodge of delicacies from various regions, Bai Yaoyao felt an unexpected cheerfulness, especially as the dog's face radiated a message that dining with her was a privilege for all. She decided to indulge herself with a portion of sauerkraut fish. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother, who subtly nodded in agreement. She realized that the group was not avoiding the topic of whether they would transform into zombies or awaken abilities. Rather, they had collectively chosen to sidestep the discussion. Well, it's fine. What is meant to come will come. Spending these last moments joyfully is also a good thing. The last time Lulu and Xiandi transformed into zombies, it might have been due to their severe injuries. This time, we have the opportunity to recover fully. Perhaps there will be a different conclusion. Feeling an increasing sense of urgency, Bai Yaoyao could no longer remain still. She diligently researched, purchased round-trip tickets, and made her way to our country. She engaged in a grand shopping spree, acquiring resources at no cost. The last time she visited, she had been uncertain of when the apocalypse would arrive. Despite her aversion to this nation, many grievances did not involve ordinary citizens. This time, it was evident that the apocalypse was drawing near, and the impact of her amassed supplies would not be significant. After all, they were on the brink of extinction. Having left behind the chaos, Bai Yaoyao promptly returned home to the villa, contentedly spending time with her comrades, vowing never to venture out again. Chapter 12. Rain falls after the gathering concluded. Bai Yaoyao meticulously explored the villa, which had been home to everyone for nearly a year. Without the prowess of a level 5 supernatural being, traversing the nation would merely serve as a banquet for zombies and mutated beasts. Initially, leveling up was relatively straightforward, but beyond level 4, the journey demanded an immense quantity of crystal stones. Relying solely on herself and a few companions made it exceedingly challenging to amass such resources, as the intention was to exchange supplies with the official government of Huagua for crystal stones. The villa comprised 1 basement and 4 floors above ground. The spacious living room was encircled by a large arrangement of sofas, ample enough for everyone to sit comfortably. The reception room had been repurposed into a meeting room by Peiqi, situated on the left side of the living area, while the dining room and kitchen were to the right. At the back, 2 bedrooms were available. Fat Brother and Shirtu opted to reside on the first floor, serving as the guardians of the entrance. The second floor featured a fitness area at its center, surrounded by 4 bedrooms, with a large balcony offering a view of Fengming Mountain, perfect for feasting and revelry. Xiao Shilu, Dadao Wan, and Chun Xian chose to stay on the second floor. The third floor mirrored the second, though it lacked a balcony. Monkey, Xiaomi, and Kiki each occupied a separate bedroom. Bai Yaoyao, Lulu, and Peiqi took residence on the top floor. In the kitchen, Bai Yaoyao placed some ingredients for everyone to practice their culinary skills, only to discover that it resulted in a waste of resources. None could even manage to cook rice. For a period, the group remained indoors. The injured recuperated while the uninjured engaged in combat practice. Bai Yaoyao realized that her combat awareness had vastly improved compared to her previous life. Coupled with the abundance of supplies she had gathered and her deep understanding of the apocalypse's trajectory, it was akin to starting with an extraordinarily advantageous hand. Once the shells arrived, Bai Yaoyao's obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in, dedicating a whole day to meticulously organizing all the supplies. Initially, she believed there would be an excess of shelves, but to her surprise, they were insufficient. Consequently, she designated a separate corner for military weapons, reserving the shelves solely for food and drink. The 7-meter-long, 5-tiered shelves were arranged with 10 items per row, each aligned with precision. Rows 1 to 5 were filled with various ready-to-eat products, requiring no further preparation. Rows 6 to 10 contained semi-finished items that merely needed reheating in a microwave or boiling. Due to their confinement in the villa and lack of activities, the injured took on the responsibility of cooking rice and boiling water, while also processing the semi-finished goods, preparing adequately for the impending apocalypse. Rows 11 to 13 were dedicated to beverages, stacked closely together due to insufficient shelf space. The water purchased from Wang Fugui was stored separately, while this area housed bottled water and assorted drinks. Row 14 was entirely occupied by hot pot bases and ingredients. It claimed a whole row by itself. Rows 15 to 30 contained rice, flour, oil, and various seasonings. Rows 31 to 38 were allocated for clothing, shoes, and bedding. Rows 39 and 40 were filled with snacks. From row 41 to 60, fruits and vegetables were organized. Beyond row 60, miscellaneous items were stored. For someone like Bai Yaoyao, who had obsessive tendencies, it was imperative to know the contents of each box. She could not afford to forget what she had stockpiled. Simply hoarding supplies would be futile, even with space. One must know what they possess to utilize it effectively. Therefore, she meticulously unpacked and cataloged everything, labeling each row to prevent forgetfulness. All seeds were also organized. After planting the first batch, they sprouted within days, though the planting area was regrettably limited. Once everything was in order, nightfall enveloped the villa. Bai Yaoyao, having surpassed her fatigue, decided against sleep. She opened a can of dark beer, stepped out to the balcony, propped her feet against the railing, leaned back on the sofa, and sipped her drink, relishing the gentle breeze. However, it began to rain. Indeed, it was raining. Bai Yaoyao checked her phone, realizing there remained a full month before the apocalypse. In her previous life, aside from artificial rainfall, it had never rained prior to the cataclysm. She urgently called everyone outside. "Yaojia, is it time? Has the apocalypse arrived?" Xiaomi shouted as she dashed down the stairs. The others, hearing the commotion, quickly joined, their expressions grave. The wind comes. Fire comes. Transform. Thunder. Teleport. Summon beasts. Emerge. Monkey exclaimed, his antics resembling a shaman's. And then he inquired, "Yaojia, where's my power?" Bai Yaoyao, who had been tense moments before, suddenly relaxed, rolling her eyes as she replied, "Do you think this is fairy cultivation? What kind of nonsense is this? If you want to summon winds and rain, at least be at level 9. Seeing that he had amused the group, Monkey ceased his antics, remembering his role as the atmosphere's jester, unable to bear the sight of anyone frowning. Everyone gathered on the balcony, gazing at the pitch-black sky, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that echoed through the air, tightening everyone's hearts. The rain intensified as if the heavens were pouring forth. "Let's return," Bai Yaoyao suggested, leading everyone back to the living room. They settled on the sofas, engaging in light conversation, only to realize that water and electricity had already ceased. Amid their chatter, some began to drift into slumber, starting with Fat Brother, whose snores resonated throughout the room. Xiaomi chuckled. "Even from the second floor, I can hear Fat Brother snoring." "Sure too. How can you sleep next to him?" Before she could finish, Xiaomi succumbed to sleep, followed by Dogsy. In her previous life, when they visited their master, Dogsy had stayed in the city, and upon their return, he was famished. This time, with daily servings of bones and milk, she wondered if the outcome would differ. Watching everyone fall asleep one by one, Bai Yaoyao felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, she noticed Lulu, her brow furrowed, anxiously twisting her arms. "Lulu, old Yaoyao, I'm afraid to sleep." Bai Yaoyao felt a lump in her throat. Unsure of what to say, she grasped Lulu's hand tightly. "In my last life, I became a zombie, didn't I?" Lulu spoke calmly. Fat Brother was aware too, wasn't he? Over the past few days, he had begun to yield his food to me. "You too? Always avoiding eye contact with me." Perhaps Chun Xian knows as well." Bai Yaoyao smiled helplessly acknowledging, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Yes, you asked Fat Brother, Xiaomi, Sure and Monkey to help you gather supplies, yet you didn't and Amp, Oppos, T contact me. I knew it. Perhaps you didn't and Amp, Oppos, T know how to face me. Lulu pinched Bai Yaoyao's cheek playfully, reminiscing about how she hadn't done so since they grew up. Her touch felt so comforting, yet she feared it might not happen again. In my previous life, you truly became a zombie, but at that time your gunshot wound had not healed, your immunity was compromised. Now, you're healthy and plump. There's nothing to worry about. Bai Yaoyao disregarded the playful pinching, pulling Lulu into a warm embrace, speaking earnestly. Yaoyao, if I were to transform into that hideous monster, please end my life swiftly. I cannot bear for anyone to see me in such an unseemly state. I also want to tell you something. When Master was angry and hit you, the lollipop under your pillow was placed there by me, and the cockroaches in Master S shoes were also my doing. Chapter 13, as Bai Yaoyao listened to the rhythmic breaths in her arms gradually stabilize. She carefully adjusted Lulu, allowing her to lean against the sofa behind. Centered around Pangu, they distanced themselves to prevent any potential harm from those who might turn into zombies. Pangu remained motionless, weighing over 200 pounds, truly immovable. Once they had settled, she prepared to sit on the sofa and await everyone's awakening, only to find her own head growing heavy, and before she could ponder further, consciousness slipped away. The villa was enveloped in silence. Everyone, including Bai Yaoyao, was deeply asleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the living room, advancing directly toward Bai Yaoyao. The figure stood still, gazing intently for a long while, unable to resist extending a hand. Just as it was about to brush against Bai Yaoyao's cheek, it withdrew hastily. 2 crystal nuclei were produced and placed into Bai Yaoyao's hands. Holding her hands, the figure assisted her in absorbing the energy from the crystals. Before departing, the shadow glanced at the others in the villa, hesitated briefly, and casually tossed a few more crystal nuclei toward them. Bai Yaoyao was oblivious to the duration of her unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she quickly opened her eyes and anxiously assessed the situation of her companions, relieved to find everything normal and no one stirring. Noticing her own perspiration and a parched throat, she reached for a glass on the table, yearning for water. However, in an unfortunate mishap, it shattered upon contact. Startled, her first instinct was to check if her spatial abilities remained intact. Finding no anomalies, she exhaled deeply. The thought of losing her spatial powers, transforming into mere physical abilities, and consequently losing all her resources was unbearable. Yet, why had she awakened with physical powers? Struggling to control her strength, it was evident she was exhibiting the early signs of physical abilities. Bai Yaoyao took another cup, regulating her force, and finally succeeded in bringing water to her lips. The typical duration of unconsciousness was around 24 hours. But a glance at her phone revealed she had only been out for 2 hours. Taking advantage of the moment, she closed her eyes again, sensing an unusual clarity. She could distinctly perceive the positions and forms of everyone in the room, even noticing the drool at the corner of the dog's mouth. She could feel every corner of the room, but beyond that, her perception faltered. Was this not a manifestation of psychic abilities? Physical powers were relatively common, but psychic abilities were far rarer, especially at higher levels. When faced with opponents of equal rank, those with psychic powers often triumphed effortlessly. They could strike unseen, causing mental collapse in adversaries caught off guard, rendering them foolish in an instant. This ability was also advantageous against zombies, capable of temporarily immobilizing them. Coupled with her spatial abilities, it was a formidable combination. Bai Yaoyao pondered the reasons behind this transformation, but ultimately deemed it a blessing. The newfound abilities were remarkably compatible with her existing skills. Physical powers complementing her agility and psychic abilities harmonizing with her spatial talents. While she had once fantasized about being a mage, conjuring fire, ice, or thunder, she realized that being an assassin suited her far better. Anticipation for the impending apocalypse surged within her. This time, she would not succumb so easily. In her previous life, she had fought her way through adversity without many fortuitous encounters. Now excitement bubbled within her, an irresistible urge to seize a weapon and confront the zombies. Yet, reason prevailed, prompting her to wait for her companions to awaken and practice her newly acquired abilities. Among the triad of abilities, she knew of only one other individual who possessed such diversity. Chun Yishuan, the representative figure from the J faction of Huagua, renowned as the top combatant on the power rankings. Before the apocalypse, he had been a special forces soldier, and after awakening physical, earth, and lightning powers, he became a formidable force in both close and range combat. With unparalleled defensive capabilities, those with dual abilities were scarce. An ascension to higher levels of power was even rarer, as the more abilities one possessed, the more crystal nuclei were required for advancement. Chun Yishuan, backed by the central base in a city and the full support of the J faction, had managed to elevate all three powers to level 9. Bai Yaoyao felt a slight headache, as if her three abilities were akin to three hungry creatures awaiting nourishment. Time flew by during her training. Hearing a commotion, she quickly opened her eyes to see Pangu, which eased her worries. "How are you, Pangu? Feeling unwell?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "Not at all. I feel invigorated." Pangu stood up, stretching his stiff limbs, his excitement palpable. "Focus on the energy within you and find a way to control it," Bai Yaoyao advised. Pangu nodded, concentrating on a glass on the table. After 5 seconds, he managed to scatter a handful of dirt. "Is this it? Just this?" "Yaoyao, you said I was a frontline warrior. Why am I only tossing dirt?" Pangu questioned. Bewildered, Bai Yaoyao explained, earth abilities like the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are quite weak at the beginning. They may not seem as useful as physical or speed abilities initially, but they grow stronger over time. With your earth powers, you can create barriers to control zombies and even perform earth manipulation to protect the team. It's quite valuable. You had metal abilities in your past life. Give it a try. Pangu patted his chest, relieved. "You scared me. Metal sounds impressive. I'll give it another go." He focused intently, holding his breath, and finally shot forth a tiny needle, lacking any significant force. Overjoyed, he rushed to retrieve the needle, exclaiming, "I'll keep this. It's far more precious than a handful of dirt." Bai Yaoyao chuckled and shrugged. "As long as you're happy." Pangu ceased his conversation with her, dedicating himself to practicing his new abilities, though progress was minimal. While earth abilities could become powerful with growth, they were feeble in the early stages and often vulnerable without the protection of teammates. In the apocalypse, individual heroics were futile. Survival required teamwork. Yet, human nature was complex and unpredictable. Many formidable ability users often fell prey not to zombies, but to human greed or jealousy. Thus, the Night Squad would forever remain a tight-knit group of 12, along with one loyal dog. Chapter 14. Superpowers. Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother were practicing their superpowers while waiting for their companions to awaken. The second to regain consciousness was Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao opened her mouth, unsure of how to console Xiaomi. In her previous life, Xiaomi had not awakened any powers. Initially, it was manageable. Her combat instincts and marksmanship compensated for her lack of abilities. However, as time passed, she felt increasingly inadequate, believing she was holding everyone back. Her once cheerful disposition gradually morphed into silence. Eventually, during a moment when they were surrounded by a horde of zombies, she bravely charged into the throng with a bomb, creating an opening for their escape. "Yaoyao, I feel up." Suddenly, Xiaomi stumbled and collided with the wall, causing the decorative paintings to shake. She held her head, unable to stand due to the pain. Yet, Bai Yaoyao burst into laughter, realizing this was a manifestation of her speed power. Xiaomi had developed abilities. Although it was unclear why she hadn't in her previous life, the mere fact that she had them now was cause for joy. Fat Brother seemed to grasp the situation and scooped Xiaomi into his arms. "Hey, Yaoyao, that's not fair. I'm in pain, and you're laughing," Xiaomi complained. But her words were cut short as Fat Brother playfully tossed her onto the sofa. He scratched his head, belatedly apologizing. "Sorry, had I known you would compliment me, I would have thrown you down more gently." While they were engaged in playful banter, Peichi also woke up. "Oh, woo, I'm a zombie. I'm coming to eat people." Peichi leaped toward Fat Brother, who swiftly held her forehead to prevent her from advancing. Peichi flailed her tiny hands, but was unable to land a hit. Yaoyao, fat brother, is bullying me, she protested. I think my power might be healing, Peichi said eagerly, pulling out a dagger. Just as she was about to cut her arm, Bai Yaoyao stopped her. Don't harm yourself. Go heal Xiaomi instead. She used her speed power and crashed into a wall. Look at the bump on her head. Okay, sister is coming. Xiaomi, come here for a kiss. Peichi exclaimed cheerfully. No, it's fine. I like the pain. Xiaomi buried her head in the sofa. Nevertheless, Peichi pulled her out and gently placed her hand on Xiaomi's swollen forehead. A burst of white light flickered, growing stronger before fading away. Xiaomi's forehead visibly returned to normal. I can jump, Peichi. This is incredible. I feel fine now. It doesn't hurt at all, Xiaomi exclaimed in amazement. However, Peichi's complexion had paled. Bai Yaoyao supported her to sit down, saying, you need to gauge the severity of injuries when using your powers. Overexertion can lead to dizziness. Peichi nodded, indicating her understanding. As everyone began to familiarize themselves with their abilities, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from the dog. Bai Yaoyao rushed to the window and placed the dog on the table to observe it in the sunlight. To her astonishment, she discovered that the dog had mutated. Not only had its fur brightened, but its overall size had increased. Bai Yaoyao somewhat roughly pried the dog's mouth open and noticed its sharp fangs, realizing it had transformed into a mutated beast. What delighted Bai Yaoyao the most was the glint of intelligence shining in the dog's eyes. Can you understand me, dog? She inquired. The dog raised its chin and barked in a series of incoherent sounds. Bai Yaoyao felt she might be overthinking this. Intelligence? Perhaps not. It was more akin to a Siberian husky's antics. Just as Bai Yaoyao wanted to learn more about the dog's transformation, she suddenly heard a commotion from the monkey and hurried over. The monkey's face was flushed, and its expression was one of distress. What's wrong, monkey? Fat brother asked. The monkey hesitated, then dashed into the bedroom, emerging 5 minutes later. Damn it, why do I just want my pants? Ha! Although I don't want to laugh at you, I just can't help it. Peichi was the first to crack up. Bai Yaoyao kindly explained, silly. That wasn't tea wetting your pants. It's water-type powers. I know, I was just teasing you, the monkey said, looking embarrassed. He then nervously adjusted his hair and approached Bai Yaoyao to ask if his powers were impressive. Water-type is quite powerful. In the later stages, it can solidify into ice, providing strong offensive capabilities, Bai Yaoyao replied. Ha, I knew it. I'm amazing, the monkey declared proudly and ran to the wall to practice with Fat Brother, who was scattering dirt while the monkey sprayed water. Bai Yaoyao suddenly thought that the two were a perfect match for farming together. Gradually, Shirtu and Xiaodai also awakened, both manifesting dual powers. Bai Yaoyao found it peculiar. Shirtu had only awakened earth powers in his previous life, yet now he also had skin hardening, making him a formidable tank with outstanding defense. Xiaodai awakened speed and shadow powers, the latter being a special type, with Ouyang Ning, the second strongest fighter, being a shadow type as well. Nighttime was the preferred environment for shadow users, allowing them to achieve near invisibility in dimly lit areas. Coupled with speed powers, Bai Yaoyao found the prospect exhilarating. Bai Yaoyao's attention turned to Lulu and Chun Xian, who showed no signs of awakening nor zombification, leading her to harbor a flicker of hope. Coco, Xiao Shilu, and Dadao Wan were in a unique situation. They had not awakened powers initially, but gradually did so later. However, in this life, they awakened right from the start. Coco's wood powers, Xiao Shilu's wind powers, and Dadao Wan's fire powers were all nature-type abilities, perfectly suited to their team's needs. With everyone's skills and weaponry, few beings, whether zombies or mutated beasts, posed a threat to them. Once the nature-type powers matured, they would be a devastating force in battles. Just then, Lulu stirred, causing Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother to tense up. Lulu stared at Bai Yaoyao in confusion, asking, "What is happening? Why am I zombie and still conscious? Did I not fully transform?" Bai Yaoyao joyfully rushed forward and hugged Lulu, exclaiming, "That is wonderful, Lulu. You're all right." Lulu patted her chest, saying, "You scared me. With my beauty, turning into a zombie would be such a waste." She then touched her hair, and suddenly, her long black hair transformed into a wild hairstyle reminiscent of Mei Chao foam, making her look electrified. Lightning powers, Bai Yaoyao exclaimed. Impressive, Sister Lulu. Bai Yaoyao just said that lightning powers are among the strongest in the nature category. Peichi said excitedly. Lulu smiled, realizing that regardless of the strength of her powers, being alive and surrounded by her friends was enough. At that moment, only Chen Xian remained unconscious. He was younger than Xiao Dai, being slightly older than her, and was the least favored disciple of their master, preferring books over fighting, enjoying the pretense of adulthood, and practicing calligraphy. When Chen Xian awakened and saw a large crowd surrounding him, he was startled, fearing he had turned into a zombie. Gathering his courage, he waved and whispered, "Hi!" Instantly. Cheers erupted. Awesome. Everyone is alive. Chen Xian, the naive fool, realized he had awakened powers but was unsure how to use them. He tried various methods, but nothing worked. Finally, while Xiaomi practiced her speed power, Chen Xian found himself unconsciously channeling energy toward her. When Xiaomi crashed into the wall again, Bai Yaoyao realized it was an amplification-type power. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Xiaomi tearfully sought out Peichi. "Peichi, I'm coming." Chapter 15. Departure. Bai Yaoyao had never felt such profound happiness. All her brothers were present. After calming her emotions and regaining her composure, she began to analyze the team and Appo's attributes. Shirtu and Appo's hardened skin and earth-based abilities undoubtedly position him as the team and Appo's main tank, serving as the primary line of defense to protect the more vulnerable members during their offensive maneuvers. Bai Yaoyao possessed the power ability, while Fat Brother wielded metal-based powers, and Dogzi, a formidable mutated beast, also contributed significantly to their strength, capable of drawing the zombies' ire and serving as a frontline warrior. She, along with Xiaomi and Adai, boasted agility and speed, making them well-suited for support roles or quick eliminations, akin to what one might call assassins. Lulu and Appo's lightning abilities, Monkey and Appo's water manipulation, Xia Shiliu and Appo's wind powers, and Dadajuan's fire skills resembled those of grand sorcerers, capable of explosive long-range attacks, yet lacking in self-defense, necessitating distance from the central battlefield. Meanwhile, Peichi focused on healing, Kiki on control through abilities, and Chen Xian on amplification for support. Having organized her thoughts clearly, Bai Yaoyao suddenly realized that their little team configuration was nearly invincible. From a team attribute perspective, there were virtually no flaws, and their abilities complemented each other perfectly. How could such a fortunate coincidence occur? Bai Yaoyao quickly understood that now was not the time for such ponderings. The priority was to venture outside, gather crystal cores, and swiftly enhance their strength. Thus, she declared, "We are ready to set off. We will clear the area around the villa and then head towards the city center. Let us practice our abilities as much as possible. Do not resort to using knives or guns just yet. Although zero-level zombies are weak, they possess greater strength than that of an ordinary adult male, albeit with sluggish reactions. Do not underestimate them. After defeating a zombie, remember to stab its brain with a dagger to extract the crystal core. These are essential for upgrading our powers. Quickly equip yourselves and gather at the entrance." "Yes, understood," everyone replied in unison. Bai Yaoyao produced 12 sets of black combat uniforms and low-top combat boots from her spatial storage, along with 12 daggers for extracting crystals. The group swiftly donned their new attire. Noticing Dogzi and Appo's resentful gaze directed at her, Bai Yaoyao affectionately ruffled its fur, promising, "When we return, I will make you a set too." As they stepped out of the house, sunlight bathed them in warmth. Bai Yaoyao glanced at her brothers beside her and felt an overwhelming surge of power. Memories of their past lives, filled with tragic fates, filled her mind, and she instinctively clenched her fists. "Wait for it, Bai Yaoyao is back. Oh woo, woof woof." Just as Bai Yaoyao was savoring her moment, Dogzi's barking shattered her reverie. Looking at Dogzi, who was eager to charge ahead, she rolled her eyes and warned, "Dogzi, be careful not to get caught by a zombie, or you might become a zombie dog and never eat big bones again." With a mischievous grin, Dogzi waved its paw and strutted forward, exclaiming, "Dog brother leads the way. Follow me." Before long, they encountered their first zombie, identifiable by its security uniform from the villa area. Its face was ashen and contorted, and it was hunched over, gnawing on a corpse, releasing an indescribable stench that assaulted their senses. Upon detecting human scent, the zombie turned to face Bai Yaoyao and her companions, letting out a guttural roar as it lumbered towards them. Yet, none of the group felt fear. Rather, they displayed expressions of distaste, though they cautiously approached to observe. "Is this what a zombie looks like? Seems rather dim-witted," Monkey remarked. "Goodness, it reeks. So utterly foul. What should we do, Yaoyao?" "Hey, zombie comrade. You're surrounded." Bai Yaoyao was not surprised by her comrade's reactions. After years of working as an assassin, she had witnessed countless bloody scenes. Even though their organization maintained principles regarding killings in China, they never hesitated to eliminate targets abroad. Hold off on the kill for a moment. Besides Peiqi and Chenxian, everyone else should practice their abilities by kiting it. Get familiar with your powers through real combat. There will be more zombies in the city center soon, and we might not get another chance. Before she could finish, Dogsy dashed forward, swiftly decapitating the zombie with its sharp claws. With a disdainful look, it seemed to say, "Why all the chatter? Let us just get it done. Everyone, winky face, dog brother. This was supposed to be practice. We didn't say to charge in recklessly. You'll have no food if you keep this up," Bai Yaoyao threatened. Upon hearing that there would be no food, Dogsy instantly transformed into an adorable pose, looking pitiful as if one could overlook the zombie flesh stuck to its claws. Xiaomi sliced open the zombie's head, stirring the contents until she extracted a crystal core, slightly smaller than an infant's fist, transparent and rather appealing, unlike anything associated with a zombie. Tossing the crystal core to Bai Yaoyao, she asked, "Sister Yaoyao, this is the crystal core, right?" "Indeed, a 0-level, attribute-less crystal core," Bai Yaoyao confirmed. "I read in a novel that crystal cores are toxic and shouldn't be absorbed directly. They need to be soaked in a protagonist's spatial spring first." Peiqi suddenly interjected. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "What protagonist? What spring? There's no toxin. Just hold it and absorb it. Now let's get to work." "Understood." They began to systematically clear the area around the villa, taking down a total of 36 zombies and acquiring 14 crystal cores. Some zombies lacked cores but were relatively weaker. Each member took turns engaging zombies solo while the others observed, learning and sharing experiences, with Bai Yaoyao providing guidance and emphasizing key points. The entire scene appeared oddly harmonious yet bizarre. From a nearby villa window, a middle-aged couple witnessed this spectacle and quickly opened the window. The man shouted, "Help! Save us! There's a zombie in our house. Please come and kill it. We'll pay you anything." Observing Bai Yaoyao and her team's calm demeanor, the woman yelled, "What do you mean? Come over here. Don't try to negotiate with us." Unfortunately, no one paid them any heed. Initially intending to investigate the zombie for potential crystal cores, the couple's attitude dissuaded the group. "Forget them. Let us leave," Zayashiliu suggested. But upon hearing the term dog, Dogsy became indignant, lunging to bite Zayashiliu's pants. Only after Zayashiliu apologized did Dogsy relent, snorting in disdain as it forged ahead to clear the path. Zayashiliu shrugged helplessly, smiling at the others. Given the villa area's sparse population, they had nearly exhausted their opportunities for combat. However, the group was still enthusiastic, having just begun to feel the thrill of battle. Thus, Bai Yaoyao summoned 3 vehicles, and they drove towards the city center, each car equipped with a walkie-talkie for communication. Should they encounter zombies along the way, they would take turns practicing their skills. Now, aside from Peiqi, the others had become quite proficient with their abilities, albeit lacking in power. As they engaged in combat, those with nature-based abilities grew increasingly impatient, unable to resist the urge to unleash their might and swiftly conclude the fights. Small flames, gentle breezes, and trickles of water proved ineffective and time-consuming. Chapter 16. Advancing, listening to the laughter of her companions. Bai Yaoyao felt a long-held tension in her heart finally begin to ease since her rebirth. However, she still activated the intercom and cautioned everyone, "Please be vigilant. Engaging with zombies does not allow for injuries. Being wounded equates to death or infection. Do not underestimate the zombies. Some possess formidable abilities, though we have yet to encounter them." Hearing the affirmative responses from the intercom, Bai Yaoyao felt reassured. As they passed by the National Library of H City, Bai Yaoyao called for a halt. She intended to enter and collect all the books, particularly the specialized ones, as they held significant value in terms of points that could be exchanged at the main base. Upon entering the hall on the first floor, she observed nearly 30 zombies aimlessly wandering about. Upon detecting human scent, it was as if they had been activated, all converging toward the entrance, with one zombie moving noticeably faster than the rest. Bai Yaoyao refrained from allowing her companions to practice and quickly tossed a dozen baseball bats and machetes onto the ground, instructing, "Give it your all and take them down swiftly." Everyone promptly seized their chosen weapons and charged forward, driven by their innate combat instincts. Given their abilities were still too weak to be effective, they did not even consider using their powers to avoid the risk of standing idle for 3 seconds and merely agitating the zombies. Bai Yaoyao tested her strength ability and reveled in the sensation as she wielded a baseball bat, delivering a powerful blow that obliterated a zombie's head, a thrill she had never experienced in her past life. She immediately sought out the fastest zombie. But before she could land a second blow, Dog Z snatched the kill. The evolved claws of Dog Z proved to be exceptionally sharp, rendering these low-level zombies no match. Each one succumbed to a single strike, as Dog Z expertly targeted their necks. Bai Yaoyao suspected Dog Z's intelligence had also undergone a slight evolution. Xiaomi was also enjoying the experience, now able to control her speed effectively, and with her agility, she was increasingly in tune with her capabilities. Although there were many zombies, the group's formidable strength resulted in the swift elimination of all 30 zombies in the first floor hall. Bai Yaoyao urged everyone to quickly collect the crystal cores and advance deeper into the library, fearing that the noise from their earlier battle might attract a horde of zombies, leading to a troublesome encirclement. Without any area attack skills, relying solely on their weapons would only dull their blades and hinder their escape, especially since zombies were drawn to sound and scent, resulting in an increasing number converging upon them. Once inside the library, Bai Yaoyao did not rush to gather books. Instead, she dispersed everyone to conduct individual inspections. Only after confirming the absence of zombies and survivors did she proceed to collect the books and shelves into her spatial storage. Though her companions were no strangers to witnessing Bai Yaoyao's ability to store items, they still found it remarkably fascinating. When they returned to the vehicle, Bai Yaoyao checked and found a total of 16 crystal cores, one of which was a faint yellow, belonging to the speed-altered zombie that Dog Z had slain. Strength-enhanced zombies yielded yellow crystal cores, making them easier for strength-type ability users to absorb. Abilities such as speed, skin hardening, and strength all fell under the enhancement category. In contrast, natural-type zombies possessed red crystal cores, while special-type zombies had black ones. These two types had yet to be encountered. Crystal cores, corresponding to their respective ability types, were notably easier to absorb. Different types could also be absorbed, but the time required would be approximately threefold, though the efficacy remained largely unchanged. Before reaching the city center, they could no longer proceed by vehicle, as the noise would only attract more zombies. In just a few hours since regaining consciousness, the societal order and production had nearly collapsed entirely. Vehicles lay abandoned on the roads, while cries for help echoed in the air. Despite not being particularly virtuous, the group found it difficult to remain unaffected by such scenes. "Oh no, I ran a red light. Will I get points deducted?" One joked, prompting laughter as they disembarked. When a number of zombies accumulated to around 30 or 40, Bai Yaoyao instructed everyone to dismount and commence their harvest. By now, they had all become adept at delivering lethal blows to zombies with the appropriate force to ensure a swift kill, minimizing both risk and effort, thereby significantly accelerating their progress. Bai Yaoyao realized that the ratio of zombies to survivors was far from equal. Initially, it may have been 50%, but the rate of infection spread rapidly. Anyone scratched or bitten would transform into a zombie in a short time. It was likely that before the infected even awoke, their loved ones had already turned, and a single bite would seal their fate. From the buildings lining the streets, many individuals observed Bai Yaoyao and her companions' actions, noticing their coordinated attire and decisive actions. Some mistakenly assumed they were an official rescue team, calling out urgently for assistance. "Help us! There are 5 people in my family, including children and the elderly. Please save us. As the pleas echoed, Bai Yaoyao and her group appeared oblivious, efficiently retrieving crystal cores and preparing to depart. We are mercenaries. It's a privilege if we don't kill you, she thought. You expect us to rescue you? It's easy to save someone, but what then? Become your bodyguards? Your caretakers? What a ridiculous dream. Despite the zombies being relatively weak on the first day of the apocalypse, anyone with a modicum of courage could have armed themselves instead of being trapped at home. Upon witnessing Bai Yaoyao and her companions prepare to leave, the residents grew frantic. What are you doing? Why won't you save us? How selfish. Collectively, they clamored, seeking to draw the zombies toward the group to compel them to assist. Don't leave. Help us. We have children. One woman shouted, Which department are you from? I'll report you. My husband is a provincial official. Bai Yaoyao rubbed her ears, exasperated by the noise. She produced her firearm, twirled it effortlessly, and without hesitation, shot the individual inciting the zombies in the forehead, silencing the scene instantly. The group's imposing presence intensified as they glared at the now quiet crowd. So, may we take our leave? Bai Yaoyao infused her voice with a touch of mental energy, ensuring her words reached everyone clearly. No one dared to speak again. After all, a person willing to kill was certainly not there to offer salvation. Bai Yaoyao turned to her companions and said, Let us move to the next street. Is it all right to kill someone just like that? The usually reticent Shirtu inquired. As long as the target deserves it, there's no issue, Bai Yaoyao replied decisively. Every department is overwhelmed. No one has time to concern themselves with these matters. Even if they found out with our formidable presence, would they really chase after a few troublemakers? Noticing the slight excitement in Shirtu's eyes, she touched her nose and asked, Shirtu, did you leave anyone alive from back then? Just 2, in City A, he answered. Bai Yaoyao nodded and patted Shida's shoulder. There will be opportunities. Indeed, they will meet their end. Chapter 17. Not here to save lives, Bai Yaoyao led her group through the streets, wreaking havoc since just after 6 in the morning. By 11, they had collected 216 crystals and had slain countless zombies. Look, there's a warehouse, supermarket ahead, Kiki exclaimed, holding a zombie's head in one hand and its body in the other, her excitement palpable. Let us go. $0 shopping. Xiaomi rubbed his hands together eagerly. All right, let's check it out, Bai Yaoyao replied, though she was reluctant to seize resources from ordinary people. However, gathering a few non-essential supplies was indeed necessary. Be careful. There are people at the second-floor window, Fat Brother warned. Bai Yaoyao spotted them from afar. Many individuals had ventured out in desperation for supplies, hastily returning home to await rescue. Thus, when encountering ordinary people, she chose not to engage, releasing her spiritual energy. Bai Yaoyao sensed the malicious intent of the people on the second floor, and she noticed they were armed. After alerting her companions, one of the individuals on the second floor suddenly opened the window and shouted, Who are you? Don't come any closer. This place is under our control. He then fired a shot into the empty space in front of him. Wow, this guy is bold. Bai Jia, should we take him down? Monkey, unable to tolerate the provocation, was ready for action. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to respond, another scream echoed from the second floor. Help. Someone please. Shut up. You filthy woman. Say another word and see what happens. Didn't you enjoy it enough just now? Is anyone down there? Please help us. The man who had fired the shot seized the speaking woman and hurled her out of the window. She crashed heavily to the ground, her head striking the steps, blood pooling around her. It was clear she would not survive, and notably, she was scantily clad. That guy has quite a temper, Lulu remarked softly, her voice cold as she caressed her knife. Bai Yaoyao recognized this as the prelude to Lulu's impending fury. Lulu had been rescued from the red light district by her master, and at that time, her mother was still alive. Typically, the organization would not take in children with living relatives, but when Lulu's mother heard of this rule, she jumped from above, hoping to ensure her daughter's escape from such a wretched environment. The scene of the man throwing the woman out the window likely stirred painful memories for Lulu. Let us eliminate them and loot the supermarket, Bai Yaoyao decisively announced. As soon as her words fell, Lulu swiftly raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning, as thin as a baby's arm, struck the man's head. He was rendered senseless, his body awkwardly lodged in the window, half of him dangling outside. Bai Yaoyao gave Lulu a thumbs up and grasped her hand, to which Lulu softly replied, "I'm fine." Monkey and Dada glanced at their small streams of water and flames, reminiscing about the lightning Lulu had just unleashed, their envy practically dripping from their mouths. "Boss, are you all right?" "Boss." He seems unable to stand. The small fry, who had been following the man with great concern, grabbed his legs and unceremoniously tossed him out of the window. In just a few moments, the man had met a similar fate, his life extinguished in the same manner. Observing his lifeless form, Bai Yaoyao could only mutter, "Deserved it." The small fry appeared slightly more clever than their fallen leader, albeit not by much. Without uttering another word, they quickly shut the window and lowered the roller door of the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao wasted no time. She relished the thrill of black-on-black violence and swiftly produced a miniature explosive from her spatial pouch. The blast shattered the door, and they charged inside. Shirtu and Fat Brother led the way, with Xiaomi and Monkey following closely behind. Upon entering, they were unfazed by the carnage, merely clicking their tongues at the sight. In the corner, 4 women were bound, covered in wounds and barely clothed, having clearly endured unimaginable horrors. They huddled together, sobbing softly. The group paid little attention to them, but Kiki kicked a few pieces of clothing towards them. The others rushed towards the small fry who had just lost their leader. The moment the door burst open, the small fry were left bewildered by the sudden appearance of these formidable individuals. Before they could pull the trigger, they were swiftly subdued, begging for mercy. "We're not bad people. We were forced into this. Our leader was the one who killed. Don't lie. You're all monsters." One of the women in the corner cried out. Bai Yaoyao squinted, saying, "You're making too much noise." In an instant, Monkey and his companions understood, promptly slitting the throats of their captives. They discovered a safe in the room, which Fat Brother unlocked with a key crafted from his metal powers. After collecting the gold bars within, they prepared to leave. "Wait, thank you for saving us. Could you please take me home? This supermarket belongs to my family. I was busy yesterday and didn't return. This morning, these people suddenly invaded. If you take me home, my father will reward you well. And you can have some of the goods from this supermarket, even those gold bars. Please, kind souls, take us home." The outside is crawling with zombies, it and oppos, as terrifying. Turning to look at the women in the corner, Bai Yaoyao noted the first speaker appeared relatively composed, albeit unappealing in her speech. The second speaker had her collar so low it was indecent, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Shirtu. The other 2, who remained silent, quickly donned their clothes and retreated to the farthest corner, warily watching Bai Yaoyao and her group, showing no intent to speak or seek help. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, "No need to thank us. But can we? No, we're not here to save lives. We are here to kill. Do you still need assistance?" Bai Yaoyao said sweetly, her gentle tone contrasting sharply with her ruthless words. With the imposing presence of her companions, the 2 women dared not utter another word. Once outside, they swiftly scavenged for usable supplies. Being a warehouse-style supermarket, it was abundantly stocked. They each selected their desired items, regrouping at the entrance 10 minutes later. Bai Yaoyao had taken nothing but instant food, while she had gathered half of the rice, flour, and oil. Breaking into the cold storage, they collected all frozen foods, leaving no remnants in the clothing, home goods, liquor, health product, or cosmetic sections. Upon returning to the entrance, after gathering everyone's chosen items, they did not linger and quickly departed. Bai Yaoyao noticed many around them observing the situation, likely waiting for her group to leave so they could scavenge. She showed no intention of concealing her spatial abilities. If they had the audacity, they could come and try to steal. In the face of absolute strength, details mattered little. Swiftly acquiring crystals to evolve was the only truth. Chapter 18. The mutated hound. Let us find a place to dine and take a moment to rest. Bai Yaoyao heard several stomachs grumbling in unison. "Sister Yaoyao, there's a restaurant at the intersection ahead, with tables and chairs inside. I will clear it out first." Adai, who had been silent all morning while dispatching zombies, suddenly became animated at the mention of food. Bai Yaoyao smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, but be careful." Adai swiftly activated his speed ability and dashed ahead. By the time Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, the restaurant had been cleared of zombies, and the tables and chairs were spotless. "Hey Dai, you're amazing. Let's eat," Bai Yaoyao said as everyone gathered in a circle. Come, what do you wish to eat? Name your dishes." As they feasted, the group engaged in lively conversation, noting that the streets outside were becoming increasingly populated. The tempting aroma wafting from the restaurant compelled them to glance outside repeatedly. It was simply irresistible. Although they lacked the courage to fight for food, they could only confront zombies instead. The reason for their newfound boldness was twofold. Bai Yaoyao and her companions had nearly cleared the zombies from this route, and witnessing their effortless combat instilled confidence in the others. The men and younger individuals from their homes attempted to venture downstairs to gather supplies, skillfully avoiding Bai Yaoyao and her group. Bai Yaoyao felt content with this arrangement, while she had no intention of senselessly taking lives. She also despised unnecessary complications and preferred solitude. After their meal, Bai Yaoyao divided everyone into 3 groups to expedite the collection of crystal cores. Apart from herself, Lulu and Dai exhibited the strongest combat abilities, so the 3 of them each led a team, agreeing to regroup in 3 hours. Each group was equipped with a flare for communication and remained within close proximity for support. Initially, Bai Yaoyao intended for the dog to accompany Lulu, as her abilities were not yet stable. However, the dog stubbornly refused to leave Bai Yaoyao's side, no matter the bribe of delicious bones. "Brother dog, your strength is unparalleled. Can you not lead a team on your own? We are all counting on you," Bai Yaoyao coaxed. The dog barked in response, and, with an air of pride, ultimately followed Lulu's team as they departed. Bai Yaoyao, along with Pei Qi, Xiao Shirlu, and Dadao Wan, proceeded to the exhibition center in City H. While dining, she had noticed scattered flyers on the ground, revealing that a luxury car exhibition was currently taking place at the center. She decided to see if there were suitable vehicles available. With 7 or 8 usable cars for their large team, she worried they might soon find themselves short on transportation. Upon reaching the entrance of the exhibition center, Bai Yaoyao instinctively used her mental prowess to survey the area, discovering a zombie that moved with an agility akin to that of a human and could kick down railings. Clearly, this was no ordinary level 0 zombie. Bai Yaoyao found it peculiar. So much had changed in this world, and level 1 zombies were not supposed to appear until 10 days from now. Yet here one was on the very first day of the apocalypse. Without hesitation, she approached, deftly evading the zombie's attack. With a swift kick, she sent it sprawling to the ground, then struck its head with her baseball bat. The dagger she carried was too short, risking splatter on herself, so she preferred the bat, enhanced by her strength ability, to deliver a satisfying blow. Examining the crystal she obtained, she confirmed it was indeed a level 1 core, which filled her with a sense of urgency. "Sister Yaoyao, why was that zombie so refined?" Xiao Shirlu inquired curiously. "That was a level 1 zombie. We must accelerate our pace." Bai Yaoyao replied. Dadao once suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's a cat. Wow, it runs so fast. Much more impressive than Brother Dog. Are we about to engage in battle? Be careful of that swift feline." Pei Qi quickly drew her dagger. A pure white cat dashed past, exuding an air of nobility and grace, pausing briefly to glance at Bai Yaoyao and her companions before swiftly turning to leave. Mutated beasts can be temperamental. Some do not attack humans unless provoked, so we need not engage with this type, Bai Yaoyao explained. Phew, fortunately, this cat has a gentle temperament. With its speed and agility, it will be quite a challenge to confront, Xiao Shirlu remarked, patting her chest. "Let's proceed and get to work." The number of zombies at the exhibition center was minimal, fewer than 10 in total, while the others tackled the zombies. Bai Yaoyao focused on acquiring vehicles. She collected every car she could find keys for, regardless of model, though most were sports or business cars with low chassis. While they were usable now, in a few days, they would be unable to navigate the roads. Those without keys were dismantled for parts to aid Monkey with repairs. Once she had finished collecting, she prepared to continue scavenging the streets when she suddenly noticed a series of danger flares being fired from Adai's direction. 3 in quick succession, indicating the highest level of danger. Bai Yaoyao and her companions hastily rushed towards the source, running at full speed while using their mental powers to assess the situation ahead. They discovered that Dai and his group had encountered mutated beasts. With her level 1 psychic ability, she could only sense them when they were close. Mutated hounds. Early-stage mutated beasts were significantly more powerful than humans, exhibiting speed, quick reflexes, and strong biting capabilities. In a direct confrontation of equal levels, one would either be dead or severely injured. Bai Yaoyao pondered how Dai's group had provoked so many mutated hounds. Upon their arrival, the four of them quickly joined the fray. Bai Yaoyao faced a black-backed hound, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. She was no longer a level 9 ability user and lacked all spatial attack methods, relying solely on her strength and combat instincts. To her surprise, she found herself accurately predicting the hound's movements several times in her mind. She was actually anticipating the dog's actions. As the mutated hound lunged once more, Bai Yaoyao successfully kicked it away and swiftly followed up with a knife thrust to its throat, ending its life in one decisive blow. Without wasting a second, she quickly took over from Kiki, who was struggling to hold on. Just then, Lulu's group arrived, prompting Bai Yaoyao to let out a deep breath of relief. Woof, woof, arf, arf, woof, 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 arf. The dog raced over, barking loudly, and all the mutated hounds instantly ceased their movements. Everyone was astonished. Incredible, brother dog. Have you become the leader of the mutated hounds? The dog proudly tossed its head. Yet, Chapter 19. The horde of zombies in less than 2 seconds. All the mutated dogs went wild, abandoning their opponents and charging towards the dog with ferocious growls, as if they had been infused with layers upon layers of fury. The dog, witnessing this chaos, let out a howl and turned to flee behind Bai Yaoyao, wearing an expression that screamed, "Help! The dogs are bullying me!" Bai Yaoyao, D. In a flurry, Bai Yaoyao drew her firearm and swiftly distributed it among her teammates. With so many mutated dogs on the loose, how could they possibly fight back? Even if the gunfire attracted a horde of zombies, it was a lesser evil. Zombies were certainly easier to handle than these feral creatures. Shooting was a fundamental skill, and everyone handled their weapons adeptly. Before long, the mutated dogs began to falter. These mutated canines possessed a modicum of intelligence, at least more than the average dog. Upon witnessing their comrades fall, they did not hesitate to retreat. Yet, even as they faced gunfire, they did not forget to unleash a few fierce barks at the dog, akin to a human issuing threats, which was quite amusing to behold. Once all the mutated dogs had departed, the dog bolted out from behind Bai Yaoyao, howling anew in a fresh bout of bravado, perfectly embodying the phrase "a dog relying on its master for power." Concerned that the dog might summon the mutated canines back, Bai Yaoyao shouted for it to return, almost wishing to cover its mouth to silence it. Upon turning, the dog met Bai Yaoyao's gaze, which radiated a hint of danger. It quickly donned its signature charming smile, trotting over to rub its head against her pant leg, its face a mask of ingratiation. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, reminding herself for the umpteenth time stay calm. Yaoyao, don't lose your temper. Anger harms the body, and no one will take your place. Dog meat isn't particularly appetizing, and I know better than to feel wronged. The dog saved my life. I'll give it a good spanking when we return. Sister Yaoyao, the zombie horde. The earlier gunfire had attracted a plethora of zombies, gradually forming a horde. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly collected the bodies of the mutated dogs, intending to roast them for dinner. Official studies had shown that the flesh of mutant beasts could enhance human physique and strength, particularly noticeable at the beginning of consumption. As they fought and retreated, they noticed the zombies gathering in increasing numbers, leaving no time to collect the crystals. Bai Yaoyao released 3 vehicles she had acquired in our country, and everyone piled in, crashing through countless zombies until they finally broke free from the encirclement. By this time, the sun was setting. After a long day of battling zombies, everyone was exhausted. Bai Yaoyao decided to take them back to the villa to rest. They had important matters to attend to in the evening. At the villa, oh my goodness, we're finally home. This day has utterly drained me. Kiki plopped down on the sofa. Kiki, if Master hears you say that, you might find yourself banished to the deep mountain for half a year, Xiaomai chattered, but she didn't forget to pour Kiki a glass of water. Thanks, Brother my love you. Stop being cheeky. Although Master treated everyone well, training was indeed arduous, and failing to complete it came with severe penalties. However, they generally completed short-term assassination missions, which emphasized stealth, timing, and explosive action. Long-term confrontational tasks were rare. Bai Yaoyao laid out the day as haul. 316 crystals and 12 mutated dogs, distributing 25 crystals to each person, with the surplus remaining with her. She kept the low-level and first-level enhancement crystals for herself, knowing her brothers needed no explanation. Her experience was ample, and upgrading swiftly would maximize team benefits. Sister Yaoyao, should we concentrate our efforts to accumulate a few highly offensive abilities first? Dividing equally might slow down our combat effectiveness, suggested Peichi. For instance, my healing ability is essentially useless now. Today, I fought with a knife instead. Bai Yaoyao shook her head in response. Today is merely the first day. 25 crystals should suffice to elevate everyone to level 2. After that, we'll split into 3 groups to enhance our efficiency. Understood. Okay, one issue. Adai suddenly raised his hand. Sister Yaoyao, it's time to eat. Bai Yaoyao tousled Adai as soft hair. Amused by the stark contrast between the murderous Adai and the food-craving Adai. Such delightful irony. Bai Yaoyao tossed out the bodies of 2 mutated dogs, announcing, Today's meal will consist of this. Adai quietly lowered his hand. Sister Yaoyao, I'm not hungry. I want to lose weight. Come on, boss. Don't we eat a lot? Is it really appropriate to eat dog meat? Woof woof, howl, howl, howl. Bai Yaoyao explained. The flesh of mutant beasts can enhance physical strength, and the effects become more pronounced with long-term consumption. Adai reconsidered. I'm actually hungry again. It seems that meat 1T make me gain weight. Who can cook? Fat Bro asked earnestly. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves. I'll do it. No, Sister Yaoyao. Peichi quickly hugged Bai Yaoyao. Little 16 chimed in. No need, Sister Yaoyao. You should rest. You've had a long day. The others nodded in agreement. Bai Yaoyao, hands on her hips, questioned, Do you all not believe in me? Not at all. How do we think that? Sister Yaoyao is invincible, can do anything. Just roasting meat. They all denied. Come on, Sister Yaoyao, cooking? Especially roasting meat, which is quite a difficult task. Do we even want to keep the villa? Eventually, it was Chun Xian who stepped forward, saying, Sister Yaoyao, I'll do it. I can handle it. Dajua also said, I'll help with Monkey. He LL handle the washing, and I'll take care of the roasting while Xian guides us. Don't worry, everyone go rest in your rooms. Seeing that everyone was determined to keep her from helping, Bai Yaoyao felt somewhat helpless, but had little ground to resist. After all, she had indeed burned down a kitchen once before, so she set out some light snacks on the table. Everyone had a quick bite while waiting for the roasted meat later. Once everyone had returned to their rooms to shower and rest, the trio began their work amidst a flurry of activity. In short order, the meat was cooked. However, dinner was far from enjoyable. Even Adai, who loved food, was unhappy. Yet, no one wasted a single morsel of meat. In this apocalypse, becoming stronger was paramount. A few complaints merely served to lighten the mood and help everyone relax. Chun Xian gnawed on the tough, unpalatable flesh of the mutated dog, silently vowing to improve his culinary skills. When everyone had finished every last bit, including the dog, they all sighed in relief. The meat was dry and oddly flavored, alternating between being overly salty and tasteless. Bai Yaoyao had Chun Xian roast a special piece just for the dog, without any seasoning. The dog, suspecting it was being punished for upsetting its owner today, found this terrifying and vowed never to misbehave again. Chapter 20. The Crooked Neck Tree. Everyone, return and absorb the crystal cores. Hold them with both hands and communicate with the energy within using your abilities. You'll understand after try, Bai Yaoyao instructed. Once everyone had retreated to their rooms, she called out to Fat Brother, I need to go out tonight. Fat Brother paused. Is it dangerous? I'll accompany you. No need. I know my limits, and I have space to ensure my safety. I just wanted to inform you, so you wouldn't worry if you couldn't find me, Bai Yaoyao replied. All right, let me know when you return. Bai Yaoyao planned to venture to Fengming Mountain tonight in search of a mutated willow tree, the invincible willow monarch. In her previous life, this tree had devoured countless humans, plants, and zombies, and in the end, Even 20 high-level ability users above level 7 and 50 ordinary ability users had failed to subdue it, resulting in heavy losses for humanity. Nearly all ordinary ability users perished, and several high-level ones were also lost. At that time, Bai Yaoyao had been on another mission with a night squad and had narrowly escaped disaster. She later learned that this mutated willow tree was first spotted at the foot of Fengming Mountain, so she intended to investigate and eliminate it if she could not subdue it. This would preemptively eradicate a formidable opponent for humanity. However, she decided to absorb today as crystals first. Upgrading would bolster her self-defense capabilities and enhance her chances of success. Bai Yaoyao slipped into her space and discovered that the honeysuckle and cassia seeds she had planted were nearing maturity. Since she had ample food supplies, she prioritized growing commonly used medicinal herbs. Returning to her small house in the space, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began absorbing the crystal cores. The enhancement cores of levels 0 and 1 successfully elevated her power ability to level 2, while 25 ordinary level 0 cores boosted her space ability to level 2. After the upgrade, a spring appeared on the side of her space house. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. She approached and examined it closely, even tasting a sip. She found no discernible difference from ordinary water, yet her sleeve became damp. She decided not to dwell on it further. With an increase in children and insufficient food, she would have to postpone her spiritual ability enhancement until next time. While absorbing the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao glanced at the time and realized that she had completed the entire process in under an hour, exceeding her usual speed by more than threefold. Curious, she took an unconsumed crystal core outside the space to test it, only to discover that not only was the absorption process considerably slower, but the results were also significantly diminished. Bai Yaoyao was pleasantly surprised. If she had enough crystal cores, even with 3 abilities, her overall upgrade speed would not lag. Filled with excitement, she yearned to venture out and confront zombies. However, she restrained herself and focused on her primary objective. Bai Yaoyao drove to the vicinity of Fengming Mountain. Bathed in moonlight, the area was not entirely dark, but it was eerily quiet. As she wandered around the foot of the mountain, she realized her initial assumptions were overly simplistic. Fengming Mountain was vast, and the number of willow trees was abundant, at least 80 to 200. Each one appeared similar, and it was difficult to discern which was the mightiest. Certainly, it could not be the crooked-necked tree before her, the ugliest of them all. Letting out a sigh, Bai Yaoyao turned to leave, but suddenly halted, spinning back to face the crooked-necked tree. The direction in which its leaves fluttered was contrary to the wind. Observing the other willow trees, they all swayed normally, leaving this one as the sole anomaly. Why are you so obstinate? Bai Yaoyao raised her vigilance to its peak. Her muscles tensed, and she gripped her large knife tightly. The weakened state was not exclusive to the great willow tree. She too was vulnerable. Standing still, she extended her mental energy to cautiously probe the crooked neck willow, finding no signals of aggression, only a buoyant sensation. Bai Yaoyao cautiously approached a few steps, and the leaves of the willow danced even more energetically. Although there was no verbal exchange, she felt as if the tree were greeting her. Slowly raising her hand, the branches began to lift in tandem. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, the willow's branches suddenly wrapped around her wrist. Instinctively, she reached for her knife. But upon realizing the willow bore no ill intent, merely rubbing against her sleeve as if in a playful manner, she hesitated. Even as she raised her weapon, the tree recoiled slightly. Yet, despite this, the tree did not loosen its grip. Bai Yaoyao could sense a peculiar hint of grievance in the rustling of the leaves. How curious. She was not a wood ability user, yet she could communicate with plants. Suddenly reminded of the spring water that had appeared after her space house upgraded. She recalled sipping it and perhaps spilling some on her sleeve, the very spot where the willow was now reluctant to release her. She took a small amount of spring water into her palm, and the willow hesitated momentarily before its branches began to flail with excitement. Akin to hair standing on end from an electric shock. Do you want a drink? Bai Yaoyao spoke gently, coaxing like a kind stranger to a child. SSSH. Then you must come with me. You shall obey my commands. If I say go east, you shall not go west. If I say walk the dog, you shall not chase the chickens. I promise you'll have spring water every day. What do you say? Do we have a deal? Bai Yaoyao caressed the willow's branches, earnestly negotiating with it. To her surprise, the willow understood her completely, nodding without hesitation and controlling its branches to absorb every drop of water from her palm. Bai Yaoyao was uncertain if she could store it in her space. If not, she could call Kiki, who, being a wood ability user, could form a contract with plants. Unexpectedly, her attempt succeeded. The crooked neck tree vanished, leaving behind a deep pit. Bai Yaoyao looked at it, a chill running down her spine. It was astonishing how powerful this willow had been at the onset of the apocalypse, as evidenced by the numerous deep, dense roots visible in the pit. Not rushing to leave, she slipped back into her space. She found the willow anxiously hovering by the spring, hesitant to drink out of fear of being cast out. The tree sensed that in this space, Bai Yaoyao was the master, and it displayed a degree of understanding. Go ahead, drink as much as you want. Bai Yaoyao gestured toward the spring water. With the promise of a renewable source, the willow eagerly extended all its branches into the water. This display of impatience was decidedly unbecoming of a master. In less than 5 minutes, the willow had completely drained the spring water, approaching her with an endearing demeanor. Bai Yaoyao felt no remorse. After all, one could not expect a horse to run while also denying it grass. Chapter 21. Second-level zombie. Bai Yaoyao addressed the crooked-necked tree. Shall I give you a name? From now on, we shall be good companions. You have an elder brother named Guzi, whom I shall introduce to you tomorrow. The willow tree swayed its branches in agreement, eagerly trembling its leaves. Bai Yaoyao pondered for a long time. The name Guzi seemed rather hasty. This time, she wished to select something more refined. If you like a name, to shake your leaves, she suggested. Rustle, rustle, little tree. Rustle, little willow. Rustle, rustle, little green. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao gradually lost her patience. Then let us call you Little Y. That will do. I'm in a hurry to get home and rest. Little Y wanted to protest again, but found Bai Yaoyao had already exited the space, unwilling to heed its silent cries. Oh well, it's better than being named Guzi. Accepting the name Little Y, it obediently rooted itself beside the spring, gradually digesting the energy within. Bai Yaoyao drove back with a light heart, having taken Little Y with her. Although Little Y might not possess the opportunities or strength of its previous life, it nonetheless meant one less formidable opponent for humanity. What a splendid spring day, akin to a dream, where the fragrance of grass fills the air. Bai Yaoyao hummed a tune while speeding along, occasionally colliding with a zombie, yet finding it all rather entertaining. Halfway through her journey, Bai Yaoyao sensed something amiss and quickly stopped. For safety's sake, she exited the vehicle and stored it within her space. Her spiritual energy was continuously probing ahead, detecting a powerful energy fluctuation. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head. This was a psychic zombie, at least a first-level or perhaps even a second-level one. Bai Yaoyao realized that many occurrences in this life diverge from her memories. Special-type zombies were not supposed to appear for another 6 months. Yet here it was. On the very first day of the apocalypse, not only were there enhanced zombies, but also special types. Fortunately, her spatial abilities had upgraded, allowing short-distance teleportation. After being attacked, Bai Yaoyao swiftly moved toward the psychic zombie. To her surprise, the psychic zombie had fled. Was this a mere beginner zombie exhibiting awareness? How absurd! Despite knowing it could be a trap, Bai Yaoyao felt compelled to pursue. Her curiosity piqued. She tracked the creature to a clothing factory, where she saw a horde of zero-level zombies converging from all directions, alongside the psychic zombie leaning against the factory wall. Bai Yaoyao initially considered deploying a bomb and retreating into her space. However, any bomb potent enough to obliterate the zombies would likely destroy all her crystal cores as well. Reluctant to part with so many cores, she instead drew her large machete, preparing for a tough fight. Though the zero-level zombies were weak, their numbers overwhelmed her. Bai Yaoyao had gone from dispatching 3 zombies with a single blow to merely 1 per strike, feeling her hands numb from the effort. Little Y was persistently communicating, eager to be released. Once Bai Yaoyao felt sufficiently practiced, she tossed Little Y into the fray. In the ensuing battle, They worked in perfect harmony. Little Y immobilized the zombies with its branches while Bai Yaoyao wielded her knife. Their efficiency more than doubled. Even amidst the fierce conflict, Bai Yaoyao remained vigilant of the psychic zombie, knowing that controlling so many zero-level zombies indicated it was at least a second-level creature, and it should possess more abilities than this. Little Y, can you handle them on your own? Bai Yaoyao contemplated allowing Little Y to restrain the zero-level zombies while she dealt with the source of the problem. Otherwise, the endless summoning would eventually exhaust it. Russell, Russell, Little Y affirmed with enthusiasm. Bai Yaoyao noted that Little Y had grown significantly, its crooked neck straightening somewhat, likely due to the Spring-S influence. Bai Yaoyao stealthily approached the psychic zombie, and when she was within 10 meters, she surged forward, using a teleportation maneuver to appear right before it. As she swung her knife, she sensed a danger behind her and instinctively abandoned her attack to evade the assault from behind. This creature was unscrupulous, bringing along a bodyguard as if it were a celebrity. Turning around, she was startled to find another second-level zombie, this one a speed type. Engaged in combat with the speed zombie, she simultaneously used her psychic energy to defend against the psychic zombie's attacks. Before long, she felt her stamina waning significantly. She was striking at empty air, the zombie's speed exhausting her rapidly. Ultimately, she was forced to expend a portion of her psychic energy to combat the speed zombie, finally seizing an opportunity to thrust her knife into its eye, twisting it fiercely. Without a moment's delay, she teleported to the psychic zombie, forcefully severing its head. Noticing Little Y still grappling with the lesser zombies, she returned to assist, and together they concluded the battle. As the last zombie fell, both Bai Yaoyao and Little Y collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. They were so fatigued that they could hardly endure another minute. Bai Yaoyao sipped some water, taking a moment to recover her strength. If the fight had been insurmountable, she would have retreated into her space. However, she preferred to engage, knowing that those who relied solely on crystal cores were often ineffectual compared to those who honed their abilities through battle. Thus, Bai Yaoyao chose to confront the challenge head-on. Observing Little Y's exhausted state tugged at her heartstrings. This was only the first day of the apocalypse, and it was not yet a fully fledged Willow King. Without Little Y's aid today, she could have escaped, but victory would have eluded her. As they were now partners, Bai Yaoyao was not stingy. She promptly returned Little Y to the space beside the spring, encouraging it to drink deeply from the newly emerged spring water. Little Y, excited, shook itself and extended all its branches into the water. Within 5 seconds, it was drained once more. Bai Yaoyao began to scavenge for crystal cores, a wave of exhilaration washing over her as she gazed at the numerous fallen zombies. The urge to summon more was overwhelming, a truly delightful burden. Russell, 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 what's the matter? Bai Yaoyao inquired. Her curiosity piqued, but she released Little Y nonetheless. Little Y immediately commanded all its branches, swiftly collecting crystal cores, filling a bucket and tossing them at Bai Yaoyao's feet. You're incredible, brother. Thumbs up for you, you're the best, she exclaimed, laughing heartily. Russell, Russell. Bai Yaoyao personally extracted the cores from the 2 second-level zombies and then sat down to enjoy a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice, waiting for Little Y to finish its task. Despite the uninviting environment, she had grown accustomed to it. The food was quite fragrant. One serving was insufficient, so she indulged in a bowl of braised beef noodles. By the time Little Y finished collecting the cores, Bai Yaoyao was also satisfied. After gathering the cores and returning both herself and Little Y to the space, she retrieved her vehicle and drove home. Bai Yaoyao probed her psychic energy, counting 222 cores, almost matching a day's worth of her team's harvest. Exhausted indeed, yet the satisfaction was genuine. It was time to return and upgrade. A mother must ensure that all her children receive their fair share. She could now elevate her psychic abilities to the second level. Chapter 22. The Shadow. After Bai Yaoyao departed, a shadow suddenly materialized at the entrance of the garment factory, contemplating the silhouette of Bai Yaoyao as she left. It mused that perhaps only she could bring an end to all this. It was beyond its own capabilities. May the world still bask in the serenity of the river and the sea, and may the years be bountiful. with a flick of its hand. The recently fallen spiritual and speed zombies were resurrected. The ground, once littered with corpses, was now entirely devoid of any trace. Gazing in the direction Bai Yaoyao had taken, a gentle warmth flickered in its cold eyes. Perhaps they would meet again. It would be even better if the apocalypse had concluded by then. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Yaoyao ascended the stairs to her room and lightly knocked on Fat Brother's door, signaling her return. There was no need to probe with her mental energy or even to think. Fat Brother was undoubtedly awake, waiting for her. It reminded her of her first mission at the tender age of 8, where everything had gone smoothly, except for the return journey. She had gotten lost. The mountain terrain all looked the same, and somehow she had stumbled upon the back mountain. It took her 2 days to return to the base. And the moment she stepped inside, Fat Brother burst into tears, more fervently than when he had been whipped by their master. Later, Lulu told her that since her departure, Fat Brother had been sitting at the door, waiting anxiously. He hadn't even noticed when a monkey stole his chicken leg at lunchtime. That night, when she failed to return, he stayed awake the entire night. Had it not been for their master forbidding him from going out, he would have run out to search for her. Knowing that Bai Yaoyao was merely lost and not injured, Fat Brother finally relaxed, devouring 6 large steamed buns to quell his sobs. Their master, observing the pot of freshly steamed buns, was incensed to see 6 missing before mealtime, nearly ready to strike someone in anger. Ultimately, it was Bai Yaoyao, with fruits picked from the mountains and her sweet words, who managed to appease their master. Reflecting on her childhood brought a smile to Bai Yaoyao's lips. Today was truly delightful, having acquired little rye and vanquished so many zombies. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao knock, Fat Brother finally relaxed his furrowed brow. The sound of her light footsteps ascending the stairs reassured him that she had returned unscathed and accomplished her objectives, lifting his spirits. He then comfortably closed his eyes, and in less than 3 seconds, he was snoring loudly. Next door, Stone remarked, "The long-awaited sound of snoring has returned. Without Fat Brother snoring, I can hardly find sleep." After returning to her room, Bai Yaoyao immediately entered her space, took a refreshing shower, and changed her clothes. She then began absorbing crystal cores, elevating her mental abilities to level 2 with a special 2nd-level core. Contemplating further, she noted that a 3rd-level spatial ability would grant her the spatial blade, though its power was modest, inferior even to Dog Brother's claws. Given the scarcity of early-stage mutated zombies, most were still wielding knives or baseball bats, making it prudent to prioritize upgrading her strength ability. Utilizing the crystal core from the speed zombie, along with 222 0-level cores, she successfully ascended to level 3. As one progressed, upgrading became increasingly arduous. Merely advancing to level 3 required over 10 times the number of cores needed for level 2, and the exact number varied from person to person. To elevate her abilities to level 4, 0-level cores became useless, requiring around 100 first-level cores. Most crucially, from level 4 onwards, a necessary condition emerged. One must possess a core of the same level. Thus, to achieve level 4, one must acquire a 4th-level core. However, as even first-level zombies were rare, the prospect of reaching level 4 would likely require a considerable wait. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was 3 in the morning. She decided against further delay and promptly went to sleep, though her profession often demanded late nights. Nevertheless, her master had advised against it, claiming it would prolong her life. Morning arrived. Big roll, look, the monkey exclaimed, raising its hand to unleash a stream of water towards the balcony. Although it still lacked significant offensive power, it was vastly improved compared to yesterday. Monkey, you've leveled up too. Watch me. Big roll, a fire type, aimed at a tree below and unleash flames. Wow, the fire type is impressive. It looks far more potent than my water, the monkey exclaimed, and thus began their chaotic antics of burning and extinguishing the tree below. Stop. The big tree will get angry. Coco urgently interrupted. What the heck has it mutated to? Big roll quickly retracted the flames. Even if it hasn't mutated, your actions might provoke it, Coco remarked, hastily leaping from the 2nd floor. Closing her eyes, she gently caressed the big tree, which suddenly trembled. Coco, be careful, the monkey warned, concerned for her safety. Don't worry, my wood ability has leveled up. I can sense the tree's emotions, Coco assured. Since acquiring her wood ability, Coco had developed an unusual fondness for the flowers and plants by the roadside, realizing she had never been particularly nature-loving before. I apologize. My friend didn't mean any harm. He's just overly excited from his recent upgrade. Coco produced a crystal core, having used only 24 for her upgrade the previous day, leaving her with precisely 1. The tree swayed its leaves as if to say, it's okay. However, it still took back the crystal core and offered Coco a vine in return. Is this a gift for me? Coco inquired. The tree shook again. Haha, thank you. Today I'll do my best to slay zombies and will return a crystal core to you. Coco exclaimed, wrapping the vine around her wrist, brimming with excitement. The tree shook its leaves, seemingly cheering her on. At that moment, Bai Yaoyao emerged and witnessed this scene, marveling at Coco's good fortune. The tree, freshly mutated and inexperienced, had felt Coco's kindness and assistance, promptly offering its most valuable possession. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao directed her gaze at Big Roll and the monkey, the troublemakers. Big Roll and the monkey felt a chill at their necks, turning to encounter Yaoyao's gaze, instantly wanting to flee. Oh no! Sister Yaoyao's gaze carries the true essence of our Master's teachings. She clearly intends to reprimand us. We were wrong. We were wrong. Sister Yaoyao, we made a mistake. Yes. We completely forgot that plants and animals can also mutate. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. This shall not happen again. Today, you both will have mutated dogs for lunch. Oh no. Sister Yaoyao, didn't you say only for dinner yesterday? Woo, Sister Yaoyao, I was wrong. Once everyone had gathered, Bai Yaoyao swiftly prepared breakfast, discussing their battle plans for the day as they ate. The monkey and Big Roll cradled their egg-filled pancakes, unwilling to let a single crumb fall to the ground, for this was the only normal food they would have today. They exchanged glances, heroes sympathizing with heroes. Chapter 23. Group Operations. Bai Yaoyao swallowed the last bite of her egg pancake and remarked, our efficiency yesterday was rather lacking. Today, let us commence with group operations right from the start. I will team up with Monkey, Xiaomi, and Chunxian. Sure too, Adai, Dadawan, and Kiki will form another group. Lastly, Pangu, Lulu, Xiao Shirlu, and Peiqi shall be the third group. This arrangement is based on our abilities. We shall proceed in this manner today and make timely adjustments if necessary. We will set off shortly, sweeping 3 streets together. Does anyone have any questions? Nope. Let us get to work. Kiki exclaimed excitedly, having just acquired a vine that she was eager to test in practical combat. Suddenly, Lulu interjected, Yaoyao, Dog Brother has given this to you. We don't want it. Bai Yaoyao shot a glare at the yawning Dogsy. Looking bewildered, Dogsy rushed over to Lulu, questioning her with an expression of confusion. Ignoring him entirely, Lulu tactically sipped her water and settled beside Bai Yaoyao. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Yaoyao conceded, fine, Dogsy can join our group. She then instructed, sure to, Pangu, you two will each oversee a group. Safety is paramount. Nothing else matters. If any issues arise, signal with a flare. After a moment's thought, she added further instructions. Rest assured. All right. Upon concluding, Bai Yaoyao activated the vehicle, and they all set off. Before heading out, they circled the villa area to clear out any newly emerged zombies nearby. Today, their destination was the university town, known for its dense population and spacious grounds, making it an ideal location for zombie encounters. Have you noticed? There are far more zombies on the road today than yesterday, and we haven't even reached the city yet. The car can barely move, Monkey remarked as he drove. Bai Yaoyao, seated in the passenger seat, proper gun against the window, occasionally firing at zombies that disobeyed traffic rules. Firearms were only effective against lower-level zombies. Starting from the 3rd tier, their efficacy diminished significantly, often failing to kill even with direct hits. In such instances, the zombies would have already closed in. Moreover, with Pangu having purchased nearly 2 billion worth of military arms, ammunition was not a concern at all. Monkey, I'll give you a day off tomorrow to see if you can modify the vehicle and reinforce it, Bai Yaoyao said, glancing at the dent caused by a zombie collision with a hint of sympathy. Not a problem. I'll handle it tonight. It's not a difficult task. As they approached the university town, everyone had to disembark due to the overwhelming number of zombies. Whereas yesterday, they sometimes had to break down doors to find zombies. Today, they were almost all milling about in the streets. Bai Yaoyao released Xiao Wai and introduced him to Dogzi, saying, "This is your second brother. Take care of him." Woof woof. As they advanced, Bai Yaoyao instructed Xiao Wai to assist the other three, utilizing his control skills while collecting crystal cores. Her psychic ability had ascended to level 2, allowing her to temporarily control zombies. With all three abilities activated, her speed in dispatching zombies surpassed that of the trio. "Wow, Sister Yao, you're on fire today." Xiaomi grinned widely. "Let's pick up the pace. Even if we can't match Yao Yao, how come Dog Brother is lagging behind?" Upon hearing Xiao Y's encouraging sounds, Dogzi felt reinvigorated, enthusiastically dispatching zombies with greater fervor. After 3 hours of intense effort, they finally reached the entrance of a university town. They took a moment to rest, consuming some beef jerky to regain their strength while waiting for the other two groups to arrive. While they were waiting, a few students from H University suddenly emerged, momentarily frozen in place upon seeing the unusual assembly of Bai Yaoyao and her companions. The imposing aura was enough to deter them from approaching or fleeing. "Hey, young man, are there many zombies at your school?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "Yeah, and there's even a zombie that can breathe fire," replied a boy in a blue denim jacket, gripping the hand of a girl beside him. Bai Yaoyao's spirits lifted. Another special zombie. She could gather it for Lulu's use, and Adai's group had enough output power, so she was not concerned. The dark abilities had sufficient lethality, supplemented by speed abilities, ensuring no worries. "Where can we find the fire-breathing zombie? Is it convenient to tell us? We saw it right before we left, just in front of the cafeteria. Once you enter the school, go straight, turn right at the second intersection, and you'll get there," the boy replied readily. After a moment, he added, "I'm not sure if it's still there now." Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed him a baseball bat, saying, "Here, as your reward." The boy eagerly picked it up, exclaiming, "Thank you. Is there anything else?" Bai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. The students, seeing her gesture, quickly turned and fled, one of them losing a shoe. The boy dared to return only after glancing back at Bai Yaoyao and her companions. "Ha, Sister Yao, are we really that intimidating? Look how scared those kids are." Xiaomi chuckled. In truth, the group members were not that old. Shurtu was the eldest at 26, while Bai Yaoyao and Pangu were both 21. Xiaomi, Monkey, and others were under 20, with the youngest, Adai, only 16, making them potentially younger than the students they had just encountered. "Xiaomi, you should clean the blood off your knife, dispose of the zombie head in your hand, and move the nearby zombie bodies before chatting," Chun Xian suggested, handing over tissue. Xiaomi took the tissue and wiped his mouth. "While you wait for the others, I'll check out that fire-breathing zombie." Concerned about delays causing the zombie to escape, Bai Yaoyao decided to act swiftly. "Let Dog Brother and Xiao Wai accompany you," Monkey advised. "Woof woof. Dog Brother will protect you." "No need. Let Dog Brother and Xiao Wai stick with you. I prefer to handle this on my own," Bai Yaoyao declined. Knowing Dogzi and Xiao Wai would not hold an advantage against the fire-type zombie and would not be able to contribute significantly. "All right, just be cautious. Don't worry." Upon entering the campus, Bai Yaoyao activated her psychic powers, meticulously scanning every corner. She soon discovered that this school was rather peculiar, undoubtedly harboring more than one special zombie. Various energy waves emanated from several directions. She first proceeded to the location described by the boy and spotted the fire-type zombie attacking the cafeteria's shutter door. Faint cries echoed from within the cafeteria, where individuals on the 4th floor were attempting to throw tables and chairs down in hopes of toppling the zombie. However, the descent was too slow to pose any real threat to it. Bai Yaoyao masked her presence with her psychic energy, preparing for a stealth attack. When she drew within approximately 20 meters, she halted, calculating that her maximum teleportation distance was around 10 meters. The fire-type zombie, though possessing formidable offensive capabilities, had weak defenses, making a single decisive strike entirely feasible. Chapter 24. Chaos. Bai Yaoyao did not rush into action. Instead, she observed her surroundings for approximately 5 minutes. On the 4th floor, someone spotted her. "Look, there's a person behind the tree. What does she intend to do? Surely, she isn't planning to fight zombies, right? Goodness, how reckless. Run, miss. The zombies can breathe fire." Ignoring the chattering from above, Bai Yaoyao was relieved that the zombies did not comprehend human speech. Otherwise, her position would have been compromised. Calculating the timing, she noted that the fire-type zombies unleashed their abilities roughly every 5 seconds. Seizing the moment when they activated their skills, she swiftly advanced, utilizing her teleportation ability to close the distance. With all her strength concentrated in her arm, she struck decisively, severing the zombie's neck in one swift motion. With a flick of her blade, she secured the crystal core and turned to leave. "Wow, miss, you're incredible. Do you need a sidekick? I can carry your bags and help with chores. You're so cool. I'm in awe. Oh, my dear, don't go. You've saved me. I pledge my loyalty to you. From now on, I shall follow you." The chorus of admiration grew louder, and Bai Yaoyao smiled. It was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and these naive youngsters had yet to grasp the harsh realities of their new world. They still had the leisure to jest. In a few days, when rescue efforts failed to materialize, their laughter would inevitably turn to tears. Reflecting on her own experiences at H University, one of the top institutions in Huagua, she realized that the seemingly dim-witted children behind her still possessed potential. Unable to resist, she offered a kind-hearted warning. "Hey, keep shouting. Attract all the zombies. Let's see if you lot have enough to fill their appetites." In an instant, silence engulfed the area, save for the sound of the wind. Bai Yaoyao turned to observe the innocent faces peering out from the 4th floor, stacked like a tower by the window. She couldn't help but smirk. Youth was indeed a blessing. Though her words were sharp, she dedicated herself to circling the cafeteria, eliminating every zombie in her path. She thought to give those naive youths a bit more time. Soon, their ivory tower would be gone, replaced by the tumult of the apocalypse. If they wished to survive longer, they would have to mature. However, growth demanded a price, and that price could very well be their lives. Upon returning to the school entrance, Bai Yaoyao assessed whether everyone had arrived. The stone group was present, but after waiting a while, the fat brother group remained unresponsive. Despite the absence of signal flares, Bai Yaoyao felt uneasy and decided to lead everyone down the path to the fat brother group, hoping to find them. After traversing a couple of intersections, they heard the sounds of a struggle. Bai Yaoyao had previously used her mental powers to scan the area and detected no zombies. So she hurried everyone along. They soon discovered that Fat Brother and Adai were engaged in a fight, with Fat Brother's arm smeared in blood. Adai bore bruises on his face as well. Peichi and Lulu were also embroiled in a scuffle, thankfully wielding only knives and refraining from using their powers. "What on earth are you doing?" "Fat Brother, Adai, stop fighting." "Lulu, Peichi, what happened?" Xiaomi and the others rushed in to intervene. Growing up together, they shared a strong bond and would typically resolve conflicts quickly. To their surprise, their intervention led to a chaotic melee, with everyone except Bai Yaoyao getting dragged into the fray. "It's a psychic zombie," Bai Yaoyao shouted. This creature could disrupt human cognition, and since she could not sense its mental energy, it was likely a level 3 psychic zombie. How absurd that it was only the second day of the apocalypse. No wonder she had drawn such a challenging script. Bai Yaoyao silently cursed, focusing on the ongoing fight. Aside from Adai, whose abilities were slightly superior, the rest of the group was evenly matched. Adai was matched against Stone and Fat Brother, who were unable to gain the upper hand but could defend themselves. Bai Yaoyao forced herself to remain calm, swiftly assessing the surroundings. She concentrated her mental energy, inch by inch, until she identified a breakfast shop about 50 meters away, which proved impervious to her powers. Quickly severing her mental connection, she dashed toward the shop. Her spatial abilities granted her an advantage against this unique type of zombie. Their defenses were weak, making close combat untenable. Fortunately, she could teleport to escape. However, in this peculiar situation, she felt the zombie attempting to reposition itself. Without hesitation, she hurled a grenade, exclaiming, "Die, you wretched creature!" With a tremendous explosion, Adai and the others regained their senses. Once assured that everyone was safe, Bai Yaoyao focused on hunting the psychic zombie. Simultaneously, she sent out Xiao Wei, who extended its branches to momentarily restrain the zombie, though it soon broke free. At that moment, Bai Yaoyao arrived, and the zombie sought to invade her thoughts. Yet, she resisted, holding on for a few seconds. opting for a rapid assault. She abandoned firearms and employed a baseball bat to deliver a primal blow. Are you dead yet? This creature refused to perish. Bai Yaoyao struck again, and with a splatter of brain matter, the crystal core burst forth without needing to be excavated. As her companions arrived, they witnessed Bai Yaoyao berating the creature while delivering fatal blows. The scene was gruesomely beautiful. Bai Yaoyao, you're amazing. What is your background? How do you possess such skill? Fat brother, clutching his bleeding arm, couldn't he help but lean in for a closer look. Bai Yaoyao raised the crystal core for all to see. It's a level 3 psychic zombie. I don't know why, but this time around, things are progressing at a much faster pace than before. My memories are completely different. Seeing Bai Yaoyao frown, Fat brother spoke softly. It's all right. We're all here this time. Just take it slow. Bai Yaoyao paused, realizing that Lulu and Chun Xian were still alive, and Xiaomi and the others had awakened their powers early on. Things were indeed much better than before. I was overthinking it. Thank you, Fat brother. Bai Yaoyao adjusted her emotions and looked at him. Fat brother, don't move. Look at the blood pouring from your arm. My powers are finally coming into play. Peiqi exclaimed as she rushed forward. Peiqi, I'm here too. My face is all messed up. Adai chimed in. Ha! One at a time. Peiqi waved her hand grandly. Unfortunately, mere minutes after boasting, her powers depleted, and she could only treat Fat brother. Adai and Lulu had not even had their turns yet. I'm not very skilled. It seems I overused my powers on Fat brother. What a waste, Peiqi admitted sheepishly. Bai Yaoyao produced ointment and tossed it to Adai and Lulu. You two can apply it yourselves. Chapter 25. The Ivory Tower, observing the frustrated expressions on several faces. I addressed the group. The primary attack method of the mental-type zombies is thought control. Henceforth, we must remain vigilant. With proper precautions, their success is significantly hindered. Understood. Sister Yao. After the group departed, a shadow re-emerged. Gazing at the disfigured zombie, I lingered for a considerable time, raised my hand in an attempt to restore it, hesitated, and ultimately abandoned the idea, repulsed. The group sought refuge in a relatively clean small restaurant to satiate their midday hunger. Dedo Wan and the monkey watched as others joyfully relished their hot pot lamb, glancing down at their own plates of inferior roasted mutant dog meat, tears of regret streaming down their cheeks. Why does it seem that Brother Dog's large bones and Xiao Wisewater seem far superior to my meal? After lunch, we commenced our exploration of H University. Bai Yaoyao had sensed several locations with potent energy fluctuations within the premises earlier in the day and intended to investigate further. Upon entering the school grounds, we headed first to the playground, where the energy waves were strongest. As we approached the edge of the playground, zombies detected our presence. Bicycles and trash cans, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled toward us. Everyone, be cautious. It's a wind-type zombie, Bai Yaoyao warned. We swiftly dodged aside, but Peiqi, situated at the edge, was unable to escape in time. In a flash, Shirtu stepped sideways to shield Peiqi, activating his skin-hardening ability. He concluded that at this juncture, the Earth-type ability was less impactful than skin hardening, which he had prioritized upgrading the day before. With a mighty punch, he struck the trash can, the force causing his entire arm to penetrate it. Ouch, that stings, Shirtu remarked, breaking his usual stoicism. Shirtu, you're so cool, trash can Superman, Xiaomi quipped, dodging while teasing him. A DUI, Xiaomi dog, let S charge in. The rest provide range support. Understood. Woof. The trio and one dog surged forward from 4 directions, while Lulu unleashed her lightning from a distance, and Qin Xian enhanced our abilities with a skill boost. Xiao Wei preemptively ensnared the zombie with a willow branch. Although it lasted but a second, it was ample time for our configuration. Bai Yaoyao aimed for the neck, plunging her dagger in before the zombie could react. A DUI unleashed a dark mist, leaving the zombie with no chance to retaliate as we dispatched it collectively. Ah, the thrill of teamwork. In mere moments, the level 3 wind-type zombie was torn apart. Bai Yaoyao retrieved the crystal core, stating there should be 4 level 2 crystal cores remaining in this campus. Or rather, for level 2 zombies. Let's hunt them down. Ha ha ha, Sister Yao. Your intuition is remarkable. Xiaomi nearly spluttered her drink in laughter. I believe we should devise several attack strategies tailored to different zombie types. Our earlier synergy was commendable. If we can tighten our coordination, the wind-type zombie won't have a chance to unleash its abilities. Lulu thoughtfully summarized. Indeed, Lulu speaks wisely. It's primarily about combat synergy. Let us all put in the effort, Bai Yaoyao encouraged. Have you all noticed how much hotter it is today compared to yesterday? Could it be my fire-type abilities at play? Since I left the house, my clothes have been perpetually damp, having consumed 4 or 5 bottles of water. Little one couldn't help but complain. I'm feeling the heat from my water abilities too. It's unbearable, freezing at night and scorching during the day. The monkey chimed in. Sister Yao, what's going on? Bai Yaoyao replied. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. There has been a week of extreme heat, with midday temperatures reaching 60 C. During that period, we should venture out at night and rest during the day. Nearly a decade had passed, and many details had faded from memory. If one hadn't commented on the heat, I might not have recalled that the zombies first grew stronger following a week of extreme temperatures. Consequently, the number of level 1 zombies surged, as many who perished in the extreme heat succumbed to infection, becoming zombies. On a positive note, the authorities had swiftly adapted, establishing bases across provinces, where basic social order could still be maintained. However, the law of the jungle prevailed. This was true even before the apocalypse. China had been the most responsive among all nations. Many countries devolved into zombie-infested havens or dens of villainy, disregarding the plight of the weak. Without abilities, survival was nearly impossible. Only China chose not to abandon anyone, organizing rescues, coordinating food and shelter, and providing ordinary people with hope for survival. Bai Yaoyao, having sensed no level 3 zombies on campus, decided to divide the group into 3 teams. The brothers were all skilled, and assuming all responsibilities might not be beneficial, everyone must endure hardships and confront dangers to foster growth. Bai Yaoyao's team opted for the dormitory building, which was likely to be the most populated with zombies and survivors. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, they encountered a group of students. The leading boy evidently possessed fire abilities, unleashing flames upon the zombies while his companions wielded sticks to bludgeon them. Their coordination commendable. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao and her entourage, he inquired, Which department are you from? I haven't seen you before. I've cleared the passage to the cafeteria. There's food there. Hurry. Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. While the boy's demeanor was somewhat arrogant, it was not malicious. His intention was primarily to inform. Lianggu, they surely aren't from our school. How could I not recognize such beautiful girls? Remarked a boy holding a stool. Bai Yaoyao smiled at the compliment. Politeness was essential in such interactions. Indeed, what a privileged family to dare keep a husky. They must not be from our school. Suddenly, the boy named Lianggu appeared anxious, retreating slightly with his group. As martial arts students, they had encountered more in life. Only after distancing did they realize that the individuals before them were evidently seasoned fighters. Do not be alarmed. The lovely sister won't harm you. Bai Yaoyao found the students endearing in their naive innocence. After her comment, the boys grew even more apprehensive. Lianggu directly asked, What do you want? My classmates and I have matters to attend to. I will speak with you. He gestured for his companions to leave first. However, his peers did not retreat. Instead, they edged closer, defiantly raising their heads, feigning calmness. Bai Yaoyao suppressed a roll of her eyes, deciding against further teasing. She pointed to the level 2 water-type zombie outside the fence and stated, We shall take that zombie. That S1, we painstakingly trapped outside. It can manipulate water. We can't let you in it. Lianggu began, but upon noticing the relaxed demeanor of Bai Yaoyao and her companions, he fell silent. Especially the husky, whose expression boldly declared, I am the greatest. I fear no one. Chapter 26. The Harvest of Fans. Bai Yaoyao watched as a few students wisely stepped aside, giving her a nod towards Xiaomi and the others. Before them stood a male water-type zombie, who, judging by his Mediterranean hairstyle, had likely been a teacher in life. Now, as a zombie, he was left with only a few strands of hair. His face was marred by bluish sores and decayed flesh, and his eyes bulged grotesquely, protruding even more than those behind glasses. His black suit was tattered and stained with dirt and blood. having just collaborated on a tactical plan. Chun Xian amplified the monkey's abilities to restrain the zombie, while he and Xiaomi swiftly advanced, aiming to defeat it in one decisive strike before it had the chance to retaliate. It was crucial to practice their teamwork while the zombie's attack power was still minimal. Ready, charge! As soon as Bai Yaoyao's words fell, she and Xiaomi dashed forward, the latter utilizing her speed abilities while Bai Yaoyao employed her instantaneous movement. Bai Yaoyao considered her speed commendable, yet she was swiftly outpaced by the dog. Hearing her command, the dog raced ahead like a whirlwind, even faster than Xiaomi, and lunged at the zombie with claws bared. The zombie retaliated by spraying water at the dog's face, startling it, which then provoked the dog into a furious uproar. Bai Yaoyao, initially annoyed by the dog's antics, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing it drenched like a wet chicken. Ultimately, it was Xiaomi, moved by compassion, who seized the opportunity while the zombie was distracted by the dog's antics to deliver the final blow. The dog, feeling wronged, scampered over to Bai Yaoyao, barking in protest. "Woof woof, howl! You didn't help me, and you laughed at me." Bai Yaoyao, denying any wrongdoing, replied, "How could that be? You must have misinterpreted my admiration for your graceful form." "Woof! Of course it's true. You're quite the dashing fellow, dog brother. It's all Xiaomi's fault. Had he not interfered, you would have achieved a solo kill." Bai Yaoyao praised, causing the dog to raise its head proudly and shake off the water droplets, barking excitedly at Xiaomi. Xiaomi, bewildered, exclaimed, "Dog brother, I was helping you. Don't you see your master is mocking you?" "Woof, howl, howl, woof, howl. Impossible. My master loves me most. You're just jealous." Xiaomi approached Bai Yaoyao, puzzled. Why is this creature so dim-witted? Does its mutated intelligence remain unchanged? It's impressive enough that it hasn't destroyed anything. It can still take down zombies. Bai Yaoyao chuckled, just as they were about to leave. The same group of boys approached again, stammering, "Sister? Excuse us. May we ask you a question?" "What is it?" Bai Yaoyao replied cheerfully. "What? Were those things you extract from the zombies' brains?" "If it's not too much trouble." Lianga fumbled. "Crystal cores," Bai Yaoyao said, producing one to illustrate. Lianga was taken aback by her prompt response. "They are objects that can enhance your abilities. You can absorb them by concentrating and holding them in your hand." Bai Yaoyao explained. "It's not a secret. It's just that this boy shows considerable talent. He can wield fire at such a level at just the first stage. His character is commendable as well. He leads the way and takes responsibility, allowing his subordinates to retreat first. It is advantageous for humanity to have more strong individuals, especially since even zombies know to team up for battle. No fool would choose to engage in a one-on-one fight against 100, after all." "Thank you. May I inquire if you are part of an organization? Are you accepting new members?" Liang asked eagerly. "We are a group of 8 brothers. 3 of us have abilities. I can conjure fire, while 2 others have unique talents. One can see exceptionally far and can see in the dark at night, and another possesses immense strength. The remaining 5 are martial arts specialists, all having trained from a young age. And we all gained admission to H University based on our martial prowess. We are all national-level athletes." Liang fervently promoted his team, sensing a great opportunity before him, especially since these individuals seemed formidable. Even the dog exuded an air of wisdom, despite its earlier blunder. Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao declined, stating that their 12-member team was already optimal. Any increase in numbers could lead to unequal distribution of resources and potential conflicts, while fewer members would struggle against hordes of zombies. Most importantly, they had grown up together, ensuring that betrayal was never a concern. "Apologies, young man, but our organization is not recruiting." "All right, thank you for sharing information about the crystal cores. What is the name of your organization?" Liang Yi inquired. "Nightfall Squad." "Hey, Liang, we should come up with a name too. Look how impressive their sounds. Aren't we called the H University Rescue Team? That sounds too mundane. Let us choose something more stylish. How about the Midnight Squad? Let us aspire to be as formidable as the Nightfall Squad one day." "Excellent. Midnight Squad, let us go." They cheered. Unbeknownst to the Nightfall Squad, they had just gained a group of enthusiastic fans who had whimsically named their team. Bai Yaoyao led her companions through the entirety of H University, effectively dispersing the clusters of zombies. while some scattered zombies were left untouched. It was primarily to provide the sheltered students with valuable experience. Those who lacked the courage to confront even a few zombies might as well perish. In a world as harsh as this, those afraid to wield a blade had little hope of survival. We should not return tonight. Let us continue clearing the university town tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll waste too much time on the road, Bai Yaoyao instructed her group. Agreed. There are too many zombies on the road. Driving at such a slow speed is impractical. Fat Brother concurred. Xiaomi pointed toward a nearby teaching building, asking, "Shall we spend the night in a classroom or find a dormitory?" "Let us choose the teaching building. It's more spacious and secure," Bai Yaoyao decided. Everyone agreed. Having a place to shield them from the elements was a blessing, especially since they often found themselves seeking refuge in caves while executing missions. They located an empty classroom on the first floor, and Bai Yaoyao stored all the desks and chairs in her spatial pocket. She then produced a long table and announced, "Let us place our orders." Finally, it was time for her favorite part. "I want a children's meal. Ideal like a lobster." After satisfying their appetites, Bai Yaoyao revealed their day's harvest: 427 zero-level crystal cores, 21 first-level cores, 5 second-level cores, and 1 third-level core. This was more than double their first day's haul, and the combined second and third-level cores were sufficient to elevate another member to the third level. Chapter 27. Clearing the area, Bai Yaoyao addressed the group, stating, "The second and third-level crystal nuclei are predominantly of the natural type. Let us prioritize using them for Lulu. Once her abilities reach level 3, she will possess extensive AoE damage capabilities. Tomorrow, the high-level crystal nuclei will be allocated to Adai, ensuring that each of the 3 teams has one level 3 member. Furthermore, we must prioritize upgrading Fat Brother and Shidu's Earth-based defensive control skills, as well as Peichi's healing abilities to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Does anyone have any additional suggestions?" "Lulu, what about you?" Lulu inquired. "Hee. While I was out last night looking for Xiao Wai, I managed to grab some food and collected a few crystal nuclei," Bai Yaoyao replied. "How selfish, Yaoyao. You feasted without us." Xiao 16 teased. "With my spatial abilities, I can evade danger more adeptly." Bai Yaoyao was about to elaborate when she noticed the concerned expressions on everyone's faces and quickly changed her tone. "I apologize. I will inform everyone beforehand next time." "Exactly. We are a team. We shoulder responsibilities together. Don't worry, boss. Even if I only have speed abilities, I will be the first to charge in and cover everyone when danger arises," Xiaomi declared, thumping her chest. Bai Yaoyao playfully slapped her and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense," and quickly pound the table. "Spit, spit, spit." Bai Yaoyao knew that Xiaomi was speaking sincerely. In her previous life, Xiaomi had acted bravely even without abilities. So hearing her say this stirred emotions within Bai Yaoyao. I was wrong. Xiaomi hastily pounded the table, repeating, "Spit, spit, spit." The group collectively chastised Xiaomi, momentarily forgetting about Bai Yaoyao's late-night escapade, except for Lulu, who shot a fierce glare at Bai Yaoyao. "Everyone, take your 35 crystal nuclei and absorb them quickly. Xiao Wai will keep watch. Call us if there are any issues," Bai Yaoyao instructed. As the group prepared to lean against the wall, they were taken aback when Bai Yaoyao produced 12 large beds, complete with bedding, from her spatial abilities. "Wow, I thought we would have to rough it tonight. I can't believe we have beds." "Indeed, Yaoyao, your space truly has everything." "Of course. I've spent billions, and now I'm at a loss for how to spend the remaining funds. So naturally, I have everything. Now, hurry and absorb those nuclei." Bai Yaoyao laughed. Over the next few days, Bai Yaoyao led the group in thoroughly clearing the entire university town. "Yaoyao, this is the last school. H-City Political and Economic University," Xiaomi said, wiping her slightly dull blade, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Here, take another one." "Fix this one for later," Bai Yaoyao replied, handing Xiaomi a new machete. As the days passed, the group's abilities gradually improved, leading to fewer close-quarter combats. Only Xiaomi, with her speed abilities, continued to wield her blade against the zombies. Bai Yaoyao had mentioned that danger could more easily trigger latent abilities, so Xiaomi would often agitate several zombies at once. Over 3 days, her blades had become significantly dulled, causing concern among the others, who feared for her safety. Xiaomi, though seemingly reckless, was fiercely determined not to lag behind, pushing herself to excel. "I know my limits, Yaoyao," Xiaomi smiled and assured. Seeing that Xiaomi was not heeding her advice, Bai Yaoyao decided to have Xiao Wai assist her instead. While exploring the school, they found something peculiar. "What is going on with this school? There are hardly any zombies, and I haven't seen a single student. The moment we spot a living person, they turn and run," the Dawan remarked in confusion. "Let us follow them." The person they pursued was clearly wearing a construction worker's uniform and a hard hat, unmistakably not a student. Their first reaction upon seeing the group was not curiosity, but rather guilt, piquing Bai Yaoyao's interest. Upon noticing that Bai Yaoyao and her companions were following, the individual began to run even faster. Xiaomi and Dai activated their speed abilities and quickly apprehended the person. "Why are you running?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "If you're being pursued, wouldn't you run?" The person replied defiantly. What with the overwhelming stench of blood, Shirtu rubbed his nose, glancing toward the auditorium. "Let's go check it out." Boss, the police are here. Do you dare to speak? Do you want to die?" Monkey punched the person in the stomach, sending them crumpling to the ground. "The military is assaulting civilians. I will report you." The person spluttered. As they approached the auditorium, the scent of blood intensified. Fat Brother hurled a chunk of earth, smashing through the door, which was followed by a barrage of gunfire. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and had taken cover in advance. "Goodness, assault rifles? Who's inside with such equipment?" Didawan exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao seized the moment to glance inside. There were at least 20 bodies on the ground, presumably students, both male and female. 4 individuals were wielding guns, while others brandished an assortment of improvised weapons, sticks, chairs, kitchen knives, and the like, comprising both students and construction workers. "Surround them," the leading man commanded, and everyone rushed out to encircle Bai Yaoyao and her companions. "Wang Jianbin?" Peiqi suddenly remarked. "What is his background?" Bai Yaoyao asked, intrigued by Peiqi's recognition. "He is notorious. He brutally murdered 17 children at an elementary school and recorded it. He has been wanted, and it caused quite a stir online. I didn't expect him to escape to the university town," Peiqi succinctly explained. When Peiqi was in H-City acquiring property, she witnessed the police conducting house-to-house searches but failed to capture him, indicating he had some skill. "Why did he kill the elementary students?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "The specifics are unclear, but a friend in the underworld mentioned that he was enraged because the parents obstructed the road while picking up their children, causing him to wait through 3 traffic lights without moving. The next day, he returned for revenge," Peiqi explained. "How ruthless. It's absurd to take it out on the children just because the parents blocked the road." Xiao 16 cursed in disbelief. Shirtu frowned and remarked, "Yaoyao, this man deserves to die." Bai Yaoyao nodded. While they were not saints, they at least refrained from indiscriminately killing the innocent. Wang Jianbin was undoubtedly a psychopath, capable of harming children. With the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the auditorium, it was evident what had transpired. Such a person gaining power would only lead to further chaos. It would be best to eliminate him swiftly. "Who are you? Be wise and leave quickly. Let us not interfere with one another." Wang Jianbin immediately recognized that this group was no ordinary assembly. They were clearly not the police as his underlings had claimed. The equipment they possessed suggested they might be international mercenaries. Even the women among them appeared formidable. "Now that we're here, leaving empty-handed is not our style," Bai Yaoyao said with a smile, unfazed by the 4 assault rifles, as she stepped forward to confront them. Chapter 28. A moment of clarity without a moment's hesitation. Wang Jianbin discarded a bag, channeling his wind-based abilities towards Bai Yaoyao. He suspected this woman to be a formidable character and felt a strong premonition that he would suffer in a confrontation. Fat Brother initially intended to deploy his skills for defense, but Bai Yaoyao softly interjected, "It's fine, it should be the crystal cores. There are energy fluctuations. There are over 200 crystal cores inside. You are here for these, aren't you? Take them all, mind your own business. We are all on the same path. Consider us colleagues," Wang Jianbin said. Xiao Wai, understanding the situation, eagerly lifted the bag. Bai Yaoyao glanced inside and confirmed it contained crystal cores, including several first-level ones. Wang Jianbin's sincerity was evident, but Accepting the cores meant they would also take his life. Bai Yaoyao stated calmly, "What do you mean? Are you willing to sacrifice for them? Does no one here value their own life? Why feign nobility and act as saviors?" Wang Jianbin was taken aback by her audacity. Initially, upon seeing Bai Yaoyao accept the crystal cores, he thought the matter would end there, but now she demanded his life. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "I can give you 200 more crystal cores. Don't push it too far. You die, and the crystal cores become ours." Bai Yaoyao thought the cores were of much more interest than ending his life. The brutal murder of children was something Brother Shirtu could not tolerate. Since they were going to kill him anyway, it was an opportunity to profit. Bai Yaoyao exchanged glances with Adai and Xiaomi, then swiftly teleported inside. Lulu unleashed lightning. The monkey released water, Dada conjured flames, and Xiao Shirlu summoned winds. The group of subordinates outside proved ineffective. The four armed with guns couldn't even aim properly, let alone hit anyone, merely bullying the ordinary folk. Fat Brother and Shidu's earth-based abilities had both reached the 3rd level. Once they summoned their earth shields, it was nearly impossible to breach them. Since Bai Yaoyao's refusal, Wang Jianbin had been on high alert, retreating as the three charged forward, simultaneously launching wind blades. But unfortunately, none struck their target. Their speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi lunged at him from either side, only to discover Wang Jianbin possessed skin-hardening abilities. Remarkable, a dual ability user. No wonder he is so arrogant, Bai Yaoyao mused, noting that official statistics showed very few had awakened dual abilities in the early apocalypse. If he survived today, he would likely become a formidable adversary in the future. Adai, realizing the inadequacy of their blades, unleashed a dark mist bomb directly at Wang Jianbin's eyes, a new skill from his 3rd-level dark abilities. You will all die. Wang Jianbin's eyes bled profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yaoyao thrust a blade into Wang Jianbin's eye, waiting for his abilities to dissipate before slitting his throat. With his death, the remaining lackey surrendered, crouching down and pleading for mercy. Xiaomi searched and found no crystal cores on Wang Jianbin. She shouted, "Where are the crystal cores?" I know. Please don't kill me. They are all in the back. The zombies are there too." A terrified boy stammered. "Zombies?" Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt a dreadful premonition. Upon reaching the back, she was struck by the realization that she had just killed Wang Jianbin, which felt like a grave mistake. A level 0 zombie was tightly bound to a pillar, while 2 or 3 dozen people lay on the ground, tied together with a long rope. Their bodies bore clear signs of having been clawed or bitten by zombies. This was clearly a scheme to artificially create zombies, only to kill them for their crystal cores. Some female students were even entirely unclothed, their chests gnawed to a bloody pulp. Bai Yaoyao recalled that in her previous life, there were those who engaged in such heinous acts. Those with depraved minds always devised ways to benefit themselves at the expense of others. The onlookers fell silent, the bag containing at least 300 or 400 crystal cores, leaving them to ponder how many students Wang Jianbin had murdered using this method. Lulu glared at the group of people crouched on the ground, contemplating unleashing a bolt of lightning to eliminate them all. "These scum, Sister Yao, let us kill them all," Adai said, his expression dark as he stared at the group. "No, it's not us. It was Brother Wang. Wang Jianbin made us do this. Spare us. We were forced. If we don't work, we will be fed to the zombies. Please spare me. I have an 8-month-old daughter, and her mother is gone. I'm only trying to provide for her." Bai Yaoyao quietly uttered, "Be silent." Instantly, the area fell silent. The students upstairs, hearing the commotion, gradually descended. Upon seeing Wang Jianbin's lifeless body, they displayed expressions of excitement. "You, who are you?" the bravest boy ventured, attempting to inquire about Bai Yaoyao and her companions' identities. They were clad in black combat uniforms, resembling a special forces unit, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Bai Yaoyao understood what the boy intended to say and interrupted him, saying, "Regrettably, we are not." Then thank you for saving us." Yes, thank you for killing Wang Jianbin. He was a beast. Thank you. You have worked hard." The members of the Dark Knight squad felt somewhat awkward, having never experienced the sensation of being thanked by so many for doing good deeds. They were momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, Some of the younger ones even flushed with embarrassment. Bai Yaoyao scoffed, saying, "No one can save you. To survive, you must rely on yourselves. With so many of you, you cannot even handle one person? Has no one awakened abilities? Are you all fools? Even mud dolls possess some blood and guts. Your classmates and teachers were dragged out to be raped and brutally killed, and you just stood by and watched? We resisted, but they had guns. The cowards always found myriad excuses. I am not a righteous crusader. I have no right to lecture you. Just one last piece of advice. If you lack the courage to fight back with a knife, you might as well end it all. You trash." With that, Bai Yaoyao collected the crystal cores and departed. Her spirits were somewhat subdued, yet upon reflection, she felt a sense of relief. They were merely a group of individuals who had suddenly discovered those around them had transformed into ravenous monsters, a reality that required time to adjust to. Why should she concern herself with their plight? After gathering the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao signaled to her companions to leave, disregarding the students who continued to shout and blame one another behind them. Leading the Dark Knight squad, Bai Yaoyao cleared the zombies plaguing the university at the onset of the apocalypse, significantly contributing to H-City becoming the city with the highest survival rate for college students in the nation. In the days to come, many talented individuals would emerge from there. Chapter 29. Official rescue arrives next. I shall announce the distribution of the rescue tasks. Team 1 will be assigned to the East City Museum, tasked with recovering as many significant artifacts as possible. A space manipulator will accompany you. It is imperative to ensure their safety. Team 2 will head to the West City Grain Storage Facility. Team 3 is assigned to the official family quarters. Team 4 will go to the Zhenglin Villa on Ruekong Road, where they must rescue Professor Lin Jingying and his family, ensuring the professor's safety at all costs. Teams 5 and 6, along with the Special Operations Unit, will be led by me to the university town of H-City. Given the dense population there, it is a critical disaster zone. Once the other teams complete their tasks, they must hasten to provide support. Understood. Meng Qilin, having awakened his power, is responsible for the rescue operations in H-City. Due to the extensive area affected, a large-scale rescue is impractical. We must prioritize rescuing key demographics as per organizational directives. Observing the devastation on the streets and the relentless horde of zombies, he feels an acute urgency. H-City, already densely populated, has seen some military unrest, which further delayed stabilizing efforts. The current situation remains uncertain, and as night falls, his anxiety intensifies, yearning to commence rescue operations immediately. Ah, how comforting it is to be at home. The luxury of air conditioning is delightful. The monkey sprawled on the sofa, utterly unwilling to rise. With the rising temperatures, which have soared nearly to 50 degrees Celsius, the already unpleasant odor of zombies has become even more pronounced, making the heat unbearable. How blissful it is to enjoy ice-cold watermelon at this time. Dai, sitting obediently on a small stool, quickly devoured a slice. From tomorrow onwards, we shall not venture outside, opting instead to cultivate our powers at home. With 3 or 4 days of high temperatures ahead, we shall wait until the weather cools before venturing out, Bai Yaoyao contemplated. Everyone has endured considerable hardship these past days, battling zombies into the late hours. Accumulating many crystal cores, they have had little time to absorb them. This is the perfect opportunity to cultivate their abilities and perhaps achieve a level up. Bai Yaoyao, possessing the ability to enter her space, has already elevated all 3 of her powers to level 3. Dai's dark powers, Lulu's lightning abilities, as well as Fat Brother and Shidu's earth powers, have also reached level 3. The team is well equipped with high-level combat strength. Bai Yaoyao prioritized distributing all crystal cores to those yet to reach level 3. What a refreshing moment to retire to bed. They all relished the rare opportunity to sleep in, including Bai Yaoyao, whose body was weary from several days of intense combat. As soon as she hit the bed, she fell into a deep sleep, not awakening until noon the following day. It was the hungry dog that roused her, barking insistently. After her space ability reached level 3, she could now accommodate living beings, but it required their consent. After explaining this to the dog countless times, she finally managed to bring both the dog and Xiao Wei into her space. Bai Yaoyao had hoped to bring her companions along for safety during missions, but she discovered she could not succeed just yet. However, she had a hunch that with further leveling up, it might become possible. Woof woof. I'm starving. Bai Yaoyao, suppressing the urge to kick him away, quickly changed and went downstairs, tossing the dog outside along with several large bones. Good morning, Sister Yao. Xiaomi greeted her. Noticing Xiaomi drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Bai Yaoyao realized he had been up early for extra training. It's already midday. Why didn't you rest a bit longer? Bai Yaoyao inquired. Xiaomi scratched his head. I'm not tired. I couldn't sleep, so I just got up. Bai Yaoyao nodded and approached the window, intending to open it for some fresh air. To her dismay, as soon as she opened it, a wave of hot air hit her face, nearly overwhelming her, making it hard to breathe. She quickly closed the window, deciding that with air conditioning, there was no need for ventilation. Suddenly craving hot pot, Bai Yaoyao retrieved the ingredients and, alongside Xiaomi, began preparing the dishes: beef, lamb, black bone chicken rolls, luncheon meat, beef meatballs, tripe, crispy sausages, duck feet, pig brain, shrimp paste, and crispy pork. Sister Yao, it's an all-meat pot. Haha, I forgot we still need vegetables. Bai Yaoyao, a staunch carnivore, delighted in meat, but still managed to find a platter of mushrooms, lettuce, potatoes, vermicelli, and crispy rolls. She added large bones, favored by the dog, to the pot, and soon the enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening everyone. Of course, Edai was the first to rise. Just as they were enjoying their meal, sound of a struggle erupted outside, prompting everyone to be on high alert as they gathered on the second-floor balcony. It appeared to be an official rescue team, driving military green pickups. They quickly dispatched 2 or 3 wandering level 0 zombies nearby. As dawn broke, Meng Qilin organized the various teams to commence rescue operations, personally leading the charge to the university town. Expecting a fierce battle, he even prepared a farewell note tucked into his arm badge. To his surprise, the entire university town was remarkably devoid of zombies. Often, he witnessed groups of students armed with an array of makeshift weapons, surrounding a lone zombie, displaying a fierce determination that belied their sheltered academic backgrounds. With a team of 200, he scoured the area, yet failed to encounter a single zombie to combat. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he called out to a student. Excuse me, may I ask you something? Are you a student at H University? Hello, leader. Yes, I am. What would you like to know? I'm well informed about everything happening around here, replied Li Pengliang. Brother Liang, is this an official rescue? Why is it taking so long? They're not as quick as the night squad. A junior murmured. Shut up. Don't speak recklessly. Don't cause trouble for our benefactors, Li Pengliang quickly admonished. Meng Qilin forced a smile, patiently inquiring, what is the situation around the university town? Why are there so few zombies? And who exactly are these night squad members? There are indeed fewer zombies. They've all been cleared out by the night squad heroes. Only a few dozen remain in each school for us to practice on. As for the night squad, we don't know much about them, just that they're good people and incredibly powerful. The leader is a fierce sister who talks a lot. They directly informed us that the crystal cores in the zombies' heads can help us upgrade our abilities. Li Pengliang enthusiastically explained. Mentioning the night squad filled Li Pengliang with excitement. He had elevated his abilities to level 2, but still felt far from his idols. Perplexed about how they trained. Chapter 30. Captain Meng Qilin. After listening to the student's explanation, Captain Meng Qilin finally grasped the situation, feeling an unusual curiosity towards the Dark Knight team. From the student's description, it appeared to be a grassroots organization, likely composed of enthusiastic individuals. He quickly inquired, how many members does the Dark Knight team have? With the current manpower shortage, and given the student's portrayal of this group as warm-hearted, it was highly probable that they were virtuous individuals who would readily agree to join the organization. Moreover, they possessed the capability to eradicate the zombies throughout the university town. Their numbers must be considerable, and their skills formidable, thus swiftly alleviating his own manpower deficiencies. The Dark Knight team comprises 12 individuals, 1 dog, and 1 tree. All remarkably capable, replied Li Pengliang. What? Only 12 people? They managed to clear the entire university town of zombies? Captain Meng exclaimed in astonishment. It's not just 12 people. It's 12 individuals, 1 dog, and 1 tree. Brother Dog is exceptionally powerful. Li Pongyang's subordinate corrected him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Captain Meng asked, "Are you referring to a mutated beast and a mutated plant?" "Indeed, Brother Dog is incredibly formidable," the subordinate reiterated. Once Captain Meng comprehended the situation, he instructed, "Let us gather at the entrance quickly. The vehicle has arrived to transport everyone to the secured area that has been cleared." As the plan was disrupted, Captain Meng hurriedly reassigned tasks to various teams and set off to support the remaining groups. He took 10 members of the Special Operations Team to drive to the villa area near Fengming Mountain to retrieve Professor Lin Jingying. Professor Lin Jingying is a renowned biologist from Huagua who, during his vacation from Kyoto, intended to visit his hometown but unexpectedly encountered the apocalypse. The organization had issued a command to ensure the personal safety of Professor Lin Jingying. Upon reaching the villa area, they found it eerily quiet, with almost no zombies in sight. After a while, when 2 zombies finally appeared, the team eagerly dispatched them. "Captain Meng, there's someone on the 2nd floor of the villa ahead." Captain Meng looked up and suddenly recalled the student from H University mentioning the Dark Knight team. 12 individuals. 1 dog and 1 tree. While he didn't see the dog or the tree, he could vaguely hear the sound of barking. Thus, he called out loudly, "Are you the Dark Knight team? Wow, what is going on? Are we really that famous?" Monkey exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Shirlu clapped and chimed in. "The Dark Knight team is awesome. Even the official channels recognize us." Bai Yaoyao, somewhat puzzled, responded, "We're the Dark Knight team. What can we do for you?" Captain Meng was taken aback with delight, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon them. He quickly said, "I am Captain Meng Qilin of the H City Rescue Operation Team. May we have a word?" Bai Yaoyao nodded, "Certainly, please come in." Captain Meng led 1 team member inside, while instructing the others to search for Professor Lin Jingying. Observing the absence of zombies in the villa area reassured him that there was no immediate danger. The priority now was to foster a relationship with the Dark Knight team. As soon as they entered, they were drawn to the hot pot on the table. What a lavish household! Even in such circumstances, they could indulge in hot pot. The sight of the table laden with meat and vegetables made Captain Meng involuntarily swallow. Although they were not starving, surviving on instant noodles, they had never had the luxury of a proper meal. It suddenly dawned on him that they even had air conditioning. The temperature made him consider rolling up his short sleeves, feeling slightly chilly. "Hello, Captain Meng, I am Bai Yaoyao." Bai Yaoyao had a significant impression of Meng Qilin. They had been old partners. In her previous life, she had been one of the official representatives, though her combat abilities were average. She excelled in management and played a significant role at the A City headquarters in later years. She was known for her integrity and sincerity, devoted to the country and its people. If she had any flaws, it would be her slight rigidity and excessive dedication. She had tirelessly urged others to join the official ranks in her previous life. "Hello, Bai team leader. I learned about you from the students at H University. I sincerely thank you for your contributions on behalf of the authorities. Without your assistance in clearing the zombies." So many students. Seeing the excited expression on Meng Qilin's face, Bai Yaoyao understood what he was about to say. This expression was all too familiar. She quickly interrupted him with a smile. "You're too kind. We're not that noble. We're just in it for the crystal cores." Crystal cores. Captain Meng was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he internally doubted Bai Yaoyao's claim, believing she was merely being modest. After all, why would they announce the potential for upgrading with crystal cores? How could the students hold the Dark Knight team in such high regard? "I will report truthfully to my superiors. I will strive to secure the rewards you deserve," Captain Meng stated earnestly. Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Thank you, Captain Meng. What brings you to this villa area? There are hardly any zombies left nearby." Captain Meng replied, "We're here to retrieve an important individual. Would you like to join us in the safe zone? It's located to the north of the city, where we've established a defensive perimeter and stocked sufficient supplies." At this moment, the concept of a base had not yet fully developed. It was still referred to as a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao remembered that H City had ultimately unified its migration towards the central region, and this area was on the outskirts of Huagua. Due to geographical factors, the mutated flora and fauna in H City were excessively abundant, and they had incurred significant costs to evacuate their team. "No, Captain Meng, Our supplies are still quite ample, and we have no plans to relocate at the moment," Bai Yaoyao directly declined. Captain Meng had initially intended to discuss further and invite the Dark Knight team to join the official ranks once they reached the safe zone. But Bai Yaoyao's refusal took him by surprise. From the attitudes expressed by the group, he sensed that they were quite content with their current situation and held some reservations towards him, prompting him to abandon the thought. As for their supplies, could they truly enjoy hot pot and air conditioning if they were insufficient? Thus, he decided not to press further. "Very well, we shall take our leave then. After the rescue is completed, we anticipate a unified departure from H City. Perhaps we can leave together then," Captain Meng said. "Okay, thank you," Captain Meng Bai Yaoyao agreed. Initially, H City was chosen as their base primarily for Shaowai. Now that Shaowai was secured, leaving was merely a matter of time. Many circumstances in this life differed from his recollections, and traveling with a larger group would indeed be safer, so she did not refuse. She signaled Monkey to fetch a few bottles of chilled mineral water from the refrigerator and handed them to Captain Meng and his team, waving goodbye as they departed. Captain Meng had intended to decline, but once Monkey set the bottles down, they left without hesitation. Watching the ice in the bottles begin to melt, he ultimately couldn't bear to refuse and called for his team to quickly share and enjoy the refreshing drink. A sip of cold water was utterly delightful. Chapter 31. It's time to change the map, Yao Jia. Are we leaving with the main force? Asked Xiao Shilu. Yes, it would be safer to go together. The various mutated plants have rendered the roads nearly impassable, and it is impossible to speed along the highways. Following the main force will ensure our safety. However, there is no need to head to the safe zone. As long as we possess sufficient strength, any place can be a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao's confident tone left everyone momentarily stunned before they burst into laughter. This was indeed Yao Jia, even in the apocalypse. Just as everyone prepared to engage in their respective training, they noticed Captain Meng Qilin returning. "Captain Bai, Meng Captain, is there something you need?" Bai Yaoyao asked, glancing at the few people behind Meng Qilin who were carrying a stretcher with a man lying on it. She could vaguely guess Meng Qilin's intentions. "I'm unsure if your team has any healing-type ability users. Our healer has run out of energy." Bai Yaoyao observed the unconscious elder on the stretcher, likely in a state of malnutrition, with visible scratches on his arm. The wounds did not emit a rotting odor, leading her to speculate that they might have been inflicted by a mutated beast rather than a zombie. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's furrowed brow, Meng Qilin hastily explained, "This is not a zombie scratch. We just checked and confirmed there are no bites or scratches from zombies." Bai Yaoyao nodded, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the unconscious elder, though she couldn't immediately place him. Peiqi, seeing Yao Jia nod, stepped forward and began to heal with her abilities. A faint green light radiated from her hands, visibly aiding the wounds on the man's arm. However, the injuries were too severe, and Peiqi's powers began to wane. "Xindi, could you lend a hand?" Bai Yaoyao requested. Chen Xian was already prepared, awaiting Yao Jia's cue. His ability was amplification. Bai Yaoyao patiently explained to Meng Qilin. Meng Qilin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was a novel type of ability that the authorities were yet to be informed about, and he noted to report it upon returning. After approximately 5 minutes, the unconscious elder finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing the elder's eyes open, Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered who he was, Professor Lin Zhengying. He had developed a semi-finished serum to resist the infection from zombie toxins during the 9th year of the apocalypse. It was termed semi-finished because the serum was not entirely effective, with a low success rate. Yet, even a semi-finished product offered a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Professor Lin had passed away shortly after its development, due to old injuries and excessive fatigue. Bai Yaoyao contemplated whether, with the assistance of Peiqi and Chen Xian, Professor Lin might alter the tragic outcome of his previous life and create a true finished serum. Though she felt a myriad of emotions, her expression remained composed. Despite awakening, Professor Lin appeared quite weak. Captain Meng Qilin did not wish to linger, leaving behind 10 second-level crystal cores. After bidding farewell, he hurriedly departed with his team. Bai Yaoyao casually tossed the crystal cores to Peiqi and Chen Xian, smiling as she remarked, "You two have started earning extra income now." The following days were spent indoors due to the sweltering heat, focusing on enhancing their abilities. Each individual made notable progress. While not everyone reached level 3, they were close. Level 3 marked a turning point. As long as there were sufficient crystal cores, nearly everyone could elevate to that level. Beyond that, talent and practical experience became crucial. One morning, Bai Yaoyao awoke to a significant drop in temperature and hurriedly turned off the air conditioning. Looking out the window, she discovered it had begun to rain again, prompting her to frown. Following the heat and now the downpour, it was evident that the city would soon be engulfed in an indescribable odor. Upon descending, she found Pangu and Shirtu already awake, engaged in conversation on the sofa. "Yeah, I'm so bored. We've absorbed all the crystal cores. Isn't it time to venture outside?" Pangu said with half a jianbing in his mouth, undeterred from speaking. Shirtu, though silent, appeared eager. "All right, once everyone is ready and well fed, we'll set off. After this rain, there will hardly be any level 0 zombies left. The zombies and mutated plants will be considerably stronger. Our proximity to Foaming Mountain makes it dangerous to linger here. We should change locations," Bai Yaoyao declared. "Are we going to explore a new map?" Pangu inquired with interest. "Something like that." When everyone was finally up, they enjoyed a hearty breakfast together before quickly packing their belongings in preparation to leave. Peichi had purchased only the finest furniture and appliances during renovations, and it would be a shame to abandon them. Bai Yaoyao promptly emptied the entire villa, leaving not a single curtain behind. Seeing Yao Jia's actions, Peichi felt a surge of satisfaction, remarking, "It was worth every penny I spent on these items." The monkey chimed in, "This is the most expensive villa area in H City. Should we scour the other villas as well?" Bai Yaoyao agreed, understanding that resources were invaluable in the apocalypse, and it was wise to be prepared. "Wait for me. I'll take a quick look around." There were a total of 16 villas nearby, and apart from their group, the area was deserted. While there had been some survivors, Captain Meng Qilin had taken them away while rescuing Professor Lin. Thus, Bai Yaoyao forcefully broke into the doors and collected all the basic furniture. Interestingly, several villas contained rooms resembling collection spaces. In their haste to escape, no one had the chance to take any antique items, so they were left for Bai Yaoyao to claim. She even discovered 3 small boxes of gold bars in one of the villas. After thoroughly ransacking the area, Bai Yaoyao returned to find Kiki bidding farewell to the large tree in front of the villa. Noticing Kiki's reluctance, Bai Yaoyao released Xiaoyai to persuade the tree to join them. Kiki hesitated, but eventually said, "Yao Jia, the tree says it doesn't want to leave its homeland." "Never mind," Bai Yaoyao nodded. Although the wood type could communicate with plants, she understood that if the plant itself was unwilling, there was no way to force a contract. She handed Kiki a cup of spring water, saying, "Xiaoyai loves this. Give it a cup and see what it says. I'll go inside and call everyone to set off." When Bai Yaoyao exited with the others, she found that the large tree had transformed into a deep pit, having vanished. In contrast, Kiki's cheeks were flushed with excitement. "Yao Jia, Qingling says wherever I am is its homeland. I named the tree Qingling," Kiki exclaimed, running over. Xiaoyai entwined its branches around Kiki's arm. "Rustle, rustle, rustle. Look at its name." Bai Yaoyao felt a bit embarrassed, choosing to ignore Xiaowai's silent protest. Xiaoyai was quite charming and memorable. For some reason, the plants seemed to adore the spring water. Yet she noted no changes in Xiaoyai or any signs of it growing stronger. She and the dog had also consumed it without any noticeable effects, as it merely quenched thirst like ordinary water. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a good thing. Chapter 32. The Mutant Ant King Bai Yaoyao called everyone together, and they set off, intending to first assess the situation in the city. The dog had fallen into a deep slumber 2 days prior, and Bai Yaoyao speculated it was due to an upgrade. Observing the dog's comical position, sprawled on its back and drooling, she couldn't help but sigh. The dog of this life was nothing like the one from her previous life. The loyal companion who had always stood by her side, too exhausted to even close its eyes, determined to ensure her safety, seemed a distant memory. In just 5 days, the roads had been ravaged beyond recognition. The once smooth asphalt was now riddled with cracks and uneven surfaces, intertwined with creeping vines from numerous trees. The vicinity of the villa, previously sparsely populated, now teemed with zombies. Wow! If it weren't for our vehicle being a raider, We might not even be able to traverse this road. Monkey exclaimed. It felt as though the entire world had transformed in mere days, a rare observation from Adai that had nothing to do with food. Everyone, be extremely cautious. The weakest zombies are only at level 1 now. Let us not become careless and suffer for it. Bai Yaoyao reminded for the 1000th time. Understood, Yao Jia. Came the chorus of acknowledgement. What if someone gets infected? Is there no hope? Lulu inquired curiously. Not necessarily. Before becoming fully zombified, those with light-type abilities at level 3 or above can cleanse the zombie virus. Remember the elderly man that Peiqi and Chun Xian saved? He will invent a cure. But that's many years from now, Bai Yaoyao explained. Wow, so he is a scientist? What a pity that we have no light-type abilities among us. Bai Yaoyao remarked. Not all abilities awaken at the outset. Many single-type ability users awaken new powers upon reaching level 4. Xiaomi felt a surge of excitement. She currently possessed only a speed ability, which had limited growth potential. Fearing she might hold everyone back, she had been training relentlessly, unwilling to rest. Hearing about the possibility of a second awakening invigorated her spirit. As they conversed animatedly over the intercom, Bai Yaoyao suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Instantly, everyone heightened their vigilance and exited the vehicle. To prevent damage to the car, Bai Yaoyao retracted it into her space. After all, they had arrived in the city, and walking might prove swifter than driving. Having been using her mental energy to scan their surroundings, she sensed movement beneath the ground and promptly warned everyone. They quickly huddled together, encircling Peiqi, Kiki, and Chunxian. Suddenly, mounds began to rise in front and behind them. Bai Yaoyao's mental energy detected numerous unsettling sounds, and she realized with a jolt, run. It's an ant swarm. Without hesitation, they followed Yao Jia and fled, leaving no time for a backward glance. Ants, while not particularly formidable on their own, could be overwhelming in numbers, exhausting their abilities before they could even fight back. Wait, are those ants? This can't be real. Xiaomi, who was faster, glanced back and saw that each mutated ant measured about the size of an adult's palm, glossy black with serrated, blade-like antennae. They swarmed forward, leaving no trace of the ground beneath them. Bai Yaoyao realized they had been running for quite some time, yet instead of gaining distance, the swarm was catching up. She retrieved a few barrels of oil from her space, declaring, "Adai, Xiaomi, catch this. Everyone else, don't hesitate, run." Got it. The group trusted Bai Yaoyao's judgment, especially at such a perilous moment. As Bai Yaoyao, Adai, and Xiaomi dashed forward, they poured oil across the road for about 30 meters. The mutated ants were closing in on the oiled surface, and Bai Yaoyao quickly instructed, "Xiao Shili, ignite it, Xiao Jiao, create a gust of wind behind us." Chen Xian, amplify. Understood, Yao Jia. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire street. As they continued to flee, they suddenly found the aroma of the burning ants enticing. Yao Jia, I'm hungry. Adai couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Shili inhaled deeply. Do ants taste this good? With a little seasoning, they could be delectable. Focus. We need to survive first. Running is more important. I can't handle this fear of clusters. Peiqi said without looking back. After sprinting several blocks, they finally paused. Did we lose them? Fat Brother panted, relieved after running for over half an hour. I finally reached level 3, and I was looking forward to a grand debut. But instead, we had to flee at breakneck speed. Monkey grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. Bai Yaoyao sensed something was amiss and unleashed her mental energy completely. Feeling an ominous presence rapidly approaching their direction, she urged, stay alert. We're about to face something formidable. Heeding her warning, they quickly formed their usual defensive formation, with Shirtu and Fat Brother at the front, erecting a dirt wall as a barrier. Within moments, a particularly unique mutated ant charged towards them. It stood half a person's height, with elongated antennae crackling with electricity, its 6 legs reinforced at the joints, and wings sprouting from its abdomen, allowing it to both run and fly. Bai Yaoyao furrowed her brow. This was at least a level 2 mutated beast. Mutated beasts were significantly stronger than their equivalent level ability users, and even those 2 levels higher might struggle to contend with it. Lulu unleashed a bolt of lightning, but it proved ineffective against the mutated ant. Within mere breaths, The creature was upon them. Bai Yaoyao hurled a spatial blade at its antenna, attracting its ire, but yielding no other effect. As the mutated ant charged at Bai Yaoyao, she instantaneously teleported behind it, wielding a large blade strengthened by Fat Brother's metal abilities, and struck at its hind leg with all her might. Unfortunately, the blade shattered, causing minimal harm. Bai Yaoyao felt a sense of helplessness. Her lightning, spatial, and strength abilities seemed futile against this mutated ant. Everyone attacked together. Bai Yaoyao decided against further solo attempts. If she couldn't defeat it alone, she had a team to rely on. After all, once its minions were vanquished, her allies would still stand strong. Chapter 33. Coordinating to slay the aberrant beasts, Xiao Yai and Kiki extended their vines in an attempt to restrain the mutated ant. Although they could inflict little harm, they successfully ensnared the creature's 6 legs. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiaomi and Adai launched their attacks against the ant's abdomen, while Bai Yaoyao requested Qianxian to amplify her abilities, employing a mental piercing attack against the aberrant ant. She soon realized this tactic was effective, as the mutated ant became noticeably agitated, breaking free from Kiki and Xiao Yai's grasp and growing even more enraged. The group unleashed their various skills upon the aberrant ant with remarkable speed, executing their plan meticulously discussed during their leisure time to maximize their damage output. Bai Yaoyao observed the increasing number of zombies surrounding them. If they did not depart soon, they would face a horde. As she prepared to set off explosives, she sensed movement in the space. Dogsy had awakened. "Woof woof, howl, howl. How dare you bully my master? Let me out." Bai Yaoyao felt Dogsy's presence had strengthened significantly, likely having advanced to the 2nd level. Without hesitation, she launched Dogsy at the mutated ant. The dog sprang forth, biting forcefully at the ant's leg, leveraging his momentum to sever it, dark green blood gushing forth. The group, quick to react, unleashed their abilities upon the wound as Dogsy, after biting, swiftly retreated without pausing. The mutated ant sought Dogsy but found itself entangled by the group. Bai Yaoyao realized Dogsy had truly become more intelligent. Just as Dogsy prepared to strike again, she was ready as well. In the instant Dogsy dashed forward, she employed another mental piercing attack. The mutated ant, already wary of Dogsy's tactic, attempted to counter with its electrified antennae, but was struck by an excruciating pain that rendered it immobile. Helplessly, it watched as the cunning dog bit off one of its legs. Realizing it could not win, the mutated ant attempted to flee, but it was too late. As a 2nd-level aberrant beast, Bai Yaoyao was unwilling to let it escape, knowing she could exchange its remnants for considerable points at the official base. Despite the base not yet being constructed, the mutated ant, now retreating while still fighting, was pursued by Bai Yaoyao and her companions. Dogsy, ever the rascal, would bite and then dash away, never lingering. Before long, the ant's 6 legs were severed, and Dogsy began targeting its wings. Bai Yaoyao executed another mental piercing attack, and combined with the group's diverse abilities, the aberrant ant was finally worn down to its demise. Bai Yaoyao quickly collected the carcass and the 6 severed legs, calling for everyone to depart from that place. "Is everyone uninjured?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "No, but our abilities are depleted," Fat Brother replied, with Stone nodding in agreement. The two had been assisting in fending off the mutated ant's attacks, their faces pale from exertion. Bai Yaoyao noticed a hotel nearby and suggested, "Let us go rest for a while before setting out again. We must avoid encountering more aberrant beasts." Agreed. Upon inspecting the hotel, Bai Yaoyao found no zombies inside, only the presence of living beings, likely normal humans. The surroundings were primarily commercial establishments and residential buildings, making the hotel the best choice. As she and Dogsy approached the entrance, they were greeted by a cheerful, mechanical voice. "Hello. Welcome." Turning to look, she saw a small monkey doll hanging by the door, its voice emanating from it. The hotel staff, hearing the voice, gathered in the lobby. Upon seeing the group of over 10 individuals and an aberrant beast, they instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, sensing the formidable aura emanating from them. "Do you need something?" the leading man asked, his tone cautious. Bai Yaoyao surveyed the scene and estimated there were about 20 to 30 people, though only a few appeared to possess abilities. "Friends," May we borrow your space to rest for a while? She replied, acknowledging their territory. The man's demeanor visibly relaxed. Avoiding conflict was preferable, despite the group appearing battle-worn. It did not guarantee they could overpower the newcomers. He responded in a measured tone, "That's fine. There are 6 rooms on the first floor. We are upstairs and Haven Tea occupied them yet. But how long do you intend to rest?" 2 hours, Bai Yaoyao stated directly. "That works. The rooms are on your right," the man indicated. Bai Yaoyao nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." With that, she and her companions retreated to their respective rooms. She left Dogsy at the entrance as a guard. The dog had exerted little effort and was well suited for the task. Nevertheless, in the spirit of humanity, she provided Dogsy with a large bone. Dogsy happily accepted his guard duty. "Boss, look," a man said, following his subordinate's gaze to see Dogsy relishing the meat bone. Struck by envy, he swallowed hard. In this post-apocalyptic world, while people are struggling to find food, that dog is enjoying meat. As Dogsy noticed the group of onlookers, he savored his food even more, chewing with gusto and even letting out a satisfied burp. Once Bai Yaoyao and her companions had sufficiently restored their abilities, they prepared to set out again. Their day had not begun well. They had yet to engage any zombies and had been pursued by the mutated ant for quite some time. Fortunately, they had secured the body of a second-level aberrant beast, mitigating their losses. You will leaving?" The leading man stood from the sofa, addressing them. Bai Yaoyao noticed the group had remained in the hotel lobby, likely to keep watch over her team. She decided to leave behind a box of instant noodles, saying, "Here, as your room fee." No, that is not necessary." The man quickly protested. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, she led her companions out. "Wow, boss, I just saw that girl who spoke to you wave her hand and kill a level 1 zombie. Is she that powerful? Good thing we didn't engage in conflict. With their strength, they not only spared us, but even left us a room fee. We need to enhance our abilities. We can't rely on luck every time. Let us go hunt zombies." "Yes, boss. Should we grab a bite first?" "Absolutely, I'm starving. We haven't eaten all day." "All right, let us split this box of instant noodles and head out to work." When Bai Yaoyao placed the box of noodles down, the man had been refusing, yet inwardly he had swallowed hard numerous times. Food was becoming increasingly scarce. If they did not find something today, they would have to retreat to the northern safe zone, where freedom would be limited, but at least they would avoid hunger. Fortunately, they could still enjoy a hearty meal today. Chapter 34. The safe zone. Upon exiting the hotel, Bai Yaoyao swiftly dispatched a level 1 zombie with a flick of her spatial blade. The dog eagerly approached, clawing out a crystal core and presenting it to her as a gesture of loyalty. With a gentle smile, Bai Yaoyao patted the dog's head and stored the crystal core in her spatial pocket. The monkey suggested, "Shall we explore the shopping mall across the street? I long for a zero-cost shopping spree. In the city center, there is surely nothing left. It has all been plundered," Coco remarked. "Let's take a stroll. We might salvage some steel or iron for points later," Bai Yaoyao mused, considering that the zombies there would be no different from others. Upon entering the mall, the atmosphere became heavy with despair. Perhaps due to the stifling indoor air and the rain that had seeped in, the place reeked of decay, littered with both zombie and human corpses, all teeming with insects and various fungi. Some bodies had even begun to sprout mushrooms. The shattered glass lay strewn across the floor, and the stores bore the scars of violent looting, reduced to disarray. The cosmetic store at the entrance was a grim sight. Nearly all products were strewn about, leaving the once lustrous shop in utter ruin. Typically, a mall's basement level would house a supermarket, yet the elevators had been violently destroyed by those with abilities, leaving the staircases completely obliterated. Some individuals harbored an insidious mentality. If something is of no use to me, I shall ensure it is of no use to you either. Destruction is preferable. Bai Yaoyao felt no particular surprise at the scene. Such devastation had become the norm in this apocalyptic world, where human selfishness was magnified under extreme conditions. As she stepped into the mall, an unsettling feeling washed over her, yet her psychic probing revealed no immediate threats. Years of experience as an assassin, coupled with a decade of survival in this harsh reality, had ingrained a deep sense of crisis within her, saving her on countless occasions. Without hesitation, She made a decision to retreat. "Hurry, let us go," she commanded. The group followed her lead without question. In less than 10 seconds, they exited, deciding against claiming the crystal core due to the overwhelming stench. Unbeknownst to Bai Yaoyao, a level 4 zombie lay in a corner of the mall's basement, eyes closed, continuously releasing toxic gas amid the remains of numerous corpses. Sensing the presence of intruders, it opened its eyes in excitement, but found the scent dissipating, prompting it to curl back into the shadows, resuming its toxic exhalation, disinterested in leaving. After exiting the mall, Bai Yaoyao's sense of impending danger gradually faded. Unsatisfied with the area's safety, she drove north towards the safe zone. The dog led the way with Xiao Wei riding on its back. With a single swipe, even level 3 zombies were no match for the dog's strength. Occasionally, they encountered mutated zombies, and they took turns dismounting to eliminate the threats. Progress was remarkably smooth. Yet by the time they reached the northern city, night had already fallen. "Who goes there? Stop! Stop!" Just 200 meters from the tent area of the safe zone. They were halted. As Bai Yaoyao stepped out to negotiate, she recognized the young man who had spoken. "Is it you, the night squad?" Bai Yaoyao recalled that he had come with Captain Meng Qilin to the villa area and replied, "Yes, that is us." "Wonderful. Captain Meng sent someone to the villa area to find you, but couldn't he? How fortunate you've arrived." The young man, slightly flustered, added, "Perhaps you just missed each other." Bai Yaoyao was unaware of the reason behind Captain Meng's search, but casually responded, "You lead the way, please." "Certainly. I'll notify Captain Meng." The young soldier blushed and hurried off. Bai Yaoyao and her companions followed him into the makeshift safe zone. Given the late hour, most people were asleep, rendering the area notably quiet. However, the numerous tightly packed tents indicated a considerable population. "Captain Bai, we meet again," Meng Qilin exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the night squad. "The zombies have become significantly stronger after the rain, severely hindering rescue operations. We are short-handed. Several areas remain untouched." He continued, his voice bubbling with urgency. Recently, he had organized a group of ability users for rescue, but the endeavor had been fraught with conflict, as each person was obstinate, unwilling to cooperate, leading to inefficiency. Today, he had dealt with 2 leaders causing unrest, which had somewhat quelled the dissent. Yet it did not resolve the underlying issues. He sought to collaborate with the night squad, whether through the exchange of resources or crystal cores, emphasizing the immediate need to gather surviving individuals and transport them to City D. The supplies he brought were dwindling rapidly. However, when he dispatched someone to locate the night squad earlier, he found they were no longer in the villa area, leaving him troubled until he heard the news of their arrival. "Good evening, Captain Meng. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour," Bai Yaoyao said courteously. Meng Qilin smiled and replied, "Not at all. I haven't yet rested. Please come into the tent to discuss matters." "Very well. I also have something to ask of you." Bai Yaoyao suspected she knew what Meng Qilin wished to discuss. Following him to the central area of the safe zone, they reached a spacious tent, though it was insufficient to accommodate everyone at once. Thus, Bai Yaoyao called for Fat Brother and Stone to join them while the others rested nearby. Inside the tent, devoid of a table, a few cardboard boxes were stacked in one corner alongside some bedding, presumably Meng Qilin's resting spot. The young man who had guided them returned with a few stools, and the group, unconcerned with formality, settled in a circle. "Captain Bai, the situation is dire. We are severely understaffed, and our rescue efforts are progressing too slowly. We seek your assistance in the rescue operations. Of course, we can offer corresponding resources or crystal cores in return. Please, feel free to express any needs you may have." Meng Qilin earnestly proposed. Bai Yaoyao contemplated briefly before responding, "We can assist with the rescue, but our role will be limited to clearing out the zombies. Any subsequent negotiations with the rescued individuals or distribution of supplies will require your personnel. In essence, they would handle combat, but nothing beyond that." Bai Yaoyao was acutely aware of her and her companion's temperament. They were ill-suited for trivial matters, and any encounter with troublesome individuals could potentially lead to violence. Chapter 35. The exchange of crystal cores. Meng Qilin readily agreed. "No problem. That is only right. We will arrange the rest. Do you have any other requests?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "The tempers of my brothers and I are rather short. If conflict arise with the rescued individuals during the mission, what do you suggest? Meng Qilan understood Bai Yaoyao's concerns well. In chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. This is not a moment for quibbling over human rights or legalities. He responded, different individuals require different approaches. I comprehend your meaning. Those who provoke with malice deserve punishment, even unto death. Bai Yaoyao exchanged a knowing glance with Fat Brother and Stone, both nodding subtly. She smiled and said, how fortuitous, for we share the same sentiment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now, regarding compensation, what are your thoughts? The crystal cores can be handed over upon mission completion, but the supplies will need to be delivered in D-City. He added, I worry there may not be enough provisions to sustain so many, but rest assured, I guarantee I will honor my promises. Bai Yaoyao replied, we do not require supplies. We seek crystal cores. Meng Qilan's heart leaped with joy. At this stage, supplies were exceedingly scarce, while crystal cores were somewhat less precious. As far as he knew, the official stock of crystal cores was substantial, given the large population. With the military deploying firearms, zombies stood little chance of resistance, leading to a swift accumulation of crystal cores. He thought Bai Yaoyao would likely need higher-grade cores and steeled himself, stating very well for this mission, I can offer 200 first-level crystal cores and 22nd-level ones. Would that suffice? Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by Meng Qilan's generosity. The amount he proposed was roughly equivalent to what her team would typically gather in a day, not accounting for any additional cores from zombies they might slay during the mission. With this in mind, she inquired, what about the crystal cores from the zombies we defeat during the mission? Naturally, those would belong to you, Captain Meng. May our cooperation be fruitful. Meng Qilan's smile grew wider, deepening the creases on his face. Haha, then do rest well. I will send someone a call for you tomorrow for the meeting. By the way, Bai Yaoyao interjected, I happen to have some zero-level crystal cores. Would it be possible to exchange them for higher-grade cores? Given that everyone in the Dark Knight team was at least of second level, zero-level cores had lost their utility, and she had accumulated quite a few. Ideally, she wished to exchange them for higher-grade cores. Meng Qilan pondered for a moment before replying, of course. How many would you like to exchange? 2,000 zero-level crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao stated. That is quite a number. Meng Qilan was taken aback by the figure, but considered it a positive development, as it further attested to the strength of the Dark Knight team. He readily consented. After contemplating a fair exchange rate, he proposed that can be traded for either 200 first-level crystal cores or 22nd-level ones, or mixed exchange if you prefer. Do you have any third-level cores? Just 2 would suffice. Bai Yaoyao raised 2 fingers. Yes we do. Meng Qilan hesitated, but third-level cores are rather rare. I had intended to submit them to the higher-ups, so it's not ideal to exchange them. However, before he could finish, Bai Yaoyao interjected, that would be splendid. Here are the 2,000 zero-level crystal cores. Noticing that you appear somewhat fatigued, I offer you this bed. Do take care of yourself. As her words fell, a large white bag appeared before Meng Qilan, filled with zero-level crystal cores, while a bed materialized in the corner of the tent, complete with bedding. Spatial ability. Meng Qilan couldn't help but feel envious. It made sense. He had just observed that the members of the Dark Knight team were mostly lightly equipped, carrying minimal supplies. He marveled at the exceptional synergy of their abilities, healing powers, enhancement abilities, and even the rare spatial power, not to mention their offensive capabilities, which made it feasible to amass such a bounty of crystal cores. Turning to the plush bed nearby, he hesitated to voice his unspoken thoughts, deciding instead that it was acceptable to part with a couple of third-level cores. They were precious and had always been kept close. So he took 2 from his pocket and handed them to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao gratefully accepted the cores and remarked, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Please call for us tomorrow morning for the meeting. I'll have someone fetch your tents. Meng Qilan began, rising quickly. No need to trouble yourself. I have prepared them, Bai Yaoyao declined. After Bai Yaoyao and her companions departed, they summoned the others and scouted for a less populated area to set up 6 large tents. They quickly constructed a circular arrangement and placed a long table at the center. Having worked tirelessly all day, they had yet to eat dinner and decided to have a light meal before resting. Considering the presence of outsiders, they kept the food simple, 2 boxes of self-heating rice per person, accompanied by fried chicken and beer. Delicacies like lobster and barbecued meat were left untouched. Bai Yaoyao had never imagined that she would have to conceal her strength to the extent of compromising her own comfort. She pondered the hardships of battling zombies and honing her powers. What was the purpose of it all? Before the apocalypse, she had toiled endlessly, acquiring all manner of supplies. For what purpose? Was it not to lead a better life? There was no need to be overly ostentatious. Yet the essentials must not be sacrificed. If she were to endure the same hardships as in her previous life, it would be a disservice to her rebirth. As everyone ate and chatted, they were oblivious to the numerous curious gazes around them. As long as their strength was sufficient, that was all that mattered. It also served as a reminder to her comrades that if they wished for an easier life, they must safeguard their current possessions and strive to grow stronger. However, the nearby onlookers suffered greatly. The tantalizing aroma of fried chicken and the refreshing scent of beer wafted through the night, strikingly apparent. The 2 young soldiers standing guard gazed upward at a 45-degree angle at the sky, repeatedly reassuring themselves, "I am not hungry. It does not smell good at all. It must be far worse than compressed biscuits." Among the surrounding survivors, those who had dozed off felt as if they were in a dream, enjoying a grand feast. Those unable to sleep were in a dire predicament, their stomachs growling incessantly, the enticing aroma invading their senses. Some brave souls even contemplated approaching to inquire if they could share a morsel, but as they drew near, the sharp gazes of a group swiftly deterred them. Realizing their legs had turned to jelly, they hurriedly retreated to their tents, deciding that preserving their lives was paramount. As they cast a sidelong glance, they noticed a dog gnawing on a meat bone, and they inwardly cursed. Wasting food would surely bring retribution. It was better to feed a dog than to feed them. After all, she was a fire-type ability user. She would have her chance to make them pay. Bai Yaoyao and her companions remained indifferent to the opinions of others. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they returned to their tents for a well-deserved rest. Though they were tents, they were the largest available, fully equipped with comfortable bedding and various toiletries, even featuring a foot soak filled with warm water and goji berry tea. Bai Yaoyao had never been one to skimp on her companions' comfort, and she took pleasure in nurturing their well-being. As Meng Qilan patrolled the area, he happened upon this scene. His lips twitched involuntarily, realizing the Dark Knight team truly had an appreciation for the finer things in life. Recalling the earlier aroma of fried chicken, he glanced at the 2 young soldiers standing guard and patted their shoulders, saying, "Ah, you have worked hard." The 2 young soldiers could only respond with a resigned expression. Chapter 36. A hint of sweetness by Yaoyao tossed the 2 newly acquired 3rd-level crystal nuclei to Chun Xian and Kiki. Almost everyone had ascended to the 3rd level, with a few possessing dual abilities remaining at the 1st level, such as Fat Brother's metal abilities and Stone skin hardening. Bai Yaoyao shared a tent with Lulu. "Are you going to sleep in the space tonight?" Lulu inquired. "Of course, I need to cultivate," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Since you've already reached the 3rd level in all 3 abilities, you should take some time to rest and not put too much pressure on yourself," Lulu advised, taking advantage of Bai Yaoyao's distraction to stroke her soft hair again. "I know, primarily because the space maintains a constant temperature, and cultivating here is far more comfortable than sleeping outside," Bai Yaoyao stated. She added, "If you're afraid of sleeping alone, I can leave my dog with you, haha." Lulu rolled her eyes as she burrowed into her blankets. "Just take your dog and go, sister. I need to sleep now. Hurry up." As Bai Yaoyao entered the space, Xiaowai excitedly ran over with a wobbly gait, tugging at her clothes and leading her to the spring. After observing for a while, she noticed no changes. Xiaowai crafted a small vine bowl from twigs, filled it with water, and brought it to Bai Yaoyao's lips. Feeling parched after her salty meal, she gulped it down in one go. Only then did she realize, the spring water was slightly sweet. Intrigued by the potential effects, she patiently waited. After a while, aside from a satisfying burp, nothing else occurred. "Xiaowai, you drink it yourself." Bai Yaoyao had intended to cultivate in the space, but suddenly felt drowsy, recalling the mission scheduled for the next day. Thus, she decided to sleep in the small wooden cabin instead. In the middle of the night, she felt as if she were swimming in a muddy pit, stiflingly foul and sticky all over. Upon waking, she discovered her bed covered in a dirty, black residue. Cursing under her breath, she quickly jumped out of bed. After a moment of confusion, she realized this must be the effect of the spring water. Otherwise, she would not have slept so deeply. Holding her nose against the stench, she examined her body. While there were no drastic changes, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, particularly in her lower back and knees, areas accustomed to the aches of her childhood training. The sudden absence of that nagging pain was oddly unsettling. Hastily, she showered to cleanse herself of the filth. Standing before the mirror while applying toner, she was startled to find her skin was exceptionally fair and rosy, almost excessively so. Though she had never been dark, she certainly did not possess such translucence, having spent her youth outdoors, exposed to the elements. Now, it was as if all impurities had been washed away. Delighted, Bai Yaoyao thought of how every girl wishes to enhance her beauty. Beyond merely looking good, the restoration of her body's hidden injuries was remarkable. Suddenly remembering something, she rushed outside to find Xiao Wai leaning against the spring, resembling a tree that had overindulged. Tilting precariously, the dog lay sprawled on its back, drooling, and like Bai Yaoyao, it had left a puddle of black water, perhaps even smellier than herself. These two had drained the entire spring. Bai Yaoyao, with a look of disdain, fetched a bathing basin, filled it with clean water, and using 2 fingers, tossed the dog into the tub. She squeezed half a bottle of orange-scented shower gel into the water and, donning latex gloves, scrubbed vigorously. The dog remained blissfully unaware, occasionally letting out soft whimpers of contentment. Bai Yaoyao resisted the urge to pour the soapy water into its mouth. Changing the water 5 times before the dog was finally clean. After tossing it back into its doghouse, she glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. The earlier stench had faded, leaving her wide awake. Deciding to continue cultivating, she was pleasantly surprised to discover her abilities flowed more smoothly. The effects of her training were markedly improved, especially concerning her mental powers. It seemed her mental strength had also intensified, although she had not leveled up. If she encountered the mutated ants again, her mental piercing would surely cause them more discomfort. As for her physical abilities, she felt that she could now deliver a punch strong enough to knock herself down, but testing it would be inconvenient. She planned to find a zombie to experiment on the next day. Rustling sounds indicated Xiao Wai had awakened, and Bai Yaoyao went to inspect. She noticed Xiao Wai had grown significantly, and, crucially, it had straightened up considerably, enhancing its overall appearance. After instructing Xiao Wai to preserve today's spring water and not to drink it, Bai Yaoyao exited the space, curious if she could fill a cup within a day. If successful, she could share it with Xiaomi, who was notoriously hard on himself, pushing to the limits without rest. Bai Yaoyao worried about his health. Upon exiting, she found Lulu already awake. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, Lulu paused and exclaimed, "Yaoyao, what did you do last night? Did you go for a beauty treatment? Your face is so supple, I feel like I could pinch it and get water." Ha ha ha. After the space abilities upgraded, the spring water mutated, seemingly purging bodily impurities. Not only did it heal my hidden injuries, but my skin has improved as well, Bai Yaoyao replied, admiring her reflection once more. "I'm jumping in. That's amazing. I want it too," Lulu exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace Bai Yaoyao. "Let us see how you perform, little one," Bai Yaoyao teased, lifting Lulu's chin with a satisfied smile. Truly, Lulu was lovely. "Look at you, getting playful." Lulu laughed, swatting Bai Yaoyao's hand away. "Let us give Xiaomi some first. The others can wait." "That fool tends to overthink," Lulu suggested thoughtfully. "Yes, that's my thought as well. I'll see if I can fill a cup tonight," Bai Yaoyao replied. As she stepped out, she happened upon someone delivering meals. Each person received a package of compressed biscuits, a small French bread, and a box of strawberry-flavored yogurt. Bai Yaoyao thanked the person and accepted the food. Although Meng Qilin was aware that the Nightshade group certainly lacked nothing in terms of food. Whether or not they needed it was one thing. Delivering it was another matter altogether. It was a matter of attitude. Bai Yaoyao accepted the meal, but yearned for a warm breakfast, especially since they had a mission that day, with no idea when the next meal would come. Chapter 37. Dispute. Meng Qilin felt as though he had not slept on such a comfortable bed in ages. The weariness of recent days had significantly eased, and he rose, refreshed, to survey the surroundings. Approaching the Dark Knight team, he intended to summon everyone for a meeting, but upon noticing that they were dining, he refrained from interrupting. Bai Yaoyao, with keen eyes, spotted him and called out, "Captain Meng, come join us for a meal." Meng Qilin hastily waved his hand, replying, "No, I'll eat. I've already had my meal." Bai Yaoyao exchanged a glance with Monkey, who promptly dashed over to invite Meng Qilin and the two junior soldiers trailing behind him. Despite his natural inclination to refuse, the persistent young man made it challenging for him to decline. Fat brother, noticing Meng Qilin's discomfort, chimed in, "Captain Meng, please don't be polite. Join us. It would be a great opportunity to chat, especially since we're not familiar with H City. You can enlighten us." He draped an arm around Meng Qilin's shoulder and seated him, while Monkey tugged the two junior soldiers closer. Realizing he could no longer evade the invitation, Meng Qilin relented, thinking he could later make up for it with supplies. However, when he arrived at the table, he was utterly astonished by the spread before him. Fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, scallion pancakes, xiaomai, steamed dumplings, soy milk, spicy soup, century egg, and lean meat porridge. Tofu pudding. This was beyond what he could repay. The two junior soldiers stood frozen, equally dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, Meng Qilin exclaimed, "Captain Bai, is this hot food?" He was genuinely surprised, as official documents stated that spatial abilities should only allow for the storage of items, lacking preservation capabilities. Bai Yaoyao anticipated his question, deliberately wishing to showcase this to him. She desired a long-term collaboration with the authorities and understood that without revealing some trump cards, they would not receive due attention. The organization was vast and filled with capable individuals. She knew of someone within the official ranks whose spatial ability possessed preservation features. But that was only after reaching level 4. "My ability has mutated. I have approximately 2 square meters with preservation functions. We prepare meals in advance at the villa and store them here," Bai Yaoyao explained. Meng Qilin remarked, "In these times, being able to have a hot meal feels like a tremendous blessing." Monkey, noticing the hesitance of the two junior soldiers, served them directly, then turned to Meng Qilin, asking, "Captain Meng, don't just talk. Hurry and eat. What would you like to drink?" I'll have the tofu pudding," Meng Qilin replied instinctively. "Not a problem. Sweet or savory?" Monkey held out a bowl in each hand. "Either is fine." Savory." Meng Qilin felt a bit embarrassed, but decided that since he was already eating, he might as well enjoy it. Thus, Meng Qilin and the two junior soldiers savored the most exquisite meal they had experienced since the apocalypse, scarcely uttering a word as they unconsciously devoured a substantial amount of food. Eventually, they realized the irony of their situation, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they had claimed they wouldn't eat, yet they had consumed more than the others. Fortunately, Bai Yaoyao, Monkey, and Fat Brother skillfully lightened the mood, seamlessly shifting the topic of conversation. After breakfast, everyone followed Captain Meng to the open area at the entrance of the safe zone. A considerable gathering had already formed, with factions clearly delineated, and hushed exchanges regarding the Dark Knight team that had accompanied Meng Qilin were underway. Bai Yaoyao used her mental powers to scan the crowd. Most exhibited energy fluctuations, indicating they were likely also hired ability users by Meng Qilin. However, she noted their weakness. Few were even at level 2. "I idolize you. You all made it to the safe zone." Several individuals rushed over, exuberantly exclaiming, "Fantastic! We've all leveled up. Does this mean we can fight alongside you now?" Bai Yaoyao, observing the situation, recognized a few martial arts students from H University among the crowd. "Oh yes. It's great to see you. If it weren't for you, we might not have survived long enough for official rescue," he exclaimed excitedly. Meng Qilin coughed awkwardly, feeling embarrassed at the boy's exuberance. Li Pengliang then noticed Meng Qilin and sheepishly stuck out his tongue, scratching his head. His companion, having scrutinized the surroundings, asked, "Where's Dog Brother? I brought him some treats." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the nearly full backpack from which the boy had extracted an impressive collection of high-quality dog food, marveling at the fact that even dogs had their fans now. "Dog Brother is currently fast asleep and has yet to awaken," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Oh, I was worried. I knew Dog Brother was too strong to be in trouble." "Idol, please give this to him." The boy handed Bai Yaoyao the dog food. With a grateful smile, Bai Yaoyao accepted the offering, acknowledging the boy's kind intentions. Afterward, she tossed it into the dog's bed, causing a loud thud that nearly startled dog brother awake, only for him to resume his slumber with a few snorts. Idols truly are remarkable spatial ability users. The crowd, now more aware of the existence of spatial ability users, understood their rarity. Captain Meng stepped into a central position and addressed the assembly. "Good morning, everyone. Next, Captain, please wait a moment." A girl clad in a ginger-colored short-sleeve shirt interjected. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. Sensing the attention, the girl proudly lifted her chin, revealing her elegant swan-like neck. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of grace likely honed through dance training, with an admirable physique. Bai Yaoyao, a connoisseur of beauty, discreetly assessed the girl before her. "Ah, she is a level 2 ability user. Quite impressive. The girl is indeed lovely," Bai Yaoyao mused, noting the girl as evident pride. It was understandable. Having progressed to level 2 in such a short time naturally afforded her a sense of accomplishment. "Captain Meng, may I inquire if our team eliminated the most zombies yesterday?" The girl addressed Meng Qilin directly. Though it was not particularly flattering for him, Meng Qilin responded, "Yes. Then our team must have brought back the most resources, correct?" She pressed further. "Indeed. Then I fail to understand why our breakfast consisted of a mere pack of crumbled compressed biscuits and a squished drink, while they arrived and feasted on a variety of dishes, even discarding the filling from dumplings. Why is there such a stark contrast in treatment? What merit do they possess that justifies their lavish meals while we are left with so little?" The girl pointed an accusing finger at Adai, raising her voice in protest towards Captain Meng. The crowd behind her rallied in agreement, echoing her sentiments of discontent. Chapter 38. The pitiful fool Bai Yaoyao never anticipated that the topic of the girl's protest would somehow relate to her and her companions. Upon glancing at the girl who had spoken, she realized, well, perhaps she wasn't as attractive as she had initially thought. After all, her dear Lulu was the most beautiful. Meng Qilin's face darkened. It was already difficult to secure a powerful ally, and now someone was stirring trouble. Just as he was about to interject, someone beat him to it. Li Pengliang exclaimed loudly, "What business is it of yours? My idol can eat whatever she wishes. You just love to meddle. If it weren't for the night squad, you'd have been devoured by zombies long ago. Who do you think you are to speak here?" Eating with one hand while cursing with the other. Truly remarkable. Lin Iran, the man behind Lin Iran, stepped forward, shielding her and addressing Li Pengliang. "Kid, if you want to live, mind your words." He shot a glare at the members of the night squad. "Oh dear Yaojia, have we been too accommodating? Even these insignificant pests dare to overstep." The monkey flexed his wrist unconsciously. The other members of the night squad were also eager to join the fray. Most of them had fiery tempers, and if you wronged them, they would not hold back. Seeing the situation escalate, Meng Qilin quickly clarified, "You misunderstand. This morning, it was Captain Bai Yaoyao of the night squad who invited me to dine, and all the food was prepared by her. I was merely there to share a meal." Lin Iran feigned a smile. "Oh, is that so? How amusing. Can't you speak properly? Who are you trying to impress? Are you addicted to having a backer? I'm not afraid of you. If you have guts, come at me. Who isn't a level 2 ability user here?" Li Pengliang retorted defiantly. Bai Yaoyao cast a formal glance at Li Pengliang, acknowledging him as a good kid, a suitable mouthpiece. After all, she had no interest in engaging with the children. She simply wished to slay zombies and level up. Only the foolish Adai stood there, bewildered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gazed at Bai Yaoyao. "Damn, this woman who reports on me is truly despicable. Yaojia won't let me be picky, but I don't want to eat leeks. I only desire dumpling skins with a hint of leek flavor." I took the opportunity while Yaojia went inside to sneakily discard the filling. And now I've been exposed in front of so many people. Bai Yaoyao felt Adai's gaze and casually glanced at him, gently saying, "Adai, my dear, your children's meal has bid you farewell. At least for this month, it shall not return." "Yaojia, boo-hoo, I was wrong." Adai pleaded pitifully, tugging at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve. "Too late now, dear." Bai Yaoyao playfully tousled Adai's soft hair and turned away, no longer paying him any heed. Disheartened, Adai licked his lips and cast a disdainful glance at the girl who had just spoken up. Lin Iran was startled by Adai's gaze, momentarily losing her balance and falling into the arms of the man behind her. What a fierce little child, she thought. The man followed Lin Iran's line of sight and addressed Adai. What is the matter, kid? Looking for trouble? Come over if you dare. Adai chuckled softly, but remained silent. The other members of the night squad understood his expression. These two were in for a rough ride. It was common knowledge that the most formidable in the night squad were Bai Yaoyao and Adai, the latter being particularly vengeful. Thus, everyone chose to ignore the commotion, allowing the two to continue their antics. After all, a killer knows not to leave traces. They were not bandits nor fools, brazenly displaying their aggression in front of so many. Meng Qilin, fearing the night squad's ire, boomed. If you all from the AI Alliance seek to stir trouble again, get out. We do not need your team here. After speaking, Meng Qilin cast an apologetic glance at Bai Yaoyao, lamenting his own gluttony that had brought about this chaos. Bai Yaoyao shook her head at Meng Qilin, indicating that she was unbothered. Once he saw that the AI squad had fallen silent, he continued, Time is of the essence. Do not seek trouble daily. If you cannot abide by this, you are free to leave. He then outlined the tasks. The night squad would be responsible for the 8 residential complexes near Zhenglin Avenue. The Menghu gang would cover 3 complexes along Shuetian Road. The Little Crab Dream team would oversee 4 complexes on Funyo Road. The AI Alliance would take care of 4 complexes on Rian Road. The Midnight Squad would handle 5 complexes on Taikong Road. Which one is the Midnight Squad? What a shabby name. Xiaomi Wunderland. Li Pongliang raised his hand sheepishly. Hee, that's us. We thought the Night Squad sounded so cool. So we came up with something similar. Xiaomi gave a thumbs up, choosing to remain silent. After all, she was a fan and decided to extend some grace. This concludes today's task assignment. Does anyone have questions? Meng Qilin inquired after laying out the duties. Meng team leader, Lin Iran called out once more. What is it now? Meng Qilin replied impatiently. The night squad only has 12 members. Assigning them the 8 residential complexes on Zhenglin Avenue is unfair. Our squad has 27 members, and we have more than 12 ability users. Lin Iran challenged, directing her gaze at Bai Yaoyao. Unbeknownst to Lin Iran, she harbored an irrational disdain for the night squad, partly due to their lavish breakfast, and partly because all 4 girls on their team were strikingly beautiful, especially the one clad in black, whom Wu Gu had stolen glances at multiple times. Wu Gu, a rare dual-element ability user with lightning and strength powers, had finally secured a powerful ally. She was determined not to let him slip away, hence her persistent jabs at the night squad. Bai Yaoyao shot a formal glare at the incessantly chattering and foolish woman. This was becoming tiresome. She was eager to venture out and confront zombies, not to engage in endless banter. Before Meng Qilin could respond, Bai Yaoyao teleported beside Lin Iran, gripping her neck firmly, all the while smiling. So, my dear girl, do you have any more objections? Lin Iran was rendered speechless, her mind racing as she recalled her own abilities. Just as she ignited a small flame, Bai Yaoyao snapped her fingers, producing a cigarette in her hand. Using Lin Iran's fire, she lit it and took a leisurely puff. Lin Iran stared at Bai Yaoyao, who was so close. Her indifferent demeanor and icy expression made her question whether uttering another word would lead to her demise in front of so many witnesses. Suddenly, Lin Iran felt a pang of fear and turned to find Wu Gu bound by vines, his mouth gagged, leaving only his wide, bulging eyes visible, reddened from the pressure. With a stammer, Lin Iran uttered, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Wu Gu, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now wriggled desperately, mirroring her apology. Chapter 39. Rescue Captain Meng. The situation has been resolved. When shall we depart? Bai Yaoyao reappeared in a flash, calmly addressing Meng Qilin. Meng Qilin, like everyone else, was taken aback, entirely unaware of how Bai Yaoyao had traversed there and back. Observing Lin Iran, pale and kneeling on the ground, he felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, evildoers must be met with their match. Ha! Captain Bai may not be an evildoer, but she is undoubtedly formidable. Resolving matters so swiftly was truly exhilarating. Suppressing his urge to laugh, He inhaled deeply and declared, "All teams, let's move out. Yaoyao, this vehicle is impressive. Let us acquire one when we return." Monkey exclaimed, "All right, I'll find a way." Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. The authorities had equipped the Dark Knight squad with 6 military trucks, which provided an exhilarating ride. Given the availability of vehicles, they certainly preferred not to use their own. Resources were scarce, and every bit saved counted. As they crouched in the truck bed, they took turns dispatching any zombies encountered along the roadside, hoping for crystal cores, reveling in the camaraderie and laughter, thus alleviating the tedium of their journey. The young soldier driving had recently shared breakfast with Captain Meng, thus held a favorable impression of the Dark Knight squad, and felt quite fortunate to be assigned to this group. Watching everyone dispatch the obstructive zombies with ease, he felt immensely lucky. He needed only to drive while others cleared the path. How delightful. Typically, those with abilities would take ages to act, especially the Alliance of Love, who, despite their limited prowess, possessed a notoriously irritable temperament. The journey along Zhonglin Avenue was lengthy. Under optimal conditions, it took an hour to arrive. They first reached an upscale residential complex comprising 6 12-story buildings, each possibly housing 2 or 3 households per floor. As the young soldier prepared to park and disassemble the barrier, Xiao Shirlu summoned a gust of wind, and Coco's vines swiftly removed the obstruction. "No need to exit. Just drive in, young brother," Bai Yaoyao instructed. Okay, thank you." The soldier was somewhat bewildered. Was it truly acceptable to waste abilities in such a manner rather than save them for battling zombies? "Not at all," Bai Yaoyao replied while extending her mental probing, detecting no formidable opponents. Only a level 3 zombie, conveniently located in the nearest building. There was one level 3 zombie in the right-hand building, accompanied by approximately 20 level 2 zombies, evenly distributed. Bai Yaoyao shared her findings with the team. Understood. As they engaged in their serious undertakings, the group transformed, even the most talkative, Monkey adopting a more solemn demeanor. "Young brother, gather your team. We'll handle the zombies first. You may be of little assistance." Bai Yaoyao directed the young soldier. "No worries, we can protect ourselves." The soldier assured through the intercom, prompting everyone to quickly assemble. Due to the weighty nature of the rescue mission and the limited number of personnel, Captain Meng had assigned 12 official team members to Bai Yaoyao's group. Each member had considerable survival skills, having worked on the front lines before the apocalypse, albeit lacking awakened abilities. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao mention a level 3 zombie, everyone hastily readied their machine guns, aware that encounters with such zombies often resulted in significant casualties. They hoped Bai Yaoyao's team could safely lure out the zombie, allowing them to assist with concentrated fire. "Fat brother, 6th floor on the right." "Got it." Fat brother conjured a large clump of earth and hurled it at the 6th floor window. With a furious roar, the zombie leaped through the window, launching a barrage of sharp projectiles towards them. "Damn it, a metal-type zombie." "Fat brother, Stone brother, help." Monkey shouted. Fat brother and Stone quickly erected an earthen wall, and the group huddled behind it. The zombie, in a comical display, landed awkwardly, breaking a leg, and staggered to its feet. Bai Yaoyao instructed Chun Xian to amplify her powers, seizing the moment to employ mental piercing on the zombie, which promptly knelt. Lulu followed suit, unleashing a bolt of lightning. With an array of offensive tactics at their disposal, the collective firepower rained down, leaving the nearby young soldiers in stunned silence. This doesn't align with my expectations. All 12 members of the Dark Knight squad possess abilities, and that tree, it's extraordinarily powerful. As they regained their composure, intending to assist with gunfire, Xiao Wei had already thrust a willow branch into the zombie's head, extracting the crystal core. Bai Yaoyao collected the cores and assigned pairs. Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi to Building 1, Lulu and Peiqi to Building 2, Fat Brother and Monkey to Building 3, Stone and Dadawan to Building 4, Adai and Chen Xian to Building 5, Coco and Xiao Shirlu, Xiao Wei to Building 6. Let us clear the courtyard first. If any issues arise, call for assistance. We shall not engage with the survivors. Have them gather at the entrance, aiming to resolve the situation within an hour. Understood. The group swiftly set off. As Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi approached Building 1, they heard the young soldier calling out from behind. Captain Bai, let us send 2 people to each building. Bai Yaoyao politely declined, saying, please assist with the negotiations with the survivors. We are not particularly eloquent. Ah, all right. When you say not particularly eloquent, you don't mean what I think you mean, do you? Captain Bai has quite the sense of humor. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, I appreciate your assistance. With that, she and Xiaomi made their way to the top floor via the safety passage, knocking on doors one by one. When there was no response, they kicked the door open. Upon entering the first unit, they were met by 3 level 1 zombies. Bai Yaoyao, recognizing their weakness, allowed Xiaomi to handle them while she moved next door. Knocking there also elicited no response, but her mental probe detected someone inside. Curious to test her instantaneous movement, she attempted to phase through the wall. With a resounding thud, she collided with the door, muttering a curse. In the midst of battling zombies, Xiaomi caught sight of this unusual spectacle and inquired, Sister Yao, can't you just kick it open? Why use your head? Because of the zombies. Bai Yaoyao replied, rubbing her forehead. Oh. Xiaomi obediently complied, but remained perplexed, unsure why Bai Yaoyao would choose to ram the door. Bai Yaoyao forcefully kicked the door open, immediately met with a piercing scream, followed by the cries of a woman and a child. A woman, approximately 30, clutched a baby of only a few months tightly to her chest, turning her back to the door in fear. Bai Yaoyao gently knocked and said, hello. Official rescue has arrived. Please gather your belongings and come downstairs when you hear the call. Upon seeing Xiaomi dispatch the 3 zombies next door, she proceeded to the next floor. Chapter 40. On the self-cultivation of bystanders before descending the stairs, Bai Yaoyao deliberately glanced back at the woman cradling her child, hoping she wasn't too frightened to comprehend her words. Surely her voice was soft enough, and quite polite as well. Only when she saw the woman rise did she feel reassured enough to proceed downstairs. The 11th floor was devoid of life. The left apartment was relatively intact, with just a young man turned into a zombie, dispatched by Xiaomi's blade. The family on the right, however, had succumbed entirely to infection. After slaying the zombie, Bai Yaoyao inspected the wounds, pondering the sheer misfortune of an entire household being transformed. After a prolonged examination, she deduced that the first to be infected was likely a 7- or 8-year-old child, whose parents, perhaps unwilling to harm their offspring, ultimately fell victim to the child's bite, leading to the family's complete demise. How could 4 adults fail to subdue a single child? Xiaomi couldn't help but sigh at the tragic scene, while Bai Yaoyao had long grown accustomed to such grim realities. The more she witnessed, the more she found a sense of acceptance. After swiftly eliminating the zombie, she wandered through the home, noting that residences with elderly occupants often stocked up on essentials like rice, flour, and oil, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still a meal. Bai Yaoyao collected unopened bags of flour and rice from the cupboard, accumulating 5 or 6 bags in total. Having just celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were still numerous mooncakes, fruits, and dairy products gifted by neighbors. The apocalypse had only just begun, so the shelf life was no concern. She decided to store everything in her space. Rather than mixing it with her own supplies, she allocated a separate area for these provisions. Although the end of the world had rendered culinary standards less stringent, she preferred to reserve these items for emergencies or potential exchanges, considering they had coexisted with zombies for so long. The 10th floor revealed no survivors either. The left apartment housed 2 elderly residents who had not turned, yet they had also ceased to breathe. Bai Yaoyao surveyed the home, discovering it entirely devoid of food, which led her to surmise their cause of death. While it was inherently a sorrowful matter, witnessing the 2 elders nestled closely together struck her as a poignant form of happiness. Bai Yaoyao collected her emotions and continued her systematic clearing, dispatching any zombies she encountered and scavenging supplies from homes. For those still alive, she informed them to await further instructions to descend. Greetings, official rescue has arrived. Please gather your belongings and listen for announcements from below. You may come down once you hear the call. Bai Yaoyao recited her lines with practiced ease. A young man, curled up on the sofa, appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, devoid of vitality. Why? Why did it take you so long to arrive? My wife is dead. I killed her myself. She turned into a monster. It's all your fault. Why did you come now? Just leave me be. I no longer wish to live. Bai Yaoyao struggled to comprehend and felt no inclination to engage with this despondent, seemingly dim-witted man. In the apocalypse, the desire to live could be far more burdensome than wishing to die. With no faith in survival, what was the point of rescue? Very well. I apologize for the intrusion. With that, she beckoned Xiaomi to proceed to the next floor. The man sat there, bewildered. Wasn't this the official rescue? Shouldn't they be offering him some solace? He had hoped to seize the moment to acquire some supplies, yet they seemed to depart without a second thought. Damn it! How rude! Bai Yaoyao felt a sense of progress in her mission and wondered how others were faring. She had an overwhelming maternal instinct, wishing for her companions to grow stronger while simultaneously fearing for their safety, as if she had adopted numerous sons, transforming into a worry-laden matriarch. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaomi, observing her as she collided with walls and broke into laughter, felt perplexed, unable to fathom what had spurred such a change in her demeanor. What is up with Yaoyao? The monkey doesn't act like this, he sighed, pondering their collective responsibility for her transformation. Scratching his head in confusion, he contemplated asking her something but held back, sensing it might lead to trouble. Never mind. I'll consult Fat Brother later. The ensuing encounters were devoid of oddities. Upon clearing the area, they discovered their building was the first to be completed, while others were still occupied. Captain Bai, have you dispatched all the zombies? A young soldier inquired, wide-eyed. Yes, it's done. We'll assist elsewhere. Bai Yaoyao replied with a smile before leading Xiaomi to Building 2. As they approached the entrance, the sounds of battle reached their ears. Bai Yaoyao detected the presence of 4 second-tier zombies. Lulu and Pago were engaged in a challenging confrontation with them. Pago wielded primarily a healing ability, often resorting to her cleaver, while Lulu's lightning-based powers, though formidable, struggled to find ample room to unleash their full potential. Xiaomi hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Yaoyao, which floor are they on? The 3rd floor, go. Bai Yaoyao instructed. Xiaomi turned back, surprised. Aren't you coming? Why should I? I'm off to find Fat Brother. With that, Bai Yaoyao departed, leaving Xiaomi momentarily stunned, feeling as though he had been outsmarted by her display of confidence. As Bai Yaoyao reached the entrance of Building 3, she found Fat Brother and Monkey nearly finished with their task. Their skills complemented each other perfectly, creating a seamless synergy. Yaoyao, that was quick, Monkey exclaimed, leaping out from a 2nd-floor window upon spotting her. You two aren't slow either. Let's tackle buildings 4, 5, and 6, one each, Bai Yaoyao directed. All right, Yaoyao. Let me tell you, I almost watch out. Bai Yaoyao suddenly sensed danger, and her hair stood on end. She swiftly kicked Monkey to Fat Brother's side, and, as she moved, unleashed a spatial blade backward. In an instant, the zombie revealed itself. A 3rd-tier invisible zombie. Bai Yaoyao was certain it hadn't been present during her initial scan. The only explanation was that it had arrived upon hearing the noise. Thankfully, it charged directly at her. Otherwise, there would have surely been casualties. Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao retrieved a bucket of green paint from her spatial storage and, while the zombie was still visible, doused it entirely, wasting not a single drop. How dare you ambush me? I'll make you pay. Monkey bellowed, brimming with bravado. Go ahead, try to conceal yourself again, you green-skinned fiend. Bai Yaoyao felt a wave of relief. Invisible zombies lacked any other abilities, primarily relying on stealth. Once that barrier was removed, they were no different from ordinary zombies. Just then, Xiaomi, Pega, and Lulu, having heard the ruckus, rushed over. Bai Yaoyao set up a small stool, pulled out a camera, and positioned herself at a distance to capture the entire scene. Everyone do your best, she encouraged, adjusting the focus as she cheered them on. The young soldiers, poised to assist, hesitated upon witnessing Bai Yaoyao's antics, unsure if they should intervene. When Bai Yaoyao waved them over, tossing them a box of soda and 2 bags of seeds, they couldn't help but smirk. All right then, let us see how the spectators conduct themselves. Understanding their role, the onlookers settled down, attentively observing the unfolding spectacle, hesitating to touch the snacks. The longer they watched, the more they recognized the combat prowess of the fighters. Their skills were far from something honed in just a few days of survival. The team's synergy resembled that of seasoned comrades. Chapter 41. The upgraded dog brother skills, combat techniques, and battle awareness cannot be concealed. Bai Yaoyao had long prepared her words and unified her narrative with the others. The late, affordable master had once established a foothold in Huagua, a legitimate one, it seems. She recalled him mentioning something about family heritage. The master had also stated that he had registered a martial arts school. At that time, everyone had laughed at his unnecessary endeavor. Little did they know it would prove useful now. The details mattered little. In this apocalyptic world, no one would meticulously verify such trivialities. After all, strength was paramount. Thus, everything was attributed to the master, and, as fellow disciples, they were not technically lying. They simply took on some side jobs for survival. As Bai Yaoyao recorded, she chattered. Peiqi, use your legs. What are they for? Xiaomi only knows how to charge. ISNT there any defense? Do you want to become a zombie? And look at you, Brother Pang. Your belly has 2 more layers now. Ha ha ha. Yaoyao, you're asking for it. Brother Pang protested, turning his head. Before long, the little green zombie fell under their onslaught, transforming into a shimmering crystal core. Once the other buildings were cleared, Bai Yaoyao employed her mental probing once more. Confirming safety, she instructed the young warriors to call out and inform everyone to descend. Bai Yaoyao, eager not to delay, suspecting it would be a lengthy process, asked, brother, what do I call you? The young warrior blushed slightly, not out of shyness, but rather due to Bai Yaoyao's striking beauty. I am Wang Changcheng, the leader of our group. Leader Wang. Here's the plan. I'll leave 2 of my team members to protect you while I take the rest to the nearby residential area to exterminate zombies. Once we finish, you should be done here as well. This way, our efficiency will be greatly improved. What do you think? Observing this young brother's naivety and vacant expression, Bai Yaoyao endeavored to clarify her explanation. You all go first? Wang Changcheng was somewhat perplexed, unaccustomed to the efficiency of the night squad, which starkly contrasted with other ability groups that often dawdled to negotiate terms with Captain Meng in exchange for more crystal cores. Yes, I'll leave our most powerful and defensively strong members here. There won't be any danger. We will be right across, Bai Yaoyao explained kindly. All right, Captain Bai, you take charge. When we set out, Captain Meng instructed us to follow your lead. Wang Changcheng finally snapped out of his daze and quickly replied. Very well. With that, Bai Yaoyao led her group to the opposing villa area, leaving Adai and Shirtu behind. Adai had caused trouble in the morning, and even if he wished to protest, he dared not utter a word. As for Shirtu, he rarely spoke at all. The villa area across housed only 9 buildings, yet it was well landscaped. The group did not rush inside, but decided to begin by clearing the exterior zombies. As they stepped into the courtyard, a flash of white light zipped past. What was that? It zipped right through. Peiqi exclaimed. A mutated beast, probably a white cat, Bai Yaoyao hesitantly responded. There, in the tree. Yaoyao, that one seems like the white cat we encountered at the exhibition center, Xiaomi pointed out, her keen eyes spotting it. Bai Yaoyao tensed, her mental energy trailing the white cat, which in turn fixated on her, occasionally licking its paw with a hint of provocation. The white cat radiated a formidable energy signature, suggesting it was not merely a level 2 beast. The group might not be able to defeat it without sustaining injuries, and their primary mission was rescue. There was no need to provoke a creature that was not attacking. Yet the white cat's demeanor clearly indicated a desire for confrontation. This sparked Bai Yaoyao's fighting spirit. Noticing that her loyal canine companion had awakened and successfully advanced to level 3, she decided to unleash him in hopes of gauging the white cat's capabilities. Even if they could not discern its strength, it would not be a waste of effort. Upon waking, the dog felt as though he had become the mightiest creature in the world. He brimmed with power, capable of consuming 10 large bones in a single meal. However, before he could share this triumph with his master, he was unceremoniously tossed out. Intending to protest loudly, he instead found himself captivated by the sight before him. So beautiful, he thought, with blue eyes and snow-white fur, as charming and elegant as he was. Oh dear, you see me. Thud, caught off guard. The dog fell clumsily to the ground, creating a crater as dust swirled around him. Bai Yaoyao was utterly astonished. She had known he was unreliable, but never to this extent. He had just awakened. He was level 3. How could this happen? A mere small dog should not suffer such a fall. The white cat was equally flabbergasted, recognizing this woman from their previous encounter. She was powerful, perhaps too formidable for it to handle, prompting its earlier retreat. Yet now, it felt cornered. There was no backing down, even in death. Seeing the woman send forth a level 3 mutated beast, it felt a chill run through its spine. With both a beast and a human present, it was doomed. There was no chance of victory. It resolved to fight back, even if it meant dragging others down with it. Extending its claws and preparing to leap, it was determined to face its fate. But then it noticed the foolish dog had tumbled down. Was this creature truly so dim-witted? Was it a mockery of its strength? The dog, realizing he had embarrassed himself, buried his head in the dirt, feeling dazed and humiliated. Bai Yaoyao was at a loss for her emotions. Was she angry or amused? Forget it, dog brother. I owe you for my past life. I'll test its limits. Chun Xian, amplify my power if necessary, but you all hold back for now. Bai Yaoyao brandished a dagger. Be careful, Yaoyao. Don't be reckless. Lulu frowned, warning her. Bai Yaoyao nodded, piercing through the air with her mental energy and swiftly closing in on the white cat. The white cat was quick as well, and in a mere breath, it was beside Bai Yaoyao. Realizing she matched its speed, it retreated, creating distance. Feeling its mental energy suppressed, the white cat grew anxious, unable to focus on the battle. Just as it prepared to attack again, the foolish dog lunged at it unexpectedly, pinning it down. Damn it, a sneak attack, it thought, turning to retaliate, only to find the dog licking its luxurious fur. Ah! Doomed. Chapter 42. Shall we have a chat? The white cat leaped in agitation, proclaiming, a cat can be killed, but cannot be insulted. I shall take your life. In a fit of rage, the white cat, disregarding Bai Yaoyao, pounced at the dog, which barely managed to evade the attack, wearing an expression of disbelief and hurt. You hit me. You actually struck me. The white cat's fur bristled, and after missing its initial strike, it lunged again. The sounds of barking and meowing filled the air as the two creatures engaged in a frantic chase, while Bai Yaoyao stood frozen, ignored by both. Sister Yao, do not be disheartened. The dog is a husky, and considering the situation, well, this performance is, quite commendable, Peichi said, unable to suppress her concern for the dog, fearing that Bai Yaoyao's pride might lead her to abandon it. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yaoyao observed the ongoing chase between the cat and the dog and suggested, let us set them aside for now and clear the area of zombies. Peichi nodded in agreement. As long as you don't abandon the dog. Bai Yaoyao replied, it saved my life. I could never part with it. Is that it? Just a handful of zombies? Xiaomi complained. In the entire villa district, there were merely 6 zombies, all of low levels, while numerous corpses lay scattered about, their cores extracted. Bai Yaoyao surmised that the white cat must have been the one to eliminate them, as if it were guarding the villa area. They began knocking on the doors of the first villa. Bai Yaoyao preferred not to use her mental powers unnecessarily, knowing this would be a prolonged battle, and she wished to conserve her abilities. Who is it? A man's voice called from within the villa. Official rescue has arrived. Tidy up and step outside to be taken to a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao succinctly replied. The door opened a crack, revealing several individuals in uniform, and seeing their non-threatening demeanor, she felt reassured. In haste, she asked, is it just you? Do you have any food? Please give me something. My parents and I haven't eaten for days. None available. Come out for assembly. We cannot wait indefinitely. After speaking, Bai Yaoyao turned to leave, leaving Lulu and Xiao Shirley to wait for the residents to emerge. Due to the presence of the white cat, which likely ensured a surplus of food, there seemed to be survivors in nearly every household, with only a few having succumbed to transformation, resulting in a relatively high survival rate. As they approached the last villa, the white cat suddenly rushed over, blocking the entrance and refusing to budge. Bai Yaoyao began to understand the situation, since both parties were wary of each other's strength, perhaps. A conversation was in order? Hello. Bai Yaoyao stepped back slightly, and she could sense the white cat relaxing a bit. Meow. You do not wish for us to enter, do you? Meow. Are there still living humans inside? Meow. Bai Yaoyao used her mental powers to probe and confirmed that there were no living beings within. but there was a powerful energy emanating from a corner on the second floor, likely a zombie core. Although Bai Yaoyao was tempted, she had no intention of robbing a cat. After a moment's hesitation, she declared, "We shall not enter. We will leave immediately, but I must take the individuals at the door with me." Meow. The white cat stepped back, seemingly agreeing, and a temporary truce was established. "Let us depart," Bai Yaoyao instructed the others. "All right, if we can avoid conflict. That would be best. This cat is quite eerie and remarkably swift," Fat Brother concurred. As everyone prepared to turn away, the dog, unwilling to comply, began to bark and jump, biting at Bai Yaoyao as pant leg. "What are you trying to do?" Bai Yaoyao gritted her teeth in frustration. "Woof, woof, woof. I want the kitty. What nonsense. Let us go." Bai Yaoyao scooped up the dog and tucked it under her arm. Soon, piercing cries akin to a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Bai Yaoyao glared at the dog, only to find it gazing at her with tearful eyes, reminiscent of its expression when it had shielded her from a zombie's attack in her previous life. In its final moments, its eyes had been filled with tears and reluctance. For a moment, Bai Yaoyao felt disoriented. "Fat Brother, do you think Sister Yao is crying out of anger?" "Surely not." Taking a deep breath, Bai Yaoyao set the dog down and turned back to the white cat, saying, "Would you like to come with us? From now on, as long as I, Bai Yaoyao, have a meal, you shall have one too. I promise to treat you with sincerity. This place is not safe, no matter how powerful you are. You cannot withstand the multitude of zombies. Humans are evacuating, and afterward, the zombies will target you mutated beasts. Stay with me, and I will do everything in my power to protect you." Bai Yaoyao spoke earnestly to the white cat. Since the dog had taken a liking to it, she aimed to secure its companionship. If that failed, she would resort to knocking it unconscious and taking it away. The white cat was taken aback. This woman wanted to take it away. She promised food and vowed to protect it. Was it finally going to have a home? The girl from a villa had fed it for a week, and it had wished to protect her, yet for reasons unknown, she had still perished. The white cat hesitated, uncertain of what to do. Sensing the opportunity, Bai Yaoyao quickly added, "Was the girl in the villa your master? According to our customs, after one passes, they should be cremated and laid to rest. I will help you bury your master, and then you may leave with me. What do you say?" The white cat felt a stir of emotion. After much contemplation, it mewed softly and stepped aside, granting passage. Bai Yaoyao turned and instructed, "You all wait here for me." Following the white cat into the villa, she found a girl sprawled beside the sofa, with a scattering of pills across the floor. Upon glancing at the box, she recognized them as heart-saving pills. Bai Yaoyao retrieved a rain tarp from her spatial pocket, wrapped the girl within, and carried her to the small garden by the door. "Dada, prepare a fire. Fat Brother, dig a hole." All right. Once the girl was buried, the white cat obediently followed Bai Yaoyao, who noticed the dog behind her, gazing dreamily, and couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. The white cat led Bai Yaoyao to the second floor of the villa, pointing to a pile of cores, signaling her to collect them. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow hard. Having seen much of the world, the sight of several hundred cores was hard to resist, and she felt a surge of joy. There were 3 or 4 level 3 cores. This charming little cat seemed far more reliable than the dog. Bai Yaoyao gazed at the little feline with newfound tenderness. "May I give you a name?" "Meow. You are petite and entirely snow white. Let's call you Big Meow. It suits you perfectly and sounds delightful." Bai Yaoyao had initially intended to say Little White, but recalled her own childhood, where a master had called her Little White. Big Meow. Chapter 43. The little schemes of Shaowai Bai Yaoyao could no longer tolerate the sight of Guzi and discern the disdain in Daming's eyes. So she unceremoniously tossed Guzi back into the spatial realm, having exhausted her patience for the day. Fortunately, the situation was resolved satisfactorily, and they had gained a remarkable new companion. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao felt as though Guzi had inadvertently done a good deed. In high spirits, she walked towards the entrance with everyone, hoping the survivors in the villa would hasten their pace and not waste any more time. Upon reaching the entrance, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The survivors huddled together, hesitant to speak, while Lulu stood with her hands on her hips, casting a hostile glance at the crowd. Perhaps due to the awakening of her lightning powers, The soft tufts of hair near Lulu's hairline were slightly standing on end. "What's wrong, Lulu?" Bai Yaoyao asked with a sly smile, finding Lulu's angry demeanor rather endearing. Before Lulu could respond, a man from the first villa interjected, "Are you her superior? I wish to file a complaint. How can you treat ordinary citizens this way? Indeed, is this how you conduct your rescue operations? We are on the brink of starvation. Without proper nourishment, how can we even walk?" echoed a middle-aged woman from the back. Bai Yaoyao smiled faintly, choosing not to offer an explanation, and casually released Xiaowai. Having witnessed such antics countless times in her previous life, she recognized that they were likely from a privileged district accustomed to comfort, and had yet to grasp the harsh reality of their situation. "Xiaowai, dispose of those two in the trash bin." The crowd erupted in screams and retreated. Xiaowai deftly identified the two loudest instigators, ensnared them with several branches, and effortlessly tossed them into a green dumpster 10 meters away. The man landed inside, while the woman, slightly overweight, required a gentle push from Xiaowai. Finally, with a considerate gesture, Xiaowai closed the lid and returned to Bai Yaoyao's side. Daming looked at Xiaowai in astonishment. It seemed that his master possessed remarkable abilities. Thankfully, there had been no need for physical confrontation. Aside from that foolish dog, her other methods appeared quite formidable, and this mutated plant was clearly extraordinary. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Feel free to voice your concerns. If not, we shall proceed." Bai Yaoyao inquired gently. The crowd fell into silence. "Very well, let us depart." Bai Yaoyao led the group back to the first family compound. Before they could approach, a cacophony of chaos reached their ears. Without waiting for Bai Yaoyao's command, Xiaowai sprang into action, capturing and lifting the loudest troublemakers high into the air. Unfortunately, they could not locate a usable trash bin. All were in disrepair and incapable of accommodating people. Xiaowai glanced at Bai Yaoyao, and upon seeing the approval in her eyes, straightened his posture, raising the individuals even higher. "I am still the one most valued by my master. The foolish elder brother is no match, and the newcomer is hardly a threat." The scene before them now had nearly 100 survivors, chattering incessantly, creating a headache for Bai Yaoyao. As Xiaowai elevated the troublemakers, a brief silence ensued, only to be swiftly followed by renewed disorder. Perhaps emboldened by the crowd, with many people gathered, they felt a surge of courage after having endured fear and frustration for so long. Observing the orderly demeanor of the 20 or so individuals from the villa, Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt they were quite well behaved. She had no desire to steal the spotlight, for it was not her role to play. The raucous individuals merely sought food. After such prolonged hunger, it was only natural they would crave sustenance. She was not a bandit devoid of empathy. Thus, she gazed at team leader Wang with eyes filled with encouragement and expectation. Wang seemed invigorated by her gaze, exclaiming loudly, "Anyone who speaks again shall receive no food or transportation. Go ahead, test me." Bai Yaoyao noticed that only a few were instigating trouble. The majority clutched their belongings tightly, refraining from causing any further disruption. For instance, the mother holding a child stood at the edge of the crowd, the child seemingly crying continuously. The woman gently covered the child's ears, swaying slightly, murmuring soothing words, "Mother is here. Baby need not fear. Baby need not cry." Seeing team leader Wang stabilize the situation and begin organizing people to board the vehicles, Bai Yaoyao accompanied her companions to the next family compound. Zhenglin Avenue was predominantly a wealthy district, not particularly densely populated. Logically, there should not be an abundance of zombies. However, given the time that had elapsed, the zombies had wandered considerable distances, resulting in a noticeable presence on the roads. Daming, eager to showcase his abilities, exerted himself particularly hard, racing ahead alongside Xiaomi in a competition to see who could slay more zombies. Ultimately, Xiaomi was decisively outmatched. Bai Yaoyao trailed behind, contentedly observing Daming's lightning-fast dispatch of zombies, tossing a large bone into the spatial realm for Guzi. After days of cooperation, everyone had become increasingly attuned to one another, each person adeptly harnessing their powers to achieve optimal performance in battle. Thus, even when faced with third-level zombies, they could swiftly conquer them. Once the night squad had cleared the third and fourth family compounds, team leader Wang arrived with the group, albeit somewhat belatedly. After all, they had been raised with a mindset of serving the people for many years. The apocalypse had only lasted a few days, and such ingrained beliefs were not easily altered. Unlike the night squad, they could not disregard others' feelings entirely, which accounted for the delay. Captain Bai, your speed is astounding. This is truly impressive, Wang Chengcheng exclaimed as he jogged over, genuinely admiring their efficiency. Thank you for the compliment. We need to take a moment to recuperate and have some lunch, Bai Yaoyao replied. Of course. I'll fetch you something to eat. Would you like self-heating hot pot? Team leader Meng specifically asked me to bring it to you, Wang said, not waiting for Bai Yaoyao's response before hurriedly retrieving a large bag from the vehicle, fearing she might decline. Bai Yaoyao graciously accepted it, saying, thank you very much. After Monkey had cleared a room on the ground floor, everyone gathered inside to eat. When Bai Yaoyao opened the bag, she found self-heating rice and hot pot, along with some marinated eggs and sausages. Meng Qilin had prepared quite well, but given the crowd outside, the aromas were overwhelmingly strong. While there was no need to overly concern herself with others' opinions, it would be rather excessive to indulge in aromatic meals while others outside were starving. Thus, she sought out the Shangxi three-piece set in the spatial realm. Cold noodles, flatbread with fillings, and Bingfeng soda, perfect for the weather. After sending Xiaowai back into the spatial realm, she produced 3 fish for Daming, knowing that mutated beasts had hearty appetites and were not prone to waste. Daming's eyes widened in delight. Was this the privilege of having a master? Wow, it's so fragrant, far more delectable than the mutated mice I catch. Chapter 44. A bet between Peiqi and Lulu Bai Yaoyao wasn't particularly hungry and had had her fill after just a few bites. She approached the window and looked outside, observing team leader Wang distributing food to everyone. Each person received a bottle of water, a box of yogurt, a piece of bread, and 2 packets of compressed biscuits. Both adults and children were enjoying their meals. Bai Yaoyao noticed the 2 individuals who had been discarded into the trash earlier had also approached, and upon seeing her, they hurriedly blended into the crowd. She also spotted the man who claimed to have killed his wife and wanted to end his own life. He sat by the roadside, heartily devouring a piece of bread, looking anything but despondent. There was also a woman with a small infant pouring yogurt into a bottle to feed her child, who was vehemently shaking his head in refusal. Bai Yaoyao furrowed her brow slightly, swiftly retreating into her space to prepare a cup of milk powder. Using her spatial abilities, she discreetly placed the cup in the woman's arms and tucked the open box of milk powder in her bag before quickly withdrawing from the window. The woman was startled, but, upon noticing the bottle in her embrace, joyfully picked it up, sniffed it, glanced around in search of the benefactor, and, finding no one, opened the cap and took a sip. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to give it to her child. Watching her baby gulp down the milk heartily brought tears to her eyes. Yaoyao, have some fruit. It's too hot, and I've lost my appetite. The food doesn't taste good anymore, Peiqi remarked. The weather outside had improved compared to before, but it was still sweltering, reaching 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, both hot and oppressive. Bai Yaoyao retrieved some chilled watermelon, sliced it in half, and shared it with everyone, feeling somewhat refreshed after consuming it. Bai Yaoyao then took a glance at the spring water in her space, realizing there was nearly enough for one person to drink by evening. Once she saw that everyone had eaten sufficiently, she led them to continue their work. There were still 4 family quarters to clean up, and Bai Yaoyao wished to finish quickly, so she summoned Guzi, Xiaowai, and Damao, with 2 third-level mutated beasts and 1 third-level mutated plant. Their combined strength far surpassed that of the night squad. Damao, having just finished a fish, was in high spirits and seemed less averse to Guzi, even appreciating the presence of a little brother following him. The efficiency of clearing zombies improved significantly in the afternoon, and Bai Yaoyao even took the opportunity to loot a gold shop. The counters were almost destroyed, with little merchandise remaining, much of which lay dirty and scattered on the ground. However, the warehouse remained intact due to its password-protected door, and Bai Yaoyao emptied the entire warehouse without discrimination. If they were fortunate enough to survive the apocalypse, these would serve as dowries and bridal gifts for her companions. Team leader Wang noticed this and quickly turned away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. After all, Bai Yaoyao, despite her formidable abilities, was still a girl. It was quite normal for her to desire some jewelry, like bracelets and necklaces. Furthermore, at this juncture, besides food, water, and essential supplies, nothing else mattered. By the time they had gathered all the remaining individuals from the family quarters, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Unlike when they arrived, the 6 trucks were now nearly filled with people. Noticing the lack of space in the trucks, Bai Yaoyao retrieved 2 additional vehicles from her space, allowing everyone to squeeze in comfortably. She didn't want the authorities to realize the vastness of her spatial area. Being able to preserve items was already quite conspicuous, and she needed to maintain some trump cards while showcasing her strength. Team leader Wang had initially intended to invite the night squad members to join them in the truck, even though it was designed for 2. However, upon observing the situation, he prudently refrained from doing so. The survivors felt they had witnessed an abundance of extraordinary events that day. Not only had they seen someone wield fire and electricity, but they had also observed willow trees combating zombies and cats and dogs displaying remarkable intelligence. Now, witnessing someone conjuring items from thin air seemed entirely normal and acceptable to them. Only the woman holding the infant suddenly looked up at Bai Yaoyao, staring intently for a long time, her eyes brimming with tears as she silently mouthed thank you. Fat Brother and Shirtu each drove a vehicle, and Bai Yaoyao had noticed a rather attractive woman glancing over in their direction several times, clearly intent on making a move. Everyone else had noticed, and Peiqi and Lulu were even betting on which man the woman would approach as a potential target. As they were about to board the vehicles, the woman finally made her move, striding directly toward Shirtu. "Ha, Lulu, I win the bet. I knew that woman would go for Brother Shirtu," Peiqi exclaimed excitedly. "Fat Brother, why are you so unassertive? I even placed my bet on you. What a waste of such a handsome face," Lulu said, patting Fat Brother's shoulder. "I guess it would be Fat Brother too. After all, in our night squad, only Coco and Fat Brother are approachable. Based on the principle of attraction between opposites, betting on Fat Brother should have been a sure thing," Monkey analyzed seriously. Bai Yaoyao watched the spectacle with amusement, marveling at the woman's keen judgment in choosing the most challenging target. Approaching Brother Shirtu was far more complicated than approaching her, who might have even found the interaction entertaining. Hello. Thank you for saving me today. This is a talisman passed down from my grandmother, blessed for protection. I would like to give it to you, hoping it brings you peace. This is my saved-up compressed biscuit. Please have it. You've worked hard today," the woman said, blinking at Shirtu. Shirtu paused momentarily, turned to look at the woman, and then at the chuckling crowd, shaking his head helplessly. This group was incredibly mischievous, despite his mature, composed, and handsome demeanor. He couldn't control how others perceived him. Ignoring the woman, Shirtu simply boarded the vehicle. The woman, initially hopeful when Shirtu hesitated, was disappointed when he climbed into the truck. Unwilling to concede, she chased after him for a few steps, only for Shirtu to erect a dirt wall outside the vehicle, causing her to collide headfirst into it, leaving a bruise on her forehead. Bai Yaoyao and the others laughed heartily, and after enjoying the spectacle, they hurriedly boarded the vehicle, collectively ignoring the woman outside, whose calculations were almost written on her face. She even offered a talisman from her grandmother and was reluctant to part with her precious biscuit. What a tale she spun. It was only then that team leader Wang noticed the situation, recalling Captain Meng's repeated warnings that while the night squad appeared amiable, each member was formidable. He had to be cautious not to provoke them. His moment of inattention had allowed the woman to seize an opportunity. During lunch, she had attempted to encroach upon their space, only to be reprimanded by him. Now she was back. If she truly angered the night squad, no one would be able to save her. Hence, he hurriedly called out, "What are you doing? Are you getting in the truck or not? If not, we're leaving." The woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried back, scrambling onto the truck filled with people, her disdain for the situation evident. Internally, she felt deeply wronged. After all, she was a prominent streamer with 5 million followers, yet she was so easily overlooked. Did that man not have any discernment? Was he not familiar with her broadcasts? Chapter 45. Mission accomplished. The journey back was relatively smooth, as most of the zombies had already been cleared from the road. The dog and the big cat raced ahead, dispatching zombies, while Xiao Wei followed behind, gathering crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao cheered them on from the vehicle, occasionally tossing a large bone or some dried fish. Each member performed their duties with remarkable synergy. Upon returning to the safe zone, the subsequent tasks were no longer related to the night squad, and everyone quickly dispersed. It was still early, and fatigue was absent, save for the dog and the big cat, who lay sprawled on the ground, reluctant to move, just as they were deliberating whether to embark on another venture. Meng Qilin approached. As he was responsible for overall coordination within the safe zone, he did not participate in the outings. After listening to Wang Chengqing's report, a smile remained etched on Meng Qilin's face. His judgment had proven correct. Among the 8 rescue units, theirs had undertaken the most arduous task, yet completed it in the shortest time, surpassing even the efficiency of the official ability user teams. Thus, he was eager to visit the night squad. Captain Bai, thank you for your hard work today. Meng Qilin beamed upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, who was not at all surprised by his demeanor. Earlier, she had heard the group leader, Wang Changcheng, voice complaints. Most ability user teams were reluctant to exert themselves on missions, preferring to leverage the current scarcity of manpower in the safe zone to negotiate for additional resources. Once reinforcements arrived, many terms would no longer be negotiable. Thus, encountering a team like the Night Squad, which did not seek resources yet completed tasks efficiently, was indeed a source of joy. Bai Yaoyao had her own considerations. The Meng family held significant influence in City A. Otherwise, even with great abilities, one could not become the head of the resource exchange center at the base. Many capable individuals with strong backgrounds existed, and mere strength was insufficient for recognition. Therefore, it was quite necessary to cultivate goodwill during challenging times, particularly since Meng Qilin was genuinely amiable, and their previous collaboration had been quite pleasant. It was no trouble at all. We are merely fulfilling our duties for our remuneration. Bai Yaoyao replied with a smile. If all ability user teams could be like the Night Squad, I would have turned gray in just a few days. Meng Qilin laughed, handing Bai Yaoyao a large bag. Bai Yaoyao's smile grew more sincere. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a timely paycheck? Thank you very much. By the way, there's one more matter I would like to discuss with you, Meng Qilin began, pausing briefly to gauge Bai Yaoyao's expression. The strategic resource reserve in City H is rather remote. For safety's sake, I would like to request that your Night Squad accompany our official ability user team to transport the supplies back. Bai Yaoyao was intrigued, but did not rush to respond. Could you provide more details? Meng Qilin nodded, explaining, due to the distance, we will not return in a short time, approximately 10 days for the round trip. Captain Bai, upon successful completion of this mission, there will be 12 level 3 crystal cores and 50 level 2 crystal cores. Furthermore, the resource reserve is quite abundant. We are soon relocating to City D and cannot make another trip. Therefore, in the event that our team cannot retrieve everything, Captain Bai, you may take as much of the remaining supplies as you wish. Bai Yaoyao internally agreed, but maintained an outward show of deliberation. Meng Qilin felt a twinge of nervousness as he observed Bai Yaoyao furrowing her brow, consulting with her teammates for an extended period. They seemed to have differing opinions, which was unusual, as Captain Bai typically made decisions independently. Feigning contemplation, Bai Yaoyao turned to Fat Brother and asked, "What shall we have for dinner?" Fat Brother immediately understood the cue and pondered, "Lobster? Lobster again? Aren't you tired of it?" Bai Yaoyao countered. Fat Brother shook his head, "Not at all. It's my favorite, but I'm craving hot pot," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Then let us have hot pot with lobster." Fat Brother exclaimed, "Perfect." Bai Yaoyao turned back to Meng Qilin, stating, "We will accept the mission, but we require an additional 5 level 3 crystal cores. To be frank, my storage is already full. It is not very spacious and has accommodated several vehicles, leaving no room for additional items. Thus, even if there are surplus supplies, they would be of little use to us." Meng Qilin took a deep breath. As long as he received an agreement, he could manage to add a few more level 3 crystal cores. He promptly consented, "Of course. No problem at all." Bai Yaoyao inquired, "When shall we depart?" "We need some time to prepare." They still had tasks at hand, Aiming for a departure the day after tomorrow, Meng Qilin replied. Understood, Bai Yaoyao nodded. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Thank you all for your hard work today. I will have someone bring over some mutated tiger meat shortly. A new acquisition from today. Thank you, Captain Meng, Bai Yaoyao responded. Meng Qilin's words sparked an idea in Bai Yaoyao's mind. Perhaps they should hunt more mutated beasts and find a skilled chef to prepare them for storage, as the mutated beasts could be quite beneficial for everyone. The dishes prepared by Chun Xian and his group were simply unpalatable. They had yet to finish the last of the mutated dogs, which were nearly inedible. However, if prepared by someone with culinary skills, the taste of mutated beasts could indeed be delightful. After Meng Qilin left, Fat Brother asked, Yaoyao, shall we still go for hot pot? Someone is bringing over tiger meat soon. I've never tried it. Of course. How much mutated tiger meat can they possibly deliver? It's such a rare delicacy. Just a taste would suffice. If we want more, we can hunt some ourselves tomorrow. The zoo is sure to have them, Bai Yaoyao replied. Huh, then I can have my lobster too. Fat Brother exclaimed. Absolutely. The Dowan interjected. Wait, were you two just discussing dinner? With such serious expressions. I thought you were genuinely debating whether to accept the mission. You are far too naive. Just look at how Fat Brother is salivating. It's clear they were only talking about food. Lulu chuckled, pointing at Fat Brother. Ha! It seems my acting skills are still quite rudimentary, Fat Brother admitted sheepishly. Progress is being made. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the crystal cores Meng Qilin had just delivered and brought out today's haul, including the stock from the big cat. After some calculations, she found several zero-level and level 1 crystal cores, which were of little use and would be kept for future exchanges into higher-level cores. There were 165 level 2 crystal cores and 9 level 3 crystal cores, significantly more than what she and her companions had gathered during their individual outings. Truly, earning 2 salaries was delightful. After distributing the cores, the mutated tiger meat from Meng Qilin's side also arrived. This seems even more appealing than a paycheck. Chapter 46. Adai Meng Qilin proved to be more generous than Bai Yaoyao had anticipated, directly having 2 large bowls brought over. However, the abundance of dark creatures and beasts was hard to resist. The tantalizing aroma of meat lured even the reluctant dog and the regal cat from their resting places. Except for the little crooked one, everyone swiftly devoured several pieces, leaving them licking their fingers in delight. The meat was golden and crispy on the outside, tender and flavorful within. Even with mere bites, they felt invigorated, as if the weariness of the day had vanished into thin air. This is extraordinarily delicious. Far superior to our own roasting, exclaimed Little 16. Stone concurred indeed. This flavor is absolutely divine. We must hunt some tomorrow. The monkey swallowed his last bite before finally speaking up. Yes, I strongly recommend we venture out to hunt some. Lulu raised an eyebrow at Bai Yaoyao. Woof woof. Meow. Meow. Agreed. Once our tasks for the day are finished, we shall go. We can bring it back and have someone prepare it, so we won't waste any ingredients. Bai Yaoyao raised her hand in agreement. This decision is splendid. Yaoyao, could I possibly have another piece of fried chicken? I didn't get enough. I'm done eating, Adai began, but abruptly recalled his earlier wastefulness and fell silent. Bai Yaoyao cast a sidelong glance at Adai, unwilling to indulge him. In her previous life, when food was scarce, a single hard piece of bread was to be savored without crumbs falling. Now, with plenty to eat and drink, how could he dare to discard the filling of a bun? Bai Yaoyao had ignored Adai all day. Adai was in a state of panic, filled with regret, realizing that no matter how he apologized, Sister Yao would not acknowledge him. After losing his family overnight in his childhood, he was brought back to the organization by his master. Fear had rendered him unfriendly to everyone. Initially, many tried to comfort him, but as time passed, they ceased to engage with him, save for Bai Yaoyao, who appeared strong and carefree, but was, in truth, tender-hearted. Once, while he was fixated on the fried chicken and fries on the television, Bai Yaoyao returned from a mission and specially bought him a children's meal, complete with a little yellow toy truck. She had dashed up the mountain, her lips turning pale from the exertion, just to ensure he had warm food. That moment, when she handed him the food from her embrace, was etched in his memory forever. Over the years, the little truck had remained close at hand. Adai vividly recalled the meal, 2 fried chicken legs, 2 wings, a box of mashed potatoes, 1 pineapple pie, 43 fries, and 2 packets of ketchup suddenly. Adai felt a wave of fear wash over him, the injustice of his situation making his eyes brim with tears. He had never felt such fear, even while infiltrating an overseas mercenary base. He dreaded the thought that Bai Yaoyao might never speak to him again. Bai Yaoyao had been quietly observing Adai's emotions. This child was sensitive and perceptive. Seeing him downcast made her heart soften. Well, considering his age, he was merely a middle school student. Children make mistakes. With a sigh, she tossed a pack of fries into his pocket. Feeling the surprise in his pocket, Adai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Sister Yao, I'm sorry. I promise I won't waste food again." Bai Yaoyao maintained her stern demeanor, clearing her throat. "Go back and reflect on your actions." "Got it," Adai replied enthusiastically as he dashed back to the tent. Bai Yaoyao watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile that resembled that of a doting ant. "Ah, the rebellious phase has arrived. It's nothing serious, so there's no need to be angry." Fat brother moved a small stool closer to Bai Yaoyao, offering words of comfort. "I understand, but right is right and wrong is wrong. If he errs, he must learn and rectify his mistakes. Otherwise, his errors will only grow more outrageous," Bai Yaoyao replied with conviction. "Indeed, Sister Yao is correct." Fat brother raised his thumb in approval. "Everyone should head back and rest early." "Xiaomi, wait a moment. I need to speak with you," Bai Yaoyao instructed. She had previously informed Fat Brother and the others about the spring water. They were all family, and no one kept score. "What is up, boss?" Xiaomi approached with curiosity. "If it weren't for the mutated tiger meat, I'm not sure I could have made it back. I was utterly exhausted, my legs were trembling. However, the boost in strength was indeed worth it." Bai Yaoyao filled a cup with the spring water and offered it to Xiaomi. "Here, drink this." Without hesitation, Xiaomi gulped it down, exclaiming, "What is this? It tastes amazing, somewhat like lemon-flavored soda." "This spring water appeared after my space upgraded. I drank it yesterday, and it seems to enhance physical abilities, heal hidden injuries, and purge impurities from the body," Bai Yaoyao explained. "Goodness, isn't this the kind of spirit spring that novel protagonists always have?" "Sister Yao, do you think I could be a male lead?" Xiaomi asked, astonished. Bai Yaoyao chuckled. "You still have the energy to jest. Hurry back to sleep." After saying this, she filled a bathing bucket with warm water for Xiaomi, placing several thermoses nearby. "Thank you, Sister Yao. After a long day, a hot bath will be pure bliss," Xiaomi exclaimed joyfully as he scurried back. Bai Yaoyao intended to remind Xiaomi about the dirt covering him, but she hesitated, recalling her own disheveled state from the previous night. Perhaps it was better for him to experience it himself. True friends share both joy and hardship. After explaining the existence of her space to the regal cat, Bai Yaoyao led the two beasts back into her domain. The regal cat felt it had made the most significant decision of its feline life, choosing to follow Bai Yaoyao. Not only had it feasted on dried fish, but it had also savored delicious exotic meat. The prospect of resting in a safe place without enemies was sheer bliss. Of course, it would have been even better without that foolish dog around. All the males seemed to embody a certain silly demeanor. Bai Yaoyao wandered through her storage area, organizing a new section for the resources she had acquired that day. She found several large boxes to categorize the crystal cores by rank. As the supply of crystal cores would only increase, this organization would facilitate their use in the future. Bai Yaoyao felt a sporadic urge to engage in household chores. At times she was too idle to bother, while at other moments, overwhelmed with fatigue, she craved the satisfaction of tidying up. Finally, she retrieved the cat bed, litter box, and soft blanket she had purchased earlier, creating a cozy resting area for the regal cat. The cat expressed immense satisfaction. The placement was ideal, far from the foolish dog's nest, positioned diagonally across the room. Master truly understands. Chapter 47. Powers of Light. Bai Yaoyao awoke from a comfortable slumber, her dreams filled with mutated beasts roasting meat for her. As she stirred, she noticed a faint drool on her pillow. Embarrassed, she chuckled softly and cleared her throat before stepping out of her space. Lulu was already awake and absent from the tent. Bai Yaoyao found it peculiar that someone who adored sleeping and would rise so early. Upon exiting the tent, she was greeted by a cheerful scene. With everyone gathered around Xiaomi, laughter ringing out joyfully. Just as she intended to inquire, the monkey rushed over first. "Sister Yao, did you sleep well?" he asked, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Bai Yaoyao recalled the meat from her dream and replied, "Quite well. What about you? Why do you look like that? Did you stay up late?" "I couldn't sleep. The smell was unbearable," the monkey lamented. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao remembered that Xiaomi shared a tent with the monkey, and she couldn't help but smile awkwardly, stepping back as if nothing had transpired. "Sister Yao, ha ha ha, I have a new power," Xiaomi exclaimed, bursting forth from the crowd with excitement. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. The spring water had such properties. After a brief moment of astonishment, she too felt exhilarated. "That's wonderful. Finally, your wishes have been fulfilled. What kind of power is it?" "I don't know what kind of power it is. I haven't seen anyone else with it," Xiaomi replied, extending his hand to reveal a glimmer of light in his palm. Bai Yaoyao struggled to suppress the smile creeping onto her face. The light-based ability she had long yearned for had finally manifested. "Sister Yao, stop just smiling. What kind of power is this?" "It seems rather harmless," Xiaomi asked anxiously. Confused, he noted that after all this anticipation, it appeared to be merely a source of illumination. Bai Yaoyao explained, "This is a light-based ability. At the first level, it primarily serves as a light source. At the second level, it can purify a unit's negative effects, and at the third level, it can cleanse toxins from corpses, thus providing us with an additional layer of safety." "Wow, that sounds impressive." The Dewan clapped in agreement. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "What about offensive capabilities?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "It all depends on how you choose to utilize it. Specialized abilities do not adhere to fixed techniques." "I see." Xiaomi nodded thoughtfully. "Sister Yao, how frequently can you produce a cup of that spring water?" The monkey inquired curiously. "Once a day," she answered. Now, let us play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to endure the stench tonight," the monkey exclaimed. Yesterday, the monkey had been enjoying a deep sleep when a foul odor abruptly roused him. Turning to investigate, he was shocked to find Xiaomi enveloped in black liquid. Nearly convinced that Xiaomi had been bitten by a zombie, tears sprang to his eyes, and only when he heard his name being called did Xiaomi awaken, leaving both of them bewildered. Eventually, they deduced that it was the consequence of consuming Sister Yao's spring water, which explained the abundance of bathing water prepared. Having shared laughter and enjoyed breakfast, Bai Yaoyao and the others set off towards the entrance. They had agreed to complete their tasks promptly so they could visit the zoo for some meat. "Good morning, Captain Bai." They coincidentally encountered Meng Qilin on the way. "Good morning, Captain Meng. Are there any tasks near the zoo today?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "I hesitate to say it's safe. The mutated tiger was spotted by our powers team along the way. The zoo could be perilous," Meng Qilin replied cautiously. "Don't worry, we'll assess the situation. If it becomes too challenging, we'll withdraw," Bai Yaoyao assured him. Meng Qilin ceased his persuasion and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "Then you should head to the city center hospital. It is located near the zoo. Bring along the two of us with spatial abilities to gather all available medical supplies. However, they lack self-defense capabilities, so please look after them." Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, once we complete our task, we will escort them back before heading to the zoo. I merely wish to avoid clearing 2 routes of zombies, as it may delay us." "Haha, great. Then it's settled," Meng Qilin replied. As their plans solidified, the remaining teams began to assemble, with Li Pongyang and his group standing closely beside the Dark Knight team, greeting everyone with cheerful smiles. The AIE Alliance, on the other hand, remained unusually quiet, casting furtive glances at the Dark Knight team. "What are you staring at? Do you have red-eye disease?" the monkey quipped, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The members of the AIE Alliance dared not look back. At that moment, Meng Qilin, holding a notebook, declared, "I will assign the tasks. Dark Knight team, you will go to the city center hospital. AIE Alliance, you will search the Wanda Plaza on Shenyang Road and the 2 nearby residential complexes." Bai Yaoyao recalled the Wanda Plaza, the very place they had previously dared not enter, which had left her with an unsettling sense of danger. They had merely glanced inside before hastily departing. While she held little concern for the well-being of the AIE Alliance members, she understood that executing tasks would require the presence of official personnel. Thus, she addressed Meng Qilin, We have passed by the Wanda Plaza once and remain uncertain about it. Upon hearing this, Meng Qilin instantly grasped Bai Yaoyao's implication. If the Dark Knight team was unsure, then sending others there would be akin to ushering them to their doom. Let us discard the Wanda Plaza and focus solely on the two residential complexes, he decided. The leader of the AIE Alliance interjected, "Wait, Captain Meng. We have thoroughly searched the plaza without encountering any issues. Indeed, while we may be weak, we still wish to contribute our utmost efforts to gather supplies." Lin Iran added timidly. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes, having no intention of persuading them. They were merely a secondary team, yet they were acting as though they were indispensable. It's futile to reason with the stubborn, she thought. Meng Qilin hesitated, regardless of how unreasonable the AIE Alliance was. He could not allow them to embark on a futile mission. That was his principle. Their desire to explore the Wanda Plaza was simply a ploy to discreetly gather supplies, given that their team possessed spatial abilities. However, Bai Yaoyao had clearly stated her reservations about the location. "Captain Meng, you cannot be so biased. This task rightfully belongs to us." Lin Iran insisted persistently. Annoyed, Meng Qilin replied decisively, "Fine, you may go, but my team will not accompany you. You need not concern yourselves with the residential complexes. I will assign others." The leader of the AIE Alliance quickly agreed, knowing that if they did not follow, it would be of no consequence. Those without abilities would be of no use. It would be more convenient for them to collect resources on their own. When they returned, they could simply claim they found nothing valuable. As for the dangers involved, they were merely envious of the Dark Knight team, who wished to gather both medical supplies and resources. They thought they could dissuade others and then venture into the Wanda Plaza the following day, dreaming of a smooth endeavor. How selfish. Chapter 48. Level 4 zombies. Upon hearing Lin Iran's tone, Bai Yaoyao quickly deduced her thoughts. However, it mattered little. Death would bring tranquility, and antagonists were merely a hindrance. "Hello, Captain Bai. I am Chuaying, and this is Zhang Jihui. We are spatial ability users assigned to accompany your team on this mission today. Greetings. Let's set off immediately." Bai Yaoyao scanned the surroundings, noting one level 1 and one level 2 zombie. "Understood," Chuaying replied. Since there was no need to transport survivors today, they opted for 3 military vehicles instead of a large truck. Bai Yaoyao's eyes turned red with the thought of exchanging a few vehicles with Meng Qilin for backup, as she felt they were still too few and feared her precious assets might be destroyed by zombies. Chuaying, observing Bai Yaoyao, who appeared delicate, drove aggressively, delighting in colliding with zombies, thus revealing a shared penchant for such thrills. Their conversation flowed easily, and Bai Yaoyao gleaned much official information. The base in City D was under construction, and important figures from nearby cities had already arrived. The authorities had regained composure after a brief period of chaos, and many earlier bullies had been eliminated. The City D base would be jointly managed by military and governmental forces. Bai Yaoyao didn't concern herself with the specifics. It was merely a refuge. If it was comfortable, she would linger longer. If the environment became chaotic or she clashed with the leadership, she would simply relocate. Ultimately, as long as one possessed strength, other issues were trivial. "Stop the car." Bai Yaoyao suddenly shouted, startling Kuiying, who was reminiscing about the delicious tiger meat from the previous day. However, she swiftly regained her composure and halted the vehicle. Bai Yaoyao exited rapidly, maintaining her mental vigilance despite their previous conversation. Ahead, there was a strong energy fluctuation reminiscent of a level 4 zombie, though not yet confirmed. "Be cautious. It seems to be a level 4 zombie," Bai Yaoyao warned, simultaneously releasing her companions, Dog, Xiao Wei, and Miao. Everyone readied themselves, waiting for approximately 10 minutes. Yet the zombie did not appear. "Sister Yao, where's the corpse?" "It is about 20 meters away, unmoving." The level 4 zombie exhibits some intelligence. "It is waiting for us to approach," Bai Yaoyao responded. "What shall we do now?" "Onward. I've long coveted a level 4 crystal core." As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, they surged forward together. Cui Ying and Zhang Jiehui exchanged glances, suddenly understanding why the night team was formidable. Their decisiveness was unmatched by ordinary ability teams, especially with 2 powerful mutated beasts and a transformed willow tree among them. The night team resembled a well-honed unit rather than a civilian organization. Just as the team began their advance, the zombie also moved, but instead of charging, it fled. Bai Yaoyao's spatial ability allowed for instantaneous movement, but it could only be used once every 10 minutes. So, Adai and Xiaomi were the fastest. Adai yearned to prove himself, while Xiaomi, thrilled by his new illuminating ability, raced alongside him. The two were in a spirited competition when a white shadow darted past them. Demiao had overtaken them. With a leap, Demiao struck the zombie's back, greenish blood gushing forth. The creature, a male zombie clad in a tattered suit, bore a grotesque visage, with pus oozing from his disfigured face and a gaping hole in its chest. At level 4, the zombie's vitality surged, and unless its head was destroyed, it would not perish. While Demiao engaged the zombie, the others caught up, blocked the path. Understood, seeing it was merely an ordinary level 4 zombie. Bai Yaoyao relaxed slightly. With so many of them taking turns, they need not fear wearing it down. Holding a baseball bat, she infused her arm with strength and attempted to strike the zombie's head. Unfortunately, the zombie reacted swiftly, and her blow landed on its shoulder instead, embedding deeply. The zombie, seemingly enraged, ceased its retreat and lunged at Bai Yaoyao with a furious roar. This was the moment Bai Yaoyao had awaited. She swiftly dodged, creating distance as Adai and Xiaomi simultaneously struck at the zombie's neck, with Bai Yaoyao following up with a spatial slice, while Demiao added a claw strike. With their combined efforts, they finally severed the zombie's head. By the time the main group arrived, Adai had already extracted the crystal core. "Hey, why didn't you wait for us? We rushed over just to find it all done." The monkey exclaimed, "Is this the level 4 crystal core? It's so bright and beautiful." Peichi marveled. "The higher the level, the more exquisite it becomes," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Sister Yao, hurry and elevate your spatial ability to level 4, so we can all bask in its glory, haha." Xiaomi was eager for a chance to retort at the monkey's teasing. "Well, I will use this crystal core first, along with my other reserves, to see if my spatial ability can reach level 4, Bai Yaoyao nodded, not hesitating. "Of course, I also wish to enhance my appearance. My skin would glow beautifully. No need for face masks." Lulu intended to poke Bai Yaoyao's cheek, but Bai Yaoyao caught her hand and playfully retaliated, leading to a brief scuffle. By the time Cui Ying and Zhang Jihui arrived, everyone had already engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Finished already?" Cui Ying exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. Wasn't a level 4 zombie? How could it be dispatched so quickly?" Cui Ying had anticipated that the night team could handle a level 4 zombie, but hadn't expected it to be so effortless. Clearly, Captain Meng had underestimated the night team's prowess, which far surpassed that of official ability user teams. Bai Yaoyao refrained from elaborating and urged, "Let us go. We must head to the hospital. Are we not nearing it?" "All right. Do we not need to rest for a bit?" Cui Ying inquired. "No need. We can rest along the way." After driving for about 20 more minutes, they finally reached the city center hospital. Bai Yaoyao did not speak about where to find the medicine, following Cui Ying's lead and merely engaging in manual tasks. Perhaps due to the sick individuals harboring the virus, zombies were particularly abundant. They encountered over a dozen level 3 zombies. Fortunately, with Demiao's presence, the team's combat capability surged, allowing them to manage without issue. However, to be cautious, they refrained from splitting up, advancing in a protective circle. Dog, Demiao, and Xiao Wei led the way, while Shirtu and Pangu flanked them, with Bai Yaoyao bringing up the rear, ensuring those without adequate defense were encircled in the middle. Chapter 49. The cold-blooded assassin Bai Yaoyao before Cui Ying arrived. She had naturally acquired the precise location of the pharmacy. She initially thought she would need to explain to Bai Yaoyao, as the command of the team was of utmost importance, and even the course of action required careful deliberation. To her surprise, the entire night squad remained silent, adhering strictly to the route they had discussed, charging ahead even in the face of numerous zombies. This left Cui Ying astounded. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most supernatural beings were self-important, each exuding an air of superiority. Collaborating with those from society often left her frustrated. "Heaven, please grant me the fortune to work alongside the night squad for every mission." Gradually, Her gaze towards Bai Yaoyao transformed into one of admiration. The captain was simply too charming, and she was utterly smitten. The night squad, following Cui Ying, successfully located the pharmacy. However, due to limited space, Cui Ying and Zhang Jia could not accommodate all the pharmaceuticals. Observing Cui Ying's hesitance, Bai Yaoyao proactively retrieved a vehicle, feigning the need for space, and assisted in collecting some of the medicines, enlisting the help of others to load the remaining items into the trunk. She even reported the number of medicine boxes collected without any intention of keeping a portion for herself. By the time they completed their tasks, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Although hunger gnawed at them, no one wished to settle for a meager meal. They opted to return directly to the safe zone. Meng Qilin had been busy at the base, feeling utterly disoriented by the myriad of people around him. Having spent so long in the military, where tasks were coupled with training and the occasional bloodshed, he had never experienced such overwhelming chaos as this. Given the chance, he would prefer to join a suicide squad, battling zombies head-on, rather than enduring the current strain. He felt exhausted to the point of his hair turning gray. As he stood vacantly gazing at the gate, he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. He rushed forward a few steps, wondering which team had returned so early. Could the mission have failed? Was there any loss of life? Anxiety surged within him until, upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Captain Meng, where should I take these supplies?" Bai Yaoyao noticed Meng Qilin standing there in a daze, blocking the way, and couldn't help but remind him. That in the right tent. After Bai Yaoyao and the others unloaded all the supplies, Meng Qilin approached again, carrying a bag. "Captain Bai, here are the crystal cores from this mission. Thank you for your hard work. I heard from Cui Ying that you helped bring back the medicines that couldn't fit," though Bai Yaoyao did not mention it. Meng Qilin felt compelled to speak up. A mutually beneficial collaboration would only smoothen with time. Without some form of compensation, lending assistance once or twice would suffice. But over time, everyone would have their own thoughts. Bai Yaoyao gratefully accepted the bag of crystal cores, pleased by the immediate reward, perfect for her evening upgrade. As for medicines, she found them unnecessary. Brother Pang had purchased a considerable amount initially, far exceeding today as haul, and they would be more practical. Moreover, supernatural beings generally had little need for most medicines. The intention behind the initial purchase was to later exchange them for the base, as ordinary people comprised the majority of the base's population and would inevitably require medication. Thus, she replied, "No need for the medicines. We'll pass." Meng Qilin, however, did not believe Bai Yaoyao was genuinely offering her help without ulterior motives. "Is there anything you need?" Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for this question. "Our vehicle count is limited. We would like 2 military off-road vehicles." "Captain Meng, would you be willing to part with them?" Meng Qilin readily agreed. As the official supply was plentiful, responding, "Certainly, you can take them right now." "Thank you, but I have no space left. Let's leave them for now." "Captain Meng, have you eaten?" "Join us for a meal," Bai Yaoyao replied. Meng Qilin quickly declined. No, I'll eat. I have other matters to attend to." Without a doubt, the lunch for the night squad would be extraordinarily sumptuous. He felt too embarrassed to continually mooch off their meals. After Meng Qilin departed, Bai Yaoyao and her companions divided into 2 tents to begin their lunch. The safe zone had become overcrowded, filled with ordinary people who could only subsist on bread or compressed biscuits daily, with several children lingering by the roadside. After satisfying their hunger, they prepared to set out once more in search of meat. The thought of it made the self-heating rice at noon taste bland. As they entered, Bai Yaoyao spotted a woman by the roadside holding a baby, glancing over at her hesitantly, contemplating approaching. However, perhaps due to Meng Qilin's presence and the ongoing discussions, she remained still. Now still waiting by the roadside, Bai Yaoyao paused as she passed. "You." "Hello, thank you. Here, take this. I heard it's useful for supernatural beings." The woman, cradling the child, extended 7 or 8 low-level crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, surprised that this woman had the courage to confront zombies. She took 1 core and said, "1 is sufficient. Take them all. I have no powers and cannot use them." The woman insisted, still offering the cores. Bai Yaoyao, noticing her companions watching, felt slightly embarrassed. Am I the type to be soft-hearted? She thought. What a joke. Thus, She frowned and firmly stated, I said one is enough. Taking a few steps forward, seeing the crowd's gaze upon her, she finally couldn't hold back and quietly added, Are you foolish? Quickly hide them. Once we reach the base, these will be currency. The woman froze, glancing around anxiously, realizing many were watching, and quickly tightened her embrace around the child. The infant, feeling the warmth of its mother, snuggled closer, and upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, smiled widely. Bai Yaoyao inhaled sharply. Goodness, this little human is adorable, and it smiled at me. Her immediate instinct was to flee. Bai Yaoyao will never be soft-hearted, but smiled at me. Bai Yaoyao raised her voice slightly, declaring, Give me all your crystal cores. The woman hastily handed over the cores she held. Bai Yaoyao then placed 2 buckets of milk powder, 2 baby onesies, and 2 bags of diapers on the ground. Fair exchange. With that, Bai Yaoyao turned and left without looking back. Heh Yao Jia. Why did that woman thank you? The mischievous monkey asked. Didn't we rescue her together yesterday? Bai Yaoyao retorted defiantly. But that's not the point, Yao Jia. We were on the same team, so why didn't she thank me? After you left, I even explained a bit more to her, Xiaomi bluntly pointed out. Who knows? Hurry up, don't you want to eat meat? Bai Yaoyao threatened mischievously. Brother Pang and Lulu exchanged knowing smiles. This one was indeed the reigning champion of being hard on the outside, but soft on the inside, all while boasting of being a cold-blooded assassin. Chapter 50. Hunting meat. The journey was largely devoid of corpses, hence there was little to discuss. Apart from the trio of drivers, Shirtu, Pangu, and Hosey, the rest of the group seized the opportunity to catch some rest. This was a far cry from the mundane pre-apocalypse days of reading novels, scrolling through short videos, or browsing shopping apps, where hours would slip by in the blink of an eye. To ensure that everyone's combat prowess remained at its peak, it was imperative to rest whenever the opportunity arose, regardless of fatigue or sleepiness. With only 3 to 4 kilometers left to the zoo, they dared not continue by vehicle and opted to disembark and walk, as mutated beasts had begun to appear sporadically along the roadside. The number of zombies had significantly diminished, indicating that this area was evidently a paradise for mutated creatures. Unlike zombies, some domesticated animals that had mutated might not exhibit strong aggression, though this was not a universal rule and often depended on the animal's inherent nature. I have a question, Monkey inquired. Which mutated beast do you think has the best flavor? Kiki raised her hand and replied, I enjoy beef. It must be pork, it's fragrant. Grilled pork belly wrapped in leafy greens is simply delightful, Zaya Shiliu added enthusiastically. Indeed, do we have access to chicken, duck, fish, beef, pork, or lamb here? Did we come to the wrong place? Shouldn't we be at a farm? Monkey expressed his confusion. Everyone paused, and Bai Yaoyao slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Oh my goodness. Why didn't you say so earlier? Haha, I just thought of it too, Monkey chuckled. Since we're here, let's catch whatever we can, Bai Yaoyao declared. That's right. Reliable. Let's go. As memories of the mutated tiger meat from the previous night lingered, they tightened their grips on their large cleavers. Rabbit, let's catch it. Before Pangu could finish his sentence, Adai and Da Xiao rushed forward, with Da Xiao reaching the rabbit first, pinning it down with a swift paw. Da Xiao, spare it. Bai Yaoyao shouted. Da Xiao hesitated, nearly allowing the rabbit to escape, but quickly retracted its paw and used its body to keep the rabbit subdued. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yaoyao noted that the rabbit had slightly increased in size, its front teeth glimmering with a metallic sheen. It was a mutated rabbit. Sister Yao, can mutated beasts reproduce? Zaya Shiliu queried. It's quite challenging. Both humans and mutated beasts have seen a significant decline in their reproductive rates. If one has the time to rear them, they might as well consume them instead. However, my space has also mutated, so I'm curious to try raising some. Gulme, help me determine if this is a male or female rabbit. Can they breed if they are together? Bai Yaoyao asked earnestly. The group exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Perhaps we should just eat it, Pangu suggested, reminiscing about spicy rabbit heads. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes and stored the rabbit in her space. We can always find more rabbits. Let us keep it for now. If we can't find any more, we'll eat this one. All right, everyone, be cautious not to provoke them. We might get surrounded. We'll strike back, Bai Yaoyao cautioned. Received. The H-City Zoo spans approximately 430 acres and is the only specialized zoo in the city, housing over 100 species of nearly 1,000 animals, including many precious protected species. Bai Yaoyao was uncertain how many species had evolved into mutated beasts and was hesitant to lead the group deep into the zoo recklessly. There was no need to take unnecessary risks for a mere taste, especially since they had stockpiled plenty of food before the apocalypse, enough to last at least 30 years without worrying about rations. However, mutated beasts played a significant role in energy recovery for those with abilities. If continuous combat was necessary, they could quickly replenish their strength, something pre-apocalyptic delicacies could not provide. The ticket hall at the zoo entrance lay in ruins, with a few low-level zombies wandering about, excitedly drawn by the scent of the living. Those with ranged attacks promptly unleashed their abilities, dispatching one zombie each. As Bai Yaoyao passed by the ticket hall, she caught a glimpse inside. The glass at the windows was shattered, and the ground bore dark red stains mingled with a murky green. Several corpses that had not turned into zombies showed clear signs of having been mauled by ferocious beasts, their flesh torn and rotting, infested with maggots. It seemed that large predators had acquired the ability to leap over barriers. We should stick to the perimeter and not venture too deep, Bai Yaoyao advised. Mutated beasts often exhibited significant increases in size or strength. Some would gain enhancements to specific body parts and become more intelligent, except for dogs, with heightened sensitivity to good and evil. Upon entering the zoo, they were met with a desolate sight, littered with the bodies of humans, zombies, and animals. Signposts lay trampled on the ground, coated in dust and blood. Monkey cleared the debris to make them somewhat legible. To the left were the performance hall, Swan Lake, zebras, and the aquarium, while to the right were the rabbit park, monkey mountain, penguin enclosure, and turtle snake house. Let us head right, Bai Yaoyao decided after some contemplation. Upon spotting the turtle snake house, Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled a story from her previous life. When Meng Qilin had recounted his near brush with death during the first migration at the onset of the apocalypse. They had encountered a mutated giant python over 10 meters long, its scales as hard as steel. It had suddenly appeared before their group, and ordinary firearms were ineffective against it. A mere swipe of its tail had sent dozens flying. Even when all the ability users attacked simultaneously, they could only manage to restrain its movements to a certain extent, unable to deal lethal damage or breach its defenses. They had no choice but to retreat and wait for the mutated python to leave before proceeding, which delayed them by another week and strained their already limited supplies. Had it not been for the support from the D-City base, their arrival would have been uncertain. The zoo was situated to the east of H-City, adjacent to the highway leading to D-City. Bai Yaoyao speculated that the mutated python had likely escaped from a zoo. Since they were here, it would be prudent to investigate. Perhaps it had not yet reached its full strength and could be dealt with preemptively. I'm jumping. Is this a rabbit? It's like a cartoon come to life. This is utterly absurd. The rabbit park was a field of grass, but without the caretaker's attention. The grass had long since wilted. In the center stood an artificial hill, surrounded by several small mounds. Most rabbits were non-confrontational and quickly retreated into their burrows upon sensing the presence of intruders. However, a few did not shy away, their eyes glowing with a fierce determination. Those 3 gigantic rabbits seemed to have coordinated their efforts, charging towards the group with alarming speed, their mouths agape, revealing gleaming incisors. Bai Yaoyao observed their energy fluctuations, determining they were at level 2, presumably not too formidable, and signaled Daxiao and the dog not to engage. If these 2 rushed in, it was likely that the others would be left with little to fight back. Chapter 51. Though Big Meow was reluctant, he obediently returned to Bai Yaoyao's side. The dog, however, was quite the opposite, howling in protest until Bai Yaoyao firmly grasped his fate, bringing an end to his uproar. Bai Yaoyao then produced a large bone and some dried fish, instructing the 2 beasts to sit quietly nearby. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a monkey watching them curiously, and since it bore no ill intent, she paid it no mind. A bolt of lightning from Lulu transformed the rabbit into an explosive furball, igniting a delightful aroma of roasted meat that made Bai Yaoyao yearn to rush forward and sprinkle salt and cumin on it. Meanwhile, Dai and Xiaomi coordinated their efforts effortlessly, as both possessed speed abilities, leaving the mutated rabbit with no chance but to endure their relentless attacks. In no time, the victor was determined. Eager to savor the meat, they were nonetheless careful to preserve the rabbit's bodily integrity. Another rabbit was seized by Fat Brother and Stone. Although they primarily focused on defense, they were not lacking in offensive capabilities. After Fat Brother's metal abilities reached level 3, he could unleash 3 metal spikes in rapid succession, complemented by his knack for erecting earthen barriers, leaving the mutated rabbit disoriented. Stone's combat style was more straightforward, with hardened skin. He absorbed blows while dishing out pain in return, either with his fists at close range or by hurling clumps of earth from a distance. All three groups concluded their battles in a similar time frame, and Bai Yaoyao promptly returned the mutated rabbit to her space. Compared to the rabbit they encountered at the zoo entrance, these three were behemoths, each weighing at least 200 pounds. The fighters took a moment to hydrate and catch their breath before continuing deeper into the area. Ahead lay Monkey Mountain, and even from a distance, the sounds of chattering monkeys filled the air. "Hey, monkeys aren't tasty. Please spare my brothers," a monkey implored, gesturing with its hands. "No worries, we shall proceed," Bai Yaoyao replied. The monkey's origin was somewhat mystical. It had been discovered by their master in the mountains. Rather than being found, it seemed more like it had been delivered. While the master was on an errand in the mountains, a macaque had blocked his path, cradling a small infant. Upon seeing the master, the macaque placed the baby on the ground and left only after the master had picked it up. However, it did not stray far, following the master until he descended the mountain with the child before returning. The master believed that the infant's survival was solely due to the macaque, hence he named the child Monkey. The group was well aware of this tale, and thus refrained from further discussion. As long as the monkeys did not act aggressively, no one would strike. They swiftly passed Monkey Mountain without a glance. However, the golden monkey that had peeked at Bai Yaoyao feeding Big Meow and the dog seemed to have taken a particular interest in them. Although it had no intention to attack, it lingered at a distance, its round eyes darting about, seemingly lost in thought. "Shall we head to the penguin exhibit?" asked Dai, who was leading the way. "Not there. We're going to the tortoise and snake exhibit. There should be a formidable creature inside, so everyone be cautious. It could be a level 3 or 4 mutated beast," Bai Yaoyao stated. She found it difficult to harm such adorable creatures as penguins. The monkey was right. If they craved meat, they ought to visit a breeding ground rather than a zoo. Yet, since they were already there, they could only hunt whatever they could eat. As they approached the penguin exhibit, the golden monkey, which had been trailing behind, suddenly darted forward, prompting the group to halt. Though it did not intend to attack, they were all on guard, aware that the monkey was now the most anxious. They had no desire to harm it, but if it provoked them, they would not hesitate to retaliate. The golden monkey stopped about 10 meters away, chattering loudly and gesturing vigorously toward the tortoise and snake exhibit. It opened its mouth wide and shook its head vigorously, even mimicking a throat-slitting motion before collapsing theatrically on the ground, limbs spread out, neck twisted, eyes rolled back, and tongue out, clearly playing dead. This display elicited laughter from the group, who quickly understood the monkey's warning. There was a powerful creature inside that could spell doom if they entered. "Thank you, little monkey," Bai Yaoyao said, tossing it a banana before leading the group onward. The golden monkey's eyes lit up at the sight of the banana, and it chuckled, eager to enjoy the fruit. Initially intending to leave, it hesitated and climbed the tallest tree near the tortoise and snake exhibit, preparing to watch the group and see what they intended to do about the snake that had claimed many of its brethren. The tortoise and snake exhibit was outdoors, with turtles on the left and snakes on the right. As they stepped inside, a chill enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines despite the 30-degree weather. Fat Brother and Stone moved to the forefront, their abilities at the ready. Bai Yaoyao sensed a dense energy emanating from within, likely belonging to the python, with additional faint energy fluctuations indicating the presence of smaller snakes. "Wait, halt! There are too many mutated snakes inside. We need to devise a plan to lure them out. Shall we toss a bomb? We have plenty of those. If it kills them, great. If not, we can charge in afterward," Xiao 6 suggested. "Think before you speak." Xiao 6 had barely finished when Lulu delivered a sharp smack to his head. Do you want to attract a horde of mutated beasts and zombies with that loud explosion? What if we draw over the lions, leopards, and tigers from the open pens? Fat Brother scolded, wrapping his arm around Xiao 6. Embarrassed, Xiao 6 scratched his head, admitting, good thing I'm not the leader. I'd never survive a week leading the team. Bai Yaoyao was too focused to engage in idle chatter, her mental faculties on high alert. The mutated python was definitely not a level 3. It was likely just crossing into level 4. Its energy fluctuated unstable, which meant they had to act quickly before it stabilized further, making it even harder to defeat. Moreover, they needed to lure out the mutated snakes before making their move. After some contemplation, she retrieved 30 or so jars of Realgar wine from her space. Each of you take 2 jars. On the count of 3, we toss them together, then retreat quickly. Understood. Noticing Bai Yaoyao's tense demeanor, the group readied themselves, their expressions turning serious. 3, 2, 1, throw. Just as they stepped back to the entrance, a tremendous explosion rocked the area. Bai Yaoyao turned to witness the chaos, her eyes widening in disbelief as she spotted the python. It was not 10 meters long, but rather 20. With a single sweep of its tail, the walls on either side crumbled. Chapter 52. Fierce Battle. The mutated python, adorned with dark brown scales, possessed an exceedingly fierce gaze. In an instant, its eyes widened as if they might burst, baring its fangs and rapidly advancing toward the crowd. Despite its massive size, the python exhibited remarkable agility and speed, its colossal body rolling and crashing through nearby rockeries and walls. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them, a nauseating stench assaulting their senses. Bai Yaoyao lingered at the back, covering the retreat with a silenced Remington. 500, cautiously aiming at the python's right eye and firing twice. Blood erupted instantaneously, and Bai Yaoyao regarded her weapon with satisfaction. Indeed, it was renowned for its formidable power. She swiftly repositioned, firing 2 more shots at its left eye, successfully inciting the wrath of the mutated serpent, which thrashed violently. However, in its frenzy, it harmed several allies instead of the Nightshade group. The ground was saturated with blood and various mutated snakes, leaving no clean spot to stand upon. Once the group had retreated to a safe distance, they commenced their psychic attacks. The 12 members of Nightshade, along with Guzi, Xiaowai, and Dumao, formed a semicircle around the giant python. Fortunately, the turtle sanctuary was situated far from the breeding grounds, preventing the attraction of other large creatures. While on the move, Bai Yaoyao remained vigilant, noting that aside from a meddlesome little monkey munching bananas in a tree, no other mutated beasts approached. The turtle sanctuary emanated a powerful energy, yet despite the commotion, the resident mutated beast remained immobile, showing no inclination to intervene. Bai Yaoyao distributed silenced firearms and ammunition to those without range capabilities, opting for a strategy of attrition rather than an all-out assault, wisely seeking to minimize costs for victory. The mutated python, having lost its sanity, charged toward what appeared to be the most vulnerable target, Xiaowai. Xiaowai, not particularly swift, barely managed to evade the onslaught. Infuriated, Xiaowai transformed, growing 3 or 4 times larger, its once supple branches thickening to the girth of an adult's arm, and simultaneously lashed out at the python with multiple limbs, striking and stabbing with ferocity. Blood splattered wherever the branches landed. Bai Yaoyao had never witnessed Xiaowai and Amp, Oppo's, wrath. Usually a supportive presence in battles, it had now unleashed a devastating single-target assault. Bai Yaoyao swiftly followed up with her skills, shouting quick, while in Amp, Oppo's, wounded. Take its life. As the group echoed her command, an array of core damage skills was unleashed upon the creature. The mutated python lashed its tail, sending Xiaowai flying, prompting Bai Yaoyao to hastily pull Xiaowai into her spatial pocket. After ensuring Xiaowai was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. At this point, victory seemed merely a matter of time. The python's movements gradually slowed, its blood flow increasing, unwilling to surrender and seeking an opportunity to fight back desperately. The observant monkey widened its eyes in astonishment, recognizing the prowess of the humans who had managed to reduce the once mighty serpent to such a state. With a glimmer in its eyes, the monkey stealthily leaped down from the tree, concealing itself in the grass, holding its breath. Even as the mutated python realized it could not win, it showed no intent to flee, determined to perish alongside the detestable humans before it. Bai Yaoyao sees her moment, preparing to unleash a spatial blade as she prepared for a second teleportation. Initially intending to strike its vital point, she found the serpent's length overwhelming. Instead, she unleashed her powers upon its head, quickly teleporting to a nearby tree where she retrieved a pig slaughtering knife, reinforced multiple times by Fat Brother's golden energy. Seeing Bai Yaoyao gearing up for a decisive strike, Qin Xian rushed to amplify her abilities. Utilizing the momentum from her leap down, Bai Yaoyao raised the knife high, channeling all her strength, and struck down towards the python's head. Although the creature could not see her, it sensed imminent danger and attempted to evade. But it was too late. Bai Yaoyao severed a significant portion of its head. Yet, even in its grievous state, the python refused to retreat, its tail whipping around in a frenzied bid to ensnare the woman. Bai Yaoyao, undeterred, continued her relentless assault, striking wherever she could, leaving the serpent battered and torn, void of any intact flesh. The monstrous python, in its fury, resolved to perish alongside her, only to find that she had vanished at the last moment. The entire serpent froze in disbelief. I forsook my defense and allowed you to inflict such damage, determined to take you down with me. And yet, you disappeared. Bai Yaoyao had evaded into her spatial realm, and the group collectively inhaled sharply, drenched in cold sweat, all wondering if Bai Yaoyao had been a second too late. As the serpent nearly ensnared her, feeling as though she had unlocked a new realm of possibilities, Bai Yaoyao thought, "You may be blind, but I fear you not." She emerged to strike a few blows, drawing the creature's ire before retreating back in her space, then reappearing to strike again. This playful back and forth continued 5 or 6 times until the mutated python could no longer endure. As it fought while retreating, everyone assumed it would escape, only for it to suddenly charge at the unsuspecting Peiqi. Peiqi, possessing only healing abilities, was ill-equipped for close combat against the python and had remained at a distance. No one anticipated the serpent's sudden shift, determined to take a hostage, causing a momentary panic among the group. Bai Yaoyao, too, hurried toward Peiqi, but the distance proved challenging, and her teleportation was still on cooldown. Peiqi instinctively retreated, preparing to counter. Just then, the little monkey, having waited patiently, leapt into action, summoning all its strength to lift the knife Bai Yaoyao had discarded, aiming for the python and amp Oppo's vital point with a fierce strike. The mutated python, using its final ounce of strength, turned to see its assailant, only to recognize the monkey it had always dismissed. Enraged, it thought, "I should have devoured these filthy monkeys when I foraged in Monkey Mountain." Alas, it was too late. With a tremendous crash, the mutated python slammed to the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them, and at long last, the creature succumbed. If it had lingered any longer, they would have exhausted their powers entirely. Chapter 53. New companion. The little monkey extracted the beast core with a knife and furtively glanced at the group, seemingly unnoticed. It was about to make a move when it suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent from behind. Turning around, it saw the formidable woman who had fiercely struck down the mutated python, regarding it with an ambiguous smile and scrutinizing it from head to toe. A shiver ran down the little monkey's spine. It immediately presented the beast core with both hands. Noticing the bloodstains, it took the core back and meticulously wiped it clean on its fur before offering it to Bai. Bai was amused by the monkey's actions. She had expected to give it a beating, but the little monkey was surprisingly perceptive, which was convenient. After level 3, mutated beasts would condense beast cores, which were essential for further advancement. The mutated python's beast core was level 4, crucial for Guzi and Miao's progression, so it was indispensable. Furthermore, after all the effort they had exerted to slay the snake, the monkey attempted to steal the kill and abscond with the core, an absurd notion. Observing the little monkey's polite smile, Bai sighed, deciding not to bicker with an animal. "What's this?" Xiao Shirlu asked, pointing at the beast core in Bai's hand. Zombies have crystal cores, and mutated beasts have beast cores. Guzi and the others rely on these to level up, Bai explained. Xiao Shirlu remarked, impressive. It wasn't a complete waste to kill it. Can a mutated python be eaten? Cuckoo inquired, while stowing the mutated python and its beast core into her dimension. Bai replied, yes, why not? There's so much meat. It's enough to eat for 2 or 3 months straight. How's Xiao Wai doing? Bai released Xiao Wai, who appeared listless, its willow branches drooping wearily, its leaves slightly withered, and a bald patch on its crown. Didn't you drink the spring water? Bai asked with concern, seeing Xiao Wai's current state. I didn't drink it. You need it for later? Bai understood Xiao Wai's intention and sighed, taking out the spring water and pouring it over Xiao Wai. The moment Xiao Wai absorbed the spring water, the entire tree perked up as if it had been inflated, instantly becoming vibrant. The willow leaves danced merrily in the breeze, leaning affectionately against Bai. Bai frowned slightly and subtly coughed, avoiding the contact. With Xiao Wai's recovery, everyone felt relieved. Observing that the little monkey was still lingering, Bai, finding it amusing and acknowledging its help, tossed it a bunch of bananas. Eat up, little monkey. The golden monkey deftly caught the bananas, nonchalantly squatting by the roadside, and began devouring them. Let's head back. It's unwise to be greedy. We'll wait until I reach level 4. Encountering another level 4 mutated beast might be more than we can handle, Bai said to the group. Indeed, my abilities are depleted. Any more fighting, and I'll have to resort to wielding my knife, Dadowan quickly agreed. As the Dark Knight group was about to leave, Bai, out of habit, scanned the area and detected another powerful energy fluctuation. A wave of goosebumps washed over Bai. This entity was more formidable than the mutated python. Hold up, adjust quickly. We're fighting again. The group was taken aback, their expressions tightening. Most of them had nearly exhausted their abilities, causing some anxiety. There is no need for alarm. I have a matter to inquire about, a rather tranquil voice echoed. The group relaxed slightly upon hearing this, but remained ready for battle. Where is he? Where's the person speaking? Everyone searched around, but found no one. Bai continued to use her mental energy to scan the area and discovered the walnut-sized turtle in front of them possessed an even denser energy than a mutated python. Are you the one speaking? Bai asked. Indeed. Young lady, would you be willing to trade the spring water you produced earlier? The little turtle said, raising its head. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? A mutated beast that can speak human language? They all turned to look at Bai. Normally, only more intelligent mutated beasts at level 6 and above can speak. But I've never seen this before. Bai was equally bewildered. She had never encountered a mutated beast that could speak before level 6 in her previous life. Moreover, such a tiny creature speaking in such a mature manner seemed so incongruous that she was at a loss for words. Seeing Bai's silence, the little turtle slightly shook its head. Instantly, its size increased dramatically, becoming about the size of a small polo car. Although everyone knew that some mutated beasts could change size, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. The little the big turtle, spat out 2 beast cores in Bai's direction, saying, I will exchange these items for a vial of spring water. Bai glanced at the beast cores on the ground and saw that both were level 4, which was tempting. However, Xiao Wai had been injured, and the spring water had been completely used up to heal it. There was no stock left. I'm sorry, I used it all to heal my companion. The big turtle did not rush to speak, hesitating for a moment before asking, if I were to become your companion as well, would there be an opportunity to obtain that spring water again in the future? Guzi, Xiao Wai, the meow. Bai. Bai was ecstatic inside, but remained composed, waiting for the big turtle to speak further and reveal some offensive or defensive capabilities. My name is Xianqi. I am not skilled in attack, but my defense is quite formidable. When I shrink, I can hide on your person and provide an energy shield to protect you. Most importantly, the Xin Turtle clan never betrays. I have lived for over 600 years and would never deceive a little girl like you. I was extremely tempted, but still asked, Senior Xianqi, how did you end up in the zoo? Capture? No, I came voluntarily. They provide food and lodging, and someone to clean and tidy up for me. I am quite satisfied. Moreover, I sleep for months at a time, so it's all the same to me. Xianqi heard Bai call him senior and became even more pleased, so he explained in detail. Bai was speechless, but thinking about it, it made sense. Except for the lack of freedom, everything else was top-notch. For an old fellow who had lived for centuries and only wanted to sleep, what was the point of freedom? It was more cost-effective to have food and lodging provided. Bai nodded and said, "My name is Bai. We all grew up together and are a team. I'll introduce you to everyone slowly when we have time." Before she could finish speaking, they heard a sound of rapid footsteps approaching. "Fear not. Everyone come to my side," Xianqi said slowly as usual. Chapter 54. Bai Yaoyao faces the Wolf King alone after Bai Yaoyao nodded. Everyone hurried to Xianqi's side. The little monkey, who had been merely observing, also rushed over. Xianqi glanced at it, but said nothing, while the little monkey clasped its hands and smiled broadly. Xianqi blew a bubble, enveloping the group within it as a swarm of mutated wolves appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao assessed the situation and discovered that the leading Wolf King was a level 4 mutated beast, flanked by 2 or 3 level 3 wolves, with a dozen or so level 1 and level 2 mutated wolves trailing behind. A wave of unease washed over her. Without Xianqi's presence, they would certainly face difficulty. They could escape, but injuries were inevitable. Under the command of the mutated Wolf King, 2 level 3 wolves lunged from opposite sides. Just as the group prepared to unleash their skills, Xianqi intervened. "Let them attack, you all rest. When they tire, you will be ready to counter," Xianqi advised. Shaking its head, as the 2 wolves collided with the protective barrier, it was as if they had struck a wall, and they were instantly rebuffed. The wolves stared in disbelief at the barrier, utterly baffled. The Wolf King issued a command, and a throng of wolves rushed in from all directions, creating a rather spectacular scene. After watching the wolves' performance for a while, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but marvel at Xianqi's formidable defense. Feeling reassured, she asked, "Xianqi, would it be convenient for you to shrink?" "Of course," Xianqi replied, transforming into a walnut-sized form. With Xianqi's reduction in size, the space became noticeably more spacious. Bai Yaoyao summoned her companions, Dogzi, Xiao Wai, and Miao, into her space, preparing them some food. Next, she produced a large round table and several chairs, placing them within the protective barrier and inviting everyone to sit. "Dinner is served. Please place your orders," she announced. Fish-flavored shredded pork over rice, braised beef rice, 3 bowls, beef noodles, vegetable salad, fruit salad. "I'm on a diet. I can eat anything." After finishing her role as the server, Bai Yaoyao prepared a steak for herself and inquired, "Xianqi, would you like something to eat?" Having lived for hundreds of years, Xianqi had never encountered such a variety of delectable dishes. The enticing aroma was irresistible, and it seemed that this new companion, found on a whim, was quite exceptional. In this world, not only was there energy spring water, but also an abundance of delicious food, a story in itself. "Please bring me some fruits," Xianqi requested without hesitation. "Absolutely." Bai Yaoyao produced an array of fruit platters prepared during their time in the villa for convenience. Xianqi slightly enlarged itself and began to enjoy the fruits. The mutated wolves were growing increasingly agitated, howling in frustration. "Can you respect us a little? What does this mean? We're in the midst of a battle, and you are eating." Unfortunately, no one paid them any mind. Xiaomi even remarked, "These mutated wolves sound a lot like Dogzi, haha." After a long day of activity, coupled with the exhausting battle against the mutated python, everyone was fatigued. Following their meal, Bai Yaoyao produced some sofas and piled them within the energy barrier, allowing everyone to recline and rest for a while. The setting sun cast dappled light through the leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. As they lounged on the sofas, regaining their strength while enjoying the wolves' antics, Bai Yaoyao thought, "How wonderful life is." Once everyone had sufficiently recovered and the mutated wolves appeared to be tiring, the level 4 Wolf King remained still, fixated on Bai Yaoyao. Poised for combat, Bai Yaoyao gathered her belongings and summoned Dogzi, Xiao Wai, and Miao. Those with range capabilities launched a series of skills, taking down several level 1 and level 2 wolves, but the majority remained unharmed, albeit enraged. Seizing the opportunity, the group surged forward, while Peiqi and Chun Xian stayed within the protective barrier. Bai Yaoyao directly targeted the level 4 Wolf King, executing each move with precision and intent. With agile movements enhanced by her abilities, she employed her spatial powers to maneuver and unleash spatial blades, leaving the Wolf King with no chance to retaliate. When it finally attempted to flee, it was too late. As a level 4 beast, it possessed a beast core that would not allow it to escape. With a swift teleportation and a decisive strike, she brought down the Wolf King. Extracting the beast core with satisfaction, she stored away. What a fruitful endeavor this had been, especially with the addition of an invincible new ally. Bai Yaoyao could hardly contain her joy. Returning to Peiqi, she decided to refrain from further involvement in the ongoing battle. Brother Pang seems to be struggling, Peiqi remarked, furrowing her brow. Bai Yaoyao glanced over to see Brother Pang engage with a level 3 mutated wolf, determined not to receive assistance. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it. Rather, he was still working on integrating his abilities with his combat style. After years of fighting, it would take time to adjust. Have faith in him, Bai Yaoyao reassured. Just then, the mutated wolf lunged, and Brother Pang was caught off guard, receiving a deep scratch on his arm. However, he seized the moment to unleash his golden spike sword, piercing the wolf's throat and claiming victory. Peiqi quickly rushed to him, gently touching the wound, which soon stopped bleeding and visibly healed. Thanks, Peiqi. Don't worry, I'm fine. I feel like I've learned a lot from this battle. It was worth it, Brother Pang said, patting Peiqi's shoulder in comfort. Meanwhile, Adai, Shurtu, and Lulu were each facing a level 3 mutated beast. Adai's battle was effortless, utilizing the shade of the trees to exploit his dark abilities, enhanced by his speed powers. The mutated wolf couldn't even touch the hem of his garment. In no time, he dispatched it with a single strike. Shurtu's fight was dull and unworthy of mention. It would take a considerable amount of time to wear down his opponent. Interestingly, Lulu's battle was captivating. Bai Yaoyao looked on with pride. Lulu was undoubtedly the most skilled in utilizing her abilities apart from Bai Yaoyao herself. Combining her combat advantages with her electric powers, she nearly cooked the mutated wolf alive. Observing that most battles were nearing their conclusion, Lulu distanced herself and unleashed a thunderhammer, causing the wolf to collapse in defeat. While Bai Yaoyao was clearing the battlefield, she spotted one wolf and grimaced for a moment. She decided to take it back as a gift for Meng Qilin, as it lacked any appeal. Once everything was settled, Shurtu finally exhausted the last mutated wolf, which peacefully closed its eyes, unable to bite anymore due to its aching teeth. In a final act of desperation, it lunged at Shurtu, who swiftly shoved a large clump of dirt into the wolf's mouth. Ah, choked. It's time for a new life. Chapter 55. The attachment Shurtu lifted the lifeless body of the mutated wolf, examining it thoroughly before tossing it to Bai Yaoyao. She turned to Xianqi and said, I possess a space with excellent air quality and a temperate climate. Would you like to take a look? Oh, certainly, Xianqi replied. Upon entering the space, Xianqi was instantly astounded, gazing at the verdant grassland, mesmerized for quite some time. Woof woof, I am the eldest brother, and you are the little fourth. Xianqi chuckled, but remained silent. Woof woof, this is your second brother, and this is your third sister. The dog pointed at Xiao Wei and Miao. Before Xianqi could respond, the Miao was incensed. How dare you call me the third sister? I am a male. In a fit of rage, the Miao chased after the dog, delivering a flurry of blows. The dog, unable to outrun him, refrained from retaliating, gazing at the Miao with an infatuated expression. The Miao felt his entire worldview as a cat shatter. How could such a foolish dog exist with such a reliable owner? Xianqi watched with delight, noting the exuberance of the little ones. He lamented his own frailty, feeling like an old bone, unable to move swiftly. At that moment, a droplet of spring water suddenly emerged, causing Xianqi to open his eyes wide with excitement. He dashed toward the spring, staring intently at the shimmering pool. Xiao Wei stood alert by the spring, swaying its branches and leaves. Xianqi assured Xiao Wei, I understand. I want to move. After Bai Yaoyao gathered her belongings, she led everyone away, deciding against further conflict as twilight approached and visibility diminished. Besides, their haul for the day was already substantial. A 30-meter-long mutated python and nearly 20 mutated wolves, ample sustenance for some time. The little monkey had been following closely, and Bai Yaoyao chose to ignore it. Upon reaching the zoo's entrance, she retrieved the vehicle. Once everyone was inside, the little monkey rushed over. Seeking Bai Yaoyao, she noticed the monkey's face pressed against the windshield and honked the horn. The little monkey, with a human-like expression of sorrow, shook its head vigorously, clinging to the car frame, unwilling to dismount. Bai Yaoyao, feeling exasperated, got out of the car. The little monkey immediately lunged at her leg, whimpering and refusing to let go. Despite her attempts to push it away, she resorted to giving it a gentle kick. The little monkey tumbled to the ground, spitting out saliva, holding its belly and howling in distress. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback, realizing she had been outsmarted by a monkey. "You're a level 3 mutated beast. How could I kick you like this?" Everyone erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the little monkey's antics. Bai Yaoyao, finding it amusing, patiently inquired, "So what do you want? If you continue this charade, we will leave without you." The little monkey sprang up from the ground, dashed to the car, expertly hopped into the passenger seat, rolled down the window, and waved for everyone to join. The group was left speechless. "You want to come with us? What skills do you possess? Show us." Bai Yaoyao initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing the monkey's eager eyes, relented. The little monkey seemed to understand and quickly hopped out, moving to an open space where it began performing flips, dancing, and showcasing its skills, busying itself with a flurry of activity. Bai Yaoyao chuckled awkwardly. If only it could slay a zombie, she would gladly take it along. "My apologies, little monkey, but I'm not engaged in charity. Perhaps the zoo is more suited for you." She planned to give it some bananas and leave. Unexpectedly, a zombie appeared behind, lunging at the little monkey, which was still spinning and dancing, oblivious to the danger. Although Bai Yaoyao did not intend to take it with her, she could not allow a zombie to infect the little monkey before her eyes. Preparing to teleport closer due to the distance, she was startled to see the little monkey, enraged, turn around and deliver a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, the zombie's head shattered and a crystal core rolled out. The little monkey was infuriated, lamenting that just when it was about to showcase its best moves, the foul zombie interrupted, causing it to stumble. Clearly, this was a job with food and shelter provided. Even Grandpa Turtle had followed along, and the little monkey felt the urge to catch up. Thus, it hurried to a clean patch of ground and resumed its dance, performing flips. Bai Yaoyao sighed, realizing that the little monkey believed its talent was flipping rather than fighting zombies. "Brothers, what do you think?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Upon hearing this, the little monkey rushed over, bowed to everyone, clasped its hands, and blew a kiss. The first monkey raised its hand, saying, "Yao Jia, let us take it along." A little monkey 1T consume much, and if it can shatter a level 3 zombie with a single punch, its combat prowess surpasses mine. If you find it troublesome, I will take care of it. Understanding Yao Jia's aversion to complications, the monkey added a reassuring note. The little monkey, seeing the other monkey speak for it, rushed over with teary eyes, embracing the elder monkey, earning its admiration for climbing the social ladder. Fat Brother chimed in, "Let us take it. We are few in number, and having more beasts would be beneficial." Bai Yaoyao leaned toward acceptance, and others nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may accompany us, but refrain from performing dances and flips. Just fight alongside us." Upon hearing this, the little monkey eagerly nodded, patting its chest and giving a thumbs up. Bai Yaoyao pointed at the monkey and said, "His name is also Monkey. He will be your elder brother from now on. Monkey, give your little brother a proper name. We are all companions now." The monkey excitedly lifted the little monkey, asking, "Do you prefer Wukong or Desheng?" The little monkey made grand gestures. "Understood, Desheng." With the name decided, they hurriedly drove back. However, within 20 minutes, Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother swapped places. Bai Yaoyao found the two monkeys too noisy, preferring to drive rather than sit in the car. The monkey, as if having found true love, embraced Desheng, alternating between laughter and hugs, chattering endlessly. Desheng, initially seeking a job with food and shelter since there were no more fruits in the zoo, felt bewildered by the monkey's warmth. He sensed that his new elder brother genuinely liked him, inviting him to sit beside and in his lap rather than at his feet, reassuring him that he need not constantly entertain everyone, as they were partners who would care for and support each other. Partners? Partners. Haha, I am Desheng, and I have partners now. I am their companion, not a mere performer. Chapter 56. Are you alright? When the members of a night squad returned to the safe zone, night had fully descended. Meng Qilin had been restless since the squad's departure in the afternoon, standing uneasily and sitting fitfully, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. Upon hearing of their return, he hurried over to check on them. Once he confirmed that everyone was safe, he finally exhaled in relief. However, he couldn't help but wonder why they had brought back a monkey. Wasn't the objective to hunt for meat? This did not seem like a team that would willingly consume a monkey. Captain Bai, was everything smooth? Meng Qilin inquired. Bai Yaoyao replied, yes, everything went well. May I ask who prepared the mutated tiger meat last time? We would like to request your assistance in preparing a meal. I can offer compensation. The chef they rescued was the head chef from a prominent hotel in City S, along with his 2 apprentices. I'll find someone to inquire, Meng Qilin responded, stealing glances at the monkey cradled in their midst. The monkey, Desheng, felt uneasy under the scrutiny. What was with this person's gaze? I'm not food. Why stare at me? Bai Yaoyao chuckled and clarified. We hunted some mutated pythons and wolves. This little monkey appeared quite intelligent, so we decided to bring it along. It shall henceforth be considered a member of our night squad. Upon hearing this, Desheng puffed out his chest and patted himself proudly, eliciting laughter from the group. Meng Qilin mused that the night squad truly had a unique perspective. While other teams sought to recruit supernatural beings, they had chosen to acquire a companion from the zoo. Before long, the chef, accompanied by his apprentices, arrived. Greetings, I am Chef Li, and these are my 2 disciples. What type of meal do you wish to prepare? He asked. Bai Yaoyao responded, hello, Chef Li. Primarily, we need roasted meat similar to the mutated tiger meat you prepared previously. Once the meat from the mutated beasts is finished, we can discuss what other dishes you might like to prepare. Chef Li hesitated. Roasting meat is manageable since it requires fewer spices, but my specialty dishes involve ingredients that are hard to come by. Let's focus on the roasting for now. The quantity is significant, and it seems I'll be busy all night. How much compensation do you require? All night? Captain Bai, it seems you had quite the fruitful day. Meng Qilin, who had lingered to discuss tomorrow's mission, interjected upon hearing the mention of a long night. Captain Meng, this one is for you, Bai Yaoyao said, presenting the dark mutated wolf that Lulu had slain. Goodness, this is a wolf. Meng Qilin gasped in astonishment. Bai Yaoyao merely smiled and said nothing. Finding an open space, Bai Yaoyao unveiled the mutated python and said to Chef Li, we need to roast this meat. Please inform me of the tools and ingredients you require, and I will retrieve them. Everyone present, except for the night squad, was taken aback, staring at the enormous serpent. Bai Yaoyao took a knife, intending to cut it in half, as there was far too much to manage, and they had to leave early the next day. Any leftover meat would spoil. Desheng, perceptive to the situation, took the knife from Bai Yaoyao and skillfully sliced the python into several sections. Bai Yaoyao set aside a portion. Only then did the others regain their composure. Chef Li, stuttering, stated what he needed, and he and his 2 apprentices rolled up their sleeves to begin working. However, as he brought down his knife, it shattered, yet the python meat remained intact. Chef Li glanced awkwardly at Bai Yaoyao, while Desheng volunteered to assist. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement, planning for Desheng to rest in the space afterward, as the others needed to depart early and should return to their rest. Captain Bai, you all truly are remarkable. Meng Qilin struggled to find the right words to express his astonishment and admiration. Just fortunate, Bai Yaoyao humbly replied. By the way, we shall depart early tomorrow for the strategic resource depot. Is everyone prepared? Should we make any adjustments? Meng Qilin inquired. Resources are dwindling, and without supplies, we will face difficulties, Bai Yaoyao stated decisively. All is well. We will set out tomorrow, she added. Hearing this, Meng Qilin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Go rest early. Bai Yaoyao nodded and prepared to leave. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's sobbing, which seemed familiar. Was it Lin Iran? Though reluctant to meddle, curiosity piqued, and as it was the path back to their tents, he followed Meng Qilin toward the entrance. Lin Iran was on the verge of collapse. She had left in high spirits that morning, convinced of a bountiful harvest, only to find that she was the sole survivor of her team. The zombies, they were terrifying. With a mere wave, a toxic gas enveloped us, and everyone fell unconscious. If I hadn't been at the back and awakened a new ability to purify the air, I surely would not have escaped. Fearing the zombies might pursue her, she had set the exit ablaze. As for her fallen comrades, she could only express her regrets. Anyone would have made the same choice under duress. "I'm sorry." Spotting Meng Qilin, she squeezed out a few tears and cried, "Captain Meng, my entire team has perished." Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Iran that all their supplies were in the space of the fallen team member, who was now also dead. Realizing her utter lack of resources, her tears became genuine. Meng Qilin felt an urge to reprimand her. He had warned them earlier that this place was unpredictable, yet they had insisted on going. Now, with lives lost, she returned to weep. The more they lacked manpower, the more chaos ensued. He wanted to shout, but restrained himself, instead stating sternly, "I mentioned this morning that not following my orders would have consequences. But we undertook the mission for everyone's sake, Captain Meng. You can't just disregard us like this." Lin Iran choked out, "Mm? What do you wish to propose?" Meng Qilin asked, following her lead. "I awakened a new ability today that allows me to purify toxins, and my fire abilities have reached level 3. I humbly request, Captain Meng, that you introduce me to the night squad," Lin Iran said, her head bowed in embarrassment. Meng Qilin felt an urge to peer into Lin Iran's mind. Questioning what was inside, perhaps it was merely mush. He had no doubt that if he were to voice such thoughts, the amicable captain Bai would certainly send him into the horde of zombies. Bai Yaoyao, who had been enjoying the spectacle, found herself inadvertently drawn into the fray. Unable to resist, she inquired, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" She distributed a few plums to everyone, and as the members of the night squad savored the plums, they followed Bai Yaoyao into the fray. Only Adai felt a twinge of regret, lamenting that he hadn't had the chance to act before that man had perished. Chapter 57. Upgrading spatial abilities upon returning, everyone retreated to their respective tents for rest. Due to the earlier consumption of the spring water by Xiao Wei, there was barely half a cup left, which was not taken out again. Upon entering the space, Bai Yaoyao saw Xin Qi prostrate beside the spring, his eyes fixated on the water, radiating sheer enjoyment. Only upon noticing her presence did he reluctantly lift his head. "Senior Xin Qi, what level have you reached now?" Bai Yaoyao inquired. "Level 5, he replied. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. "So soon?" "There is no need for astonishment. At the onset of the celestial anomaly, I awakened at level 3, Xin Qi elucidated. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao had never heard of the Xiangui clan. Were they simply unmanifested, or had they encountered unforeseen circumstances? The daily allocation of spring water is limited. There is only this little left for today. You may absorb it. I have need of tomorrow's water, so I shall not provide you any further," Bai Yaoyao stated. Upon hearing this, Xin Qi was instantly exhilarated, consuming it in less than a second. After drinking, he resembled a drunken state, withdrawing his limbs and curling into a shell, soon emitting a series of snoring sounds. Bai Yaoyao distributed the 3 level 4 beast cores she had collected today, 1 to Go Zi, 1 to Miao, and retained 1 for Shang. One should not fret over scarcity, but rather over inequity. There is ample for all, and thus I shall not be unduly biased. Bai Yaoyao felt an immense pressure, with so many mouths awaiting her nourishment. Demiao seized the beast core and scampered back to its nest to absorb it, reveling in the bounty of meat and cores. Feeling fortunate indeed. Go Zi, however, was dissatisfied, yearning for a large bone instead of a beast core. Bai Yaoyao kicked him back into his doghouse, scolding him for several minutes. Once her anger subsided, she returned to the small wooden house and retrieved a level 4 crystal core along with 10 level 3 crystal cores. Clasping them tightly in her hands, closing her eyes to absorb their energy, Bai Yaoyao distinctly felt the barriers that had once hindered her breakthrough dissolve effortlessly, warmth enveloping her as the fatigue of the day vanished entirely. Her spatial abilities had finally ascended. The transition from level 4 to level 8 is a formidable hurdle. Some individuals, regardless of how many crystal cores they absorb, may never achieve an upgrade. Having the experience from her previous life, coupled with her profound familiarity with spatial abilities, daily cultivation, and active usage of her powers in combat, along with the enhancement from the spring water, contributed to her smooth and successful breakthrough. Testing her spatial slicing, she found it operational. If she were to engage the mutated python again, Bai Yaoyao felt confident in her ability to prevail with ease. Suddenly, she heard Go-Z barking outside, prompting her to rush out and ensure he did not wreak havoc in the space. Upon exiting, she immediately noticed changes in the spatial area, likely a result of her recent upgrade. The cultivable area at the entrance of the small house had expanded significantly. The herbs she had planted previously had matured days ago, but she had not found the time to harvest them. Feeling invigorated today, she resolved to collect them, fearing they might rot if left unattended. Go-Z's doghouse was in disarray, cotton fluff scattered everywhere. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to explode in anger, Xiaowai tugged at her sleeve, pointing towards the spring. With a glare directed at Go-Z, she followed Xiaowai to inspect the spring. The pool had expanded considerably. She had just ensured that Xianqi consumed all the spring water, yet now there was a small pool once more. The condensation rate and area must have increased. Bai Yaoyao decided to fill a cup for herself, taking a sip, noting no change in flavor or effect, indicating that its properties remained unchanged. After admiring her accumulated resources, she took a deep breath and commenced her tasks. Grasping a basket, she began to collect honeysuckle. The dew on the flowers had dried, the blossoms nearing a pale white hue and quite plump. Bai Yaoyao was careful not to damage the leaves or buds. Due to her master's cultivation of medicinal herbs on the back mountain, she was well versed in planting and harvesting techniques. Engrossed in her work, over an hour passed. Although not physically tired, the meticulous nature of the task was time-consuming. She had only completed half of it, and a slight headache began to form. This was not a sustainable method. She had little time to spare, even for sleep. Initially, she had hoped to finish today and plant more, but she decided to leave it for tomorrow. Having not seen Meow for a while, she ventured over to check, discovering fluctuations of energy around Meow, indicating it had reached level 4, albeit with some instability. She fetched some spring water and offered it to Meow. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, Meow obediently drank the water, continuing to stabilize its energy. Bai Yaoyao gazed at the determined Meow and then at the troublesome Go-Z, feeling an urge to lament. Oh, ungrateful child. Noticing the time, it was time to rise. So she engaged in a friendly sparring session with Go-Z before exiting the space. Go-Z was utterly bewildered, pondering why his master had struck him. Did she discover I had relieved myself beneath the things she collected? Surely not. She had dug quite vigorously. Yaoyao, how did it go? Did you upgrade? Upon exiting the space, Lulu inquired eagerly. Bai Yaoyao replied, yes, I have upgraded. Tonight, I can prepare spring water for you. I am in no rush. My current lightning-type abilities suffice. I wish to refine them further, so please give it to Peichi first, Lulu responded. Indeed, consuming spring water does not guarantee awakening new abilities. I did not awaken any, Bai Yaoyao added. After enjoying breakfast together, they all headed to Master Li's place. From quite a distance, the aroma wafted towards them. Indeed, professional individuals excel in their crafts. What was Chun Xian roasting? Master Li and his 2 apprentices felt as though their arms were no longer their own after a long night of labor, especially with this meat being exceptionally challenging to cut and cook. Additionally, the little monkey assisting them had quickly grasped the techniques after merely observing a few times. Not only slicing the meat faster than the others, but also seasoning it perfectly and managing the heat with precision. Although aware of the monkey's intelligence, Bai Yaoyao was astonished by its prodigious aptitude. Master Li initially thought this would be a prolonged endeavor, only to find his skills usurped by a small monkey. Who could he possibly complain to? I must insist on requesting at least a bowl of instant noodles from the employer. No 2 bowls. When Bai Yaoyao and her companions arrived, they witnessed the scene. Master Li and his 2 apprentices were utterly exhausted, while the Sheng, full of vigor, flipped the meat in one hand while sprinkling seasonings with the other, occasionally stoking the fire, moving with the grace of a seasoned chef. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others approach, the Sheng excitedly waved them over, presenting a platter for them to sample. Chapter 58. Bai Yaoyao's self-introduction. Bai Yaoyao casually pinched a piece of the roasted meat and tasted it. Upon seeing the eager gaze of the great sage, she generously praised. "You are remarkable, great sage. In just one night, you've mastered the art of roasting meat. Ha! You make me proud, little brother." The monkey affectionately ruffled the great sage's hair, giving him a thumbs up. Shirdu picked up a piece of the roasted meat and savored it, exclaiming, "Wow, this is delicious." The accolades poured in like free-flowing water, showered upon the great sage, who gleefully performed a somersault in delight. Bai Yaoyao collected all the roasted python meat and cleared a space to place the meat from the mutated beasts. Turning to Masterly, she said, "Thank you for your hard work. Your skills are excellent, and the food is delightful. I'm also grateful for your guidance to the little monkey. What supplies would you like in return?" Feeling particularly satisfied with the day's harvest, Bai Yaoyao made her inquiry. Masterly couldn't help but smile wryly. "I must clarify that it wasn't me who taught him. He learned it himself. Do you believe that?" Aware of the formidable abilities of the enhancers, Captain Meng maintained a respectful demeanor towards this woman, refraining from jesting further. He replied politely, "Anything will do. Just give us what you think is appropriate." Bai Yaoyao nodded. Since there were no special requests, the matter became easier to handle. She retrieved 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, and 20 compressed biscuits that Meng Qilin had provided. Though the biscuits were practical, their taste left much to be desired. Both Shirtu, who wasn't picky, and Kiki, who was on a diet, were reluctant to eat them. Seeing the surprise on Master Li's face, Bai Yaoyao knew he was satisfied. As for how the 3 of them would divide the items, she felt it was no longer her concern. "We will be away for a few days. If there is time upon our return, could you please roast some more for us?" Bai Yaoyao requested. "Of course, I would be delighted, but your little monkey can roast meat now as well, and he is quite adept at slicing it even faster than I am," Master Li said sincerely, though he was reluctant to admit it. Bai Yaoyao looked at the great sage in astonishment, having initially thought of him merely as a helper, never expecting him to have learned the craft in just one night. "Well done. Thank you for the tuition." She then set down a bag of small breads and the remaining compressed biscuits, handing them all to Master Li. If the great sage could roast meat, there would be no need for future interactions with outsiders regarding food. She felt uneasy in trusting such matters to others, even if there were no ill intentions at present. As the future remained uncertain, the great sage is truly impressive. Master Li was taken aback by Yaoyao's generosity, nearly bursting into laughter. Feeling suddenly invigorated and no longer tired, he thought to himself that he must treat himself to instant noodles to celebrate later. Bai Yaoyao explained the concept of space to the great sage. Although he was intelligent, he seemed somewhat bewildered by her description, obediently listening without resistance. Upon entering the space, the great sage was startled, surrounded by Dogsy, Big Meow, and Little Rai, all staring at the new addition. After a brief introduction, everyone welcomed the newcomer. Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to present the 4th-level beast core to the great sage, encouraging him to absorb it. She praised Big Meow and Little Rai and playfully scolded Dogsy before hastily exiting. After receiving the beast core, the great sage lingered for a while Little Rai made a nest for him. The great sage felt an inexplicable urge to cry, as if he no longer needed to perform tricks or fear mistakes leading to punishment, nor endure being dressed up for photographs. Having thick skin indeed had its advantages. If he hadn't actively sought his current situation, he wouldn't have achieved it. Thus, he eagerly absorbed the beast core and hastily began roasting the remaining meat for his master. Thinking everyone loved the meat he prepared, Bai Yaoyao was surprised by how sensitive the great sage's feelings were. Such an open-hearted and thick-skinned little monkey, who would have imagined he had endured such unhappiness previously. "Captain Bai, you've arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Xie Shannon, the head of the official enhancer team, and also my childhood friend," Meng Qilin said to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter another acquaintance. Xie Shannon, in her past life, had ranked 3rd on the enhancer combat power list, wielding both water and psychic abilities. His mastery over water was striking, capable of forming ice and snow, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. With his cool demeanor and elegant appearance, he was the standout heir of the CF family in a city the dream of countless young women. The reason she considered him an acquaintance was that they had worked together on several missions, both regarding each other as characters favorably, leading to more collaborations. However, Xie Shannon ultimately met his demise at the hands of Little Rai, a fact Bai Yaoyao lamented for quite some time. "Hello, I am Bai Yaoyao." "Hello, Xie Shannon." He remained as aloof as ever. Meng Qilin awkwardly remarked, "Captain Bai, please don't take offense. Shannon is just this way. He has always been reserved." Bai Yaoyao waved her hand, indicating that she was not bothered. The official enhancer team consisted of 20 members, with Xie Shannon being the strongest at the late 3rd level, while 2 others were also at the 3rd level, but with somewhat weaker energy fluctuations. She then spotted another familiar face in the team, Cui Ying, who had accompanied her to the city center hospital to collect supplies. In terms of overall strength, they were undoubtedly inferior to the Night Brigade. To be precise, they were significantly lacking. The 12 members of the Night Brigade, along with 5 beasts, were all at least at the 3rd level, making them the top squad in terms of equal numbers. "Captain Bai, this journey will be long, and we will encounter many dangers. Perhaps we should introduce our abilities and strengths to better prepare ourselves," Xie Shannon suggested. Meng Qilin felt a twinge of anxiety. Asking others about their trump cards right off the bat was rather presumptuous, especially from someone who seldom spoke. Bai Yaoyao nodded, recalling that during their first collaboration in her past life, Xie Shannon had said the same thing. He genuinely had no malicious intent and was straightforward, often allowing the rewards of missions to be chosen by her side first. Moreover, apart from a few morally corrupt individuals, the official team was generally reliable. Otherwise, they would have come to this safe zone. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was foolish to act alone. Even zombies sought out teams. Thus, the Night Brigade had no need to conceal anything. Bai Yaoyao directly stated, "I am Bai Yaoyao, possessing a 4th level space ability, a 3rd level strength ability, and a 3rd level psychic ability." As soon as her words fell, the room fell into an abrupt silence. Not only Meng Qilin, but even Xie Shannon couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Xie Shannon had always prided himself on his dual abilities until he encountered Bai Yaoyao, who possessed 3 abilities and, moreover, had already reached the 4th level. Reflecting on his worries the previous night about whether the teams in this society would hinder progress, he felt an urge to slap himself. Did he truly measure up to her? Chapter 59. Captain Bai, I understand upon observing the expressions of those around her. Bai Yaoyao smiled subtly. This was precisely the effect she desired. Xianqi had already ascended to level 6, enabling him to provide an energy shield even within their spatial realm. This was her trump card. Bai Yaoyao had no intention of revealing Xianqi unless necessary. He could protect her when required, and otherwise, he could simply rest. Bai Yaoyao turned to her comrades. In a synchronized manner, they began to introduce themselves according to their ages. Shurtu, Earth-based ability level 3, skin hardening level 3. Chun Xiaopeng, Earth-based ability level 3, metal-based ability level 3. Lulu, lightning-based ability level 3. Xiaomi, speed-based ability level 3, light-based ability level 2. Hosey, water-based ability level 3. Datawan, fire-based ability level 3. Peiqi, healing-based ability level 3. Kiki, wood-based ability level 3. Shirlu, wind-based ability level 3. Chun Xian, support-based ability level 3. Adai, speed-based ability level 3, dark-based ability level 3. The others, having listened, felt somewhat numb. It seemed that everyone was at level 3. Even the team leader might not achieve such a level, and yet here they were, displaying an unreasonable strength. Xie Shannon felt a slight flush on his face as he glanced at his own team members, uncertain of how to introduce himself. His teammates looked at him with flushed faces, silently pleading, "Please, Captain, don't make us introduce ourselves. It's embarrassing." At that moment, Xie Shannon worried that after their introductions, Captain Bai might deem their abilities insufficient and refuse to collaborate. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Xie Shannon, water-based ability level 3, mental-based ability level 3. In my team, there are 2 other level 3 abilities, one in strength and the other in fire. The remaining members are all level 2. Only 2 of our team members with spatial abilities lack combat strength, while the others can fight." The official ability team members breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Their captain had introduced them all at once, avoiding the awkwardness of individual introductions. Bai Yaoyao nodded, her expression neutral, and the others mirrored her demeanor. Despite the quirky attributes of the Dark Knight members, they maintained a serious facade before outsiders. It's getting late. Let us set off. Bai Yaoyao observed the awkwardness of Xie Shannon and felt a secret delight, yet she stepped in to ease the tension. In her previous life, she had been the one feeling awkward, being the only level 6 among a team of level 4 and 5 members. Xie Shannon's team, however, was composed entirely of level 6 and above. They had not looked down upon her then, and the situation was the same now. All right, let us go. Naturally, official missions required official vehicles. Dark Knight commandeered 4 military off-road vehicles, while Xie Shannon's team utilized 3 off-road vehicles and 5 heavy-duty trucks, forming a small convoy. The roads outside were treacherous, clogged with zombies, and they dared not traverse elevated highways, uncertain where they might end abruptly. Bai Yaoyao led Dark Knight forward, directly confronting any zombies they encountered. This made Xie Shannon feel somewhat embarrassed. When faced with another group of zombies, he hastily dispatched his personnel, but by the time they arrived, Dark Knight had already begun to wrap things up. After a morning of effort, they had not engaged in a single fight. Captain Bai, how about we let our team go first this afternoon? You've worked hard in the morning, Xie Shannon suggested. It's no trouble. There is no need to worry about such details. My team's abilities are more abundant. If we encounter a difficult situation, we can swiftly call for support, Bai Yaoyao replied. Let us take a break and eat something before setting off. Bai Yaoyao quickly changed the subject. It was a jest, without engaging in combat with zombies. Where would they procure crystal cores? With so many people and beasts to sustain, one must be prudent with resources. Xie Shannon and the official ability users had not considered this aspect. In the official realm, regardless of how many crystal cores were collected, they needed to be surrendered, and cultivation resources were distributed by the authorities. No one had ever lacked for crystals. After all, ability users were cherished assets, supported by large troops and heavy weaponry, ensuring an ample supply of crystal cores. Thus, there were only an excess of cores, never a shortage. Throughout the morning, Xiaomi had hardly been in the vehicle. Even with her dual abilities, she was still quite ambitious. As Peichi put it, she was the king of ambition. All right, let us take a break. I'll go get some food. Captain Meng specifically instructed that provisions for the journey are provided by the authorities, Xie Shannon said. Bai Yaoyao nodded. If it was free, she would gladly accept it. The two teams gathered together, and Xie Shannon handed Dark Knight 12 boxes of self-heating rice and 12 bottles of mineral water. After receiving them, Bai Yaoyao took out the large round table and chairs they typically use for meals, and everyone naturally began chatting while unpacking the self-heating rice. The official ability users squatting by the roadside were astonished. Wow, it could be done like this. Bai Yaoyao found it amusing to see Xie Shannon, who was nearly 2 meters tall, squatting on the curb with wide eyes in surprise. She then produced a long table and several benches, calling out, Captain Xie. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Shannon invited everyone over. Although it was a bit cramped, they could sit sideways, which was certainly better than squatting. Bai Yaoyao also brought out some grilled python meat from the morning, placing it in the center for everyone to enjoy with their rice. As for the exotic beast meat, Bai Yaoyao refrained from sharing. The meat from a level 4 beast was quite precious. Having nearly exhausted the level 3 crystal cores yesterday to upgrade her spatial abilities, she had specifically set aside the fragrant grilled meat, hoping to entice Xie Shannon into trading for level 3 crystals. This fellow had money. He was a big fat sheep. Xie Shannon considered himself not overly indulgent in culinary pleasures, but the aroma of the grilled meat made the self-heating rice in his hands seem utterly bland. He wondered if he could trade some crystals for a taste. But then again, only a fool would agree to such a trade. After finishing their meal, Bai Yaoyao tidied up, and everyone set off once more. At her insistence, Dark Knight continued to lead the way, requiring little assistance from Xie Shannon's team. They only engaged in collaboration twice when encountering small groups of zombies. It was then that the official ability users stepped in to help. Seeing that the Dark Knight members were eager to seize the crystal cores, they fought with fervor, taking on 3 or 4 zombies at a time. Even Bai Yaoyao, known for her boldness, couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. In just one day, her team had amassed numerous crystals, while Shannon's team had barely collected a single one. Captain Bai, your Dark Knight team is truly formidable, Shannon finally remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Despite Shannon's otherworldly demeanor, he had realized by now that their reluctance to let his team engage was motivated by a desire for the crystal cores. Sighing, Bai Yaoyao felt at a loss for words, realizing it was indeed challenging for her to manage everything alone. She lowered her head and gently tapped it with her fist. Shannon nodded, suddenly grasping Bai Yaoyao's unspoken struggles. Being a woman leading a team, burdened with responsibilities, was undeniably more difficult than being an ability user with official support. Captain Bai, I understand. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to let me know, Shannon said, his brow slightly furrowed. Bai Yaoyao, who was cracking sunflower seeds, paused in surprise. What do you understand? I don't even know what I'm saying. Chapter 60. Strength. Captain Bai, have you considered joining the official ranks? To be honest, our CF family still holds some influence. Your team possesses formidable strength, with several members being multi-ability users. If supported by a solid foundation, your progress would be expedited, Shannon invited earnestly. No, my brothers are accustomed to freedom and are not particular people. It wouldn't be suitable. Bai Yaoyao replied without a moment and oppose, hesitation. Shannon nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Everyone has their own considerations. For some, freedom is paramount. Bai Yaoyao dared not act pitiful any longer. Even Shannon, who usually refrained from meddling, had come to play the mediator. How remarkable! Initially, Bai Yaoyao had no intention of engaging. The zombies were only level 2 or 3. If she intervened, there would be no chance for others to fight. Just as she was about to return to the vehicle, her eyes suddenly brightened. Be cautious, a level 4 zombie is approaching, Bai Yaoyao exclaimed loudly. The members of the Dark Knight swiftly dispatched the zombies at hand and hurriedly gathered together. This had been prearranged. Safety was the priority. Although the official ability users were not as quick to react, they also learned from Dark Knight and maintained their distance from zombies. Bai Yaoyao charged forward. Having not fought all day, her hands itched for action. Only when she rushed ahead did everyone finally catch sight of the level 4 zombie. Hiding behind a car, it appeared to be a brute force zombie, its hands gripping the top of the vehicle as it lifted it effortlessly and hurled it towards Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao teleported behind the zombie, wielding her mountain-splitting blade to strike. The zombie instinctively raised its arm in defense, nearly severing it in the process. The zombie showed no signs of reaction, continuing to lunge forward. Bai Yaoyao disdainfully retreated, avoiding the stench. She tested her spatial slicing technique, feeling somewhat disappointed as its power was not significantly greater than her spatial blade. Yet, to the onlookers, it was quite impressive. 2 strikes had rendered the zombie's arms useless. Bai Yaoyao focused primarily on honing her abilities. After a brief skirmish, she seized an opportunity to employ mental control, swiftly following it with spatial slicing. With a swift motion, the level 4 zombie's head was severed. Calmly, Bai Yaoyao twirled the tip of her blade within the zombie's skull, extracting the crystal core. Shannon stared at Bai Yaoyao in astonishment. Was this the strength of a level 4 ability user? He realized he had been too complacent and arrogant, thinking his dual level 3 abilities were remarkable. Captain Bai, a young woman, not only led her team, but also balanced her cultivation. In such a short time, she had taken down a level 4 zombie single-handedly. Shannon clenched his fists tightly, silently resolving to change. Bai Yaoyao contemplated the configuration of the team, recognizing that the key to advancement lay in elevating Xiaomi and Oppo's S-Lite abilities to level 3. This would enable her to purify zombie toxins, ensuring that if anyone was unfortunate enough to be injured by zombies, they wouldn't be left in despair. Next, close-range attacks were sufficient for herself and Dai, while long-range damage was subpar. Despite the abundance of nature-based abilities, lower-tier nature abilities struggled to inflict damage on zombies. The level 4 crystal core could be given to Lulu first, allowing her to combine it with spring water to elevate her lightning abilities to level 4 in one go. When Bai Yaoyao lifted her head after contemplating, she found everyone staring at her in disbelief. What is it? Why are you looking at me? Bai Yaoyao inquired. Sister Yao, you defeated a level 4 zombie in 10 moves. What do you think? Monkey exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, just basic skills. Let's move on. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. The members of Dark Knight were accustomed to her nonchalant demeanor, having grown used to her behavior over the years. Others, however, were genuinely taken aback, especially Xie Shannon. Bai Yaoyao noticed that when they set off again, Xie Shannon, like Xiaomi, had rolled up his sleeves, opting not to board the vehicle and choosing instead to tackle the zombies head-on. This caused Bai Yaoyao some distress. They were bound to lose numerous crystal cores. Captain Bai, I'm only fighting zombies to sharpen my combat instincts. All the crystal cores are yours, Xie Shannon explained, unable to withstand the intensity of her gaze. How can I accept that? Just as Xie Shannon was about to speak again, Bai Yaoyao interjected, in that case, thank you. Xiaomi, why are you so inconsiderate? Go take the crystal cores from Captain Xie's hands. He worked hard to acquire them. It's only right we let him keep them. Xiaomi's face flushed slightly. Not everyone was as thick-skinned as Sister Yao, as carefree, but she obediently stepped forward to collect the crystal cores. When the captain spoke, one had to listen. Xie Shannon couldn't help but smile. He realized he had overthought it. Captain Bai was truly an extraordinary woman. As darkness enveloped the sky, the group decided to halt their advance. The road was too dim, and everyone was fatigued, so they sought a spacious area to rest for the night before continuing their journey. During dinner, Bai Yaoyao, appreciating Xie Shannon's contributions of a level 2 and a level 3 crystal core, offered him some roasted meat from a mutated python. Xie Shannon instinctively declined. How could I? However, upon seeing Bai Yaoyao's eager eyes as she attempted to reclaim the meat, he quickly altered his tone. But since it's your kindness, Captain Bai, I won't refuse. Thank you. This time, Xie Shannon was more cautious. He realized that Captain Bai was no ordinary person and resolved to be more careful in the future. No more false modesty. The moment the meat touched his lips, any thoughts of propriety vanished. The aroma was irresistible, especially since this was the meat of a mutated beast, which could restore energy. After the meal, Xie Shannon proactively suggested, Captain Bai, let my men keep watch tonight. You all worked hard during the day. All right, Bai Yaoyao replied succinctly. Once Xie Shannon departed, she added, we have 2 cups of spring water tonight, one for Lulu and one for Peichi. Let us have Lulu use the level 4 crystal core to boost her ranged attack abilities. Understood. Everyone agreed without objection. If there was one team that would not quarrel over resource allocation, it was certainly Dark Knight. Can we really skip the night watch? Fat Brother inquired. Absolutely not. The official ability users seem unreliable. Xie Shannon is strong, but he doesn't appear particularly clever, Bai Yaoyao responded. I'll let Big Meow and Big Meow and Little Rai take the night watch. You all should rest well, Bai Yaoyao concluded. All right, understood. As long as it wasn't the dog, they could sleep soundly. Chapter 61. Respect for the strong. Lulu and Peichi happened to share a tent, allowing them to exchange banter. Bai Yaoyao slipped into the space, instructing Xiao Wei and Meow to keep watch and release them. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped outside to advise them that unless extraordinary circumstances arose, they should refrain from taking action and allow the nearby group to handle any issues. To her surprise, she discovered that Desheng was still grilling meat. Previously, she had given Masterly a small portion of the mutated python meat, leaving approximately 2/3 remaining, which was now nearly all cooked. Observing the neatly arranged plates of grilled meat below, Bai Yaoyao felt a surge of affirmation for bringing Desheng back. Did I not instruct you to absorb the beast core? Why'd you return to work? Bai Yaoyao inquired. Desheng excitedly gestured the number 4, letting out a jubilant call. It dawned on Bai Yaoyao that Desheng had actually reached level 4. Indeed, the only disappointing one was that rebellious pup. After swallowing a level 4 beast core, it merely burped and farted, utterly useless. Bai Yaoyao called over the pup to scold it, leaving it bewildered, as it hadn't even ventured to the medicinal fields that day. Why am I being reprimanded? Why has my master been so irritable lately? Desheng, scratching its head in confusion, received a bounty of fruits from Bai Yaoyao as a reward before being sent to rest. Bai Yaoyao arranged the cooked meat on the rack, and gazing at the 2 layers now brimming with food, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies found solace. Glancing at Xian Shi, who was still sound asleep and showing no signs of moving, she returned to the small wooden cabin to rest. Leaving a thread of her mental energy outside, she noted that no formidable zombies had appeared. Occasionally, a level 2 zombie would surface, swiftly dealt with by the official level 3 ability users. After a brief slumber, Bai Yaoyao checked the time and realized only 3 or 4 hours had passed. She observed that the space seemed to be growing increasingly powerful, allowing for rapid recuperation of both mental and physical strength. Thus, she decided against lingering in bed and got up instead. As there were still numerous medicinal herbs awaiting collection outside, rolling up her sleeves and pant legs, she grabbed a basket and began her work. Upon witnessing Bai Yaoyao in action, the Sheng rushed over, and after grasping the method, fetched a basket of its own to assist. Bai Yaoyao felt a wave of gratitude, though her gaze fell upon the pup, who was desperately trying to bite its tail while spinning in circles. What to do? She felt an urge to discipline it. In a moment of distraction, Desheng had already finished gathering a row of herbs. Glancing at her own sparse collection, Bai Yaoyao was struck by an idea. Desheng, are there many mutated monkeys in Monkey Mountain? She asked. Zhi. Desheng excitedly gestured the numbers 3 and 2. Bai Yaoyao nodded in understanding. Perhaps she could request a few small monkeys to assist her with planting. The current planting area was overwhelming for her alone, yet leaving it idle felt wasteful. If they brought in a few more monkeys, Desheng could lead them in grilling meat and planting some crops. The thought was simply delightful. Shall we make another trip to the zoo to find you some little companions? Bai Yaoyao affectionately patted Desheng's head. Desheng nodded eagerly, mistakenly believing it had not performed well and that its master sought to replace it with another monkey. Bai Yaoyao entrusted the gathering task to Desheng and exited the space to seek out Peiqi and Lulu, curious about their well-being. Upon lifting the flap of the tent, she was met with the sight of delicate shoulders, exquisite collarbones, and smooth arms. Yaoyao, your eyes are fixated. Can you at least glance at me? Peiqi remarked, slightly disgruntled. Bai Yaoyao turned her attention to Peiqi, acknowledging, you look lovely as well. Could you not be so obvious in your flattery? Peiqi retorted, rolling her eyes. Lulu, helpless, quickly dressed, and said, Yaoyao, my internal injuries have healed completely, and even the scars have faded significantly. That is quite normal. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Lulu continued, however, I have not awakened new ability, though I have successfully reached level 4. That's fine. It seems Xiaomi's case was merely coincidental. The spring water does not necessarily possess the power to awaken abilities, Bai Yaoyao responded. But I believe I may have awakened a new ability. Peiqi interjected suddenly. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu both stared at her in astonishment. What ability? They asked in unison. It's somewhat difficult to describe. I can sense your emotions. When you both speak, it's not very distinct, but when you look at me and talk, I can feel it quite clearly, Peiqi explained after some contemplation. Bai Yaoyao instantly comprehended. This was a psychic ability. In her previous life, someone had awakened it, likely at around level 7, when one could hear the thoughts of those conversing. Wow, that's impressive. Peiqi exclaimed in awe. That person likely didn't survive long, did they? Lulu inquired. Indeed, they were killed by multiple factions. Lacking self-defense capabilities, coupled with such a remarkable ability, it was inevitable they would be eliminated, Bai Yaoyao replied. Listen well, little Peiqi. Keep it under wraps. Besides our own comrades, do not disclose this to anyone else. To the outside world, you possess only healing abilities, Bai Yaoyao solemnly reiterated. Rest assured. I understand. Peiqi nodded earnestly. Once the three had conferred, they set out together. After a quick meal, they resumed their journey. They had only covered about a third of the distance the previous day, necessitating more time for travel today. Aside from stopping for zombies that hindered their progress or level 3 zombies, they barreled through any other encounters without hesitation. The journey was relatively smooth, with no damage to personnel or vehicles. Captain Bai, let's stop here for today. We are nearly there. If all goes well, we can set off earlier tomorrow and arrive by 9 o'clock, Xie Shannon suggested. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement, responding, you may decide. Very well. Let us rest for a while, eat something. I'll send 2 team members ahead to scout for a suitable resting place for the night, Xie Shannon said. Xie Shannon felt he had been particularly talkative over the past few days. He was not typically one to elaborate, Yet he found himself compelled to converse with Bai Yaoyao. This was not about romantic feelings, but rather a profound respect for strength. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing unnecessary thoughts, and instructed 2 team members to search for a resting spot before joining the others to take a break. They had marched swiftly throughout the day, foregoing lunch in their haste, leaving them all ravenous. Bai Yaoyao and the others felt the same, sitting in a circle to eat. They were too weary to engage in conversation. Chapter 62. An incident after Bai Yaoyao had her fill, she rose to take a brief stroll. Although the military off-road vehicle was durable, its lack of comfort left her feeling as if her very bones were about to disintegrate after a day of travel. Captain Bai, it seems that the 2 team members I sent ahead to scout have encountered trouble. They have yet to return after half an hour, C.S. Shannon reported. Very well. Let us go and investigate, Bai Yaoyao replied. Quickly gathering their belongings, the group proceeded forward. Strangely, Bai Yaoyao's psychic energy had detected nothing unusual. The isolated energy fluctuations indicated merely low-level zombies. The 2 scouts, one at level 3 and the other at level 2, should have been capable of defending themselves. Even if they were overwhelmed, they should have been able to flee. Yao Jia by the roadside, Kiki suddenly exclaimed. The group rushed to the roadside, only to find the 2 men not only stripped of their clothing, but also grievously mutilated, their bodies a gruesome sight, with exposed bones in their arms and calves, and entrails hanging from their forms. Ning Ge, Liang, a woman from C.S. Shannon's team, rushed forward, collapsing in grief. Bai Yaoyao moved closer for a better look. The wounds were not inflicted by zombies. They bore the marks of mutated beasts. Observing the surrounding environment with a furrowed brow, she noted the signs of struggle. Seeing the guilt etched on C.S. Shannon's face, Bai Yaoyao urged, "This is dangerous. We must leave immediately and travel through the night." Into the night, everyone. The team complied without hesitation, following orders to board the vehicle. C.S. Shannon, no longer hesitating, commanded his team to retreat. The weeping woman suppressed her sorrow and rose to ignite a fire in an attempt to incinerate the bodies. Bai Yaoyao had begun to turn away when she caught the flicker of flames from the corner of her eye, prompting an outburst of expletives. Extinguish the fire. The monkey quickly exited the vehicle, unleashing his water-based powers to douse the flames, with C.S. Shannon assisting him. Enough. Monkey, back in the car. Bai Yaoyao sensed danger anew and urged them to hurry. Understanding that Bai Yaoyao possessed level 3 psychic abilities, C.S. Shannon assumed she sensed something amiss. After extinguishing the fire, he silently led his team back to the vehicle. Once aboard, he could not restrain himself and asked over the intercom, "Captain Bai, did you discover something?" Bai Yaoyao stifled her urge to curse and explained patiently, "Though we are all distressed by this incident, I must emphasize that we remain in considerable danger." The wounds on those 2 were clearly inflicted by mutated beasts. The tracks on the ground indicate they did not attempt to flee for help, but rather ran in the opposite direction, suggesting they believed we were incapable of confronting the mutated beast. There are remnants of gray animal fur on the grass nearby. I surmise they encountered a horde of mutated rodents. For a level 3 ability user to have no opportunity to unleash their powers indicates a level 4 mutated beast was involved. Moreover, judging by the wounds on the corpses, the rodent horde must have just departed. Setting fire to the area at this moment would be foolish. Though Bai Yaoyao did not finish her statement, the gravity of her words resonated with the group. The woman, now realizing her earlier impulsiveness could have endangered everyone, quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, I didn't think." C.S. Shannon waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Consider this a warning. When on a mission, all actions must heed the command." "Understood, Captain." Adai, possessing dark powers, felt entirely at ease in the night, akin to a fish gliding through water. He drove ahead while Bai Yaoyao occupied the passenger seat. After 10 minutes of travel, Adai noticed Bai Yaoyao's serious demeanor and asked, "Yao Jia, what is the situation? Are we still in danger?" "It's hard to say. My psychic energy has detected nothing. With Xianqi present, our safety is assured. If necessary, we can forego supplies and deploy explosives. However, the situation with C.S. Shannon remains uncertain," Bai Yaoyao replied candidly. Adai nodded reassuringly. For him, as long as his companions were safe, He could tolerate any misfortune that befell others. As dawn broke, the group finally arrived at their destination, the strategic material reserves in H City. From the exterior, nothing appeared amiss. It resembled a decrepit small factory, unworthy of a second glance. Had it not been for Xie Shannon's confidence, Bai Yaoyao would have thought they had taken a wrong turn. Captain Bai, I scanned the area with my psychic energy. There are few zombies, just a handful. Have you found anything? Like you, I suspect the supplies are stored underground. The yard appears quite small, Bai Yaoyao inquired. Xie Shannon affirmed, indeed. It has been specifically designed to prevent accidents. Let us proceed inside. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao turned to the approaching direction, warning, do not enter. The rodent horde is upon us. Quickly, back to the vehicles and continue forward. Understood. The group hurriedly boarded their vehicles, eager to distance themselves from the reserve facility. They would not allow the rodents to ravage their supplies, rendering their journey futile. However, they had not traveled far when the rodent horde appeared in pursuit. Realizing escape was futile, Bai Yaoyao called for them to disembark. Move the vehicles to the back of the building. Let us minimize exposure, she instructed several drivers. Bai Yaoyao released a meow and instructed Xianqi to activate the energy shield. Spotting the rapidly advancing, mutated rodents, de Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Licking his lips in anticipation, ready to spring into action. All Earth-based ability users construct barriers, Bai Yaoyao commanded. Xie Shannon promptly declared, all members of Team H01 follow Captain Bai's orders without question. Understanding that a team must not have dual leadership, he recognized his limitations in commanding the Dark Knight team. While his own team had unwavering faith in Bai Yaoyao, all Earth-based ability users swiftly assembled, erecting several earthen walls. While their effectiveness was uncertain, at the very least, they would slightly mitigate the onslaught of the rodents. Lulu was the first to strike, eager to showcase her newly upgraded powers. She unleashed a powerful attack, causing a significant breach in the ranks of the mutated rodents, resulting in the demise of over 100. However, the horde quickly replenished their numbers, and other elemental users followed suit, unleashing their powers in unanimous assault on the rodent swarm. Bai Yaoyao refrained from participating, waiting for the leader of the mutated rodents to emerge while assessing the battlefield. She soon realized that their current strategy was futile. Their abilities were depleting too rapidly, and soon they would be left vulnerable. Chapter 63. Team Battle Captain Xia, thank you for your trust. I will now take command, Bai Yaoyao said, gazing at Xie Shannon. Xie Shannon nodded in agreement. It was impossible not to feel a tinge of anxiety upon witnessing the multitude of mutated beasts. However, seeing Bai Yaoyao's calm demeanor interlaced with a hint of battle intent eased his tension. Captain Bai is indeed extraordinary. The swarm of mutated rats seemed endless. Although their speed was not particularly swift, the overwhelming sight of the dark mass of creatures approaching instilled a sense of helplessness among the team. For there were simply too many to contend with. Each mutated rat measured about 50 centimeters, with sharp incisors protruding. Claws that were not only long and pointed, but also gleamed with a metallic sheen and thick fur that suggested considerable defensive capabilities. As everyone haphazardly unleashed their abilities, a composed voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, gather to my right, nature-type ability users. Do not use your skills recklessly. Split into two groups and alternate your attacks. Water and wood users form one group, while fire users form another. Ensure that abilities of the same type are cast simultaneously. Earth-type users dig pits on the side. The deeper the better. Other melee ability users, wait for my signal before engaging. With that, Bai Yaoyao placed several large machetes and baseball bats on the ground for those in need. They had procured an abundance of these items, far more than could be utilized. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao's resonant and steady commands, the team felt reassured. They quickly moved to their designated positions and began to coordinate with one another. Observing the chaos of ability releases begin to settle, Bai Yaoyao realized that the first step had been secured. The earlier disarray had been quite chaotic. Fire users had extinguished their own flames, just as water users had doused the fires of their wood counterparts, without the mutated rats even needing to engage. Their own team was creating havoc amongst themselves, creating an impressive display without inflicting any real damage. Bai Yaoyao focused her mental energy to locate the mutated Rat King, initially expecting it to be lurking at the back. To her surprise, it had concealed itself amidst the swarm. Had she not detected its formidable level 4 energy, it would have remained undetectable. It bore no distinguishing features from the ordinary mutated rats and was identical in appearance and size. Alongside the Rat King, there were approximately a dozen level 3 mutated rats within the swarm. After her spatial abilities reached level 4, Bai Yaoyao could now teleport twice consecutively with increased distance. Once the energy of the nature-type users began to dwindle, she instructed Demiao, draw their attention. Demiao had been eager to charge in, but Bai Yaoyao had previously restrained it. Now, with the command given, it swiftly dashed into the midst of the rat horde. Wow, that cat is fierce. Ha! Demiao is incredible. Wherever it goes, there are no survivors. Come on, brothers, don't let a single cat outshine you. Demiao wreaked havoc among the rats, its every paw swipe resulting in casualties. With its remarkable speed, the ordinary mutated rats could not inflict any harm upon it. Demiao successfully captured everyone's attention, including that of the mutated Rat King, providing the perfect opportunity Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for. She initiated mental control, teleporting twice to close the distance, unleashing her strength-based abilities as she struck the Rat King's neck with her machete. To prevent any unexpected outcomes, she followed up with a spatial slash. Before the Rat King could comprehend what was happening, it felt a sharp pain in its head, immobilized and unable to defend itself as the blade loomed closer. Bai Yaoyao's swift actions beheaded the mutated Rat King, leaving it bewildered and unaware of why it had been singled out by this female opponent. It was quite the indignity to be slain before even laying eyes on its adversary. As Bai Yaoyao charged forward, Adai seized the moment to launch his own attack toward her direction, equally formidable in strength. The nature-type users had exhausted their abilities and intended to retreat to recuperate. However, seeing members of the Dark Knight team rush into the fray without hesitation startled the official ability users. Why was this soft and adorable healer wielding a stick as well? The entire Dark Knight team advanced from various angles, converging toward Bai Yaoyao. Xie Shannon observed their fighting style and deduced that these individuals were not ordinary. Their lethal precision and cohesiveness were unmistakable. Yet, this was not the focal point. Without hesitation, Xie Shannon picked up a baseball bat and joined the fray. Other members of the official ability user team, seeing this, also selected appropriate weapons and began to engage from the periphery. Those lacking the strength to dive into the thick of battle understood their limitations. Not everyone possessed the prowess of the Dark Knight warriors. Even with the Rat King's demise creating chaos among the horde, the battle was far from over. The sheer number of creatures left Meow, feeling exhausted from the relentless onslaught. Casualties began to appear on the battlefield. The woman from the official team, who had previously used fire abilities to incinerate corpses, lost focus and was quickly overwhelmed by the swarm, with her comrades unable to reach her in time. Others, too, suffered injuries from the mutated rats, sustaining wounds to their arms and legs. Chun Xian, already not adept at combat, began to falter, but fortunately, Shi Tu remained close and rushed to his aid. Still, he received a deep gash from a mutated rat, blood pouring forth. Once the Dark Knight group regrouped, they first protected Peiqi to treat Chun Xian's wounds, then made their way toward the pits that the Earth-type users had previously dug. As they approached, Bai Yaoyao and Miao leaped into the deep pit, prompting the others to disperse quickly. Most of the mutated rats were drawn to Bai Yaoyao and Miao, causing a portion to leap into the pit while the rest, unable to halt their momentum, pressed forward. Seizing the moment, Chun Xian and Xiao surely released a gust of wind, propelling the rats further into the pit. Bai Yaoyao had already stored Miao in her spatial realm and teleported out to retrieve some industrial oil, beckoning everyone to pour it into the pit. Finally, she summoned a great flame, filling the area with the scent of roasted meat, albeit somewhat rancid. The majority of the rat horde was incinerated, while some managed to flee. Only a few level 3 mutated rats remained, along with a scattering of others. They divided according to their circumstances, each taking on a rat, and within 20 minutes, They had eliminated the remaining threats. Chapter 64. May I join the night? When Bai Yaoyao arrived with the members of the night at Xie Shannon's location, she discovered that everyone appeared quite battered. Not a single face was unscathed, and one individual had even lost a leg. Xie Shannon was on the verge of exhaustion. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao and the night members approach, he immediately felt a wave of relief and collapsed onto the ground. The others followed suit, lying down in a rather unrefined manner, gasping for fresh air, unable to utter a single word, and too fatigued to tend to their bleeding wounds. Official ability users were not exclusively military personnel. Some had originally held civilian positions and, after awakening their powers during the apocalypse, had been assigned to combat teams. The mere fact that they had persevered until now was commendable. Bai Yaoyao discreetly assessed their numbers and noted the absence of 2 individuals, one male and one female. She nodded at Peiqi, who began administering treatment based on the severity of their injuries. Regrettably, for the one who had lost a leg, regeneration was impossible. All that could be done was to facilitate the healing of the wound. Reflecting on the recent battle with the mutated rats, Xie Shannon grew increasingly aware of Bai Yaoyao's profound capabilities. Her skills, powers, and tactical acumen were all of the highest caliber. She first arranged the order of attack based on everyone's abilities, identified the mutated Rat King, released a beast to draw fire, and single-handedly penetrated the fray to dispatch the Rat King with ease. Finally, she coordinated with the night members to lure the rat swarm into a pre-dug pit, utilizing wind and fire abilities to eliminate the majority of the rat horde in one fell swoop. Each step was executed flawlessly, demonstrating that while he was still lost in confusion, Bai Yaoyao had already orchestrated the entire battle plan. Most importantly, her success relied entirely on the capabilities of the night. Despite their numbers, they had only managed to eliminate a portion of the outer mutated rats and contributed little else. The result was that while the knight emerged relatively unscathed, his own team faced casualties and injuries, ultimately requiring the healing abilities of the knight as practitioners post-battle. Xie Shannon felt a flush rise to his face. Having enjoyed a life of ease and excellence, he had never genuinely admired anyone his age until now. Bai Yaoyao noticed the fluctuating expressions on Xie Shannon and Appo's face and wondered if he had been dazed by the confrontation. How could such a formidable figure from her previous life seem so inept? What neither Bai Yaoyao nor Xie Shannon realized was that in her past life, Xie Shannon had also led a team to the Strategic Materials Reserve, but before they even reached their destination, their ranks had been scattered by the rat swarm. The only survivor who returned to the safe zone was Xie Shannon himself, having not only failed to secure any resources, but also lost nearly 40 ability users in the process. From that moment on, he began to withdraw into himself, becoming increasingly aloof and rapidly advanced in strength, ultimately ranking 3rd in combat prowess. After her rebirth, Bai Yaoyao had altered the fates of many. Xie Shannon took a deep breath, feeling a bit more energized, and approached Bai Yaoyao. He earnestly expressed, "Captain Bai, thank you. Today, we owe our survival to you. Otherwise, we might not have made it out alive." Bai Yaoyao fidgeted with her hands and muttered softly, "It's nothing. You didn't die." "Huh? What?" Xie Shannon did not catch her words and asked for clarification. Clearing her throat, Bai Yaoyao replied with utmost seriousness, "No need for thanks. I am paid for my missions." "Captain Bai, does the knight still accept new members? May I join?" After much contemplation, Xie Shannon could no longer restrain his curiosity. Bai Yaoyao, mid-sip of water, nearly choked in surprise. Was he jesting? The sole heir of the Xie family, a pivotal force for the official faction, wished to join the knight? How absurd! Without a moment's hesitation, she firmly declined. "The knight does not accept new members. There will always be only 12 of us." Hearing Bai Yaoyao's refusal, Xie Shannon felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The camaraderie within the knight was enviable. The trust and collective spirit among its members were simply magnificent, an experience he had never truly known. After a moment of calm reflection, he understood that not only would his superiors likely disagree, but his family would as well. He bore significant responsibilities. He could not simply pursue his desires at will. Realizing his impulsiveness, he cast a sheepish glance at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao subtly shifted the topic, Let's rest here for a moment. Once we eat something and restore our abilities, we shall proceed to the reserve. Yes, of course, C.S. Shannon replied, after treating several grievously injured individuals. Peichi noticed that C.S. Shannon's wounds seemed the most severe. Observing Bai Yaoyao's awkward smile and her need for assistance, Peichi approached him and said, Captain Xie, allow me to treat your injuries. C.S. Shannon glanced at his bleeding arm and nodded. All right, please just stop the bleeding. No need to expend too much energy. Peichi rolled her eyes secretly, but said nothing. This was a rare opportunity to practice her abilities, and she intended to make the most of it. She had yet to use her powers as much as she had swung a bat last time, treating only half the wounds. Was he helping her practice the release of her abilities? Bai Yaoyao was indeed right. He was not particularly astute. Consequently, Peichi ignored C.S. Shannon's request and healed his wounds completely, rendering the scars invisible. C.S. Shannon intended to express his gratitude, but, seeing her earnest demeanor, he held his tongue and remained silent. He felt a renewed appreciation for the sincerity of the Knight's members, even when he had indicated that a full recovery was unnecessary. They diligently expended their abilities until his wounds vanished. He felt deeply moved. After Bai Yaoyao and the others buried the two fallen official ability users, she produced 2 tables and began to serve food. They were famished, without waiting for C.S. Shannon to fetch provisions. Bai Yaoyao unveiled several large platters of mutated python meat and freshly roasted mutated wolf meat. She also brought out some beer and a pack of soda. Everyone in the night eagerly grasped skewers of roasted meat in one hand and sipped beer with the other. What a delight! Adai and Chen Xian, both miners, stealthily grabbed a bottle of beer, while Bai Yaoyao was momentarily distracted. Just as they were about to drink, they caught sight of Bai Yaoyao's piercing glare. Naturally, they poured beer for the nearby Fat Brother and Stone Brother, only to sheepishly return the bottle to its place. Fat Brother ruffled Adai's soft hair and said, Adai, your month-long punishment hasn't yet passed. If you provoke Sister Yao again, no one will be able to save you. Sure, I know, Fat Brother. Let us eat. Stop talking. Adai tugged at Fat Brother's sleeve. Bai Yaoyao smiled. After the fierce battle, being able to feast and drink heartily with her comrades was truly refreshing. Chapter 65. Another zero-cost purchase after finishing their meal. Everyone refrained from hastily moving, taking approximately 2 hours to rest before setting off again. Fortunately, they had parked the vehicles at a distance initially. Aside from one off-road vehicle that had its tire punctured by a mutated rat, the others were in good condition. However, they had a spare tire on board, and without needing anyone's assistance, the monkey managed to fix it in just 5 minutes. Once everyone had adjusted themselves, they all climbed into their vehicles and began their journey back. Upon arriving at the entrance of the resource reserve, Bai Yaoyao and C.S. Shannon, both psychics, meticulously scanned the surroundings and the interior for any unusual circumstances. Confirming that all was well, they divided tasks to commence the eradication of the zombies. The strategic resource reserve in H-City boasts an exceptionally diverse array of resources. As the name suggests, strategic materials play a crucial role in national economy and defense. Thus, any energy or raw materials of significant importance to the nation's economy and security, such as gasoline, rubber, and food, are categorized within this realm. These materials, once scarce due to war, economic sanctions, trade barriers, environmental degradation, or resource depletion, are often challenging to replenish or find substitutes for. This time, C.S. Shannon had only brought along 2 secondary-level space psychics and 5 large trucks, making it impossible to transport everything. He had previously compiled a list with an expert, intending to prioritize the items based on their necessity, with emergency food supplies at the top of the list. After Bai Yaoyao and her team successfully cleared the reserve of all zombies, she waited at the entrance. She was not at all curious about what lay inside, nor concerned about what C.S. Shannon would take. Instead, she pulled out a few sofas and lay down with her companions to rest. Yaoyao, I just saw so many rooms in that basement. Shouldn't we grab a share? The monkey inquired. Yeah, if we give them 20 more trucks, they still won and oppose. Finish hauling, Xiaomi chimed in. Why the rush? When has Yaoyao ever come out on the losing end? Just look at her calm demeanor. It's clear this matter is under control, Lulu remarked. Casting a disdainful glance at the two, Bai Yaoyao responded, there's no need to hurry. Let's see if Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon know how to handle things. Sipping her milk tea and munching on potato chips, Bai Yaoyao lounged on the sofa, making the outdoor wilderness feel more like a cozy weekend at home than an apocalyptic scenario. What do you mean? I don't understand. What does it mean to know how to handle things? Xiao Shilu asked, perplexed. You'll find out soon enough. Here, drink this. Bai Yaoyao smiled as she handed a bottle of beverage to Xiao Shilu. Xiao Shilu widened her innocent eyes in surprise. 10 walnuts. Are you calling me stupid, Yaoyao? Monkey bro and Xiaomi bro didn't understand either. Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed a bottle to both the monkey and Xiaomi. Adai silently reveled in his own little triumph. Although he didn't understand, he wouldn't ask, thus no one would know of his ignorance. Just as he was gleefully chuckling to himself, he found he had also received a bottle. Well, that made him the fourth from the last. Xiao Shilu was indeed the most clueless. The members of the night team observed from a distance as Xie Shannon's crew busily transported items back and forth. Cui Ying and another space psychic first stored the goods in their space before unloading them onto the trucks, which piled high with supplies. Eventually, a wood psychic even released several branches to reinforce the load. After nearly an hour of diligent work, they finally completed the task. Xie Shannon approached Bai Yaoyao and said, Captain Bai, we have finished loading. Would you like to take a look and see if there is anything you need? Feigning reluctance, Bai Yaoyao replied, No, I think my space is full. I can't fit anything else. Xie Shannon nodded in agreement. True. We could replace some less essential items with those that are more critical. The reserve is filled with necessities, and we want to be able to return here in the future, so it's best to take as much as we can. I'll drive a few hundred meters ahead to see if we can transport all this without issue, he added. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, All right, I'll go take a look. Once Xie Shannon departed, Bai Yaoyao led her team into the reserve, leaving 2 members above to guard against any dangers. All the supplies were stored underground, and Bai Yaoyao had initially anticipated poor air quality. To her surprise, it was quite the opposite, as the design was rather sophisticated. A long corridor stretched through the facility, with warehouses for storing supplies on either side. The first few warehouses primarily contained agricultural products, including various seeds and processed grains, oils. And although some had been taken by Xie Shannon, a substantial amount remained. Bai Yaoyao welcomed all of it, even taking the shelves into her space, though she kept them separate from her previously collected supplies. Among the stores was a cold storage facility, entirely filled with frozen meats. Perhaps due to a backup generator or some advanced equipment, the cold storage was functioning well, and all the frozen meat was intact, free from contamination or spoilage. Frozen meat typically lasts for decades. It was possible that some of the pork was older than she was. The remaining warehouses housed salt, sugar, honey, tobacco, cotton, fabric, rubber, oil, coal, military tents, canned meat, and military rations. Bai Yaoyao had always believed her stockpiles were ample, but in comparison to the reserve's inventory, her collection was merely a drop in the ocean. Since Xie Shannon could only take a limited amount, it inadvertently benefited Bai Yaoyao. The canned meat and military rations were scarce, with only about 60 to 70 boxes remaining, each containing around 100 portions, while other supplies were plentiful. The subsequent warehouses contained military-grade materials, such as copper, aluminum, tungsten, and military fuels like gasoline and diesel. Additionally, there were numerous pieces of equipment and various unknown components, which Bai Yaoyao surmised were intended for the replenishment and repair of military gear. A plethora of weapons was also present, regardless of their usability. Bai Yaoyao collected them to study later. The final few large cabinets were empty. They had likely been cleared out by Xie Shannon. The labels on the cabinets suggested they contained military technical documents. Digital records were not necessarily secure, indicating that multiple levels of preparation had been undertaken. In peacetime, the focus is primarily on developing civilian life. Constrained by limited military funding, large-scale production of military equipment is usually unfeasible. However, once the situation becomes dire, the priority for military supplies escalates to the highest level. In the last 2 warehouses, Bai Yaoyao found items she particularly favored: gold, silver, platinum, and various precious metals. The moment she opened the door, the brilliance nearly blinded her. After securing all that she could, Bai Yaoyao hastened to return upstairs. Yaoyao, how'd it go? Did you gather a lot? Fat Brother had remained above, guarding the entrance. Bai Yaoyao struggled to articulate the enormity of her haul. It was simply immense. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Enough for our 12 members to eat, drink, and wear for several hundred to 1,000 years. It exceeds the amount we previously collected, although some of it may not be necessary. There are plenty of seeds, too. I can plant them in my space. I plan to visit the zoo again after we return to gather a few little monkeys for Desheng. During our downtime, the monkeys can help grow grains, medicinal herbs, or fruit trees." Fat Brother gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow, that is worth it. All the effort was not in vain. But can monkeys really learn to cultivate?" Bai Yaoyao nodded, saying they can. Desheng is incredibly capable. The honeysuckle tea in your cup was harvested and dried by him. Haha, indeed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us head to the zoo. Chapter 66. Return before departing. Bai Yaoyao took special care to securely lock the door to the basement, even having Fat Brother reinforce it with his metal-based abilities. Should the apocalypse ever come to an end, this place might still serve a purpose. C.S. Shannon, leading his group, was crawling along at a sluggish pace, and was taken aback to see Bai Yaoyao catch up so swiftly, with such a plethora of supplies. Wasn't she going to carefully select them? Moreover, having already departed with her team, there was no way to gauge how much she had managed to stow away. Could it truly be that her space was limited? Hadn't Meng Qian mentioned that Captain Bai's space was undoubtedly vast? When it came time for another meal, he observed that Bai Yaoyao and the members of Dark Knight had eschewed tables and chairs for a more humble setting, squatting on the curb with instant noodle containers in hand. It dawned on him then that Captain Bai's space was indeed running low. She had discarded the furniture, leaving them without a place to dine. Isn't this absurd? Why would anyone choose to eat instant noodles by the roadside when they could lounge on a sofa enjoying a lobster feast? Lulu remarked as she slurped her noodles. Instant noodles are notorious for causing breakouts. I share your sentiment. Next time, let them squat while we sit comfortably, Bai Yaoyao replied. The monkey chimed in. Don't be like that. Didn't we just vote on this? After enduring the apocalypse for so long, what is wrong with experiencing it fully? It adds to the ambience. Exactly. If only we had our phones with internet access, I definitely want to document this moment. It finally feels like the apocalypse. Dada one added. Precisely. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu exchanged exasperated glances, dismissing Xie and his companions. The journey back was smooth, devoid of further mishaps. Save for the encounter with a level 4 ordinary zombie, Bai Yaoyao decided to take a step back, allowing the others from Dark Knight to take action. While C.S. Shannon shamelessly joined in, Bai Yaoyao observed in silence. After all, if they wished to assist, who was she to dissuade them? After more than 10 minutes of effort, Fat Brother and Shirtu struck a large clump of earth, and Adai seized the opportunity to dash forward in a half-invisible state, swiftly dispatching the creature with a single strike. C.S. Shannon regarded Adai, noting the formidable strength he possessed. No wonder Captain Bai had confidence in Dark Knight's 12 members. Each individual seemed capable of taking on multiple foes. Perhaps having more people would simply complicate matters. For instance, his own abilities were not weak, yet he had found it challenging to find an opening to intervene. The coordination among Dark Knight's members was remarkably tight-knit. As Bai Yaoyao contemplated who might benefit most from the level 4 crystal core, a furious shout from the monkey interrupted her thoughts. Damn it, no crystal core, he exclaimed, having rummaged through the remains only to find a plethora of repulsive substances. What a futile effort, not entirely wasted. At the very least, we practiced our teamwork. Fat Brother remarked. Xie Shannon approached Bai Yaoyao and said, Captain Bai, we need to press on. The supplies in the safe zone are dwindling, and I fear they may not hold out much longer. Not a problem. Let us skip resting altogether. We can alternate driving and resting, Bai Yaoyao agreed. She was eager to return. The plot of arable land at the entrance of her small wooden cabin had been vacant for far too long, and she was impatient to collect the little brothers of the great sage. Understood. Xie Shannon instructed Shuiying to send a box of food and water to Dark Knight before they set off again, though they aimed to increase their speed. The road conditions were abysmal, compounded by several trucks that were nearly overloaded, making rapid progress difficult. Fat Brother and Shirtu used their abilities to clear the path while continually chewing on the roasted meat of mutated beasts. After nearly 4 days of travel, they finally reached the safe zone. Upon disembarking, Bai Yaoyao was greeted by Meng Qilin. "Captain Bai, you've worked hard." Bai Yaoyao waved dismissively. "It's no trouble. It was my duty. I'll have Masterly prepare something delicious for you all shortly. Once it's ready, I'll deliver it to your tent so everyone can enjoy a good meal and rest up." Meng Qilin beamed with delight. He was well aware of the capabilities of the official ability user team, and it was clear that only CS Shannon and a few others were truly formidable. The successful completion of their mission and their swift return undoubtedly owed much to Dark Knight's considerable efforts. "There's no need for formality, Captain. We have matters to attend to this afternoon, so a light lunch will suffice before we depart," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Leaving right after returning? Aren't you going to take a break?" CS Shannon interjected. Bai Yaoyao nodded in affirmation without elaborating. "Do you require assistance? Though my strength is average, I can still be of some help," CS Shannon inquired again. Meng Qilin was left astounded by CS Shannon's sudden enthusiasm. What on earth? How did this individual become so eager to help after just one outing and calling himself average when he always thought so highly of himself? Bai Yaoyao gracefully declined his offer. Neither Meng Qilin nor CS Shannon pressed further. Everyone had their own secrets. After Bai Yaoyao and her companions set up their tent and enjoyed a meal of stir-fried vegetables and rice, they prepared to continue their journey. They also let out the dog, Xiao Wei, De Miao, and the great sage to stretch their legs, while Xian Shi remained inside. Aside from their first encounter, Bai Yaoyao had not seen him conscious since. As soon as the dog was released, it yelped with excitement, bounding around energetically. With their newfound strength, they made swift progress, encountering few formidable zombies along the way. Arriving at the zoo, the great sage leaped ahead, his joy infectious, prompting smiles from the members of Dark Knight. As they strolled and chatted, a sudden roar from the great sage startled them, leading them to hastily rush towards Monkey Mountain, fearing he might be in danger. With her psychic abilities fully engaged, Bai Yaoyao sensed no high-energy threats nearby and felt a slight sense of relief. Upon arrival, however, they were met with a shocking sight. The entire Monkey Mountain was littered with the corpses of monkeys, severed limbs scattered about, the ground and rocks stained crimson with blood, the metallic scent overwhelming. Clearly, this massacre had occurred not long ago. It had only been a few days since their last visit, though that time had not been particularly lively. The vibrant demeanor of the little monkeys had left a lasting impression. The great sage stood alone on Monkey Mountain, sorrowfully pounding a rock with his fists. Chapter 67. Revenge. Xiao Wei gently caressed the great sage with branches and leaves, while Dogsy settled down, quietly keeping the great sage company. Bai Yaoyao carefully examined the corpses of the monkeys, concluding that they had been torn apart by a giant beast, as the wounds were quite similar, suggesting they had fallen victim to a mutated creature. "Great sage, you still have us," the monkeys whispered, crouching on the ground and tightly gripping the great sage's hand. Before they could finish their words, they heard rustling sounds emanating from the rockery, akin to the crunching of leaves underfoot. The group hurriedly shielded the great sage behind them, momentarily forgetting that he was a mutated beast capable of obliterating a level 3 zombie with a single blow. They simply felt that the great sage was in distress and needed protection and comfort, driven by the instinct to safeguard their companion. This sentiment extended even to the usually taciturn Stone and the indifferent Lulu. The great sage suddenly felt less suffocated, gazing at the group around him with a warm sensation. Was this what companionship felt like? Bai Yaoyao climbed atop the rockery, initially intending to use spatial slicing to break it apart, but was suddenly alerted by a series of squeaks, sensing something was amiss. Stepping forward, she peered into the cave and saw 3 larger monkeys encircling 2 smaller ones. The earlier sounds had likely come from the little monkeys, their mouths covered by the larger ones. As Bai Yaoyao advanced a step, the 3 larger monkeys bared their teeth, glaring at her as if to scare her away, while the 2 smaller monkeys curiously reached out toward her. Bai Yaoyao retreated a few steps and called out, "Great sage, come here. There are a few of your companions. Ask them what happened and if they wish to come with me." Upon hearing this, the great sage hurried over, chattering away with the monkeys for a considerable time. Bai Yaoyao remained patient, observing the scattered corpses with a hint of regret. These should have been her loyal employees. After a long while, the great sage returned with a few monkeys, informing her that they were willing to join her. Bai Yaoyao instructed the great sage to explain the situation regarding their journey to the spatial realm, and once they agreed, she gathered the monkeys into the space along with the great sage, allowing him to bond with the little ones, alleviating their fears. Bai Yaoyao felt a twinge of disappointment, uncertain whether these monkeys could assist with roasting meat or farming. Upon further inspection, she discovered that only one of the little monkeys was a level 1 mutated beast, while the others were ordinary monkeys. Still, she thought, better to have them than not. Perhaps their lack of mutation was what allowed them to escape this calamity. Yaoer, let us retreat. The blood hasn't even dried yet. We shouldn't provoke another ambush, Lulu advised. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly sensed a formidable energy rapidly approaching. There was no time to waste. As she spoke, she summoned Xian Qi, instructing it to activate the protective barrier. In an instant, a dark shadow lunged at them, which Bai Yaoyao noticed but chose to ignore. The shadow rebounded off the barrier, crashing to the ground in a daze, astonished as it looked at Bai Yaoyao and the others. It was only then that Yi and the others recognized the shadow for what it was, a fully black mutated leopard, its fur gleaming with darkness, blood and monkey fur staining its jaws. It was evident that it had slaughtered the monkeys of Monkey Mountain. Without wishing to waste time, Bai Yaoyao acted decisively. As she charged forward, the leopard did the same, transforming into a streak of black lightning, lunging at her. Bai Yaoyao's psychic abilities remained in constant motion, meticulously monitoring the leopard's every move. As the leopard pounced, she did not retreat but rather advanced, surprising the beast. Just as she was about to collide with the leopard, she slipped into the spatial realm and re-emerged a second later, delivering a powerful kick to the leopard's rear. The leopard was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of anger. This insult was far worse than the injury. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's smirk, the leopard felt a deep-seated contempt radiating from her. Once again, it charged at her, its dark visage seemingly flushed with indignation. As it closed in, it swiftly turned to avoid a repeat of its previous mistake, vowing to annihilate the cunning human. Bai Yaoyao had intended to confront the leopard head-on, only to find that it had a trick up its sleeve. Thus, she struck again at the spot she had targeted previously. This time, Chun Xian seized the opportunity to amplify her abilities, and the sound of cracking bones resonated in the air. The leopard lay dazed on the ground, its spine broken, struggling to move. Bai Yaoyao released the great sage, stating, "It is the murderer." The great sage stared blankly at Bai Yaoyao, bewildered. Was she truly avenging him? Bai Yaoyao expected him to charge at the mutated leopard to finish it off, but he unexpectedly ran towards her, hugging her leg tightly. Bai Yaoyao felt a shiver run down her spine, her face warming slightly, overwhelmed by discomfort. She hastily pulled the great sage away, clearing her throat and pointing at the leopard. "What are you doing? Go kill it. Its beast core will be yours." The great sage nodded obediently and dashed toward the leopard, pummeling its abdomen with bloodied fists. Bai Yaoyao watched with keen interest, appreciating the spectacle. After satisfying his urges, the great sage lifted the mutated leopard above his head and tore it in two, blood splattering all over him. He stood there for a moment, panting heavily, before turning to seek out Bai Yaoyao. She tossed her milk tea aside, raising her hand to refuse. "Don't come near me." The monkeys hurriedly restrained the great sage, helping him clean off the blood, warning him, "If you dare to embrace Sister Yao like that again, I fear she might kick you out of the zoo." The silly monkey scratched his head, finally understanding that his master disliked being dirty. Chapter 68. The natural awakening disrupted, having accomplished their mission, and with the sun setting, the group retreated directly to the safe zone. After many days of restless sleep, their bodies and minds were weary. Lacking appetite, they merely nibbled on some food to ease their hunger before heading straight to their tents. They planned to sleep in, unburdened by tasks for the following day, allowing themselves a moment of relaxation amidst the apocalypse. Upon entering the space, Bai Yaoyao was greeted by the eager dog, who rushed towards her. Seizing the opportunity while the dog was in good spirits, she affectionately patted its head. To her surprise, the dog suddenly expelled a level 4 black beast core, barking excitedly and pointing at Desheng. Bai Yaoyao soon grasped its intent. It was a gift from Desheng. Didn't I tell you to absorb it? She inquired. Desheng shook his head, gesturing towards himself and the two cats, indicating a 4 for himself and a 3 for the dog. Before placing the beast core into the dog's mouth, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but facepalm. Go on, eat it. You're the only one left at level 3. The dog, looking slightly miffed, carried the beast core away. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Bai Yaoyao tossed the dog a large bone, which instantly delighted it. The dog dropped the beast core and scampered off with the bone. Bai Yaoyao thought to herself, truly wanted to slap her own face. After teaching Desheng how to plant fruit trees, Bai Yaoyao succumbed to exhaustion and sought rest. With ample food and medicinal herbs at hand, she found fruits to be far more practical. At least they would be consumed daily, unlike the excessive stockpiles of flour that were of no use to her, as she neither knew how to cook nor had the time to learn. While she was particularly adept at planting, her method was simple: bury the seeds, cover them with soil, and water them. Whether they would sprout was a matter for another day. With the spring water accumulating from her recent travels, she instructed Desheng to drop a few drops of it on each seedling after planting. She also distributed some to Xin Shi and Xiao Wei before finally settling down to sleep. Collapsed on her comfortable bed, she slipped into slumber within mere seconds. Although the process of falling asleep was delightful, rising from it was met with irritation. Bai Yaoyao was roused by the incessant chatter outside her tent. Initially in a semi-conscious state, she attempted to ignore the growing clamor, which included complaints about the tents and sleep disturbances. But her fatigue made it difficult to comprehend the specifics. Ultimately, she was jolted awake by Lulu's loud exclamation. With resignation, she arose and stepped out of the space, only to find Lulu had already emerged from the tent. The dawn was barely breaking, and glancing at the time revealed it was not yet 6 o'clock, prompting her to curse the disturbance. The promise of a natural awakening had vanished. Why must they be so bothersome first thing in the morning? Upon hearing Lulu's voice, Bai Yaoyao sensed that Lulu was on the brink of fury. If she did not intervene soon, matters could escalate. Who do you think you are? Acting so high and mighty? Lulu was undoubtedly the most temperamental individual in their group. However, she bore no grudges as she confronted her adversaries directly. Lulu, take a breath. Return to sleep. I'll handle this, Monkey urged, noticing the sparks of electricity flickering in Lulu's hands. As Bai Yaoyao stepped outside, she spotted Meng Qilin looking somewhat sheepish. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I will resolve this immediately, he said. Bai Yaoyao squinted to assess the situation. A girl in a flamboyant dress glared at Lulu, exuding an air of defiance, seemingly itching for a confrontation. The sheer absurdity of her attire made Bai Yaoyao wonder if she had no regard for the zombies or mutated beasts, or even the apocalypse itself. Meng, I believe my request is not unreasonable. When you brought us here, your words were quite flattering, but now you can't even provide a decent tent. The girl, resembling a proud peacock, arched her neck and crossed her arms defiantly. Bai Yaoyao was utterly baffled. What tent? Seeing Bai Yaoyao had joined them, Meng Qilin felt increasingly awkward as sounds of awakening emanated from the other tents. Miss Lin, let us discuss this elsewhere. We shouldn't disturb others. The girl persisted. Why don't you ask if my father is resting well? How can 2 people occupy such a large tent while 3 of us are crammed into a small one? If my father cannot rest, how can he conduct his research? Understanding the situation, Bai Yaoyao deduced that this girl was likely a privileged offspring, exhibiting the classic symptoms of a princess complex, while Meng Qilin appeared unable to handle the situation. Bai Yaoyao observed that both Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon were far from her initial impressions. They seemed rather inexperienced, with Xie Shannon still somewhat naive and Meng Qilin appearing rather foolish. As her comrades emerged, Bai Yaoyao decided to gather everyone, setting up tables and chairs while laying out toiletries and an assortment of breakfast foods. There was little small talk. They quickly washed up and dove into the food. Having returned the previous night without a proper meal and now ravenously hungry. Continue as you were. We'll just watch the show, Bai Yaoyao remarked as she munched on a fried dough stick. This unexpected behavior left both the girl and Meng Qilan momentarily stunned. They had anticipated Bai Yaoyao to be furious or at least understanding, but instead, she seemed utterly unfazed and merely interested in the unfolding drama. You're quite right, Shannon. Bai Yaoyao's thought process is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, he noted. Suddenly incensed, the girl directed her ire at Bai Yaoyao. Who do you think you are? Just because you're an ability user, you think you're superior? Believe me, I can prevent you from entering the D-City base. Bai Yaoyao calmly nodded. I believe you. The girl appeared momentarily speechless, as if struck by an unseen force. Ultimately, she turned to Meng Qilan. I don't care. Get us a larger tent immediately. My father is easy to deal with, but I am not. Miss Lin, I hope you can understand that the safe zone is currently overcrowded. Tents are in short supply, and typically 8 people share one, Meng Qilan attempted to explain, but he was abruptly interrupted. Don't give me those excuses. I want this tent. No, this belongs to someone else. The girl transformed into a furious tempest. Is this your approach to problem solving? Bai Yaoyao was reminded of the mutated rat swarm she encountered at the supply depot, and she couldn't help but chuckle at the resemblance between the girl's tantrum and the chaotic rodents. What are you laughing at? The girl shouted. I'm laughing at you, Bai Yaoyao replied honestly. In a fit of rage, the girl picked up a rock and hurled it at Bai Yaoyao. Satisfied, Bai Yaoyao thought, exactly. If you can throw a punch, why not use your words? She seized a piece of hard bread from the table, which had gone untouched due to its toughness, and returned the stone in kind, striking her squarely between the eyes. Bravo, Yaoyao. What remarkable aim. Lulu exhaled, finally easing her pent-up frustration, having been unable to vent her anger moments earlier. Chapter 69. Lin Jingying's daughter Meng Qilan was utterly taken aback, having just sent someone to fetch the girl's father. He found himself amidst chaos. Why did things escalate so quickly? Bai Yaoyao had not exerted herself in the slightest, yet the girl's forehead was swollen and bleeding. Bai Yaoyao anticipated a new display of theatrics from the girl, but instead, she stood there, stunned and seemingly terrified, as if frozen in place. Bai Yaoyao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Was this truly all there was? Where was the flair of a second-generation fighter? This lack of accomplishment was disheartening. Just then, footsteps approached. Upon looking up, she recognized Professor Lin Jingying. A closer inspection of the girl confirmed a striking resemblance. So, this was indeed Lin Jingying's daughter. Bai Yaoyao furrowed her brow. Initially, this seemed a trivial matter, and if it became too bothersome, she could discreetly eliminate the problem. However, she could not afford to let Lin Jingying die. They needed him for his developments in pharmaceuticals. This made the situation quite delicate. In her previous life, there had been no mention of Lin Jingying having a family. Could it be that she had saved both of them? Observing in silence, Bai Yaoyao decided to gauge Lin Jingying's reaction before speaking. To her surprise, upon Lin Jingying's arrival, he wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap to the girl's face, disregarding the blood oozing from her forehead. You hit me? Can't you see I'm hurt? The girl exclaimed, her defenses shattered, covering her face as she roared in outrage. I struck you because your mother has spoiled you to the point of absurdity. If you and your mother continue to stir up trouble, don't blame me for being merciless, Lin Jingying retorted loudly. The girl shot him a venomous glare before turning and fleeing, glancing back at Bai Yaoyao with a look that betrayed her malice. Bai Yaoyao waved dismissively, unperturbed. Lin Jingying approached Meng Qilan, apologizing. I'm sorry for the trouble my daughter has caused. I was up late last night, and didn't notice when she left this morning. Not an issue, Professor Lin. Allow me to introduce you to Captain Bai, Meng Qilan replied. It's quite a coincidence. You were both in the same villa district. And it was Captain Bai's team healer who treated your injuries back then. Lin Jingying paused, bowing slightly in gratitude. Bai Yaoyao and the others shifted aside, wary of receiving such deference from an elder, fearing it might shorten their lifespan. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Secondly, I apologize for my ungrateful daughter's antics. Having a daughter late in life and being often absent has led to her being spoiled. It is my duty as her father to apologize to you all. Lin Jingying spoke sincerely. Lulu, initially fuming over the girl's injury, found her anger dissipating upon hearing the father's apology. She nodded curtly, huffed in response, and retreated to the tent for a nap. Bai Yaoyao suggested everyone return to rest while she stayed behind to manage the aftermath. Most members of the Dark Knight organization were neither inclined nor adept at dealing with outsiders, making such tasks fall to Bai Yaoyao, despite her own aversion to it, had inherited the organization from her unreliable master before his passing. Meng Qilin glanced at Bai Yaoyao, feeling somewhat awkward. She reassured him, "It's fine. We'll leave it at that for now. My team members tend to have short tempers. Should this occur again, it may not be so easily resolved." "I understand, and I will keep a close watch on her," Lin Jingying replied earnestly. "All right, I will take my leave to rest," Bai Yaoyao concluded, smiling as she nodded to Lin Jingying and Meng Qilin before heading back to the tent. Professor Lin returned to gather several vacuum-sealed packages of chicken legs, wings, and tofu he had saved over the past few days, sending them with a young soldier to Bai Yaoyao as a gesture of apology and gratitude. Once he had closed the tent, he convened a family meeting. The surrounding young soldiers instinctively distanced themselves, having witnessed such gatherings before. The institution of marriage had proven to be quite daunting, and the prospect of raising a troublesome daughter was even more fearsome. Upon receiving the items, Bai Yaoyao accepted them graciously. It was only natural for a father to clean up after his daughter's mess. Fortunately, Lin Jingying was a reasonable man, not overly indulgent with his daughter. As everyone settled back in for a nap, Bai Yaoyao felt no fatigue and planned to cultivate her abilities in her private space. In the afternoon, she intended to lead her team in search of zombies, aiming to elevate her psychic powers to level 4 for a safer journey to D-City. Her thoughts drifted to the mall she had not dared to enter previously, wondering if their current strength would allow them to explore it. From a description given by the surviving girl, it seemed there was a poisonous zombie inside, and with proper precautions, they could manage. Arriving at the small wooden house, Bai Yaoyao noticed with surprise that the newly planted fruit trees had sprouted. How amusing! Even with her limited knowledge, she understood that fruit trees required a long growing period. However, this was a positive development. She tossed a box of bananas to the great sage, instructing him to share with the monkeys before hastily returning inside to continue her training. It was only upon hearing Lulu call out for food from outside the space that she emerged from her meditative state. "Yaoyao, I'm hungry. You should have eaten properly this morning." "I was full then," Lulu retorted stubbornly. "Were you satisfied by merely being angry? You're an adult. Can you really be upset by a little girl?" Bai Yaoyao teased. "I was merely trying to avoid causing you trouble. Otherwise, I would have dealt with her the moment I stepped outside," Lulu replied. "It's all right. As long as you're happy, fight if you must," Bai Yaoyao said, playfully pinching Lulu's earlobe. "Honestly, I don't want to be a fugitive before the apocalypse and still be one afterward. Collaborating with the authorities isn't so bad. At least we have a fallback," Lulu insisted. After a moment's reflection, she added, "Your sweet talking could easily make you a notorious womanizer if you were a man. I am not. I have never. Don't you dare spread such rumors. I have been devoted to you alone for all these years," Bai Yaoyao vehemently denied. Lulu lay down, covering her head with a blanket, unwilling to engage further with Bai Yaoyao. With a chuckle, Bai Yaoyao returned to her space, finding the great sage and several little monkeys still busy planting fruit trees. The available planting area was nearly full, and her spirits soared at the sight. Feeling a sudden impulse, she clapped her thighs and decided to prepare a hearty lunch. When her comrades awoke, they would surely be moved to tears. Chapter 70. Sister Yao cooks. Observing the array of ingredients she had gathered, Bai Yaoyao clutched a small basket, meticulously selecting her provisions as if she were at a marketplace. A handful of mutated beasts frolicked behind her, creating a lively scene. And Bai Yaoyao increasingly felt like a zookeeper, her entourage growing ever larger. Cats, dogs, monkeys, and even a rabbit, captured at the zoo in Damp. Oppo's entrance, due to its diminutive size and lack of meat, had all become part of her peculiar menagerie. This rabbit was rather amusing. It had spent days cowering in a corner, fearing for its safety, only to discover that, in Bai Yaoyao's absence, it had forged clandestine friendships with the mutated beasts. Observing the dog dutifully guarding the little rabbit, Bai Yaoyao realized that rabbit meat was no longer an option. Unexpectedly clever, the rabbit had managed to survive against the odds, and she shrugged off the loss of a mere 2 taels of meat. Regaining her focus, Bai Yaoyao diligently selected the ingredients she desired, mindful of waste, and decided to prepare a hearty salad and cola chicken wings, dishes that were virtually foolproof. For added assurance, she sought out a comprehensive cookbook, but after skimming just a couple of lines, frustration set in. Reading had never been her strong suit. 3 lines at most, and she would be overcome by drowsiness. Had it not been for her master's insistence on learning to read, the entire group would have been illiterate, save for Chen Xian, the diligent scholar among them. Bored, the dog meandered off to play, while the little rabbit glanced nervously at the knife in Bai Yaoyao's hand, trembling before scampering off to join the dog. Even the big cat, disinterested, went to sharpen its claws on the scratching post. Only the great sage remained steadfastly by her side, observing her as she read, nodding occasionally in understanding. Amused, Bai Yaoyao tossed the book to the great sage, who seemed captivated by the colorful illustrations. Great sage, this is not merely about roasting meat. It is quite complex. You may not grasp it. But wait, I'll prepare chicken wings for you. The great sage paused, perplexed by her address. Sister, aren't you my master? Moreover, he wondered why it seemed so difficult when the illustrations made it appear straightforward. Nevertheless, he nodded obediently, recognizing the need to listen more and work hard in this new environment. After washing her hands, Bai Yaoyao rinsed the vegetables and chicken wings she had chosen. Once completed, she chopped the vegetables and arranged them on a plate, simple yet satisfying. Reflecting on her past experiences with salads, she realized she needed some seasoning and set about concocting a tangy dressing, incorporating rice wine, sugar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, and MSG. Anything she could think of. The great sage watched in awe, utterly astonished. Was her intention to create a delightful dish or to concoct some form of mischief? Once the dressing was prepared, she poured it over the arranged vegetables. Though it appeared somewhat unappealing, Bai Yaoyao reassured herself that it was a commendable effort considering her novice status. As long as it was edible, that sufficed. Next, she turned her attention to the cola chicken wings. After soaking the wings in water, she retrieved a new dagger to score the meat for flavor absorption, only then realizing that a kitchen knife would have sufficed. But she dismissed the thought as inconsequential. She placed the wings in a bowl, poured in a bottle of cola, and let them marinate, adding a few drops of spring water to prevent disaster. Setting up an induction cooker and a frying pan, she poured in oil and began to stir-fry. After a flurry of activity, she noted that the wings were indeed cooked, albeit they appeared somewhat unusual, different from her expectations. Lacking the courage to sample her creation first, she turned to the great sage, who had been diligently following her, and hesitated to put him in such a position. Thus she called out, "Dog, come here. 3, 2, 1. Before she could finish, the dog dashed over. Bai Yaoyao seized a chicken wing and thrust it into the dog's mouth. The dog's expression transitioned from initial excitement to one of perplexity, its tongue flicking out in protest. In that instant, Bai Yaoyao understood it was a failure. Thankfully, she hadn't offered it to the others, or she would have been the subject of ridicule. It was a pity to waste so many ingredients, especially since stories claimed that anything made with spring water would be delectable. What a falsehood. Fortunately, there was still the salad. Grabbing the escaping dog, she crammed a piece of vegetable into its mouth. The dog resisted vehemently, but Bai Yaoyao exerted her will. Ultimately, the dog expelled not only the salad, but also a torrent of yellowish-white substance, splattering Bai Yaoyao in the process. She released the dog and resigned herself to a shower. Ah well, everyone has their strengths. Why should she impose undue pressure upon herself? The flicker of interest that had ignited within her extinguished entirely. After calming herself, Bai Yaoyao decided to clean up the mess. To her surprise, she found the great sage poised to devour a chicken wing. She was too late to intervene, opting not to rush over and risk another mess. 2 minutes passed, and to her astonishment, the great sage not only refrained from regurgitating the wing, but had completely consumed it. Her excitement surged. Could it be that she was a culinary prodigy? As she approached for a closer inspection, she realized that the chicken wings looked quite different from her own creation, evidently tampered with. Gazing at the great sage in disbelief, he grinned and offered her the empty plate. Bai Yaoyao pinched a piece and tasted it finding it surprisingly palatable. Not exceptional, but certainly edible. Without hesitation, she gathered a collection of illustrated recipes and presented them to the great sage, softly saying, "Great sage, you can replicate these dishes. Feel free to gather any ingredients you need, as long as there's no waste. If you desire fruit, just take it." The great sage felt an overwhelming surge of affection from Bai Yaoyao, nodding enthusiastically. Bai Yaoyao felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. Eventually, every dish would be consumed, and she couldn't rely on instant noodles or fast food forever. Outsourcing cooking was unreliable. One must always remain cautious. But now, with the great sage by her side, she felt reassured. Yet, was her culinary skill truly inferior to that of Monkey? It seemed absurd. With the newly prepared chicken wings and salad in hand, Bai Yaoyao emerged from her space, calling for everyone to join her for a meal. After all, they needed to be nourished for the tasks ahead. "Come and taste the meal I prepared," she proclaimed boldly, unabashed in her confidence. "Sister Yao, I'm on a diet, so I won't eat. Sister Yao, my tooth hurts, I can't eat. Sister Yao, I have a headache and can't get out of bed. Oh, I feel so unwell. Am I ill?" Bai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, declaring, "No excuses. Everyone come and eat." Lulu chimed in, "Sister Yao, why be so stubborn? You eat first. If you eat, I'll eat." Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao grabbed a chicken wing and began to devour it. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Was she truly that bold, starting to eat herself? Chapter 71. Confronting the poisonous zombie, Bai Yaoyao, with an unperturbed demeanor, finished an entire chicken wing, while the others, skeptical, dared to taste it. Surprisingly, it was rather palatable. "Speak up, who made this?" Lulu inquired. Taking her first bite, she instantly recognized that it couldn't possibly have been Bai Yaoyao's doing. Although it was tea gourmet, at least the seasonings were correctly applied. Could Bai Yaoyao truly distinguish between oyster sauce and soy sauce? "It was made by me," Bai Yaoyao insisted stubbornly. Fat Brother chuckled. "I refuse to believe it. I'd sooner think it was the great sage's handiwork." The monkey nodded. "That must be it. The great sage can certainly roast meat. So this should be a piece of cake." "Wow, the great sage is truly impressive," Peichi praised. Bai Yaoyao, feeling helpless, decided to remain silent. Even attempting to boast was proving difficult. 2 dishes were insufficient for everyone, and since the great sage had proven his culinary skills, he didn't hold back, presenting 7 or 8 dishes alongside a bucket of rice and 10 large steamed buns, leaving everyone's mouths watering. Typically, those with abilities had larger appetites, given their high energy requirements and rapid consumption. After finishing their meal, they took a moment to rest and digest. Bai Yaoyao tossed out some toxic masks and protective suits, stating, "Come, wear these. We're heading back to that mall to deal with the poisonous zombie." "All right, that zombie must be at least level 4, right?" Fat Brother remarked as he examined the protective suit, uncertain if his bulk would fit. "It's definitely level 4. Are we being beckoned by the level 4 crystal core?" The monkey suggested. Xiaomi, hands on hips and laughing, chimed in, "Haha, my light ability has finally reached level 3, allowing me to purify a unit of negative status." Bai Yaoyao glanced at Xiaomi, suspecting he'd been burning the midnight oil. During this exhausting period, she had succumbed to a restful slumber, while Xiaomi was still diligently cultivating. Thus, she complimented him, "Xiaomi, impressive. Your speed is remarkable. With your level 3 light ability, we are assured of success." "What success?" "Captain Bai, you're heading out?" Xia Shannon arrived just in time to hear the news of their impending excursion. "Are you all made of iron? You returned yesterday without resting, and now you wish to continue?" Bai Yaoyao noticed Xia Shannon approaching, his hands carrying a chicken and a duck. The cool demeanor of the beautiful young man seemed to falter. "Indeed, everyone is restless. We previously encountered a level 4 zombie, but we lack the strength to confront it. Hence our desire to collect it now," Bai Yaoyao explained. Xia Shannon, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh, is it the poisonous zombie from Wanda Plaza in the city center? That's level 4? Old Ming had asked me to lead a team to clear it tomorrow. Thankfully, we haven't gone yet, or we would have been caught unawares." Bai Yaoyao pursed her lips, puzzled by Xia Shannon's loquaciousness. "Not all. Your water ability should also be level 4, right?" Xia Shannon nodded. "Yesterday, over 100 soldiers and 30 ability users were dispatched to take down that level 4 zombie. Fortunately, It had a crystal core. After absorbing it at night, I not only ascended to level 4, but seemed to have mutated as well. My water can now freeze into ice, possessing a lethality far superior to level 3. However, Xie Shannon was acutely aware that Bai Yaoyao surpassed him in strength. Captain Bai, I bring you this. It's also a mutated beast, quite flavorful, and can restore some stamina, though its lesser level means it 1T restore much, far inferior to the mutated python meat you provided, Xie Shannon stated. Upon receiving it, Bai Yaoyao inquired, did you visit the breeding grounds? Were the gains substantial? Yes, quite plentiful, with dozens of each variety, though they were quite rowdy. We dispatched over 10 overnight, Xie Shannon replied. Bai Yaoyao desired a few live specimens for her space. After some contemplation, she remarked, Captain Meng wants you to clear the poisonous zombies for the sake of the mall supplies. Doesn't he? Send a few individuals with us. We want to take the supplies, but upon our return, provide me with a few live mutated chickens and ducks. Without hesitation, Xie Shan agreed, recognizing that Old Meng would never refuse such an opportunity. Bai Yaoyao waited at the entrance to the safe zone. Shortly thereafter, 3 large trucks emerged, and the occupants waved to Bai Yaoyao and her companions. Satisfied that everyone was in place, they set off. On the road, Level 0 and Level 1 zombies were scarcely seen. Primarily, there were Level 2 and some Level 3. This posed little concern. However, Bai Yaoyao was increasingly wary of the rising number of mutated beasts. Reflecting on the geographical features of City H, she understood it was nearly surrounded by mountains, naturally leading to a greater presence of mutated creatures. Wild animals had harbored significant hostility towards humans even before the apocalypse, exhibiting fierce instincts and aggressive tendencies. This had only intensified since. It seemed that City H was not a place to linger for long. Once the mutated beasts began their descent from the mountains, trouble would surely follow. In truth, mutated beasts possessed a heightened sense of danger compared to humans, which accounted for the lack of formidable attacks during their journey. Weak creatures merely served to enhance the meal for Yi. Thus, they reached Wanda Plaza in the city center without incident. Everyone donned their protective suits and gas masks inside the vehicle before disembarking, as the air was visibly tainted with a faint black haze, intensifying near the mall. Bai Yaoyao advanced to the forefront, using her mental strength to probe, discovering only a singular energy source within the mall, meaning only one zombie remained. Intending to venture further, she soon realized the gas masks were ineffective against the potent toxins, prompting her to retreat. Even though Xiaomi could dispel negative states, he needed to reach the poisonous zombie first. Entering now would exhaust him without enabling him to assist everyone. This is intolerable, Sister Yao. My nose is burning, the monkey exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it's impossible to enter. We must devise a method to lure it out. How do we draw it out? I'm uncertain if the mutated beasts are affected by the toxins. I'll summon Dog Brother to test it, Bai Yaoyao responded. Dog was comfortably lounging in the space, a newly acquired rabbit diligently massaging his back. Upon bringing Dog out, Bai Yaoyao and her companions couldn't help but envy the scene, a creature truly savoring life, being pampered. The little rabbit, startled by the sudden crowd, dove beneath Dog's belly. Bai Yaoyao intended to inquire whether Dog feared the toxins, but upon seeing him weak-kneed and dizzy, she understood. After Xiaomi dispelled Dog's negative state, they returned him to the space, pondering alternative strategies. At that moment, she noticed that the rabbit, which had not been returned, seemed unaffected. Chapter 72. The Little Rabbit's Contribution. Is this little rabbit all right? Lulu inquired, lifting the small creature. Is it not afraid of poison? Or perhaps it possesses a strong resistance to toxins? Bai Yaoyao had not anticipated this outcome. She had initially considered using fire to drive him out, but the noise could attract formidable foes. This unexpected turn of events, however, proved fortuitous. Little rabbit, should you perform admirably today, I assure you, you shall never be consumed again, Bai Yaoyao tempted enticingly. The little rabbit shook its head vigorously, protesting, I refuse. I am merely a secondary mutated rabbit, devoid of any offensive capabilities. What do you wish for me to do? You are far too cruel. How can you bully such an adorable bunny? Seeing the rabbit's plight, Lulu tossed it aside, saying, "Dare to run, and I shall roast you in an instant." The little rabbit, quaking in fear, prepared to flee but was paralyzed with terror, nearly wetting itself. "Forget it, Yaoyao. This creature appears to lack much sense. Dada Huan he marked jizdain fuli." The rabbit, hearing this, nodded fervently, its large, watery eyes appearing quite pitiful. Perhaps a softer heart might grant it reprieve. "Do not feign innocence before me. I provide you with sustenance, shelter, and care. Is it too much to ask that you perform a task? Should you fail, you shall become roasted rabbit for dinner. Do not think that the dog can save you," Bai Yaoyao warned menacingly. The little rabbit continued to tremble, yet its observant eyes revealed its intentions. "Be a good rabbit. Merely lure out the larger creatures within, and the rest shall not concern you. It is not perilous. You run quite swiftly," Peichi spoke gently. Bai Yaoyao, growing impatient, interjected, "Stop indulging it with idle chatter. Just eliminate it." Peichi quickly countered, "No, the little rabbit is quite brave. It shall succeed." The two exchanged words, one insisting on action while the other championed the rabbit's potential. The little rabbit, feeling somewhat confused, glanced around the marketplace, then at the 12 menacing figures surrounding it. Resigned to its fate, it decided to proceed. "Do not think I am unaware of your performance. I am not as gullible as that dog. However, should I refuse the task, while it may not lead to my demise, I certainly would not enjoy the spoils. Besides, I cannot bear to leave such a safe haven, so I shall give a try." Nodding resolutely, the little rabbit dashed towards the marketplace, glancing back with tear-filled eyes, silently hoping the others would feel pity and prevent its departure. To its dismay, everyone waved their hands in unison, as if they had conspired beforehand. "Very well, I have overthought this." The rabbit diminished its size to that of a grain of rice, skimming along the wall as it slipped inside. "Wow, this little rabbit possesses remarkable skills. A mere secondary mutated beast, yet it can withstand toxins and even shrink in size," Xiao Shi remarked in awe. "Indeed, this is a unique discovery. If it returns safely, we can nurture it further," Bai Yaoyao concurred. As soon as the rabbit entered the marketplace, the toxin-infused zombies became aware of its presence, but remained motionless. Such a tiny morsel would barely satisfy. It is better to let it wither away slowly, they thought. The rabbit assessed its surroundings, noting the concentration of toxic gas was highest at the center. Despite its diminutive size, its speed had significantly increased, and soon it spotted the shadow of a toxin zombie. The creature was dozing against the wall. Sensing the rabbit's presence, it turned to flee. If the zombie followed, the task would be complete. In its fright, the rabbit failed to notice the situation behind it, and only realized near the entrance that the zombie had not moved at all. Considering the 12 brutish men outside and the alluring green grass, the rabbit steeled itself and ventured back. The toxin zombie, uninterested in this little creature, recognized its resistance to toxins and chose to ignore it. However, the rabbit, emboldened, continued to flit in and out of its territory without any regard for boundaries. Frustrated, the zombie hurled a toxic grenade, hoping to crush the rabbit rather than poison it. Yet, the rabbit's speed was remarkable, and it easily evaded the attack. "Forget it," the zombie thought. The rabbit had expected that provoking the zombie would compel it to follow, yet the creature simply resumed its nap. Why is this zombie so lethargic? Akin to Grandpa Xianqi? With no other option, the rabbit attempted to return, but no matter how it twisted and turned, the zombie remained indifferent. Its courage began to swell. It spotted a small round ball on the ground, retreated to gather momentum, and kicked it with all its might. The rabbit shot it like a soccer ball, striking the zombie squarely in the nostrils. The rabbit remained poised to flee, but the zombie merely blinked in bewilderment before closing its eyes once more. It can endure that. Thus, the rabbit began to revel in its antics, kicking various objects with glee. Feeling overly small and hindered by its size, it decided to enlarge itself several times, reaching a height equal to a person, then began to dance mockingly before the zombie, even letting out a fart. Just as it prepared to continue its mischief, the zombie suddenly sprang to life, charging towards it at great speed. The little rabbit was taken aback and dashed away in fright. The toxin zombie was enraged, thinking, "I can tolerate many things, but not that flatulence." Yaoyao, is this rabbit reliable? We have been lying in wait for over half an hour with no sign of action, Xiaoshu queried. Let us wait a bit longer. If it fails, I shall take Xiaomi and Adeo with me. Our trio can swiftly escape, Bai Yaoyao replied. Do you think this timid rabbit will actually make a run for it? Lulu, now bored, had taken to drawing circles on the ground. Prepare yourselves. Is about to emerge, Bai Yaoyao exclaimed, sensing two energies, one strong, one weak, rushing toward the entrance. Everyone braced themselves as Bai Yaoyao glanced at Adeo. He nodded in understanding. When the rabbit bolted out, mere seconds later, the toxin zombie followed, furious and driven by the scent of humans, disregarding everything else. It solely sought to eliminate the creature that could alter its size. Bai Yaoyao, noticing this, felt a surge of joy, wondering what the rabbit had done to distract the zombie so thoroughly. As the zombie emerged, Bai Yaoyao held her breath, teleporting directly in front of it, wielding a large cleaver aimed at its neck. Unfortunately, the blow did not sever completely, but Adeo quickly followed up with another strike. Fearing the zombie might not be truly defeated, Bai Yaoyao continued to strike, hastily extracting its crystal core. The formidable fourth-level toxin zombie met its dramatic demise in this manner. Due to the excessive toxic gas inhaled, Bai Yaoyao and Adeo felt dizzy, prompting Xiaomi to swiftly alleviate their ailments. Chapter 73. Daily life. The little rabbit observed the demise of the zombies, and seeing that the 12 ruffians had sustained no injuries, it confidently strutted back. Initially intending to ingratiate itself for a reward, it found itself trembling again under Bai Yaoyao's glance. With a resigned tone, Bai Yaoyao remarked, "You performed admirably this time. This should cover your food and lodging for a month," as she tossed a carrot to the little rabbit, which promptly vanished into her spatial realm. The little rabbit, elated with the carrot in its embrace, recalled the care Dog Brother had shown it over the past few days and rushed to share its bounty. However, Dog Brother exhibited no interest at all, looking at it with a pitiful expression. Ultimately, Dog Brother dragged out a large bone from its nest and tossed it to the rabbit. Witnessing that Dog Brother disregarded the carrot, the rabbit felt an even greater joy, settling down and gnawing on the bone, exclaiming, "Delicious! Absolutely delightful!" Engaging in such tasks is rather enjoyable, due to the prolonged existence of the toxic zombies. The noxious gas lingered even after their demise. Inside the shopping mall, the air was thick with a dark fog, shattering the surrounding glass windows for ventilation. Everyone opted to wait in their vehicles, while Xiao surely utilized her wind-based abilities to dissipate the poison as quickly as possible, with Chun Xian providing assistance to amplify her efforts. After nearly 2 hours, the toxic gas finally cleared, exhausting both Xiao Shirley and Chun Xian's powers. Fortunately, there was little else requiring intervention. The absence of further threats was a relief. Bai Yaoyao signaled for the officials to collect supplies. She accompanied her companions into the mall for a brief inspection, only to find that most items had been severely corroded and were hardly worth salvaging, including the glass and counters. The officials primarily sought various clothing, shoes, and outdoor gear, and Bai Yaoyao chose not to join the fray. They gathered some attractive trinkets from several jewelers and gold shops before reconvening outside. The officials had brought a space ability user, making multiple trips until the shopping mall was filled to capacity. They informed Bai Yaoyao and her group before heading back. Big Gaju poked his head out of the vehicle and observed, "Their haul isn't substantial. They managed to fill 3 large trucks, but none are completely loaded. That is still commendable, but anything related to food must be discarded. If even the glass is corroded, no seal can hold," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Indeed, can the clothes they collected even be worn? They seem to emanate a black mist," the monkey remarked. Bai Yaoyao cast a sidelong glance at the monkey and stated, "Why not wear them? Until you reach a point of desperation, remember how you once salvaged a complete suit from a zombie and reveled in it for days." Searching for mirrors. "Really? I don't seem like the type to care much about appearances," the monkey replied skeptically. Bai Yaoyao candidly responded, "It's because you were in love." "What? No way." The monkey has progressed. Instantly, everyone perked up, quietly awaiting Bai Yaoyao to continue. With a gentle sigh, Bai Yaoyao continued, "That girl was not sincere. She sold our information to our adversary, resulting in casualties and injuries during a mission. After returning, you must eliminate that girl. The monkey stood there, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Was he truly so oblivious? How could he not discern her sincerity and endanger his comrades? Sister Yao, I'm sorry. I spare me your apologies. What happened in the past will not recur in this life, Bai Yaoyao interrupted. It was essential to voice these concerns, for this lifetime had unfolded too smoothly. A timely warning was necessary, lest her brothers encounter misfortune. Who is this girl, tarnishing my brother's reputation? I must preemptively deal with her. Dai squinted, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together, clearly itching for action. Bai Yaoyao chuckled. There won't be an opportunity. I will handle her before the apocalypse at the concert of a Zhou Tianwang. Really, Sister Yao? That was your doing? That incident even trended on social media. Indeed, Bai Yaoyao nodded. Let's make a pact. Until the apocalypse concludes, no romantic entanglements shall be entertained. Once it ends, I shall cover all dowries and wedding expenses for you. Deal. Ha ha. With so many dowries, that and Apo's. That's quite a sum. Sister Yao and Apo's. Generosity is commendable. Apocalypse, do hurry and end. I wish to marry. Upon returning to the safe zone and parking the vehicle, Bai Yaoyao sought out Meng Qilin for chickens and ducks. Soon, she summoned Desheng, intending to impart some culinary skills, recognizing the child's potential and knowing that as a parent, she must fully support such endeavors. Captain Bai, you're back so soon? Meng Qilin inquired. Bai Yaoyao nodded. There's only one zombie in the mall. Thus, our speed was expedited. May I procure some chickens and ducks? I am eagerly anticipating a sumptuous meal tonight. Meng Qilin readily replied, no problem. I'm a bit busy, but I'll send someone to take you there. You can each have 7. Excellent. Captain Meng is generous. Bai Yaoyao exclaimed. Upon arrival, she was greeted by a chaotic scene filled with flapping chickens and quacking ducks, all engaged in a fray, leaving no corner untroubled. Bai Yaoyao managed to catch 7 of the most spirited ones, planning to raise them for a while and explore the possibility of breeding. Though past attempts had failed due to low reproduction rates among mutated beasts, she hoped the outcome might be different within her spatial realm. As she prepared to leave, she noticed 2 pigs lying nearby, resembling small mountains. Their appearance was unchanged from before the apocalypse, yet their energy aura clearly indicated they had mutated. Bai Yaoyao blinked in surprise. The thought of pork dishes was tantalizing, as there were countless recipes to explore. She approached Meng Qilin again, successfully trading 10 tents and 10 boxes of Dolly Garden cakes for 1 pig. Bai Yaoyao generously gifted Meng Qilin a box of Huazi cigarettes. Noticing the sparkle in his eyes, she recognized his delight. Though Meng Qilin was tempted, he initially hesitated, and Bai Yaoyao was tactful enough to present it only after negotiations were concluded, avoiding any implications of bribery, merely a friendly offering. Ultimately, unable to resist, Meng Qilin accepted the gift. Once Bai Yaoyao and her group departed, he quickly found a secluded spot roadside and indulged in a cigarette. Chapter 74. A grand undertaking. Bai Yaoyao entrusted the great sage to Chef Li, instructing him to teach the great sage the art of cooking before they departed from the safety zone. She presented a meticulously crafted menu of her and her brother's favorite dishes to Master Li, urging him to adhere to it as closely as possible. After leaving behind a box of instant noodles, she departed, stating that the overall tuition would be contingent upon the great sage's learning progress. Chef Li was thrilled. Captain Bai had proven to be exceedingly generous in their previous collaboration, and he was determined to pour his heart and soul into teaching the great sage. Hardly sleeping in his fervor, the great sage, understanding his master's fondness for delicious food, committed himself to learning with great diligence. However, Chef Li's initial excitement gradually transformed into existential doubt. Was this truly a mere monkey? Why was it so astute, far surpassing his own apprentices? After only a few days, the great sage had nearly mastered the skills that had taken him years to develop. This was indeed a significant blow to his pride. Aside from the great sage, the team had been taking on tasks during this time. When they grew weary of missions, they would meander around, hunting for meat, which alleviated any sense of boredom. Each member had consumed a round of spatial spring water, but aside from Chun Xian, who had awakened a new ability to restore energy, The others had not experienced any further awakenings. Bai Yaoyao speculated that the probability of awakening single-type abilities alongside the spring water was higher. Merely possessing abilities was of little use. Mastery was paramount. While absorbing the energy from the cores of level 4 poison-type zombies, they had given one to Dai, but regrettably, he could not achieve a breakthrough, leaving the child disheartened for quite some time. In her desire to train herself and her brothers, Bai Yaoyao orchestrated a grand event, attracting nearly 200 zombies. The entire Dark Knight team and mutated beasts joined forces to see if they could withstand the onslaught. Even the great sage paused his culinary studies to engage in battle alongside everyone else. The entire team and their beasts were brimming with excitement, eager to charge into the fray. Of course, Xianxi was only responsible for filming. Otherwise, once the protective barrier was lifted, the fun would be over. Initially, all went well, with everyone fighting vigorously, but gradually, the surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to swarm in greater numbers. No matter how many they felled, it seemed never-ending, leaving no time to collect the cores, while their abilities dwindled rapidly. "Captain, up ahead is the Dark Knight. They're surrounded by a horde of zombies. There must be hundreds." Upon hearing his team members' report, Shannon hurried over, hoping to provide cover for their retreat. However, upon arriving, he realized he had overestimated the situation. "Shouldn't we intervene, Captain?" "No need to. They're doing this on purpose." "What? On purpose? Are they mad?" "It's for the sake of becoming stronger. Didn't you notice the camera still standing in the front? They probably wish to analyze the battle for flaws and practice as a group." "Impressive," Shannon remarked, a hint of envy lacing his tone, mixed with a touch of resignation. Back in his day, he was a dual-type level 3, yet the Dark Knight team had overlooked him, knowing he had reached level 4 and evolved into an ice variant, but they never expressed any desire to invite him. Alas, he felt he couldn't fit in. Their wariness made it challenging to forge friendships, let alone become teammates. Especially Bai Yaoyao, who appeared exceptionally amiable, always smiling and radiating brightness, engaging in conversations about various topics, seemingly capable of connecting with anyone. Yet, this very talent rendered her distant, leaving him puzzled as to why someone so young exuded such an air of maturity and composure in her words and actions. "No need for assistance, thank you," Bai Yaoyao called out as she caught sight of Shannon and his team rushing over. Shannon and his companions refrained from intervening, opting instead for a relatively safe vantage point where they could observe keenly. The Dark Knight team exhibited a remarkably unified fighting style, simple, brutal, and bloody, striving for a swift kill. With nearly every type of ability represented, the onlookers garnered substantial insights. The battle raged on for nearly 3 hours before concluding, spurred on by Dogsy's sudden breakthrough to level 4 amidst the fray. Bai Yaoyao was nearly overcome with joy, while other beasts had achieved breakthroughs with a single level 4 core. Dogsy had consumed 2 without any apparent effect. She almost believed he would remain stagnant, only to see him invigorated today. Clearly, she had been too lenient with him, reluctant to let him exert himself. A pampering mother breeds a wayward child. This must change. Let him fight. He can always be saved if he does not perish. As Dogsy basked in his newfound confidence, he suddenly sensed a menacing gaze, turning to reveal. His master? What was this? Had he been captivated by his own heroic demeanor? By now, nearly everyone's abilities had been depleted, and the latter part of the battle devolved into a contest of endurance with blades. Bai Yaoyao herself was utterly exhausted, her face pale as she retrieved some food and water, nearly fainting from fatigue. To avert any unforeseen incidents, they hastily cleared the battlefield, collected the cores, and returned directly to the safety zone. Finding a secluded area at the edge of the safety zone, surrounded by few people, they set up tarps around them. Bai Yaoyao produced a small generator and a projector, along with tables and chairs she had salvaged from the university town, instructing everyone to take a seat and distributing notebooks and pens. She encouraged them to review the day's battle while recording their observations. However, what was envisioned as an enlightening experience often fell short of reality. Except for Chun Xian, who filled an entire page, the others, including Bai Yaoyao, struggled to write even a few words. Some forgot to jot down their thoughts while watching, Others understood, but could not articulate their ideas. And some simply did not know how to write. In silent agreement, they tucked their notebooks into the table drawers as if nothing had occurred. Chun Xian chuckled as he joined them in concealing the notebooks, having anticipated this outcome. Yet, despite the battle's exhaustion and their return to review, they recognized the significant gains they had made. After 2 days of rest, they could embark on another venture, ensuring it would not be as chaotic this time. With the formalities concluded, a feast commenced. People and beasts intermingled at the table, each respecting the other and oppos as presents. A splendid array of delicious food and drinks adorned the table, and everyone indulged heartily. Although their bodies were weary, their spirits soared, buoyed by the camaraderie and shared purpose amidst the chaos of the world. It was indeed a beautiful experience. Bai Yaoyao reclined at her chair, comfortably humming a tune, when suddenly Lulu shouted, "Bai Yaoyao, get her dog away from me." Turning to look, Bai Yaoyao saw Dogsy had unwittingly consumed a cup of alcohol and was now inebriated, tugging at Lulu and oppos as a tire and refusing to let go, resulting in a standoff that led to a few playful exchanges. Amused, Bai Yaoyao had no intention of intervening, reveling in the chaos. Let them fight it out. Bai Yaoyao suspected Dogsy was deliberately provoking Lulu, likely displeased with her usual disdain for him. How could one drink of beer lead to such a state? Eventually, Lulu managed to coax Dogsy over to Bai Yaoyao, who, upon seeing the dog's eager expression, swiftly teleported away, sending him back to the spatial realm. Noticing Lulu's furious glare, Bai Yaoyao discreetly yawned and made her exit. Chapter 75. Before departure, after the revelry of last night, we indulged in a collective slumber, washing away the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days. The relentless sun, blazing like fire, had been tempered by 2 consecutive downpours, alleviating the oppressive heat. Today was remarkably cool. Has summer truly passed? Yaojia? Will it still be hot? Bai Yaoyao had almost forgotten, aside from significant events. Her memories of the 2 years before the apocalypse had faded considerably. I've forgotten as well, though there's little to rejoice about. In the apocalypse, one is either engulfed in scorching heat or freezing cold. There is no such thing as normal weather, Bai Yaoyao replied. Perhaps I am overthinking, I conceded. The monkey was grooming the great sage, who, besides Bai Yaoyao, held the monkey in high regard. This was partly due to the monkey being the first to speak on his behalf, and partly because there was an inexplicable sense of kinship. Last night, Bai Yaoyao had the great sage prepare several dishes, astonishing everyone and prompting her to conclude his culinary education prematurely. With such culinary skills, he could have opened a restaurant before the apocalypse. Now, his simple home-cooked meal sufficed. The great sage presented his master with 2 boxes of mooncakes, a case of instant noodles, 10 packets of chocolate, and 10 energy bars. He also contributed a bunch of bananas. For the present time, these provisions were a considerable fortune, especially with the impending relocation. They were easy to carry and could prove life-saving in critical moments. Chefly was quite satisfied as well, but discreetly he stashed some of the items given by Bai Yaoyao in his luggage before revealing the rest to everyone. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to lead the team outside, Meng Qilin sent someone to summon her for a meeting to discuss the specifics of the migration to City D. Bai Yaoyao promptly took her team over, with the dog unwilling to return to the space, opting to follow along. Observing the dog's current majestic demeanor made it hard to imagine the foolish state he had been in while intoxicated the previous night. Upon arrival, they discovered that not only were the civilian ability user teams present, but also official ability users. Xia Shannon greeted them with a smile and a nod. "Dog brother, do you remember me? I was the boy who gave Bai Yaoyao dog food," exclaimed the young boy, rushing over to the dog. The dog, with an air of dignity, nodded and even patted his little admirer, prompting Bai Yaoyao to suppress her laughter. While discussions buzzed loudly, a palpable silence fell when the dark night arrived, causing those in the front to instinctively part ways. Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly and expressed her gratitude. Meng Qilin felt envious, recognizing that he could not match such an aura. Seizing the moment, he cleared his throat and said, "Now that everyone is present, I would like to say a few words." Everyone had likely noticed the recent surge in mutated beasts, causing considerable distress. Given the urgency and to mitigate unforeseen incidents, we have decided to commence our collective journey to the City D base tomorrow. With a larger proportion of ordinary people among us, we ability users must shoulder a greater responsibility. Meng Qilin waxed eloquent for quite some time, while Bai Yaoyao found herself stifling a yawn. Discussing ethics and morality without addressing remuneration seemed foolish. Meng Qilin still had much to learn, being somewhat naive and inexperienced. Suddenly, a soft snore broke the air. Turning her head, she saw Fat Brother nearly dozing while standing. After about 10 minutes, Meng Qilin finally reached the crux of his message. The current currency system had collapsed, and in City D, tasks and purchases were conducted using crystal cores or points. For this migration, I promise that each team will receive 2,000 points, with special contributors eligible for additional rewards. Points can also be exchanged for crystal cores if desired. Does anyone have any objections? If not, I will begin arranging the primary positions for everyone on the road. The crowd was uncertain about the purchasing power of these 2,000 points, and it was clear that Meng Qilin had no intention of explaining. As they exchanged glances, hesitant yet eager to speak up, suddenly the beautiful captain of the Dark Knight raised her hand. This was a relief. Surely, Captain Meng would be reluctant to offend Dark Knight, the only team capable of confronting a level 4 zombie. Meng Qilin felt a pang of nervousness. His authority over points was limited, and the base was still unaware of the resources he had brought back from the supply depot. Seeing Bai Yaoyao raise her hand surprised him. He had initially intended to privately allocate additional points to Dark Knight due to their strength, yet he could not express this openly. Thus, he blinked at Bai Yaoyao, but alas, she remained oblivious and continued to raise her hand. Even wondering if something was amiss with Meng Qilin's eyesight, Meng Qilin, resigned, asked Captain Bai, "Do you have something to say?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "Dark Knight has but one request. All members must remain together. As long as we are united, you may assign us to any position within the team." Her declaration left the other teams momentarily dumbfounded. It turned out that Dark Knight was not raising their hand to negotiate rewards. Meng Qilin was taken aback as well, for he had intended to propose splitting Dark Knight into 3 groups, but that plan was now dashed. Nevertheless, he persisted. Captain Bai, could Dark Knight be divided into 3 groups, positioned at the front, middle, and rear of the team? Having more high-end combatants would enhance the team's stability. Bai Yaoyao shook her head with a smile, saying, "No splitting, but you may assign the positions as you wish." It was not that Bai Yaoyao was unwilling to let her comrades face challenges alone. The journey would be lengthy, and she feared unforeseen complications might arise. Furthermore, with so many individuals traveling together, she worried that some might harbor inappropriate thoughts. There would be time for practice later. Losing control was not an option. Very well. Then Dark Knight shall take the lead. Although it will be a heavier burden, we will also have heavy weaponry to clear the path. Meng Qilin acquiesced. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. After that, Bai Yaoyao paid little attention to what Meng Qilin said next. Several teams attempted to negotiate, only to be firmly rebuffed by him. After the meeting disbanded, Bai Yaoyao noticed Meng Qilin seemed inclined to engage in conversation, so she swiftly led her team away. It was obvious he wished to have Dark Knight split off some members into the middle of the team, a proposition she would never agree to, making further discussion unnecessary. As they were set to depart early the next morning, they did not venture far, instead seeking out zombies to stretch their limbs and warm up before returning to rest. That evening, the dog's little admirer delivered 2 large bags of dog food, which the dog accepted with satisfaction, even beckoning Bai Yaoyao to place the food next to his doghouse. With that impish expression, Bai Yaoyao felt a surge of mischief. Chapter 76. The team, as dawn broke, the entire safety zone stirred with activity. Approximately 40,000 souls inhabited the area, with a mere fraction being endowed with abilities. The able-bodied young adults carried hefty backpacks or pulled along wheeled luggage. A portion of the elderly and children, perhaps separated from their families or bereaved of them altogether, wore vacant expressions resembling wandering corpses. As the crowd gradually moved, they followed wherever the throng led, devoid of any motivation to survive, yet unwilling to surrender to death so easily or lacking the courage to embrace it. A chilling wind began to howl, whisking away the oppressive heat that had lingered from the previous day. Sparse trees that had yet to mutate rustled their leaves, having transformed overnight from vibrant green to desolate yellow. A few children, hand in hand, joyfully trod upon the fallen leaves, their laughter resonating through the air, drawing the attention of many. Such melodious sounds had long been absent. The entire safety zone resembled a desolate canvas, both bleak and yearning for vitality. Hurry up. The elderly and children get on the vehicle first. Others do not rush. What are you doing? Young man, are you really cutting in line? I'm a minor. Shouldn't the elderly and children board first? Please, don't push. My wife is pregnant. It's not me pushing. It's the people behind me. I can't control it. Meanwhile, the members of the Dark Knight, who had been leisurely enjoying breakfast, felt a twinge of impatience upon hearing the commotion. Sister Yao, they are so noisy. I want to kill, muttered Dai. Bai Yaoyao promptly delivered a playful slap to his head. Change your attitude. Have you forgotten our new line of work? Oh, all right. Dai resumed his focus on his burger, uncertain of the journey's smoothness or its duration. Xiaomi furrowed her brow. With so many people, if a few vehicles break down, we'll be in trouble. Lulu chuckled. You all overthink things. As long as we remain safe, what does it matter? If we fail the mission, we can forfeit those 2,000 points. If worst comes to worst, we simply want to go to the D-City base. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Lulu is right. While we are primarily tasked with official missions, we must prioritize our own safety above all else. The others are insignificant. Do you understand? The monkey raised his hand, declaring understood. That's a relief. If you expect me to selflessly protect strangers, I can't do that. We don't need to protect anyone. Our duty is to eliminate zombies and clear the path. Have you all eaten enough? Let us depart. Bai Yaoyao quickly finished her last sip of soy milk and stood up. Who wants the last 2 buns? They're filled with chives. I'm not eating them. I'm full. Dai noticed everyone else rising and feared the remaining buns would fall to him. So he exclaimed. Unfortunately, no one responded, leaving him feeling pitiful and reluctant to toss the buns away. Captain Bai, you've come. This journey will be tough for you. Meng Qilin, sweating profusely, approached to greet the Dark Knight members, recognizing their importance. Before Bai Yaoyao could speak, Dai rushed forward. Captain Meng, have a bun. It's delicious. Meng Qilin was taken aback by the unexpected warmth from Dai, as typically, only Bai Yaoyao would interact with him. However, after several hours of work, he was indeed hungry. He wiped his hands on his clothes and accepted the 2 buns, saying, Thanks, little brother. I want to be polite as I'm starving. After savoring a steaming bun, Meng Qilin felt considerably better and added delicious. Still filled with chives, it's truly fragrant. Dai blushed, stealing a glance at Yaoyao, who was not angry but rather wore a knowing smile, reassuring him that he had passed the test. I'm quite clever, he thought. Bai Yaoyao ignored Dai's musings and asked Meng Qilin, Captain Meng, when are we departing? Meng Qilin replied, We should have left long ago. The vehicles are overflowing, and it's quite chaotic. However, it won't be long. Only a few thousand remain. All right, we'll head to the front and wait, Bai Yaoyao concluded, leading the team forward. Since their arrival at the safety zone, the Dark Knight members had either been on missions or traveling to them, leaving early mornings or late nights. They had scarcely spent any time in the safety zone during the day and had never witnessed such a multitude of people. It took them over 10 minutes to reach the front of the line. The atmosphere was filled with chatter, complaints about misfortune, and curses directed at the heavens. Most vehicles were large trucks filled with passengers, while a few buses carried the elderly, children, and pregnant women, those more vulnerable. Bai Yaoyao spotted the woman to whom she had once given milk powder. The woman had secured her child to her chest with a piece of fabric, her expression now exhibiting resolve rather than confusion or helplessness. Upon noticing Bai Yaoyao, the woman smiled and waved, her child's tiny hand fluttering. Bai Yaoyao felt a slight shiver, akin to being caught in wrongdoing, and instinctively hardened her expression as she quickly walked past. As she passed, she discreetly placed another canister of milk powder into the woman's bag. After all, the woman had contributed numerous crystal cores, and seeing no one from her team taking notice, she felt a sense of reassurance in moving along, aware that this was a misstep. In the apocalypse, one must not be overly sympathetic. Sometimes, not only does one fail to help others, but they may also inadvertently harm them. Was this merely a fleeting moment of weakness? Perhaps it was the innocent smile of that baby. Human infants are precious, and it would be a long time before new life flourished again. Such compassion was rare. Bai Yaoyao chose 2 pickup trucks, as they would provide greater maneuverability compared to larger vehicles. Pei Qi and Chun Xian each took one, aiming to keep their hands clean for the time being. Others would rotate in and out, maximizing the team's combat effectiveness. Should an unexpected encounter arise with formidable foes, Bai Yaoyao would not hesitate to lead her team away from the main group. After all, nothing was more important than life. However, within her capabilities, she would diligently fulfill the mission at hand. Standing atop the vehicle, she gazed back at the seemingly endless line of people, and after waiting for another 20 minutes, Meng Qilin's voice finally rang out, "Let us depart." Chapter 77. The first day, the seemingly endless line of individuals began to move slowly, with a weapons vehicle leading the way. Flanking the weapons vehicle were 2 pickup trucks from the Dark Knight team, followed by several large trucks carrying university students, who were positioned at the forefront and were understandably anxious. However, upon noticing the presence of a few members from the Dark Knight team, their apprehension dissipated. In the safe zone, whether they were supernatural beings or ordinary individuals, everyone was familiar with the Dark Knight team. The mere presence of Dark Knight instilled an inexplicable sense of security. Other supernatural beings and official soldiers were dispersed along the sides of the line, safeguarding the ordinary individuals who lacked combat capabilities in the center. Behind them trailed a variety of civilian vehicles, mostly grouped by families or friends. Thus, these individual vehicles typically housed at least one supernatural being or someone armed, possessing a degree of self-defense capability, preferring not to huddle in the truck beds while remaining unaffiliated with the supernatural teams. "This pace is unbearable," Big Roll exclaimed, observing the sluggish speed of 20 yards per hour. "It's hard to say, but it could take at least a month," Bai Yaoyao remarked, frowning at the unexpectedly slow progress. "Can we go on our own? This is taking forever," Monkey interjected, his voice unrestrained. A few young soldiers perched atop the weapons vehicle immediately turned to gaze at Bai Yaoyao wide-eyed. With a resigned glare directed at Monkey, Bai Yaoyao chided, "No, just be quiet." Only then did the soldiers return their attention to their previous tasks. At present, the team lacked crystal cores, particularly high-level ones. Only her spatial abilities and Lulu's lightning abilities had reached level 4 thus far, while others lagged behind. The scarcity of level 4 zombies made it a cumbersome task to hunt for them, and it would be far more efficient to exchange points for resources at the base. Although it was anticipated that one day level 4 zombies would proliferate, an early upgrade was undeniably advantageous, as the value of such advancements varied greatly. Leaning against the passenger seat, Bai Yaoyao grew weary of twiddling her fingers. After nearly a full day of travel, the anticipated thrilling migration had proven to be disappointingly mundane. Aside from the initial commotion that had attracted a small wave of zombies, which led to an official gunfire response, the team had adhered to Dark Knight's principles and refrained from scavenging for crystal cores. After leaving the city, most encounters had been with isolated zombies. The most formidable obstacle encountered thus far had been a mutated python, which had long since become a meal for the members of Dark Knight. Consequently, the number of zombies spotted throughout the day had been markedly lower than during usual missions. "Captain Bai, we received word from Captain Meng that we will be stopping here for a rest," a soldier reported. "Understood," Bai Yaoyao replied. Once the convoy halted, everyone disembarked to stretch their legs. Those in the bus were relatively comfortable, despite the cramped seating arrangements, as they at least had a roof over their heads. In stark contrast, those confined in the truck beds had endured the elements all day, and with the onset of a cold snap, they found their limbs numb and their heads clouded by the wind, lamenting their plight. Bai Yaoyao led her group a little further ahead to ensure immediate support in case of any issues, creating some distance from the others. She retrieved supplies for a meal, diving straight into the matter at hand. "With this breeze, we should indulge in hot pot to warm up and satisfy our cravings," Pei Qi exclaimed, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Let's keep it low-key. There are still many people behind us. Our stir-fried rice is already quite a treat compared to the compressed biscuits others are eating," Fat Brother advised. I'm just voicing my thoughts, Bai Yaoyao mused, contemplating whether they could engage in some activities, as a day without movement felt stifling. While everyone munched and chatted, Bai Yaoyao suddenly sensed a surge of energy behind her. She quickly stood and looked back, only to find an empty expanse of darkness. "What is wrong, Sister Yao?" her companions inquired. "Someone or something just approached," she replied. "No way, I didn't sense anything," Monkey said, taking a few steps forward to investigate. "I definitely heard something," Stone declared suddenly. Bai Yaoyao expanded her mental acuity, but found nothing unusual, forming a few hypotheses yet remaining uncertain. "Let us wait and see. I suspect more will come," she stated. Sensing Bai Yaoyao's contemplative mood, her companions refrained from further conversation. They resumed their meals and, once finished, began setting up tents. Since Bai Yaoyao had sensed the disturbance, her mental faculties had remained alert, and she had refrained from using her abilities throughout the day, ensuring her energy reserves were ample. After a considerable amount of time had passed, just as she was about to drift into slumber within her tent, she sensed movement once more. She hastily emerged, brandishing the paint she had prepared in advance, and splashed it in the direction of the energy fluctuation. At that moment, the others also emerged from their tents. "What on earth is that?" someone exclaimed. "It looks like a crouching person. Sister Yao, what should we do? Should we kill him? Does he not value his life by coming to Dark Night?" Big Roll raised a flame, poised to throw it. "Please, spare me. I mean no harm. I'm just desperately hungry and came seeking food. I was wrong. Please don't kill me," the man pleaded, his voice rising in desperation as he revealed himself. As the man began to speak, his invisibility dissipated, gradually revealing his form. "Is that an invisibility ability?" Fat Brother queried. Bai Yaoyao nodded, delivering a kick to the man's chest and asking, "What level is your ability, and how long can you remain invisible?" The man, clutching his chest in pain and coughing up blood, felt immense regret for his reckless decision to attempt to steal from Dark Knight. He hastily replied, "I haven't leveled up. If I don't speak, I can stay invisible for 10 minutes, but speaking breaks that. Such a powerful ability, and you use it to steal? Unbelievable," Xiaomi remarked in astonishment. "Please spare me. This is my first time. I swear I won't do it again. I beg for mercy." The man fell silent, glancing nervously at Bai Yaoyao, who had finished her questioning. Bai Yaoyao handed him over to a nearby soldier on duty, instructing him to take the man to Captain Meng. She and her companions had suffered no losses, and executing the thief would be an affront to Meng Qilin. Instead, she decided to leave the matter to him, requesting a favor. "Sister Yao, are we really letting him go? We don't mind. Killing him feels inappropriate, but keeping him around is uncomfortable. Meng Qilin won't easily let him off. With such an ability, the officials will brainwash him, and he'll likely be unable to escape for the rest of his life," her companion remarked. Bai Yaoyao perceived the situation clearly. It was not a grave matter, and given the officials' current manpower shortages, Meng Qilin would not readily part with such a talent. Chapter 78. 2 shots that night. Bai Yaoyao released the formidable duo, Demiao and Xiao Wei, to keep watch, while the others enjoyed a restful slumber. Thanks to the official patrols established, the night passed without incident, allowing everyone to sleep soundly until dawn. Early in the morning, after a hearty breakfast, they set off on a new day's journey. With Peiqi and Chun Xian at the wheel, while the others took turns lending their abilities. The zombies on the provincial road were scarce, with only the occasional mutated beast emerging to obstruct their path, easily dispatched by a barrage from Enyi. "Captain Bai, wait. There has been an incident at the rear." Bai Yaoyao alighted from the vehicle, inquiring about the situation. "Just received news that a pack of over a dozen level 2 mutated dogs has surged forth, but we've managed to contain them. A few private cars were damaged, and we need to arrange personnel." Bai Yaoyao nodded and decided to stretch her legs. Within 5 minutes, a message relayed that they could proceed, but before Bai Yaoyao could reboard, a sudden commotion erupted from the back of the convoy. She turned to see a mutated eagle swooping low, clutching a person in its talons. The mutated eagle, with wings spanning the size of a small vehicle, created gusts of wind with each flap. As if taunting, it released its grip mid-flight, dropping the unfortunate individual only to snatch up another. Due to its swiftness, The psychics refrained from unleashing their powers for fear of collateral damage. Bai Yaoyao quickly positioned herself and prepared to launch a spatial cut. The eagle, feeling the sting, released its grip and retaliated with a jet of flame aimed directly at her. Bai Yaoyao furrowed her brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was a level 5 beast. Only such creatures could manifest natural attack methods. While grounded adversaries were manageable, aerial foes posed a significant challenge. As she deftly evaded the flames, she employed mental control, just as Chun Xian enhanced her abilities, causing a sharp pain to ripple through the eagle's consciousness, momentarily stunning it. Lulu unleashed her most potent single-target lightning strike, a thick bolt of electricity striking true. Despite this series of attacks, the mutated eagle emerged largely unscathed, yet it was incensed. It dove towards Bai Yaoyao, who barely managed to evade once more. This time, she summoned Xiao Wei, collaborating with Kiki S with abilities to attempt to restrain the eagle and prevent its ascent. However, within mere seconds, they found their efforts futile as the eagle broke free almost instantly. On my count of 3, unleash your skills. No need to control, let's amass damage, Bai Yaoyao commanded. At that moment, Xia Shannon caught up from the rear, seamlessly joining the assault. 3 seconds later, a cacophony of colorful abilities rained down upon the mutated eagle, which, unable to evade, was bombarded by the combined forces of an ES team and several official psychics, including Xia Shannon. The eagle erupted in a cloud of blood, desperately flapping its wings to escape. Yet, Bai Yaoyao suddenly resolved that she could not let it flee. The level 5 beast core would be invaluable to her beloved companions. With determination, she teleported onto the eagle's back. This unexpected maneuver startled everyone, including the eagle itself. Sister Yao, be careful. Confident in her safety, Bai Yaoyao had not forgotten to instruct Xianxi to activate the protective shield at the critical moment. The eagle, realizing it had an unwelcome passenger, attempted to break free from the crowd, seeking solitude to confront this human. Seeing that the eagle disregarded her presence, Bai Yaoyao drew 2 daggers and plunged them into its neck with fervor. Ignoring me, are we? Here, another stab. Not paying attention? I'll stab again. I'll pierce you to death. Before long, the flesh around the eagle's neck became a gruesome mess. Having flown barely 10 meters, the eagle could no longer tolerate the pain and executed a sharp roll, attempting to dislodge Bai Yaoyao. Seizing the opportunity, she jabbed at the eagle in damp. Oppose, his eye, successfully blinding it in one eye. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, the eagle's movements became sluggish. Bai Yaoyao then retreated, waiting for her comrades to regroup before unleashing another collective barrage of abilities. At this point, the eagle, forsaking its escape, was singularly focused on capturing Bai Yaoyao. It charged through the various attacks, disregarding the onslaught, intent on seizing her. Unfazed, Bai Yaoyao provocatively beckoned the eagle with a smirk. As the eagle's claws lunged toward her neck, she once again teleported to its back, ready to resume her assault. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged through her. Instinctively, she sidestepped, only to feel a sharp claw carve a long gash across her arm, blood streaming forth and staining her sleeve crimson. In the instant following her evasion, 2 gunshots rang out directed at her previous position. Had she not acted swiftly, those shots would have surely struck her chest. Sister Yao, Bai Yaoyao glanced toward the crowd. Noticing ordinary individuals on the truck were fixated on the unfolding scene, momentarily oblivious to any anomalies. Frustration bubbled within her, yet she understood the pressing matters at hand. Suppressing the pain in her arm, she unleashed her mental abilities to briefly incapacitate the eagle, followed by a spatial cut that severed one of its wings. Retreating to gain distance, Pei Qi, having observed Bai Yaoyao's movements, rushed to her side, expending her healing abilities without restraint. Meanwhile, after Bai Yaoyao withdrew, Adai and Xiao Mi surged forward, employing speed abilities to mimic Bai Yaoyao's tactic, strike and retreat, avoiding prolonged combat. Ultimately, they ensnared the mutated eagle with willow branches, while the others combined their powers to wear it down. Though Bai Yaoyao's injury appeared severe, it had not compromised any vital areas. Under Pei Qi's diligent care, she quickly recovered. Bai Yaoyao extracted the Eagle's beast core and stowed its carcass in her spatial storage before finally turning her gaze toward the team. Chapter 79. Perish. Bai Yaoyao remained silent, her steps measured as she approached the crowd. The members of the Dark Knight followed closely behind her, their oppressive aura intensifying rather than dissipating. Xiashan Nan, upon witnessing the scene, made no effort to intervene, instead signaling for his subordinate to summon Meng Qilin. Who fired the shot? Bai Yaoyao's voice was soft, yet imbued with an icy detachment that resonated clearly in everyone's ears. A palpable tension enveloped the crowd, as if they collectively sensed that failure to identify the shooter would result in shared repercussions. Captain Bai, I saw it. It was her. She fired from behind that rock, exclaimed a woman who had previously received aid from Bai Yaoyao while caring for her child. Her finger pointed accusingly at Lin Yiran, the very individual who had led the entire team to their demise at the hands of the toxic zombies. Bai Yaoyao nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the stone, where unmistakable signs of gunfire were evident. She approached Lin Yiran directly. Before Bai Yaoyao could utter a word, Lin Yiran collapsed to her knees on the ground. It's over, it's really over. Who could have imagined she would evade capture? Instincts of self-preservation propelled Lin Yiran to hastily plead, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I wanted to help you. I never expected it would cause you harm. I merely wished to contribute. Following the demise of her comrades, the Yi Alliance had disbanded, and fortuitously, Lin Yiran had awakened her light-based abilities, complemented by her earlier fire-based powers, transforming her into a highly sought-after dual-element ability user. Despite Dark Knight and Oppo's disdain for her, other teams were eager to recruit a high-level combatant. After careful consideration, Lin Yiran chose to join the current team, the Fierce Tiger Gang. At that moment, Chunda, who, the leader of the Fierce Tiger Gang, felt compelled to speak on her behalf. Although he was infuriated by her reckless behavior, he understood that remaining silent would only alienate his followers. With a resolve born of necessity, he said, Captain Bai, this may be a misunderstanding. While Lin Yiran has gone too far, could you consider sparing her? She has realized her mistake. Before Bai Yaoyao could respond, Lulu interjected, unable to contain herself. No, spare your breath. She aimed and shot. This isn't a misunderstanding. As Lulu's words fell, Adai delivered a swift kick to Lin Yiran's chest, sending her sprawling several meters away. Blood spewed from her mouth as she lay on the ground, unable to rise. Adai, filled with regret, recalled his earlier desire to eliminate her. After a series of missions, he had inadvertently overlooked her, almost causing a grave error that resulted in Bai Yaoyao's injury. He blamed himself for his lack of vigilance. With a fierce determination, Adai resolved never to let this woman escape again. Observing the aftermath of his actions, he noted that Bai Yaoyao remained silent, and he quickly grasped her understanding of the situation. Not far off, Meng Qilin hastened toward them. Fearing further complications, Adai unleashed his speed ability, arriving before Lin Yiran in an instant. Without hesitation, he seized her neck and crushed it. It was only at that moment that Lin Yiran comprehended the gravity of her situation. She was truly facing death. Why? I am a triple-element ability user. Bai Yaoyao commands such loyalty due to her spatial abilities. I possess powers too. Desperation surged within her as she futilely attempted to pry away the hands that constricted her throat, but it was futile. In mere moments, her consciousness faded. Captain Bai, Meng Qilin arrived just as Lin Yiran's life extinguished. He was left speechless, unable to reconcile the sight before him. The shy boy who had blushed while offering him dumplings just yesterday had taken the life of an ability user in less than 3 seconds. Meng Qilin was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Lin Yiran had brought this fate upon herself, the abruptness of her demise was shocking. Finally, Xiashan Nan regained his composure and stepped forward, asserting, Old Meng, she deserved this fate. Meng Qilin nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I understand, but I didn't anticipate that our young comrade would act so decisively. Adai shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies, I overindulged at breakfast and miscalculated my strength. At this juncture, Bai Yaoyao's ire had subsided. Captain Meng, is there anything further? No, nothing more. I regret that you were harmed today. Meng Chi Lin stammered, uncertain of what else to say. It is of no consequence. She is dead now. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the lifeless body, her tone indifferent. With a forceful motion, Adai discarded Lin Yiran's corpse to the roadside, then returned to wash his hands along with Bai Yaoyao. The members of the fierce tiger gang stood awkwardly, well aware that Lin Yiran had brought this upon herself, yet uncertain of how to navigate the aftermath without further inciting the wrath of the Dark Knight. Chunda, who, observing his comrades, felt it necessary to clarify. Captain Bai, I swear that Lin Yiran acted alone. The rest of us were unaware. Lulu and Oppos. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, now they're in Oppos. There's no misunderstanding? Chunda, who, towering at 6 feet tall, found himself at a loss for words, his face reddening from embarrassment. Bai Yaoyao turned her attention to the woman holding the child, inquiring, was anyone else near that woman just now? The woman hesitated, fearful of retribution, yet unwilling to deceive Bai Yaoyao, caught in a moment of indecision. Bai Yaoyao quickly deduced that there were indeed accomplices involved. Addressing the members of the fierce tiger gang, she declared, if anyone here is an accomplice, step forward, and I shall grant you a swift death. You are quite audacious. Our leader has already stated that Lin Yiran acted alone. We bear no responsibility. You have no evidence to suspect us. Bai Yaoyao smiled faintly. On what basis do I suspect you? The answer is simple. Power. I declare, unless this matter is resolved, none shall leave today. Meng Chi Lin had never witnessed Bai Yaoyao in such a state. Just yesterday, when someone had stolen from them, she had graciously returned the thief. But today she erupted with fury. Yet he said nothing, understanding that anyone on the front lines facing life and death would be driven to rage if shot by their own. The woman clutching the child felt her bag of formula and, after much hesitation, finally spoke up. It was the man at the back. I saw him assisting. Silence, you wretch. Boss, help me. I don't want to die. Lin Yiran forced me. It was her temptation. The man scrambled toward Chindahu. Upon realizing that this man was indeed one of his team members, Chindahu felt as if the sky had fallen. I am your captain, not your deity. What do you expect me to do when you provoke this calamity? With a sorrowful expression, Chindahu looked to Bai Yaoyao, who did not spare him a glance. She raised her hand, and with a swift motion, executed a space-slicing maneuver, severing the man's head from his body. Blood gushing forth in an instant. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd as gasps of disbelief echoed around them.